flying serpent's hand, the golden howl immediately smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum, saying, "I want to make it my weapon." Bold. Hearing this, the flying serpent's brows shot up, and it stared at the golden howl with overwhelming killing intent. It was furious. The golden howl dared to covet its crimson gold divine spear. This was the greatest insult to it, because the crimson gold divine spear in its hand was no ordinary item, but the clan-protecting divine artifact of the Flying Serpent clan, which had once drunk the blood of a saint in the hands of its ancestor. A divine weapon that had truly killed a saint. For the lowly golden howl to covet, it was truly a suicidal act. Kill. The flying serpent no longer wasted words, raising its spear and charging at Su Shirtan and the others. It, the flying serpent, would pierce this low human woman with one spear and then kill the golden howl, proving to all creatures that the Flying Serpent clan was still the strongest. This human woman, others might not be able to harm her. But it, the Flying Serpent, could definitely pierce her with one spear. For it was a powerful descendant of the Flying Serpent, one of the 10 great primordial divine beasts of this world, not something any creature could compare to. Kill. The Flying Serpent charged furiously, its crimson gold divine spear faster than lightning, tearing through space with immense momentum, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced towards Su Shirtan's chest. Human, die. The Flying Serpent let out a ferocious roar, its crimson gold divine spear thrusting fiercely towards Su Shirtan's chest. In its eyes, it almost already saw the scene of Su Shirtan being pierced to death by its spear, but the next moment, its expression froze. Clang! Su Shirtan raised her hand and blocked the crimson gold divine spear with her sword, then pointed at the Flying Serpent. Piercing cloud finger break? With a single point, a beam of fiery light shot directly toward the Flying Serpent's forehead. Hmph! Trifling skills, trying to show off in front of an expert. Watch me break it. The Flying Serpent's words had just fallen when its vision blurred, and its head was instantly cut off by Su Shirtan. What's going on? The Flying Serpent's severed head, rolling on the ground, stared blankly at Su Shirtan. He's dead. Just a moment ago, he was killed in one strike by this woman without even knowing what happened. What the hell is going on? The Flying Serpent was completely caught off guard, but Su Shirtan didn't care about it, forcibly seizing the crimson gold divine spear, suppressing it with the Taichu sword, then erasing the spiritual traces on the spear and tossing it to the golden howl. Ha ha ha. The golden howl grabbed the crimson gold divine spear and immediately rejoiced, having Su Shirtan help him establish a contract with the spear, then happily holding it in his hand. From now on, this crimson gold divine spear belonged to him. It was simply too good. I am unwilling. Before dying, the Flying Serpent let out an unwilling roar, and its soul dispersed, finally perishing. While the golden howl was happy with his new spear, the Taodai wasn't idle, as it had its eyes on the Flying Serpent's corpse. In front of countless creatures' eyes, it directly packed up the Flying Serpent's corpse and stored it away, constantly muttering that this was the best material for a pot of snake soup. The surrounding divine beasts were instantly enraged by the Taoye's words, treating it as a great enemy. Kill them. All attacked together. The fox no longer dared to challenge Su Shirtan alone, immediately shouting, "Everyone, don't hold back. Reveal your true forms, and first kill this human. Kill." As soon as the fox spoke, the surrounding area erupted into chaos. One powerful creature after another revealed its true form. Human, I've tolerated you for far too long. A white tiger radiating with divine inscriptions, its eyes wide with fury, roared at Su Shirtan, "Prepare to die before the divine beast white tiger." Chapter 159. The onslaught begins. Human, I, Fei, will surely slay you today. Chapter 159. The onslaught begins. Human, today I, Fei, will surely slay you. A formidable Fei, seething with rage, glared at Su Shirhan and declared with unbridled Sai, "To avenge my younger brother who perished in the spirit domain of Mount Wan God." Human, you must not live any longer. Your roots, talents, and bloodline are too powerful. If you are not killed today, you will undoubtedly become a great threat to our 100 clans in the future. Kill. A powerful Qi dragon spat out a Jian and lunged at Su Shihan, roaring, "Moreover, you are already a sworn enemy of our Qi dragon clan. Whether for my incompetent younger brother or my blind father, I must kill you today." Kill, kill, kill. All around, the creatures of the realm went berserk, charging at Su Shihan en masse. Heaven is Qin, earth is Qin. The 8 trigrams seal the heavens and earth. The reversal of Qin and Kuan shatters the firmament. Focus the spirit to forge a sword. A myriad swords shatter the sky, Tu Sun Mo, thunder and lightning sword rain. Cut. Su Shihan stood fearless, gripping the Tai Chu sword tightly, her phoenix wings of blazing flames unfurling as she launched a counterattack against the charging creatures, cutting through them like an invincible war god, slaying vast numbers in an instant. Of course, the Taodai and the Golden Horn Beast were also aiding in the battle, especially the Golden Horn Beast armed with the Crimson Gold Divine Spear, who was truly pushing forward alongside Su Shihan. Even with imperial weapons in their hands, the White Tiger and the Qi Dragon were utterly overwhelmed by Su Shihan and the Golden Horned Beast. It must be noted that Su Shihan and the Golden Horned Beast, despite not being invincible among their peers, were close to it. After all, the blood food of the Demon Emperor consumed over these days had not been for nothing. When it came to actual combat, even formidable creatures like the White Tiger were left only to endure the blows. How can they be so strong? Their vitality is overwhelming. The creatures around the Mandragon were once again stunned by Su Shihan and the Golden Horned Beast, for they were simply too powerful, with bloodlines and roots unmatched among their peers. The Mandragon was utterly dumbfounded. The scene before him had left him utterly shocked. Su Shihan was invincible. She was like a tiger among sheep. She slaughtered the divine beasts, leaving them completely defenseless. How could a mere human be so strong? If she were to grow further, who in the 9 heavens and 10 earths could stand against her? Huff! The Mandragon felt an immense sense of pressure, especially when he saw Su Shihan, who resembled a war god. He felt that humanity would rise again. Perhaps another figure like the Emperor of the Wasteland would emerge, someone who could cut across the ages and sever the 100 clans' fortunes that had lasted for tens of thousands of years. Kill, kill. The Mandragon's eyes were bloodshot, fervently hoping that the fox and others could slay Su Shihan, for she was simply too formidable. The Mandragon felt that Su Shihan must be eliminated. But he understood that even if all the divine beasts charged forward, they would still be unable to kill Su Shihan. Instead, they would all be slain by her. Therefore, he did not engage in battle with Su Shihan. Instead, he retreated further with his followers, as he believed the time to kill Su Shihan had not yet come. He needed to carefully plan his strategy. Only then could he eliminate this extraordinary human, or else charging forward would be nothing but suicide. Kill, kill. The White Tiger and the Qi Dragon, however, were completely bloodthirsty, for they understood clearly, if they could not kill Su Shihan now, it would be even more impossible to do so outside. After all, there was the Jiawangda Baiyi Di Zun waiting outside, so they were all frenzied in their attacks on Su Shihan. They were willing to pay any price to kill her here. But Su Shihan was not to be trifled with. She grew stronger with each battle. The Tai Chu sword in her hand was a demonic weapon that reaped lives, and wherever she went, divine beasts fell. Even formidable creatures like the Fei Yi, they began to feel fear in the face of her, for Su Shihan was simply too strong, too powerful. Kill, 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 kill. The White Tiger and the others also fought to the point of madness, their imperial weapons lashing out at Su Shihan with wild abandon. The ground was soaked with blood and littered with corpses, thousands of powerful creatures slain. Among them were many divine beasts. Those were divine beasts. Outside, they were revered beings, and even a single one appearing in the human world would be worshipped. But now, They were all slaughtered like insects, and even the man-dragon, with his strong will, could not help but be moved by this scene. After all, the forbidden land of the East had always been dominated by the 100 clans. The lowly human race was nothing more than an insect. Their status and position had never been high. But now, he could not help but be moved, for Su Han was simply too shocking to him. The man-dragon asked himself, if he were to face such an onslaught of powerful creatures, he would certainly not be able to handle it as calmly as Su Han. He was very clear. If it were him, he would have been slain long ago. But Su Han, along with the golden horned beast, was pushing forward, cutting down countless powerful creatures. A mere human could achieve such a feat. Not just the man-dragon. The surrounding divine beasts, who were watching, were all gaping at the sight of Su Han, who resembled a war god, utterly dumbfounded. They could not understand. How could a mere human be so formidable? How had she cultivated to such a level? Could this human be a reincarnation of a deity? Countless divine beasts were dumbfounded. They were completely overwhelmed by the pressure. For Su Han was simply too strong, suppressing them so that they could not even lift their heads. Kill! Kill! The young Fei Yi and the young Qi dragon, however, were in a frenzy. Their eyes were bloodshot, and each strike against Su Yunshan was a heavy blow. Because compared to other creatures, the young Fei Yi and the young Qi dragon wanted to kill Su Han even more. After all, the younger brother of the young Fei Yi had been stewed by Su Han and the Tao Tai. Therefore, the young Fei Yi could not let go of Su Han. After all, this was a matter of avenging his brother. Moreover, his own younger brother had been stewed and eaten by these two in front of him. So the attacks of the young Fei Yi on Su Han were never light. Each strike was a heavy blow. But Su Han was simply too formidable. Her methods were extraordinary. Her cultivation was enough to make the young Fei Yi and the others despair, especially her powerful soul techniques and precious arts, which truly made all the divine beasts attacking her feel utterly defeated. They simply could not believe that a mere human, who had just broken through to the inscription mirror, could master so many precious arts and soul techniques. Could she really be a reincarnation of a deity? Human, you must not be allowed to live. Your roots, talents, and bloodline are far too powerful. If you are not slain here today, you will inevitably become a great threat to our 100 races in the future. Kill! A powerful Qi dragon spat out a Zhanlong sword and lunged at Su Han, roaring, "Moreover, you are already a sworn enemy of my Qi dragon clan. Whether it's for my incompetent younger brother or my blind father, I must kill you today." Kill! 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 All around, countless creatures went berserk, charging at Su Han en masse. Heaven is Qian, Earth is Qian. The 8 trigrams seal heaven and earth. The reversal of Qian and Kuan shatters the vault of heaven. Focus the spirit to forge a sword. A myriad swords shatter the sky to slay gods and demons. Feng Lei sword rain. Cut. Su Han showed no fear. Gripping the Tai Chu sword tightly, she spread her phoenix wings of blazing flames and counterattacked the onrushing creatures, cutting them down like an invincible war god. Of course, the Tao Tai and the golden horn beast were also aiding in the fight, especially the golden horn beast, who had obtained the scarlet gold divine spear. Together with Su Han, they were unstoppable. Even with imperial weapons in their hands, the white tiger and the Qi dragon were utterly overwhelmed by Su Han and her allies. Today, Su Han and the golden horn beast were nearly invincible among their peers. After all, the blood essence of the demon emperor they had consumed over the past few days was no joke. When it came to actual combat, even powerful beings like the white tiger were left defenseless. How can they be so strong? Their vitality is overwhelming. The surrounding creatures were once again stunned by Su Han and her companions. Their strength, especially their bloodlines and origins, were unparalleled among their generation. Man Long was utterly dumbfounded. The scene before him left him utterly shocked. Su Han was invincible. She was like a tiger among sheep. She slaughtered the divine beasts so mercilessly that they completely lost the ability to resist. How could a mere human be this powerful? If she were to grow further, who in the 9 heavens and 10 earths could stand against her? Huff! Man Long felt an immense sense of pressure, especially when he saw Su Shirhan, who resembled a war god. He felt that humanity would rise again. Perhaps another figure like the Emperor of the Wasteland would emerge, who would cut through the ages and sever the 100 races' fortunes that had endured for hundreds of thousands of years. Kill! Kill! Man Long's eyes were bloodshot. He fervently hoped that the Spirit Fox and others could slay Su Shirhan, for she was simply too formidable. Man Long believed that Su Shirhan must be killed. But he understood that even if all the divine beasts charged at her, they would not be able to kill her. Instead, they would all be slaughtered. So, instead of engaging Su Shirhan in battle, he retreated with his followers, feeling that the time to kill her had not yet come. He needed to carefully plan his next move. Only then could he eliminate this extraordinary human. Charging blindly would be suicide. Kill, kill, kill. The White Tiger and the Chi Dragon, however, were completely bloodthirsty. They understood clearly. If they couldn't kill Su Shirhan now, it would be even more impossible outside. After all, there was the dreaded white-robed emperor waiting outside. Therefore, they were all furiously attacking Su Shirhan, holding nothing back in their efforts to eliminate her here. But Su Shirhan was not to be trifled with. She grew stronger with each battle. Her Tai Chu sword was like a demonic weapon that harvested lives, and wherever she went, divine beasts fell. Even powerful beings like the Fae began to tremble in fear, for Su Shirhan was simply too strong, far too powerful. Kill, 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 kill. The White Tiger and the others were also driven to madness, their imperial weapons relentlessly attacking Su Shirhan. The ground was soaked with blood and littered with corpses, with thousands of powerful creatures slain. Among them were many divine beasts. Those were divine beasts. Outside, they were revered beings, and even a single one appearing in the human world would be worshipped. But now, they were being slaughtered like ants. Seeing this, even Man Long, with his strong temperament, couldn't help but be moved. After all, the forbidden land of the East had always been dominated by the 100 races. The lowly human race was nothing more than an ant. Their status and standing had never been high. But now, he couldn't help but be shocked, for Su Shirhan was simply too astonishing. Man Long asked himself, if he were to face such a horde of powerful creatures, he would never be able to handle it as calmly as Su Shirhan. He knew very well. If it were him, he would have been slain long ago. But Su Shirhan, along with the golden horned beast, was pushing forward, cutting down countless powerful creatures. A mere human could achieve such a feat. Not just Man Long. The surrounding divine beasts, who were watching the scene unfold, were all gaping at Su Shirhan, who resembled a war god, completely dumbfounded. They couldn't understand. How could a mere human be so powerful? How did she manage to cultivate to such an extent? Could this human be a reincarnated deity? Countless divine beasts were stunned. They were suffocating under the pressure, for Su Shirhan was simply too strong, suppressing them so completely that they couldn't even raise their heads. Kill, kill, kill. The young Fae and the young Chi Dragon, however, were in a frenzy. Their eyes were bloodshot, and every strike they landed on Su Shirhan was a heavy blow. Because compared to the other creatures, the young Fae and the young Chi Dragon wanted to kill Su Shirhan even more. After all, the younger brother of the young Fae had been stewed by Su Shirhan and the Tao Tai. Therefore, the young Fae would not let Su Shirhan go. This was a matter of avenging his brother, and his own brother had been eaten by these two right before his eyes. So every attack from the young Fae on Su Shirhan was a heavy blow, with no mercy shown. But Su Shirhan was simply too formidable. Her techniques were extraordinarily formidable. Her cultivation level was utterly despairing to the young Fae and the others, especially her powerful soul techniques and divine arts, which nearly drove all the divine beasts attacking her to the brink of despair. They simply couldn't believe that a mere human who had just broken through to the inscription mirror could possess so many divine arts and soul skills. Could she really be a reincarnated deity? Chapter 160, Too Strong. Oh woo. Although Qilong was slightly outmatched by Su Shihan, he was not willing to give up. After all, he was a generation of peerless geniuses among the dragon race, far superior to his incompetent younger brother. Moreover, many supreme elders of the Qilong clan had praised him as the first genius in tens of thousands of years. Now, he still had the imperial weapon of the dragon race, the dragon-slaying sword, in his hand. If he couldn't kill a mere human, Qilong would never be able to accept this fact. Furthermore, if he couldn't kill Su Shihan, what face would he have to claim himself as the first genius of the Qilong clan in 10,000 years? Kill. Qilong's fury reached its peak, and his techniques became devastatingly powerful, each strike shattering the surrounding space. He was determined to kill Su Shihan, whether it was for his crippled brother or for his blind father. Here, he had to personally end Su Shihan's life. Slash her down right here. If he failed, it would be an eternal disgrace, and he would never be able to hold his head high again. Kill. Qilong's inner rage exploded, and a series of radiant lights surged, burning his dragon soul power, shattering the surrounding space, and his dragon-slaying sword unleashed a devastating slash that seemed to tear heaven and earth apart. You're courting death? However, Su Shihan was completely enraged. These mere ants dared to be so reckless. Did they really think she, the ruthless empress, was easy to provoke? Kill. Su Shihan's Tai Chu sword exploded, and countless fragments shot out like lightning bolts. In an instant, over 100 charging creatures were instantly killed. Then, with a single move of her hand, she unleashed a piercing cloud finger, piercing through the skull of a powerful blue-eyed wolf king. Phoenix feathers, come. Su Shihan didn't stop for a moment. She summoned 3 refined phoenix feathers and swung them at the young Fei Yi and the others, piercing through their scales and even chopping off a section of the young Fei Yi's tail. Faced with such a powerful and formidable Su Shihan, the group of divine beasts watching couldn't help but tremble in fear, especially the followers of the great dragon, whose hearts were almost leaping out of their mouths in shock. Why is she so strong? She's like a deity descended from heaven. How can someone so powerful be a mere human? All the surrounding creatures were almost blinded by the sight, for Su Shihan was simply too strong, too terrifying. With a 7-foot-long sword in her hand, she was invincible among her peers, killing all creatures in despair and fear. They were all born with extraordinary talents and blessings, and no matter where they went, it was always them slaughtering a group of humans. But today, a mere human woman brutally showed them. Humans are not that weak. When they are strong, they are powerful enough to make them despair and tremble. They can be killed without any resistance, no matter how strong they were. In front of her, they were nothing but ants. The name Su Shihan almost instantly etched itself into the minds of all creatures, becoming a name they would fear for the rest of their lives. Because this woman was simply too strong, too terrifying. Her strength was far beyond anything they could ever hope to surpass. It was a despair that came from the soul, making them deeply understand that they could never surpass someone like her. Human, it's time to end this. Qilong's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Su Shihan. Then, in front of countless eyes, he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. I, Qilong, refuse to believe that I can't kill you even if I have to self-destruct today. At that, Qilong's face contorted into a Zhengning Kerpa expression, and he charged straight at Su Shihan, self-destructing right before her eyes. Qilong. Countless creatures roared in anger and disbelief, for they had never expected the powerful Qilong to choose such a method to die together with Su Shihan. But unfortunately, Su Shihan had been prepared. Almost as soon as Qilong charged over to self-destruct, Su Shihan, sensing the danger, immediately shielded herself with her phoenix wings and blocked Qilong's self-destruction attack with her Tai Chu sword. Human, you should die. I'll fight you to the death. Many divine beasts around began to go mad. After all, they had lost many companions in this fight, and even Qilong had chosen to self-destruct to die together with Su Shihan. What couldn't they do? As long as they killed this human, they would do anything. So Su Shihan's situation suddenly became extremely dangerous, because all the creatures around her no longer engaged in prolonged combat with Su Shihan, but chose an extremely brutal method. They charged straight at Su Shihan and self-destructed. They were determined to kill Su Shihan using this method, and they absolutely could not let her leave alive. Their hatred was too deep, and only one side could die to resolve it. Crazy. They're all crazy. All the creatures watching around them were roaring with bloodshot eyes. How many years? Hadn't seen such a scene. Only in legends of divine bird battles was there such a picture. A group of powerful creatures using self-destruction to kill enemies. Who would have thought? Here, they actually witnessed such a scene with their own eyes, and it was just to kill a mere lowly human. Crazy. They're all crazy. Absolute lunatics. Even the great dragon was roaring. He hadn't expected the battle to become so brutal at this stage, with a group of divine beasts choosing to self-destruct and die together with a lowly human. This was simply too crazy. This was simply too unbelievable. This was simply too shocking. This was simply too outrageous to have happened. How many years? It had always been human cultivators who, in order to kill a powerful divine beast, would throw themselves forward, choosing such a method to die together with the powerful divine beast. But the scene before them was too glaring. Blood and gore, flesh and bones separated, just to kill a mere human, and a group of divine beasts were willing to self-destruct to die together with her. How could this happen? But it did happen. What made them even more despairing was that Su Shihan remained alive. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. A group of divine beasts choosing self-destruction to die together with a lowly human, one after another, charging forward, ignoring life and death, self-destructing to kill. But Su Shihan was still alive. What a great humiliation. A lowly human, facing so many divine beasts self-destructing, being bombarded from all sides, and yet she hadn't died. This was not just shocking. This was simply bizarre. A truly bizarre scene. A group of divine beasts choosing to self-destruct yet still failing to kill a mere human. Who would believe it? Wow. After a while, all the creatures around finally reacted, almost all collapsing to the ground, unable to move. They didn't dare to move, because the scene they witnessed was simply too terrifying. Their minds had collapsed. Faced with such a powerful human, their hearts began to kneel. They didn't dare to have any thoughts of opposing her. Too strong, too terrifying. For a moment, the pressure forced them to lie on the ground, feeling a little better, because they were really afraid. Chapter 161. Killing you to despair. Who else? In the final moments of the bloodbath, Su Shihan slayed her most formidable opponent, the white tiger. She held her blood-dripping long sword, stepped on the white tiger's corpse, and roared at the surrounding creatures, "If you want to fight, come at me." The surroundings fell silent, except for the whistling wind, as no creature dared to challenge Su Shihan at this point. Roar, roar, roar. The Taotai and the Golden Howl both raised their heads and unleashed a series of roars to the sky, their murderous auras so intense that they seemed to shatter the clouds. They had fought to the point of madness. The number of creatures they had slain was undoubtedly over 1,000. Their eyes now glowed with red bloodlust. Hmph! After a cold snort, Su Shihan ignored all the creatures around her. She turned, held her blood-stained Tai Chu sword, and left all the creatures with a chilling back view as she walked directly toward the killing array in the front valley. She intended to break the array. She aimed to capture the devouring beast inside and had a vague feeling that something within the valley was calling out to her. She's trying to break the array? The creatures lying on the ground around her, watching Su Shihan's receding figure, were all shocked. Su Shihan was attempting to break the array. That was a killing array, left behind by the Phoenix clan. Yet this mere woman dared to break it? Boom, boom, boom. Just as the creatures were watching Su Shirhan, in a moment of shock, she somehow managed to step into the killing array in front of the valley unscathed. She entered without a scratch? Pai Xiu opened his mouth in astonishment, as he had also tried to enter earlier, but the creatures ahead of him, like the Phoenix, were instantly killed by the array. Now, Su Shirhan had walked right in. Not just Pai Xiu, but even the mighty dragon and others were completely stupefied. Good heavens! This human is too strong. Not only is her cultivation formidable, but she also has such profound knowledge of arrays. That's terrifying. What kind of mind does she have? The surrounding creatures were once again stunned by Su Shirhan, but the mighty dragon, who was also an expert in arrays, felt a bit disdainful. Although he couldn't understand Su Shirhan's method, he knew that she hadn't truly broken the array. Instead, she seemed to have forced her way through, creating a path into the killing array. Humph, humph. The mighty dragon smirked coldly, thinking that Su Shirhan was simply courting death. After all, this was a killing array laid down by the Phoenix clan. To barge in like that was undoubtedly seeking death, as once the array was fully activated, Su Shirhan would have no chance of survival. The mighty dragon was utterly certain. But what left him in utter disarray was, he had been waiting outside, expecting to see Su Shirhan killed by the array. Yet that scenario never materialized. Su Shirhan walked through the array unhindered. Faced with this, the mighty dragon was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why this had happened. That was the killing array of the Phoenix clan. Even the Phoenix, armed with a quasi-emperor weapon, had been killed trying to breach it. Yet this mere woman had passed through so easily. What's going on? Seeing this, not just the mighty dragon, but the surrounding creatures were also dumbfounded. It was that easy. After such a brutal battle, with so many divine beasts killed, they might as well not have fought at all. Just follow her in. Damn. Some creatures couldn't help but curse, while others, quicker to react, immediately followed Su Shirhan's path into the array. Seeing this, many creatures were left speechless, as it was too frustrating, too infuriating. After fighting for so long, with so many divine beasts dead, this was the outcome. What was the point of blocking her earlier? Just follow her in. Let's go. The mighty dragon didn't dwell on this, as many creatures had already followed Su Shirhan's path and entered the array. He realized he was wrong. If entering the array wasn't possible this way, then how had the devouring beast entered? How foolish. After coming to this realization, the mighty dragon couldn't help but curse under his breath. It was all too foolish, but there was no point in dwelling on it. After all, the battle was over. The dead were already dead. The living had all followed into the valley. Ironically, the creatures had forced Su Shirhan to lead them in, resulting in a slaughter. Now, it was so easy to follow her in, making their earlier deaths seem so pointless. If they hadn't been so impulsive, they wouldn't have died like that. But now, it was all too late. Apart from the blood-soaked remains lying in the sand. Even if they were given another chance, they couldn't be brought back to life. If they knew this, they might be angered to death once more. Clop, clop, clop. The mighty dragon led his followers, following Su Shirhan's path, passing through the terrifying killing array, and finally appearing at the entrance of the valley. It's so hot. The mighty dragon furrowed his brows, turned his body, and flew towards Su Shirhan in front. Soon, he reached the cliff at the valley's entrance, standing behind Su Shirhan. Looking up, his eyes widened in astonishment. He was stunned, completely stunned. What lay before him was a shocking sight, a golden sea of fire. A sea of magma, like the scorching sun, a shimmering, endless expanse. What's going on? The mighty dragon was completely dumbfounded, as he had never heard of such a place within the phoenix nest. What he saw before him seemed like a small world. The fire rules are so powerful. A young, powerful vermilion bird spread its fiery wings and swiftly flew above the sea of fire. At this moment, It felt incredibly comfortable. The powerful fire energy flowed into its body, continuously entering its dantian. Its strength was almost unconsciously increasing. Let's go. Let's take a look inside. The surrounding creatures were eager, as the spiritual energy here was 10 times more concentrated than outside. If they could cultivate here, their progress would be 10 times faster. Many creatures couldn't wait to fly over. Su Shihan, however, didn't move. Instead, she stood at the cliff's edge, her eyes fixed on the golden sea of fire. The mighty dragon also didn't move. Ignoring the eager followers who wanted to enter the fiery world, he stood firmly behind Su Shihan. With previous experiences in mind, although the mighty dragon harbored animosity towards Su Shihan, he knew that following her was the right choice. No matter what was happening outside, as long as Su Shihan didn't move, he wouldn't either. Even if there were mountains of gold and silver before him, the mighty dragon would stand behind Su Shihan, unless she moved. Otherwise, he would never move. Of course, many other creatures felt the same way, as they were certain that only by following Su Shihan could they survive. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. So, like the mighty dragon, they stood behind Su Shihan. However, many creatures couldn't contain their impatience, especially seeing the vermilion bird and others break through in the fiery world. They rushed toward the sea of fire like moths to a flame. Everyone, come quickly. The spiritual energy here is so abundant. In just a short while, I feel like I'm about to break through again. The vermilion bird flapped its wings and soared, shouting, "I'm about to break through." Boom! As soon as the vermilion bird finished speaking, its body suddenly shook, and it instantly broke through from the first level of the Mark realm to the second level, and his aura continued to rise. Then, he suddenly leaped from the second level of the Mark realm to the third level. What was terrifying was that it didn't stop there. Third level of the Mark realm, fourth level of the Mark realm, fifth level of the Mark realm. He surged all the way to the ninth level of the Mark realm in one go, just a hair's breadth away from breaking into the Array realm, a true powerhouse. Seeing this, many creatures couldn't hold back anymore. That was a meteoric rise. In just the blink of an eye, the young vermilion bird had surged to the ninth level of the Mark realm. For an ordinary person to reach this level, it would take at least several decades. Yet the vermilion bird's aura was still rising, as if there was still room for further breakthroughs. What was going on? What kind of world was that place, where one could boost their cultivation so rapidly? It was simply earth-shattering. Chapter 162. Pursuit of the Devouring Beast. This isn't right. Manlong was retreating, for he found it too incredible. Such a place couldn't exist in the world. If it were that easy to improve, why would anyone bother cultivating? Everyone would simply come here. Who would still meditate in seclusion or endure rigorous training? Just come here to boost their cultivation. When something is too abnormal, there must be something sinister behind it. Manlong firmly believed this. So when Su Shihan took a step back, he immediately retreated a dozen steps. He was certain it was an illusion, and something terrifying must be at play to cause the young vermilion bird to improve so rapidly. Otherwise, such a thing couldn't happen. He was convinced that a free lunch from the heavens was undoubtedly a huge trap. That's why he didn't advance but retreated, feeling immense fear. Heaven is Qian, Earth is Kuan, Yin-Yang and the 8 trigrams form the 2 poles. Reverse Qian and Kuan to break the heavens, seal the sky and shatter the array with a single thought. 5 elements array breaking technique, break. Su Shihan suddenly narrowed her eyes, recited the incantation, and swept her hand forward. In an instant, all living beings were shaken, and everything before them changed. What was once a golden sea of fire was now replaced by a valley filled with phantom demon flowers, with countless bones protruding from the soil. Recovering from their shock, Manlong and the others widened their eyes, staring at the scene before them in disbelief. Especially Manlong, who was utterly dumbfounded. It was all thanks to his trust in Su Shihan. Otherwise, he would have already become fertilizer for these phantom demon flowers. Let's go. Su Shihan didn't waste any words. She summoned the Li Tian fire, placed it in front of her, activated the runes on her two supreme bones, and unfurled her fiery phoenix wings, stepping into the valley. Let's go. Coming to their senses, Manlong quickly led the other beings, closely following Su Han into the valley. They walked forward, passing by one terrifying phantom demon flower after another. Manlong dared not provoke the phantom demon flowers, for they were fearsome. They could induce illusions, drawing one closer until they were devoured, just like the young vermilion bird. Manlong, why are there phantom demon flowers in this place? Aren't these flowers said to exist only in the mythical realm of a mortal domain? Why are they growing here? Many beings around looked at Manlong, puzzled. They couldn't understand why such a valley would be filled with phantom demon flowers and an illusion array. Could it be that the Phoenix clan set this up? But it didn't seem likely. After all, this was the Phoenix's nest. Setting up such things in their own nest was rather strange. If it wasn't the Phoenix clan, then what creature could have done this? Why would they set up an illusion array and cultivate phantom demon flowers here? Moreover, these flowers are unique to the immortal realm. Why would something from the higher realm appear here? Could it be that a being from the immortal realm came here and planted them? Right? There are many black demon bones in the Bone Sea, which should be the remains of demon spirits who died in battle. They must have been here. Could it be that during the ancient times, the celestial realm wiped out the Phoenix clan? Many beings around had puzzled expressions, for the ancient times held too many secrets, especially the sudden fall of the 5 strongest divine clans, which has always been a historical enigma. No one knows how these powerful clans suddenly vanished, leaving only these ancestral lands, with little trace of them elsewhere. Of course, there are many rumors outside, but Manlong and the others didn't have much time to delve into this, as the valley before them seemed very dangerous, and the devouring beast was hiding in this valley, ready to attack at any moment. So, despite their doubts, they all remained vigilant, following closely behind Su Han, for they knew that the deeper they went into the valley, the closer they were to the devouring beast. Although it hadn't matured, it was still a terrifying existence. Otherwise, it would have been killed long ago. Tap, tap, tap. Su Han and the others left clear footprints on the decayed soil, and there were also traces left by the devouring beast. Roar. When they reached the depths of the valley, a furious roar echoed, followed by waves of black mist surging toward them. The devouring beast had been found, hiding in a cave ahead. Of course, it was also enraged. After fleeing here from outside, these insignificant creatures had dared to chase after it, truly seeking death. Roar! The devouring beast went berserk. As the black mist rolled in, its fanged maw opened wide, ready to devour Su Han and the others. Black-patterned Emperor Bell, kill. Manlong stomped the ground, raised the black-patterned Emperor Bell, and slammed it fiercely at the approaching devouring beast. Kill, kill, kill. The other beings, reacting quickly, also attacked, rushing toward the devouring beast. Roar! The devouring beast was completely enraged. A group of insignificant creatures dared to treat it like this. With its noble status and bloodline, it would devour these insects. Otherwise, anything would dare to disrespect it in the future. Kill! The devouring beast's killing intent exploded. It unleashed powerful attacks in retaliation. But soon, it was stunned, for it found these insects had grown stronger, especially the human woman. Each attack was sharp and deadly. Roar! The devouring beast roared in fury. Suddenly, it turned around, deciding not to engage further, and retreated into its cave. Go! Kill inside. Seeing this, the surrounding beings immediately charged into the cave with their weapons. By now, Su Han showed no hesitation. Holding the Tai Chu sword, she stormed into the cave where the devouring beast had taken refuge. After all, they had come here to capture the devouring beast, so no one would retreat. All were filled with killing intent as they charged into the cave. Chapter 163. Falling into the cave. Go! Manlong followed closely behind Su Han, shielded by the black pattern Emperor Bell, moving at an incredibly fast pace. However, the cave was rather deep. They had been chasing the devouring beast for over 10,000 meters, and eventually, they found themselves in a cave filled with raging flames. Wow! All the surrounding creatures couldn't help but feel excited, as the place before them was truly a treasure trove, filled with treasures and runes left behind by the Phoenix clan. There was even a fusang tree within the cave. That was the mythical tree where the golden crow, the sun deity, was said to reside. In an instant, the group of creatures became chaotic. Some were grabbing treasures. Some were snatching bones. Some were fighting over runes. Others were rushing towards the fusang divine tree. A fierce battle erupted within the cave as they all scrambled and fought each other for the treasures, driven mad by the opportunity. There was no choice. After all, this was the lair of the Phoenix, and any single item within could be considered a priceless treasure outside. Thus, not a single creature could resist the temptation. Bloodshed, screams, gore. The entire cave was enveloped in chaos, with every creature engaged in battle, no exceptions. They were all fighting for the relics left behind by the Phoenix clan. Devouring beast, where do you think you're going? Su Shirhan's cold gaze was fixed firmly on the devouring beast, her sword in hand, continuously attacking it. Of course, the Taotai and the gold-haired Roar were also in pursuit. Roar! Manlong let out an angry roar, knocking a powerful blue-eyed wolf demon flying with a single strike, then charging straight towards Su Shirhan. Manlong and Su Shirhan shared the same goal, the devouring beast. Although he was also very interested in the treasures within the cave, he wanted to capture the devouring beast even more. However, the devouring beast was no weakling. It wasn't easy to subdue him. The two sides were locked in a constant battle, and many creatures who couldn't dodge in time were crushed by their clashes. Devouring beast, submit? Su Shirhan stared intently at the devouring beast, slashing at him with her sword, or else my Tai Chu sword will surely cut you down. Roar! The devouring beast was enraged. He was an ancient divine beast. How could he possibly submit to a human? Absolutely not. If he did, it would be a disgrace to the entire devouring beast clan, and for someone as noble as him. A mere human. How dare she speak such words? It was an insult and a blasphemy to him. Kill! The devouring beast went berserk, black mist rising around him as he unleashed a deep swallow, forming a terrifying black hole with his gaping maw, ready to devour Su Shirhan and the others. Many creatures who couldn't react in time were instantly sucked into the devouring beast's mouth, crushed into bloody paste by the swirling black hole. Ruthless sword style cut. Su Shirhan stomped her foot, cracking the ground, then raised her hand and unleashed a powerful slash at the devouring beast, slicing the black hole he had created in half. Phoenix dance of 9 heavens, rise? Su Shirhan didn't stop there. Instead, she chanted an incantation, formed hand seals, and unleashed the phoenix technique she had learned from the Phoenix Monument. Chirp! A phoenix wreathed in blazing flames and divine radiance soared into the sky, let out a cry, then spread its wings and pounced on the devouring beast. Roar! Seeing Su Shirhan's attack coming, the devouring beast let out an angry roar, turning and fleeing in front of everyone's astonished gaze, racing deeper into the cave. Devouring beast, don't run. The Taotai and the others wouldn't let him escape. They all unleashed powerful techniques, chasing after the devouring beast. Black Pattern Emperor Bell, go. Manlong was also attacking. He really wanted to use the Black Pattern Emperor Bell to trap the devouring beast, to completely subdue it. But the devouring beast was too slippery. He wasn't afraid of Manlong's Black Pattern Emperor Bell. Every time Manlong attacked, the devouring beast would disperse the black mist and dodge the attack. Roar! Manlong's attack missed, and he immediately launched another strike, unleashing hundreds of attacks in the blink of an eye. But the devouring beast was too slippery. Whether it was Su Shirhan or Manlong, neither of them could keep him. Even with their emperor weapons, they still couldn't stop his escape. Kill, kill, kill. Under the cries of the Taotai and the others, Su Shirhan and Manlong chased the devouring beast into another cave. The cave was eerily dark and terrifying. Occasionally, demonic whispers echoed from within. As they continued to delve deeper, it seemed that many malevolent spirits were clawing at them from the walls. Roar. The gold-haired roar let out an uneasy roar. Shurhan, this place is ominous. We shouldn't go any deeper. Su Shurhan responded, but her steps didn't stop. Instead, she moved even faster, chasing after the devouring beast. This time, she absolutely couldn't let the devouring beast escape. She was determined to subdue him, to make him a cornerstone on her path to immortality. So, Su Shurhan couldn't afford to let him go, even if the path ahead was dangerous. Clang, clang, clang. Su Shurhan and the others quickly advanced, while the devouring beast fled at top speed. Of course, the pursuit and escape were accompanied by constant clashes and full-on battles within the cave. Not good. Su Shurhan suddenly cried out, then her body fell, rapidly descending from the cracked ground. What's happening? Manlong and the others were all panicking, as the downward momentum was completely uncontrollable, and even more terrifyingly, the speed was increasing. It's over. The Taudai panicked. He understood that it must have been their intense battle with the devouring beast. Their attacks were too powerful, directly causing the cave to collapse. Now, they must have fallen through the collapsed cave. But where were they falling to? Why was there a force completely controlling them, forming a terrifying domain, preventing them from flying upwards, forcing them to continue falling? In mid-fall, the Taoye's gaze sharpened. What is that? Oh my god. What are these? Why are such things appearing here? It wasn't just the Taotai now. Even Su Shurhan and Manlong's eyes widened. As various shadowy figures appeared during their descent, they let out shrill screams. With clawing hands, it was like descending into hell. When Su Shurhan and the others regained their senses, they had already landed on the ground. As they looked around, they found that the area was filled with floating, ghostly green lights, resembling the eyes of spirits. Roar! A purple gold dragon suddenly leaped high, roaring as it charged towards Su Shurhan and the others. But before Su Shurhan and the others could react, the purple gold dragon dissipated mid-air, turning into green specks that floated around. Not a living creature. Su Shurhan and the others were somewhat shocked. However, they didn't stay still. Instead, they moved forward. Chapter 164. Subduing the Devouring Beast. Roar. Seeing Su Shurhan and the others approach, the devouring beast let out a furious roar and immediately stood up, moving forward. Although the underground was eerily dark, there was a tunnel that stretched horizontally into the distance. Chase. Su Shurhan immediately led Taudai and the others in pursuit. Even though the man behind them, Manlong, felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, he still followed closely. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Su Shurhan and her group moved quickly. Despite the powerful divine beast shadows along the way, it did not hinder their pursuit of the devouring beast. However, Manlong, who was following behind, grew increasingly alarmed. The place was incredibly eerie and terrifying, with scattered divine bones and roaring beast shadows everywhere. Why are these things here? Were they all killed here? Who could have killed them? Manlong's mind was in turmoil. The shadows before him were no ordinary beings. If they appeared in the outside world, they would be invincible. Yet now, they were all trapped here, reduced to mere spirits. It was a horrifying thought. These were invincible existences. What kind of power could have slain them all? Could it have been the Phoenix Clan? Yes, it must have been the Phoenix Clan. This place seems like a storage area. It must be where the Phoenix Clan kept these powerful divine beasts as food. Phew. Manlong couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Phoenix Clan was indeed a terrifying force, keeping so many powerful beasts here as food. Fortunately, he hadn't lived in that era. Otherwise, as a mixed breed dragon, he might have ended up as the Phoenix Clan's meal. Thinking of this, Manlong shivered and cautiously followed behind Su Shurhan. He found the place too terrifying. What was even more frightening was that now that they had fallen into this place, finding a way out might be impossible. After all, if this was the Phoenix clan's storage room, leaving would not be easy. Human, wait. The more Manlong thought, the more frightened he became. He flew over to Su Shirhan and said, "Don't chase the devouring beast anymore. We've run into a huge problem. This place seems like the Phoenix clan's storage area, where they kept powerful divine beasts as food. This is like a giant prison. Now that we've fallen into it, we might never get out." "No matter," Su Shirhan replied nonchalantly. After all, the Phoenix clan had been destroyed and had been gone for many years. Even if this place was terrifying, it couldn't be as dangerous as it once was. Leaving should be easy. The most critical thing now was to capture the devouring beast ahead and not let it escape again. No matter. Manlong felt a bit uneasy. He found it hard to believe that Su Shirhan could lead him out of this place. After all, this was the Phoenix clan's prison. Even after so many years, it remained a terrifying place. What if a powerful divine beast hadn't died here? They would be walking into a tiger's den, with no way out. What should we do? Manlong's head buzzed. He didn't want to stay in this eerie place for even a moment longer. He regretted following Su Shirhan to capture the devouring beast. Choosing to take the Fusang divine tree would have been better. But now, regret was useless. They were already trapped here. All they could do was follow Su Shirhan and hope she could lead them out. Otherwise, they would be doomed. Devouring beast, where do you think you're going? Su Shirhan completely ignored Manlong. Instead, she focused on the devouring beast, launching a fierce attack with Jin Mao Ho and the others. The devouring beast was driven into a corner, howling in pain as the relentless attacks struck it. "Humans, how dare you treat me like this? Don't you fear that once I grow stronger, I'll wipe out all of humanity?" The devouring beast finally transmitted a series of spiritual messages filled with anger and killing intent. Fear. Su Shirhan smirked coldly, not bothering to respond. She had nothing to fear and would never allow such a thing to happen. If she couldn't subdue this devouring beast today, she would kill it. She would never let it fulfill its threat. "Devouring beast, stop dreaming," Jin Mao Ho said, thrusting his spear fiercely at the beast. "You have two choices. Either submit by offering your slave seal, or we will kill you today." "Never." The devouring beast roared to the sky, its blood-red eyes glaring at Su Shirhan and the others. "As a devouring beast, I will never submit. Even if I die in battle, I will never yield to you." "Then let's fight." Su Shirhan wielded the Taichu sword, unleashing a torrent of over 10,000 strikes at the devouring beast, shattering its surroundings. "Human, you?" The devouring beast was on the verge of tears. It was a powerful devouring beast, capable of swallowing the heavens. Yet now it was being beaten by a human. Was it going to die at the hands of this human? No, I can't die like this. I spoke too rashly earlier. If I die like this, it would be a huge loss. The devouring beast gritted its teeth and finally transmitted a spiritual message to Su Shirhan. "Human, I will submit to you today, but if you ever encounter my ancestors, they will kill you. So, stop trying to subdue me. You can't handle an existence like me, do you understand? Is that so?" Su Shirhan's gaze was cold, her methods ruthless. "If you don't submit, then you will be killed. You." The devouring beast was in complete chaos. This human was too difficult to deal with, completely ignoring its threats. Was it really going to submit to this human? The devouring beast felt deeply wronged. But what choice did it have? Su Shirhan was incredibly powerful, and they had so many divine weapons. Continuing to fight would only lead to its death. "Stop." After much hesitation, the devouring beast dispersed the black mist around it, revealing its true form. It opened its fanged mouth and said to Su Shirhan, "I can submit to you, but you must never ride me." Su Shirhan raised an eyebrow, gripping the Taichu sword as she looked at the devouring beast. "Hand over your slave seal." Roar. The devouring beast let out an unwilling roar and finally condensed its slave seal, ready to fly towards Su Shirhan. But at that moment, Manlong suddenly swooped in, extending his sharp claws to grab the devouring beast's slave seal. Ha, ha, ha. Manlong was ecstatic. This was the moment he had been waiting for. If he could seize the devouring beast's slave seal, the beast would be his. Then, he could do whatever he wanted with Su Shihan. Human, such a noble divine beast like the devouring beast is better off with me. Your status is not worthy of possessing it. As Manlong spoke, he was about to grab the devouring beast's slave seal, but in the next instant, a sword light flashed like lightning, severing his dragon claws. Ignoring his painful roars, Su Shihan swung her sword, aiming directly at Manlong's head. Black Pattern Emperor Bell, break. Manlong roared and swiftly swung the Black Pattern Emperor Bell towards Su Shihan, then opened his blood-soaked maw to lunge at the devouring beast's slave seal. You're courting death? Su Shihan spread her phoenix wings behind her, launching herself forward with incredible speed. With a single sword strike, she knocked the Black Pattern Emperor Bell out of Manlong's grasp, then closed in and delivered a fierce kick to his head. Oh, woo! Manlong let out a pained howl as he was sent flying, crashing into a mountain wall and reducing it to rubble. He fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Human, just you wait. I will make you pay for this humiliation. Manlong, covered in blood, wailed from the ground. Manlong, I'll give you one last chance. Get lost now, or I will not hesitate to kill you, Su Shihan said, holding the devouring beast's slave seal in her hand. She pressed it into her forehead, completing the bond with the devouring beast, then turned her gaze to the groaning Manlong. Human, this isn't over. One day, I will make you regret this. Manlong glared viciously at Su Shihan before swiftly flying away. Everything was settled. Manlong knew he couldn't defeat Su Shihan now, and under these circumstances, his only choice was to retreat without a fight. But this grudge would not go unavenged. Once he grew stronger in the future, he would hunt down this human and make her pay for humiliating him. He, Manlong, was not someone to be trifled with. Let's go. Su Shihan had never taken Manlong seriously. That was why she let him live and leave. Human, where are you taking me? The devouring beast asked, looking at Su Shihan. Where to? Su Shihan turned to the devouring beast and said, Of course, I'm taking you out of here and back to our world. Human, that's impossible. The devouring beast shook its head. I can't leave this place. My strength is too weak to break free from the phoenix nest restraints. There's no way I can leave this nest. Oh. Su Shihan frowned, then said, Let's go to the exit and see. Go to the exit and see? The devouring beast was rendered speechless. What kind of nonsense was this human spouting? If you can take me out through the exit, I'll admit defeat. But can you really take me out? The devouring beast didn't believe Su Shihan for a second. He thought the idea was utterly impossible. After all, if it were that easy to leave the phoenix nest, he would have done so long ago. Chapter 165. Regretting the Past. Let's go. Su Shihan completely ignored the reactions of the devouring beast. Holding a long sword, she strode forward, with Tao Tai and the others following closely behind. Of course, the devouring beast followed as well. However, the journey ahead was somewhat alarming, as the silhouettes of powerful divine beasts roared and snarled at Su Shihan and her group. These divine beasts are so strong. The golden howler held a broken pottery jar on his head, trembling as he walked and said, Even though they are just shadows of divine beasts, when they roar at me, my soul trembles. The Phoenix clan was invincible during the ancient era of chaos, but no one knows what happened during that time. The entire Phoenix clan disappeared, leaving only this ancestral Phoenix sanctuary without any other traces. Indeed. The golden howler swallowed hard and said, Not only did the Phoenix clan vanish in that era, but even the mighty dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise clans were wiped out. Even the terrifying and despair-inducing Qilin clan disappeared during the ancient era of chaos. Alas! The devouring beast sighed upon hearing this. As his own clan, the devouring beasts also existed during that time. He was one of the few survivors of the Devouring Beast clan. Although he did not experience the Great War of the Ancient Era, he was a living being that survived from that time, sealed and buried in this phoenix nest by his ancestors using divine stones. He only awakened from the seal in recent years. However, for some reason, the phoenix nest had restrictions that completely prevented him from leaving this place. He had tried many times, but each attempt ended in failure. This time, however, was his closest to leaving the phoenix nest, yet he still could not escape, as if a powerful force of rules was restraining him. The devouring beast thought of many things. Although he did not participate in the Great War of the Ancient Era, he still knew what had happened during that time. That was definitely the darkest era. On this land of the celestial realm, many powerful races were born. At that time, the strong competed for supremacy. The 5 great divine races waged continuous wars, eventually shattering the celestial realm. That's how the current Eastern Star Domain was formed. Alas, the devouring beast sighed again inwardly, as the celestial realm back then was not like now. The celestial realm at that time was absolutely vast and boundless. Of course, the immortal domain was also part of the celestial realm, but it was later cut off by some powerful beings, forming the current structure. The mortal realm, the spirit realm, the immortal realm. However, the devouring beast knew that there was something even more powerful than the immortal domain, and that was the Hongmeng heavenly realm. Back then, the celestial realm was destroyed because of the intervention of the beings from the Hongmeng heavenly realm. It shattered into countless small planets rotating in the Eastern Star Domain, eventually being divided into the immortal realm, spirit realm, and mortal realm. Alas, the devouring beast sighed heavily, as these memories were too far away from him. All the powerful beings from that era had perished. Those who survived must have been like him, sealed by their powerful ancestors and buried in places like the phoenix nest. It was a way to leave a spark of hope for their lineage. Of course, the devouring beast would not reveal his identity, because that would be extremely dangerous for him. After all, the sparks left from the ancient era. No one knows if a powerful being would take action to eliminate him. Therefore, the devouring beast would never reveal his identity, not even to Su Shurdan. Hey, devouring beast, what are you doing? While the devouring beast was reminiscing about the past, Taodai glanced at him and said, "Let's go." All right. The devouring beast responded and followed Su Shurdan forward. The ground was littered with scattered bones. As they progressed, they encountered increasingly formidable beast silhouettes, and some of these beasts' roars generated sound waves that launched direct attacks on them. However, Su Shurdan and her group had 2 imperial artifacts, and despite encountering many dangers, they managed to move forward safely with the divine might of the imperial artifacts. Soon, they had walked over 10,000 meters. The place in front of them was like a graveyard of divine beasts, with countless powerful divine beasts having perished here. They even saw the silhouettes of the ancestral dragon clan and the Qilin clan. Su Shurdan and her group did not expect that. In that era, even the ancestral dragon clan and the Qilin clan were turned into reserve food for the Phoenix clan. It was clear that the Phoenix clan was absolutely peerless during that time. Tap, tap, tap. Su Shurdan and her group walked lightly but quickly, but soon, a figure followed behind them. His body had shrunk countless times. He followed closely behind Su Shurdan and her group. He was the brutal dragon, who had been injured by Su Shurdan. Earlier, he had not gone far, and after treating his injuries, he transformed into a dragon the size of a thumb. He followed closely behind Su Shurdan and her group. He dared not stop, because this place was truly terrifying. Although there were no real living beings attacking, the brutal dragon felt an inexplicable dread. He always felt that a powerful existence was watching them in the darkness, but for some reason, it had not emerged from this eerie and hellish place. The brutal dragon gazed at Su Shurdan's gradually receding back, his eyes filled with complex emotions. However, he did not linger for long. He almost always followed closely behind Su Shurdan and her group. After walking about 2,000 meters, the brutal dragon's gaze suddenly froze, as a golden path paved with sacred bones appeared ahead. Wow! The brutal dragon's head buzzed, as he recognized at a glance that these golden sacred bones were the legendary bones of saints. What is a saint? A saint is an immortal and indestructible existence, capable of cutting through an entire immortal domain and slaying countless living beings. Because he had surpassed the realm of immortals, he was the true ancestor of 10,000 immortals, capable of suppressing an entire domain. But now, they had been killed by the Phoenix clan and used their golden sacred bones to pave a path. What kind of terrifying means and power was this? Seeing this scene, the brutal dragon was completely overwhelmed, as this sight was too shocking, too horrifying. However, Su Dan and her group walked right past it, stepping onto the golden sacred bone path. "You're looking for death?" The brutal dragon's expression twitched as he watched Su Dan about to step onto the golden sacred bone path, his face breaking into a grin, as he was extremely delighted. Su Dan was definitely seeking death. A mere human, only at the inscription realm, now dared to step onto the sacred bone path. Could she withstand the killing intent of the saint's bones? Human, die. The brutal dragon could not help but feel a surge of excitement, staring intently at Su Dan, waiting to see her crushed by the killing intent of the sacred bones. But in the blink of an eye, all the expressions on the brutal dragon's face froze, his eyes wide as he stared at Su Dan in disbelief. Why is it like this? The brutal dragon almost couldn't help but roar out loud as Su Dan stepped onto the path. She was completely unharmed. Waves of white light spread around Su Dan, and behind her, a black divine ring rose, followed by a Tianfeng spreading its wings and letting out a cry. It turned into a powerful silhouette that enveloped Su Dan and her companions, protecting them all. Tap, tap, tap. Su Dan and her group did not stop, directly stepping onto the golden sacred bone path and moving forward. Seeing this, the brutal dragon could not hold back and quickly followed, wanting to leave this place with Su Dan and her group. But once again, he was left dumbfounded. He couldn't pass through. He was blocked. There was a mysterious power emanating from the golden sacred bones, completely preventing him from crossing. He couldn't pass through. Roar. How could the brutal dragon accept this? He let out a roar, spun his body, and with the black stripe imperial bell in hand, he quickly charged toward the barrier formed by the golden sacred bones. Bang! With a single strike, the entire world before the brutal dragon trembled, and boundless golden runes surged like waves, instantly engulfing him. Chirp! In the pitch-black void, a surge of flames appeared, and soon, phoenixes formed from golden runes swooped down, all furiously attacking the brutal dragon. Roar! The brutal dragon's eyes were wide with fury as he realized he couldn't cross this place. He was completely blocked here. He was trapped in this graveyard, trapped in this prison, never to leave. Roar! The brutal dragon went berserk, his eyes turning blood red as he unleashed all his abilities toward the exit. But no matter how powerful his attacks were, he couldn't escape this prison, as his path was completely blocked. It's over. The brutal dragon's heart was filled with resentment, but he knew he was doomed. It was all because of his attempt to compete with Su Dan over the devouring beast. Now, he was completely trapped here. He would never be able to leave, as this was the prison of the Phoenix clan, a place specifically used to store food for the phoenixes. Such a place would never allow anyone to leave so easily. He couldn't escape. The brutal dragon realized he was doomed. He could have survived, but now it was too late to regret. Chapter 166, Phoenix Inheritance. Su Han was well aware of Monlong's situation. However, she had no intention of saving him. After all, she had already spared his life earlier, and whether he could escape or not had nothing to do with her. Moreover, given the current circumstances, she absolutely wouldn't intervene. After traversing the golden holy bone path, a massive underground palace suddenly appeared before them. A magnificent sculpture of a primordial phoenix with wings spread wide stood prominently in their view. Behind the phoenix sculpture was an underground palace, with two enormous stone gates blocking the entrance. Creak, creak, creak. Su Shirhan and the others approached and pushed open the two massive stone gates with ease. Instantly, a powerful aura of the phoenix swept toward them. Wow! Tao Tai and the others were stunned. What lay before them was the treasure vault of the Phoenix clan. Countless precious bones, divine weapons, and artifacts filled the underground palace. Each item, if taken outside, would be priceless and could incite battles among the supreme beings. Wonderful. All of these are wonderful treasures. After a while, Jin Maoho finally snapped out of his astonishment and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Of course, Tao Tai and the others were also elated, especially Tun Tian-shou. Gazing at the divine weapons and artifacts before him, his eyes sparkled with countless little stars. If he could devour all these divine weapons, he was certain he could break through. All mine. Everything is mine. Tun Tian-shou roared and rushed into the underground palace at lightning speed. He opened his mouth and instantly swallowed over 100 divine weapons. Tun Tian-shou, slow down. Don't swallow all the divine weapons. Leave some for us, will you? Jin Maoho was in pain. This Tun Tian-shou was too fast. He didn't even give him time to react before rushing in. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the divine weapons had been devoured, and soon, even the divine medicines and spirit stones fell victim to his voracious appetite. Tao Tai and Jin Maoho stomped in frustration, as this was truly a waste. Each of these items was extraordinary, and any one of them would fetch an astronomical price outside. Yet, they were all devoured by Tun Tian-shou. Seeing this, Tao Tai and Jin Maoho really wanted to knock him out. What is it? Su Shirhan's heart jolted. A strong sense of calling had been growing, and here, it suddenly intensified. Unable to resist, Su Shirhan followed this calling and walked forward. Soon, she crossed a series of palaces and arrived before an imposing phoenix throne. What is this? Su Shirhan furrowed her brows and approached the phoenix throne. When she stepped onto it, the ground was in disarray. Scattered bone dust and fragments indicated a fierce battle had once taken place here, with many powerful beings slain. What could be here? Why is the sense of calling so strong? Yet there seems to be nothing here. Su Shirhan's expression grew more puzzled. Standing on the phoenix throne, she could feel the intense calling, yet there was nothing in sight. Of course, the phoenix throne itself had long been shattered. The ground was filled with ruins, with nothing particularly special. In frustration, Su Shirhan waved her hand, scattering the debris. Then, she sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing her mind to sense the calling. However, the calling was erratic, sometimes weak and sometimes strong, as if sealed by something. It seemed unable to break free and needed Su Shirhan's help. The problem was, she couldn't pinpoint its exact location, only feeling the intermittent calling in her heart. Just as Su Shirhan was about to give up, her mind suddenly focused. She summoned the Tai Chu sword and swiftly slashed at the stone wall before her. Clang! Su Shirhan's eyes widened as she looked at the stone wall. What's going on? She was completely caught off guard. The stone wall before her hadn't been shattered by her slash. Her Tai Chu sword was an invincible imperial weapon. Although her current cultivation only allowed her to wield a fraction of its power, slicing through a stone wall should have been effortless. Yet, the wall remained intact. Phoenixite stone. Su Shirhan's eyes narrowed as she gripped the Tai Chu sword in reverse. She channeled all her spiritual energy from her dantian, activated her 12 heavenly realms, and fused the sword Dao runes within them. With a forceful slash, she struck the stone wall. Clang! The stone wall still didn't break. Su Shirhan was now uneasy. This strike was 10 times more powerful than the previous one, incorporating the sword Dao runes from her Dongtan, yet it still failed to break through the wall. The object must be inside. Su Shirhan was certain. The The thing calling to her was likely behind the stone wall before her. Let's look around. After standing there for a while, Su Shirhan put away the Tai-Chu sword and began searching the surroundings. She knew if she couldn't break the phoenixite stone, there must be a mechanism nearby to open the wall. Shirhan, what's wrong? Seeing this, Tao Tai and the others gathered around, their eyes filled with confusion. They didn't understand why Su Shirhan was slashing at a wall and now searching frantically. This scene left Tao Tai and the others baffled, especially Tun Tianshou, who looked completely lost. Quick, help me look. Seeing Tao Tai and the others approach, Su Shirhan immediately showed an anxious expression. Help me search around for any mechanisms. Mechanism? Tao Tai and Jin Mao Ho quickly realized something. Su Shirhan must have discovered something valuable, likely a treasure vault, and was searching for a way to open it. However, after searching the entire underground palace, they found no trace of any mechanism. Frustrated, Su Shirhan stomped her feet in front of the throne's stone wall, then gripped the Tai-Chu sword and began slashing furiously at the wall. Creak, creak, creak. Just as Su Shirhan was about to attack again, the stone wall suddenly opened, revealing a shimmering, intricately patterned, illusionary gate. The intense calling was coming from beyond the gate. Phew! After a moment of silence, Su Shirhan stepped through the gate. Jin Mao Ho and the others wanted to follow, but an invisible barrier blocked them. The illusionary gate only allowed Su Shirhan to pass. Unable to follow, Jin Mao Ho and the others had no choice but to give up. Su Shirhan, however, stepped through without hesitation. There was no ominous aura. Instead, a radiant, divine world greeted her, with shimmering lights and a sacred presence. Tap, tap, tap. Su Shirhan stepped inside. Soon, she entered a large stone chamber filled with glittering treasures. The chamber was simple. Against the wall stood a white jade bed. Approaching it, Su Shirhan touched the bed, feeling an icy chill emanate from it. This bed is special. After a closer look, Su Shirhan realized the bed was extraordinary, made of Feng Tian Han jade, a precious artifact for cultivation. Anyone who could cultivate on this bed would experience significantly faster progress. Su Shirhan didn't dwell on it. With a wave of her hand, she stored the jade bed in her space. Tap, tap, tap. Su Shirhan walked around the stone chamber, collecting everything she could, and then stepped through a side door. The side door led to a series of jade steps that descended downward. Following the jade steps, Su Shirhan soon discovered a blood pool below. The blood in the pool glowed like crimson diamonds. Is there something wrong with this blood? Su Shirhan was astonished by the sight before her, especially the sensation resonating within her. She finally understood what had been calling to her. It was a legacy, the legacy of the Phoenix clan, hidden beneath the crimson blood. It was imbued with boundless runes. Chirp! As Su Shirhan focused to sense the blood pool, the runes within it suddenly burst into dazzling light, forming a massive phoenix that spread its wings and soared. The Phoenix Legacy? Su Shirhan stared in awe at the soaring phoenix. She felt the supreme techniques within it. She experienced the myriad changes of its flight and mimicked its evolution. In that instant, it felt as if millions of years had passed. And yet, Su Shirhan stood motionless before the blood pool, utterly entranced, as she delved into deep comprehension, sensing the myriad transformations of the phoenix's flight. Buzz! Su Shirhan had no idea how long she had stood there, until the phoenix transformed into countless runes, swarming toward her, jolting her out of her trance. Phoenix runes! Su Shirhan's expression shifted as she almost instinctively imprinted all the runes into her mind. She dared not miss a single one. For this was the Phoenix clan's strongest legacy, belonging to the ancestral phoenix. It was undoubtedly a supreme divine art. Moreover, Su Shirhan was already a fanatic when it came to cultivation. Facing the Phoenix clan's legacy, she focused all her spirit and willpower, straining every nerve to memorize the boundless mysteries and supreme techniques. Chirp! A resounding cry echoed in Su Shirhan's vision. Suddenly, Radiant golden runes formed streaks of golden light, pouring directly into her soul palace through her forehead. Immediately after, a phoenix mark appeared on her forehead, accompanied by 3 vertical divine patterns and blazing flames. Chirp! Su Shirhan's blood stirred, and countless divine runes engulfed her. In an instant, 2 streams of golden blue flames shot out from her eyes. Although she stood still, her aura had drastically changed. Su Shirhan now stood before the blood pool like a heavenly phoenix. Chirp! Su Shirhan's cold eyes suddenly opened, and an overwhelming pressure that could shatter the heavens exploded. The phoenix wings behind her were now adorned with even more divine patterns. Huff! After standing before the blood pool for a long while, Su Shirhan exhaled deeply and reached out toward the pool. Chirp! A fiery red divine light from the pool landed in Su Shirhan's hand. Upon closer inspection, it was a broken bow. Although the bow's body was exquisitely crafted, there was no bowstring. Of course, it wasn't just exquisite. When Su Shirhan held the bow, it unleashed a killing intent powerful enough to crush the heavens. The phoenix bow? Su Shirhan examined the bow, then stored it in her spatial pouch. After standing still for a while, she didn't linger any longer. She ascended the jade steps, searched the stone chamber one last time, and finally exited, leading Tao Tai and the others out of the underground palace. Soon, they reappeared in the cave where they had first entered. The battle there was still ongoing, with powerful beings fighting and struggling for dominance. However, the Fusang tree had already vanished. Su Shirhan had intended to claim it, but by the time she arrived, she learned from the other beings that the Fusang tree had already fled. Helpless, Su Shirhan and the others could only give up. However, they had no interest in the treasures and bones before them, as they had already obtained far more valuable bones and techniques. Let's go. Su Shirhan was decisive, without any hesitation, leading Tao Tai and the others out of the cave. Chapter 167. Seeking Death on Your Own. Humph, it's that good for nothing. Chapter 167. Seeking Death. Humph, it's that Feiwu. As Su Shirhan received the Phoenix inheritance, Lin Xingyo in the City of Despair glanced at Su Shirhan through the Chinkoan mirror. Without hesitation, he strode toward a seemingly decent bathhouse, his steps exuding an air of arrogance. However, this scene was Shahal witnessed by Tang Qianchuan, who was out purchasing herbs. Humph, humph. Seeing this, Tang Qianchuan let out 2 cold snorts, his eyes immediately flashing with a murderous glint. He had a major task at hand, and was about to witness Lin Xingyo's demise. He had been waiting for this opportunity for days, never expecting Lin Xingyo to come here to seek death. Well, he would help him with that. After all, his uncle had also arrived, eager to avenge his master. All Tang Qianchuan needed to do was inform his uncle about Lin Xingyo's presence here. Then, Lin Xingyo would surely meet his end. You brought this upon yourself, Feiwu. Don't blame me when you're dead. Tang Qianchuan sneered Gai Ly at Lin Xingyo's retreating figure, then arranged for 2 men to guard the place before leaving with the herbs in hand. He hurried back to inform his uncle, eager to bring him here to kill Lin Xingyo and rid himself of the Feiwu who had been so insolent to him. Kill, kill, kill. Tang Qianchuan's inner rage exploded. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No one would stop him from killing Lin Xingyo this time. He had long been tormented by Lin Xingyo and had long desired his death. Now, with Su Shirhan absent, it was the perfect chance. Ha ha ha. Tang Qianchuan's eyes brimmed with excitement as he anticipated what was to come. He even imagined Lin Xingyo kneeling before his uncle, begging for mercy. The thought brought an even broader smile to his face, as he had endured far too much humiliation from Lin Xingyo. Tap, tap, tap. Tang Qianchuan practically skipped back to the inn where he was staying, reaching it in just over 10 minutes. Uncle, great news. Even before entering the inn, Tang Qianchuan's voice echoed through the air, holding the herbs in his hand. Speak. Inside the inn, an elderly man with white hair and a short, imposing stature glanced at Tang Qianchuan. Make it worthwhile, or I'll kill you with a single palm strike. Uncle, don't worry. It's a huge matter. You'll be very pleased once you hear it, and you'll immediately want to join me in handling it, Tang Qianquan assured him. Oh. The old man raised an eyebrow at Tang Qianquan, then tapped his fingers on the table. Then tell me. Uncle, the matter is this. Tang Qianquan whispered the details of his encounter with Lin Xingyo into the old man's ear, including the incident of Lin Xingyo consuming his master's beyond. He embellished the story, fueling the old man's fury. The old man, known as the Fire Rat Emperor, was a being from the ancient Forbidden Zone. His cultivation had long reached the level of a celestial emperor, CND, of the first rank. His anger could shake the entire city of despair, and even beyond, causing countless beings to tremble. Kill, kill, kill. The Fire Rat Emperor clenched his fists tightly, his steps quickening as he followed Tang Qianquan toward the bathhouse. He was determined to kill Lin Xingyo. This anger had been building within him for far too long. He dared not confront Lin Xingyo in the ancient Forbidden Zone, but here, he had no such fear. Kill. With a murderous intent firmly planted in his heart, the Fire Rat Emperor strode into the bathhouse. The staff, recognizing the Fire Rat Emperor, dared not interfere, especially given his raging aura. They could only wonder which unfortunate soul had provoked the Fire Rat Emperor and was now seeking death. Tap, tap, tap. The Fire Rat Emperor, with his head held high and his hands behind his back, walked with an air of utmost arrogance toward the bathhouse interior. Uncle, this way please. Seeing this, Tang Qianquan was ecstatic, as he would finally witness Lin Xingyo's demise. He had waited far too long for this moment. The thought of Lin Xingyo being killed by the Fire Rat Emperor filled him with delight. The Fire Rat Emperor acknowledged with a nod, following Tang Qianquan to a luxurious bathhouse. Uncle, the arrogant wretch who killed my master is inside. Upon reaching the destination, Tang Qianquan immediately bowed deeply, his face filled with a smile akin to blooming chrysanthemums. Smash! The Fire Rat Emperor was direct, flicking his hand to shatter the wooden door into pieces, then glaring fiercely into the bathhouse. Huh! Inside, Lin Xingyo, who was soaking in the bath, suddenly opened his eyes, his face expressing displeasure. He had been enjoying his soak when an old man had shattered his door. Lin Xingyo was instantly furious. He had come here for a purpose, mainly to meet with the Candle Dragon Emperor and the Tautir Emperor. Lin Xingyo had discovered an unusual mark on his back and had arranged this meeting to see if they had similar marks. However, the Candle Dragon Emperor and the others had not yet arrived, and this incident had occurred first. Soon, Lin Xingyo's gaze fell upon Tang Qianquan. Tang Qianquan, why are you here? Lin Xingyo's eyes narrowed, his anger deepening as he looked at Tang Qianquan. What do you think you're doing? Humph. Tang Qianquan snorted coldly, disdainfully glancing at Lin Xingyo and sneering. Of course, it's to kill you. You ate my master and humiliated me repeatedly. Now that my uncle is here, see how you'll escape today. Kill me? Your uncle? Lin Xingyo squinted his clear eyes, examining the Fire Rat Emperor. Old man, do you want to kill me? Huh. The Fire Rat Emperor was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. He was a mighty emperor, yet this insignificant creature dared to disrespect him. He deserved death. Humph. Seeing this, Tang Qianquan snorted coldly twice, his eyes immediately glowing with a sinister red light. He had a major task at hand. He was about to witness Lin Xingyo's death. He had waited for this opportunity for days, and never expected Lin Xingyo to come here to seek his own demise. Well, Tang Qianquan would gladly assist him in that endeavor. After all, his Sirsu had arrived, eager to avenge his master's death. All Tang Qianquan needed to do was return and inform his Sirsu of Lin Xingyo's presence here. Then, Lin Xingyo would surely meet his end. Worthless fool, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me for your demise. Tang Qianquan glared at Lin Xingyo's disappearing back, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. He then assigned 2 men to watch the place and departed with the herbs, hastening back to report the matter to his Sursu. His intention was clear. He wanted his Sursu to come and eliminate Lin Xingyo, the so-called Fei Wu who had repeatedly insulted him. Kill. Tang Qianquan's inner rage exploded. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No one would be allowed to interfere. Lin Xingyo must die. Tang Qianquan had long grown weary of him and had long desired his death. With Su Shihan now absent, this was the perfect chance. Ha ha ha. Tang Qianquan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his excitement palpable as he imagined the imminent scene. He could almost see Lin Xingyo kneeling before his Sursu, pleading for mercy. The very thought brought a broader, more sinister smile to his face, as he savored the prospect of finally witnessing Lin Xingyo's downfall. After all, he had borne far too much humiliation at the hands of this man. Tap tap tap, Tang Qianquan's footsteps quickened, and within mere minutes, he arrived at the inn where he was staying. Uncle, incredible news? Even before entering the inn, Tang Qianquan's voice rang out, holding the herbs in his hand. Speak. Inside the inn, an elderly man with snow-white hair and a short, imposing stature turned to glance at Tang Qianquan. Speak quickly, he said sternly. If it's not important, I'll end you with a single palm strike. Uncle, rest assured, it's a matter of great importance. You'll be thrilled once you hear it, and you'll immediately want to join me in addressing it, Tang Qianquan replied with confidence. Oh. The old man raised an eyebrow at Tang Qianquan, then tapped his fingers on the table. Then tell me. Uncle, the situation is as follows. Tang Qianquan leaned in and whispered the details of his encounter with Lin Xingyo, including the incident of Lin Xingyo consuming his master's bixia. Of course, he embellished the story, fueling the Fire Rat Emperor's fury. The Fire Rat Emperor, already enraged, decided to head straight to the bathhouse to kill Lin Xingyo. The Fire Rat Emperor was a being from the ancient Forbidden Zone, with a cultivation level of Immortal Emperor First Layer. His wrath could shake the entire city of despair, and even beyond, causing countless living beings to tremble in fear. Kill, kill, kill? The Fire Rat Emperor clenched his fists tightly, his steps quickening as he followed Tang Qianquan to the bathhouse. He was determined to kill Lin Xingyo. The anger he had suppressed for so long was about to erupt. He dared not confront Lin Xingyo in the ancient Forbidden Zone, but here in the City of Despair, he would have no such hesitation. Kill. With a decisive thought, the Fire Rat Emperor strode into the bathhouse. The attendants, recognizing the Emperor's imposing presence, dared not obstruct him, especially given his murderous aura. They could only wonder which unfortunate soul had provoked the Fire Rat Emperor, sealing their own fate. Tap tap tap, the Fire Mouse Emperor strode forward with his head held high, his hands clasped behind his back, radiating an aura of unmatched arrogance as he advanced further into the bathhouse. Uncle, this way, please? Tang Qianquan, witnessing this, was ecstatic. Finally, he would witness Lin Xingyo's demise. He had waited far too long for this moment. Soon, he would see Lin Xingyo being slaughtered by the Fire Rat Emperor. It was too perfect. MMM. The Fire Rat Emperor nodded in acknowledgement and followed Tang Qianquan to a luxurious bathhouse. Uncle, the audacious villain who murdered my master is inside. Upon arriving at the destination, Tang Qianquan immediately bowed respectfully, his face radiating eagerness as he addressed the Fire Rat Emperor. Smash! Without hesitation, the Fire Rat Emperor raised his hand, shattering the wooden door into pieces. His eyes blazing with fury, he stepped into the bathhouse. Inside the bathhouse, Lin Xingyo, who had been leisurely soaking in the pool, suddenly opened his eyes, his expression clouded with displeasure. He had been enjoying his bath when an unwelcome old man had shattered his door. This intrusion infuriated him. Lin Xingyo had come to this place with a specific purpose, to meet with the Candle Dragon Emperor and the Gluttony Emperor. He had discovered an unusual mark on his back and had arranged this meeting in the bathhouse to examine whether they too bore the same mark. He wanted to uncover the truth openly, allowing everyone to strip down and compare. However, the Tulung Di and others had yet to arrive, and this unexpected incident had occurred. Quickly, Lin Xingyo's gaze fell upon Tang Qianquan. Tang Qianquan, why are you here? Lin Xingyo's eyes narrowed, his anger deepening as he addressed Tang Qianquan. What do you think you're doing? Humph, humph. Tang Qianquan snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain as he sneered at Lin Xingyo. I've come to end you. You've humiliated me repeatedly by devouring my master. Now that my uncle is here, let's see how you manage to escape your doom today. Kill me? Your uncle? Lin Xingyo narrowed his clear eyes, scrutinizing the Fire Rat Emperor. Creepy old man, you want to kill me? The Fire Rat Emperor was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted with fury. Who did this insignificant creature think he was, to speak to a powerful emperor in such a manner? He deserved death for his insolence. Chapter 168. Stunned? You useless fool, keep acting tough. When Tang Qianquan heard Lin Xingyo's words, his eyes instantly flashed with cruel bloodlust, for he knew Lin Xingyo was as good as dead. After all, the being before them was the Fire Rat Emperor, not some old man, and just hearing those few words, Tang Qianquan knew that even a deity couldn't save Lin Xingyo now. Lin Xingyo was definitely doomed. Human, you are very bold. The Fire Rat Emperor's cold, murderous eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo as he said, to dare speak such words in front of me, the Fire Rat Emperor. I am giving you a chance now, a chance to self-destruct. Go ahead and take your own life. Humph, humph. Seeing the Fire Rat Emperor's murderous expression, Tang Qianquan's eyes lit up with glee as he looked at Lin Xingyo. This useless fool was truly courting death. You weren't very arrogant, were you? Today, I'd like to see how arrogant you can still be. Now that you've offended the Fire Rat Emperor, I don't believe you can still survive. Tang Qianquan gleefully watched Lin Xingyo, eagerly anticipating the sight of Lin Xingyo kneeling and begging for mercy. But to Tang Qianquan's shock and astonishment, the scene he expected never materialized. Instead, Lin Xingyo glanced at them and said, "Oh, going on a journey? Then you'd better hurry. Don't dirty the ground here." Damn, damn, damn. Tang Qianquan was utterly infuriated by Lin Xingyo's words, because he simply couldn't comprehend. What gave this useless fool the audacity to speak such words? Didn't he just hear everything? The being before him was the Fire Rat Emperor, a peerless existence across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He, a mere nobody, dared to speak like that. Didn't he understand that the Fire Rat Emperor could kill him with a single thought? Very well, very well. Compared to Tang Qianquan, the Fire Rat Emperor was truly enraged now. Because of his status, he had never encountered such a situation before, especially from a lowly human, daring to speak to him in such a manner. It seemed it was time for him to show just how overwhelming his killing intent was. Human, come here and die. The Fire Rat Emperor, brimming with murderous intent, glared at Lin Xingyo with a ferocious expression. Humph! Lin Xingyo casually glanced at the Fire Rat Emperor and said disdainfully, "You dare speak to me like that? Old man, I'll give you a chance now. Get lost immediately, or don't blame me for killing you later." Huh! The Fire Rat Emperor was completely enraged, as these were the most arrogant words he had ever heard. After all, no one, past or present, had ever dared to speak to him like this, because he was the powerful Fire Rat Emperor. Anyone who dared speak to him like this was courting death. Of course, this human daring to speak so boldly now, even if the Heavenly Emperor himself came, he would still be killed. Otherwise, what face would the great Fire Rat Emperor have left in this world? Kill. With the decision to kill, the Fire Rat Emperor's aura exploded, and behind him, a series of divine lights surged into the sky. Human, how do you wish to die? The Fire Rat Emperor, with overwhelming momentum, looked down at Lin Xingyo. How do I wish to die? Lin Xingyo chuckled at this question. A mere old rat dared to speak so boldly. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but look at the Fire Rat Emperor with a bit more respect, as it had been a long time since he had heard such words. Old man, I actually wanted to ask you this, since you brought it up. After a brief silence, Lin Xingyo looked up at the Fire Rat Emperor and said, "So tell me, how do you wish to die?" "What?" Tang Qianquan was utterly flabbergasted. Seeing Lin Xingyo, a mere nobody, dare to speak so boldly. After snapping out of it, Tang Qianquan glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo and said, "You dog! How dare you? Do you know who you're dealing with? You, a mere nobody, dare to speak so arrogantly. Tang Qianquan, is this old man your trump card to kill me?" Lin Xingyo didn't engage with Tang Qianquan, but instead looked at him coldly and asked, "It seems you've underestimated me. This mere old rat, if he doesn't scurry away, I don't mind pointing a finger and killing him." These words were like a needle in the ocean, stunning everyone, especially Tang Qianquan, who was completely dumbfounded. "Damn! Are you insane?" After a while, barely reacting from the shock, Tang Qianquan's cold, sharp eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo and said, "Do you know who you are? How dare you speak such words? I, Tang Qianquan, don't believe you'll survive today, you useless fool. Just wait for your death." "Oh." Lin Xingyo's gaze was calm as he looked at Tang Qianquan. "Since you don't believe me, then I apologize for being rude. Tang Qianquan, watch closely." With these words, Lin Xingyo, under the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, slowly raised his right hand and pointed at the enraged Fire Rat Emperor who was about to kill him. Snap! The previously formidable and menacing Fire Rat Emperor suddenly crashed to the ground, blood gushing from his body as he met his end. "Have someone take the body away." Lin Xingyo, in front of countless eyes, stood up, put on a white robe, and casually glanced at the Fire Rat Emperor's corpse, saying, "Don't let him dirty this place." The Fire Rat Emperor, dead? Witnessing this with their own eyes, all the surrounding beings were instantly in an uproar. This human killed him? The Fire Rat Emperor was from the ancient Forbidden Zone? He actually killed him with a single point of his finger? Tang Qianquan's legs trembled, and he almost collapsed, as this scene was too terrifying, too shocking for him. How could this mere nobody have such power? Wasn't he a useless fool? Clang, clang, clang. After a while, Tang Qianquan, reacting, was completely shattered. His eyes wide with shock. Staring at Lin Xingyo, he couldn't utter a single word for a long time. "Tang Qianquan, did you see that?" Lin Xingyo's cold, piercing gaze looked at Tang Qianquan. Tang Qianquan was completely speechless, unable to say a single word. You are the White Emperor." After a long time, Tang Qianquan, trembling all over, looked at Lin Xingyo, for he realized he had offended a being he couldn't afford to provoke. And he had been provoking him all along, especially the scene he had imagined earlier, where Lin Xingyo would kneel before him and beg for mercy, was now laughably ignorant. Who is causing trouble here? Just as Tang Qianquan was in despair, a sudden roar came from outside the door, followed by a group of powerful emperors entering. "The Candle Dragon Emperor is here." Tang Qianquan's expression changed instantly. Just moments ago, he was terrified. But now, he wasn't afraid at all, because the people from the ancient Forbidden Zone and the Life Forbidden Zone had all entered from behind the door. That was 6 emperors. Of course, just 6 emperors wouldn't be enough to make Tang Qianquan calm down so quickly. It was mainly the power behind the 6 emperors. That represented the ancient Forbidden Zone and the Life Forbidden Zone. Of course, he admitted that Lin Xingyo was strong. But even if you were as strong as Lin Xingyo, could you be stronger than the ancient Forbidden Zone and the Life Forbidden Zone? Those places were inhabited by forbidden beings. Even if you were a deity, offending these 2 great powers of the Xianling realm would likely result in your demise. Candle Dragon Emperor, you're just in time. Quick, come and see. This worthless wretch killed my uncle, the Fire Rat Emperor, and I have earth-shattering news for you. The missing Yao Zhunshan from the Lost City were stewed and eaten by him and that big black dog. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell into silence, and one by one, everyone stared blankly at Lin Xingyo, as this information was too shocking. Chapter 169. Let's go. Shut up. What kind of creature are you? Can you take responsibility for what you say? Emperor Zhulong's gaze darkened as he glared down at Tang Qianquan with cold, piercing eyes, shouting, "Did you personally see them do it?" "Yes, I have evidence. I definitely have evidence. I saw them stew my master with my own eyes through the crack in the door, and I found many divine bones of demon lords and immortal emperors in their residence." Tang Qianquan became more and more agitated as he spoke. "Shut up." Emperor Zhulong glared fiercely at Tang Qianquan and then spoke with intense anger. "You saw your master being stewed, so why didn't you rush in to save him? Someone as heartless and unrighteous as you doesn't deserve to live in this world." What? This scene left not only Tang Qianquan but also all the surrounding beings in a state of shock, completely dumbfounded, because they simply couldn't understand. What was Emperor Zhulong thinking? Shouldn't they all be furious and rush forward to kill Lin Xingyo? Why were they instead saying they should kill Tang Qianquan? All the beings present couldn't react at all, as the situation was simply too unbelievable. "Tang Qianquan, I've refrained from making things difficult for you out of consideration for Shirhan. But you've repeatedly crossed me. Now, out of consideration for Shirhan, I'll give you one last chance to commit suicide here. Otherwise, not only will I kill you, I'll kill your entire family." While countless beings were left speechless, Lin Xingyo calmly looked at Tang Qianquan and spoke. "You piece of trash, what did you say?" Tang Qianquan, furious, looked at Lin Xingyo and laughed. "You want me to kill myself? Do you even understand the current situation? What gives you the audacity to say such things? Do you know who these people in front of you are? You killed Emperor Huashu. Do you really think you can survive? I don't believe Emperor Zhulong and the others will let you live, you piece of trash." "They won't let me live?" Lin Xingyo sneered twice and directly looked at Tang Qianquan. "Do they dare? Do they dare?" Tang Qianquan was stunned, completely infuriated by Lin Xingyo. This piece of trash is definitely insane, absolutely insane. How dare he say such things? He's far too arrogant, overestimating himself. "I don't believe Emperor Zhulong and the others can tolerate this." Tang Qianquan glared at Lin Xingyo with a twisted smile, confident that Emperor Zhulong and the others wouldn't stand for Lin Xingyo's words and would surely strike him down. "Ha ha. This is too satisfying. Trash like you overestimates yourself, thinking you're invincible just because you're the White Robe Emperor. You have no idea how easily the ancient Forbidden Zone and the Life Forbidden Zone could kill you with a single word. Trash, wait to die." Tang Qianquan grew more and more excited, unable to contain his delight, as he was absolutely certain Lin Xingyo would be struck down. But, the next moment, Tang Qianquan's excited expression froze, and like countless others, he turned to look at Lin Xingyo, filled with nothing but shock, as the expected event didn't occur. "Master!" Instead, Emperor Zhulong and the others all knelt before Lin Xingyo, trembling with fear and not daring to speak, because they were all terrified. After all, Lin Xingyo's question, "Do they dare?" had completely frightened them. They would never forget Lin Xingyo's methods and power, so they all lay on the ground, too afraid to speak. "Master? What is going on? Why is this happening? Emperor Zhulong, are you mistaken? How could he be your master? You're all supreme beings from the two forbidden zones." The scene erupted in chaos, because no one could accept what was happening before their eyes. After all, these were supreme demon emperors from the two forbidden zones. Each one was invincible across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. How could beings like them submit to Lin Xingyo? They had never even met before. "Shut up. Why haven't you killed yourself yet? Do you really need our master to do it for you? You don't have much time left, so hurry up and go." Emperor Zhulong and the others all glared at Tang Qianquan and shouted angrily. Tang Qianquan opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but the words wouldn't come out, while all the surrounding beings were completely stunned. 6 supreme demon emperors. The supreme beings of the ancient Forbidden Zone and the Life Forbidden Zone, actually calling a human their master. This was simply too shocking. "You dog, what are you waiting for? Why haven't you died yet?" Emperor Taodai was also furious. Such a worthless piece of trash. Daring to be disrespectful to their master was unforgivable. Master, you disdain to lift a hand against him, so let me kill him. Emperor Baize's eyes widened, filled with murderous intent as he glared at Tang Qianquan. Master, let him die, and he'd better do it. Emperor Zhaoqi raised his wolf-tooth club, his blood-stained mouth gaping wide with fangs, glaring viciously at Tang Qianquan. There's no need for Emperor Baize to act. I can bite him to death in one gulp. Human, or perhaps I should kill you instead. Zhu Jin's cold eyes stared deathly at Tang Qianquan. No need. Yayu opened his blood-soaked mouth, glaring at Tang Qianquan. I'll kill him. I like the taste of human flesh and blood the most. Let me eat him. You. Tang Qianquan was already terrified, his legs trembling and soaked. He never expected such a scene, that these supreme demon emperors would all become Lin Xingyo's pets. Pets. Too terrifying. Those were invincible supreme demon emperors across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This scene left not only Tang Qianquan, but also all the surrounding beings completely dumbfounded. Because it was simply too earth-shattering. Demon emperors were such terrifying existences, and this human had made demon emperors his pets. How terrifying was that? Move, everyone move aside. Something big is happening. Just as everyone was left speechless, a shout suddenly rang out. Turning their heads, they saw the panicked figure of Duanda rushing in. Fatty, what's wrong? Lin Xingyo's heart tightened, and he quickly summoned the Qinkuan mirror. After checking that Su Shihan was still in the Phoenix ancestral land and safe, he looked nervously at Duanda. Why are you in such a hurry? What's the big deal? Chu Yun, something's happened. Duanda panted as he spoke. You have to save her, or she's definitely done for. What? Lin Xingyo's brow furrowed, and his killing intent immediately flared. What exactly happened? The immortal moon sect is about to be destroyed. Duanda approached Lin Xingyo, nearly in tears with worry. We have to get to the Kanglan continent as soon as possible, or Chu Yun is definitely done for. Let's go. Lin Xingyo's heart clenched, and he grabbed Duanda's arm, quickly heading outside. We have to save her now. Quick, hurry and follow. After a while, Emperor Taodai and the others finally reacted and all rushed out, while the surrounding beings who had regained their senses also followed, because they also wanted to know what was going on. Chapter 170, The Ferocity of Battle. Kill, kill, kill. The celestial moon sect on the Kanglan continent was engulfed in flames. The sounds of battle, screams, and weeping intertwined into a chaotic symphony. Countless lives were being extinguished. Countless beings were caught in the frenzy of slaughter. Blood stained the entire celestial moon sect. Chu Yun, hurry and leave. Chu Zhaohe, the grand elder of the celestial moon sect, roared in fury and charged forward at lightning speed, shouting, Get out of here. I will protect you as you escape. You think you can leave so easily? Today, the celestial moon sect must be destroyed. Not a single survivor will escape from here. Everyone must die. Kill. The emperor of the ancient forbidden zone, Yazi, roared and raised his massive claw, shattering the barrier erected by Chu Zhaohe, the grand elder of the celestial moon sect, with a single strike. Kill. All around, the creatures of the ancient forbidden zone went berserk, launching the most brutal and bloody massacre against the surviving disciples of the celestial moon sect. They were determined to wipe out the celestial moon sect, to destroy the last bastion of humanity, ensuring that the Kanglan continent would be dominated by the ancient forbidden zone, with no force daring to oppose them. Kill. The humans of the celestial moon sect fought back, for they were fighting against their fate. They refused to die without a fight. Even if it meant perishing together in the final moments, they would drag a powerful being down with them. Humans were too weak. The celestial moon sect was the sacred land of countless humans on the Kanglan continent. Many powerful humans had made their home here. Together, they protected the survival and reproduction of humanity on the Kanglan continent. For this reason, the ancient Forbidden Zone, as the sacred land of the 100 races, naturally clashed with the Celestial Moon sect. Over time, these conflicts grew into irreconcilable hatred, and both sides sought to annihilate the other. However, the Celestial Moon sect was ultimately weaker. With the lifespan of their sacred guardian drawing to an end, the ancient Forbidden Zone launched a full-scale assault on the Celestial Moon sect. The two sides had been engaged in bloody combat for several days. By now, there were few emperors left. Almost all the kings had perished. Roar! Chu Zhaohe, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Moon sect, looked at the ruined sect and roared in fury, "All disciples, flee quickly. You must survive to restore the Celestial Moon sect. Go, all of you, go now." Having spoken, Chu Zhaohe, covered in blood, let out a bitter laugh. Suddenly, he raised his head and, with incredible speed, shot forward toward the group of creatures charging at him. "Burn my battle blood. Kill." Chu Zhaohe's aura exploded, and a massive thunderous phantom rose behind him, roaring ferociously with its gaping maw. Then, streams of divine radiance exploded, turning into a torrent of energy that instantly reduced a vast area to rubble. Snap! Moments later, in the stunned gaze of countless onlookers, Chu Zhaohe self-destructed, unleashing a devastating blast that turned a 100,000-mile area into a wasteland, wiping out countless creatures. No! The surviving members of the Celestial Moon sect roared in anguish, for Chu Zhaohe was the last quasi-emperor of the sect. For the survival of everyone in the Celestial Moon sect, he had no choice but to perish alongside a group of powerful creatures. Kill! All the members of the Celestial Moon sect were seething with rage, for Chu Zhaohe was not only the soul of the sect, but also a kind and loving master to everyone. Yet now, he had met such a tragic end. The entire Celestial Moon sect erupted in fury, each person unleashing their full strength. I, Song Yuantian, was an orphan. It was Elder Chu who brought me up from the mountains. Today, Elder Chu chose to self-destruct to protect our sect. I will fight them to the death. Kill! Song Yuantian charged forward. He had lived for 30,000 years. If not for Chu Zhaohe bringing him to the Celestial Moon sect and raising him, he would have died 30,000 years ago. Now, the Grand Elder who had raised him had self-destructed. He was ready to give his all. Without hesitation, even though he had already reached the 5th level of the King Realm, Song Yuantian charged into the creatures of the ancient Forbidden Zone and self-destructed. Kill! 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 The members of the Celestial Moon sect roared, for they were now like ants, completely surrounded by the creatures of the ancient Forbidden Zone. To break out, someone had to create a path of blood. Otherwise, they would never escape. Therefore, one powerful king after another went berserk. Without hesitation, they charged at the creatures blocking them, using the most brutal and bloody methods, grabbing a powerful creature and self-destructing to take it down with them. Boom! 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 The surrounding space was utterly shattered, countless beings perished, and numerous human kings, without hesitation, chose to self-destruct, taking powerful Yao Zun with them in a brutal act of mutual annihilation. The slaughter reached its peak. Countless gods were bleeding and dying. The earth was already stained red, the sky was torn apart, and the sounds of battle shook the heavens, shattering the clouds. Humans, hurry and leave. I will protect you. Head straight to the Qi Moon continent. In the midst of the battle, Pixiu, covered in wounds, roared at Chu Yun and the others. Once you reach the Qi Moon continent and receive the help of the white-clad emperor, only then can the Celestial Moon sect's vengeance be avenged. Go! Chu Yun no longer hesitated, leading a group of wounded disciples. They charged forward without regard for anything else, because she understood that Pixiu was right. Only by surviving and reaching the Qi Moon continent to find Lin Xingyo could they avenge the Celestial Moon sect. Kill! Chu Yun's eyes were filled with bloodlust, because all of this was her fault. If she hadn't been careless with Ji Haowen, none of this would have happened. Ji Haowen, just you wait. One day, Chu Yun roared at Ji Haowen, who was slaughtering the disciples of the Celestial Moon sect. I will personally kill you. Chu Yun, "You filthy wretch. Do you think you can escape alive today? Ji Haowen, will never allow it. Kill." Ji Haowen let out a sinister laugh, gripping a blood-dripping longsword and charging at Chu Yun with incredible speed. He wanted to kill Chu Yun because he could never forget the humiliation he endured in the ancient Forbidden Zone. Now, with such a perfect opportunity, he couldn't let it slip by. Today, he had to cut down Chu Yun with a single strike, venting the humiliation he had suffered. Kill. Chu Yun, on the other hand, was completely enraged, because after returning from the ancient Forbidden Zone, if it weren't for Ji Haowen's trickery, stealing the water of life and the 5 elements divine soil from her, the divine spirit of the celestial moon sect would not have withered and died, and none of this would have happened. It was all because of Ji Haowen. Now, he even sought to exterminate the entire celestial moon sect. Chu Yun could not tolerate this. Even if it meant perishing together with Ji Haowen, she was willing. Seeing Ji Haowen charging at her, Chu Yun did not hesitate, gripping her jade flute tightly and counterattacking with all her might. Chapter 171. Completely insane. Humans, go quickly. Pishio blocked Chu Yun as she charged toward Ji Haowen, saying, "Don't fall for his tricks again. You must survive, or else the White Emperor will not help the immortal moon sect, and this vengeance will never be avenged." Chu Yun's steps halted abruptly, for she understood that Pishio was right. This was indeed Ji Haowen's scheme. He wanted her to stay here because, without her, no one could persuade Lin Xingyo to avenge the immortal moon sect. Go! Chu Yun glared fiercely at Ji Haowen. Then without looking back, she led her disciples in a desperate escape. Immortal Maiden of the Sunset, where do you think you're going? The creatures of the ancient Forbidden Zone would not let Chu Yun escape. Her identity was already known to them, and they would not allow her to go to the Red Moon continent to bring a powerful enemy to the ancient Forbidden Zone. In an instant, a dozen powerful demon kings and immortal kings charged toward her. Chu Yun, go. I'll see who dares to stop you. Bai Ruai, the sect master of the immortal moon sect, wielded her sword and charged toward the dozen immortal kings blocking Chu Yun's path. Kill. The immortal kings from the ancient Forbidden Zone did not waste words. They unleashed their most powerful attacks, bombarding Bai Ruai. In an instant, 100,000 miles of space was shattered. Countless spatial rifts spread like spiderwebs, mountains and rivers crumbled, and countless lives were lost. Humans, you will all die. None of you will escape alive. Tao Emperor, towering over Chu Yun and her group, raised his hand and struck down with a palm, saying, "Even if it means shattering this region, I will not hesitate. Kill. How dare you?" In the midst of the battle, Elder Yang Zhan of the Immortal Moon sect roared, wielding his spear and thrusting it lightning fast toward the Tao Emperor. Kill. The Tao Emperor did not dare to underestimate Yang Zhan, for he was also at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm, equal in strength. A true battle between them could go either way. Thus, the Tao Emperor focused all his strength on fighting Yang Zhan, allowing Chu Yun and her group to escape. Soon, their battle pushed them into the outer realms, shattering countless stars. Go! Chu Yun and her group had no choice. The teleportation arrays and portals had all been destroyed. They could only fight their way out and escape to another place to use a portal or array to reach the Red Moon continent. Kill. The creatures of the ancient Forbidden Zone were unwilling to let them go, especially the Ji clan. They were determined to stop Chu Yun, for Ji Haowen had given the order to either kill her or bring her back to the Ji clan. Of course, Chu Yun's group was not weak either, as they were now fighting for their lives. If they couldn't escape, none of them would survive. So, both sides fought with everything they had, and the battle was incredibly fierce, with lives being lost every moment. Humans, surrender. Even if you have extraordinary powers, you will not escape from here. The outcome is already decided. Why continue to struggle? One after another, powerful demon kings charged toward Chu Yun and her group. Their powerful techniques engulfed them, yet Chu Yun and her companions fought back with all their might. Every few minutes, a powerful immortal king chose to self-destruct, taking a demon king with them to clear a path. Sister, it's my turn. Yi Guanxian, covered in blood, turned to look at Chu Yun and said, remember to burn some paper money for me on this day. I'm going. No. Yi Guanxian, come back? Chu Yun, attacking two powerful demon kings with her jade flute, cried out almost heartbrokenly, survive. Let's go to the Red Moon continent together to find him. Yi Guanxian gave a bitter smile, turned, and left Chu Yun with a cold, resolute back. She then charged toward a powerful frost wolf king at lightning speed. Human, die. Seeing Yi Guanxian approach, the frost wolf king's eyes revealed a disdainful sneer. He loved eating humans, especially those with the strength of an immortal king. Roar. The frost wolf king let out an angry roar, then quickly spat out a sword that shattered the heavens, aiming to kill Yi Guanxian in one strike. But in the next moment, Yi Guanxian, holding two short blades, dodged his attack in an instant and stabbed toward his head. Roar. The frost wolf king went berserk, his aura exploding as he shattered the surrounding space with his rage. A massive frost wolf king phantom then lunged furiously at Yi Guanxian. Explode. Yi Guanxian, almost recklessly, charged toward the frost wolf king, then, to his utter shock, wrapped her arms around him. A blinding light erupted from her body, instantly obliterating the area. No. Seeing this, Chu Yun was heartbroken, nearly fainting. She and Yi Guanxian had grown up together, and witnessing this, Chu Yun was utterly devastated. Kill. I won't live either. Chu Yun completely lost control, her cold eyes streaming with blood tears. She had gone completely mad. Chapter 172. The Thunder Emperor Strikes. Kill. Chu Yun's flute suddenly swept through a blur of shadows, and with incredible speed, it struck the Swanee Demon Lord who had been blocking her path. Roar. The Swanee Demon Lord let out a pained and furious roar before collapsing to the ground, instantly slain by Chu Yun's single strike. Kill. Chu Yun had completely lost control. Her eyes were filled with nothing but slaughter and hatred. The Moon Immortal sect had suffered too much. One powerful immortal king after another had exploded to their deaths. She had reached her limit. Now, all she could see was the bloodlust. She would slaughter every beast that dared to massacre her Moon Immortal sect. Kill. Chu Yun's eyes streamed with bloody tears. Wherever her flute passed, a powerful being was slain. Soon, piles of corpses surrounded her. Chirp. A powerful Baifeng Demon Emperor locked his cold, piercing gaze on Chu Yun. With a flap of his massive wings, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, aiming to slice through her. Who dares to attack my sect? Die! Just as the Baifeng was about to strike and annihilate Chu Yun, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. A spear crackling with thunder tore through the void and pinned the Baifeng to the ground with a single strike. Chirp! The Baifeng let out a pained cry, lifting its head to glare at the newcomer. Thunder Emperor, you dare harm me? The ancient Forbidden Zone will never let you go. Your entire clan will be wiped out. Hemph! The Thunder Emperor snorted, appearing before the Baifeng and delivering a powerful punch to its head. Do you think I'm afraid? Come if you dare. My clan will never back down. Thunder Emperor, just wait. The Baifeng roared, Tao Emperor and the others will flatten your clan, just like they did to the Moon Immortal sect today. Is that so? The Thunder Emperor clenched his fists, ignoring the Baifeng's threats and unleashing a torrent of brutal attacks on its head, reducing it to a pulp in an instant. Then I, the Thunder Emperor, will be waiting. Thunder Emperor, you're reckless. As the Thunder Emperor finished off the Baifeng, a furious roar echoed through the air. Tao Emperor let out a deafening bellow, charging at the Thunder Emperor with incredible speed. In an instant, 100,000 miles of space shattered, countless lives were extinguished, and mountains and rivers collapsed. Tianho roar break. Tao Emperor reached the Thunder Emperor, opening his blood-soaked maw and unleashing a river of laws, like a divine whip, slashing toward the Thunder Emperor. Thunder God Spear, come. The The Thunder Emperor's eyes darkened. With a single stomp, he cracked the surrounding ground, then reached out and grasped the incoming Thunder God's spear. With explosive fury, he charged at the river of laws spewed by Tao Emperor. Lady Luoxia, flee quickly. I'll hold off this beast. Chu Yun and the others didn't hesitate. Almost as soon as the Thunder Emperor's voice fell, they turned and fled toward the outskirts. But the creatures of the ancient Forbidden Zone weren't willing to let them go. They blocked their path and launched a frenzied assault, quickly cutting down half of the beings accompanying Chu Yun. I'll fight you to the death? Chu Yun had completely gone mad. The Moon Immortal sect had suffered far too many casualties. Every step they took was a path of blood. Death followed death. Almost everyone had been slaughtered by the creatures of the ancient Forbidden Zone. Many chose to die together with their attackers. By this point, Chu Yun could no longer contain her fury and grief. She couldn't endure any longer. She didn't want to survive. Now, she wanted to kill without restraint. Even if she died here today, she would accept it. The only regret was that she wouldn't be able to see Lin Xingyo again. Kill. Chu Yun's murderous intent exploded. Auras of divine light rose behind her, and wherever her flute passed, a powerful being was slain. Chu Yun, stop struggling. Today, I, Ji Haowen, will capture you and make you my slave, to suffer my humiliation. So you know the consequences of offending me. In the midst of the bloodbath, Ji Haowen suddenly charged toward Chu Yun, blocking her path. With a blade in hand, he slashed at her. Ji Haowen, you despicable wretch, I will kill you today. Seeing Ji Haowen approach, the flames of hatred in Chu Yun's eyes erupted. Clutching her flute tightly, she charged at Ji Haowen with incredible speed. Clang! Chu Yun clashed with Ji Haowen, but the difference in strength was too great. With a single strike, Chu Yun was sent flying by Ji Haowen. She crashed into a palace, shattering it, and fell into the ruins, spitting blood. Chu Yun, accept your fate. Ji Haowen glanced at the injured and coughing Chu Yun, his lips curling into a smile of utter satisfaction. No one can save you now. Just be prepared to become my woman. I promise to torment you every day, letting you experience the joys of being a woman. Chapter 173. I'm going to fight you to the death. You'll never. Chu Yun roared, glaring at Ji Haowen as he approached. Even if I die today, I won't let you have your way. Do you think I'd let you die? Chu Yun, don't be naive. I won't let you die so easily now. Even if I can't have your heart, I'll have your body. I'll make sure you suffer my humiliation before you die. I won't let you die so easily, do you understand? Ji Haowen stared at Chu Yun with bloodshot eyes, speaking each word deliberately. I'm going to fight you to the death? Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's gaze darkened. She clenched her teeth fiercely, her hatred for Ji Haowen burning as she rose to her feet. Her speed was like a thunderbolt, charging at him with the intent to kill. She wasn't going to live anymore. She was going to self-destruct. This was her only option now, to destroy herself along with this demon in front of her. She would never fall into his hands, never let him humiliate her. Kill. Chu Yun's mind flashed with images of Lin Xingyo. From their first meeting to their separation, all the memories surfaced in her mind. Farewell. Chu Yun gave a bitter smile, then looked once more at Ji Haowen. She activated all the spiritual energy in her dantian, preparing to detonate it. A blinding light erupted from her dantian, shattering the surrounding space. Endless cracks spread, tearing apart a 10,000-mile area. Boom! Chu Yun's body exploded, unleashing a powerful energy storm that instantly reduced a 1,000,000-mile area to rubble. Her soul began to disintegrate. No! Ji Haowen, who had narrowly dodged the attack, was utterly distraught upon witnessing this scene. He loved Chu Yun deeply and had never intended for her to die. But now, watching her self-destruct before his eyes, Ji Haowen was stunned. How could you do this? Why did you choose to die? Even if it means dying, you don't want to be my woman? Ji Haowen's eyes were filled with rage, his voice a crazed roar. Why? Why? Ji Haowen had completely lost his mind. He simply couldn't accept this scene. The woman he had loved for so many years had chosen to self-destruct rather than submit to him. This was unbearable. Kill, kill, kill. Ji Haowen went berserk. I'll annihilate the entire Xianyu sect, not leaving a single survivor. Chu Yun, do you think this is over? No, it's not over. I'll capture your soul now. I'll make sure your body is restored. I'll resurrect you. I won't let you die like this. Ji Haowen, in a deranged state, captured Chu Yun's soul, sealing it. His eyes bloodshot, he roared at the surrounding living beings, kill them all. Annihilate every living being in Xianyu sect. Kill, kill. Ji Haowen was completely mad, gripping his blood-soaked blade and launching into the most brutal massacre of the Xianyu sect disciples. Not a single disciple survived his onslaught. Soon, he had slaughtered tens of thousands of them. Even infants weren't spared. Anyone who was alive fell under his blade. Kill them all. Ji Haowen grew more and more frenzied, until even the elderly, women, and children of Xianyu sect weren't spared. Even a child in someone's arms was mercilessly cut down. Ji Haowen, you deserve to die. Countless voices in Xianyu sect roared in anger, for those were the families of Xianyu sect. Many of them couldn't cultivate. They had always been protected within the main hall of Xianyu sect. No matter the circumstances, in the world of cultivators, people like them were rarely targeted. But now, Ji Haowen had been so cruel. He had slaughtered those protected within the hall, the defenseless elderly, women, and children, and even the children hadn't been spared. Ji Haowen, you deserve to die. Pixiu charged forward with bloodshot eyes, facing the utterly insane Ji Haowen. Not to mention forcing Chu Yun to her death, Ji Haowen's current actions were enough for Pixiu to never let him go. Although Pixiu was a creature, he disdained Ji Haowen's methods, for those were innocent lives. There was no need for such cruelty. Pixiu, do you think I'm afraid of you? Ji Haowen glared at Pixiu. Even though your cultivation is at the quasi-emperor level, you'll still die here today, because the ancient forbidden zone won't allow a creature to leave alive. Hmph! Pixiu snorted, completely ignoring Ji Haowen's words. With his mouth wide open, he spat out a thunderbolt that tore through the heavens, aimed directly at Ji Haowen. Sky-shattering slash cut. Ji Haowen was undeterred. Gripping his blade tightly, he slashed at the thunderbolt Pixiu had unleashed. Crack! Ji Haowen's furious strike collided with Pixiu's thunderbolt, and the two began to battle fiercely. Pixiu's eyes showed a look of shock, for Ji Haowen was only at the peak of the Immortal King realm. Yet the power he displayed now far exceeded that level, clearly having already reached the quasi-emperor realm. He had broken through. He must have already reached the quasi-emperor realm, but he had been hiding his strength. No wonder Chu Yun's self-destruction hadn't killed him. He had already attained the power of a quasi-emperor. Ji Haowen, you've hidden yourself well. Pixiu roared, but didn't waste any more words. He launched into the most intense attack, for he had to kill Ji Haowen today. Kill. Ji Haowen, of course, wouldn't just surrender. After all, he wasn't an ordinary person. Everything had been part of his plan, for he had endured far too much humiliation in the ancient forbidden zone. Roar. Pixiu, however, was truly enraged. He unleashed a series of furious attacks on Ji Haowen. But Ji Haowen was no weakling. The battle between the two was evenly matched. The powerful Pixiu couldn't defeat Ji Haowen, and was instead on the verge of being overwhelmed. Pixiu, submit. Ji Haowen's blood-dripping blade launched into a near-mad assault on Pixiu. I'm giving you a chance now. Submit and become my war beast, or I'll kill you today. Hmph! Pixiu was utterly enraged. This Ji Haowen was truly despicable, thinking he was invincible just because he had reached the quasi-emperor realm. Ji Haowen, you've truly angered me. For what you just said, I'll kill you today without a doubt. Pixiu roared, opening his mouth wide and launching a furious attack on Ji Haowen, quickly turning tens of thousands of miles into a wasteland. But the situation in Xianyu sect was dire. The path was completely blocked. Even powerful immortal kings choosing to self-destruct to take down some of the powerful creatures. still couldn't break through. The path was completely blocked. Slaughter, death, blood. It ravaged the million-mile area of Xianyu sect, where countless lives were lost, mountains and rivers were destroyed, and rivers of blood stained the land red. Boom! An immortal emperor exploded, their blood falling like a torrential rain from the sky, covering the heavens and earth with a horrifying vision. As if the heavens themselves were weeping blood, for the scene was too gruesome, the number of lives lost too great. But there was no other way. This was the world of cultivation, where death was either imminent or inevitable. Those who survived would eventually pass away, unless you could achieve immortality and escape the cycle of reincarnation. Otherwise, you would either die in such bloody conflicts or be erased by time. Thus, the path of cultivation was more like a journey of survival, a battle for survival against the heavens, where only those who triumph over this struggle can achieve eternal existence. The rest will eventually turn to dust and bones, buried beneath the earth. Chapter 174. Why are you here? Kill. Ji Haowen was in a frenzy, for he had already gone berserk with slaughter. His eyes were filled only with the desire to kill, to wipe out the new property completely. Only then could he release the pent-up anger in his heart. Otherwise, Ji Haowen would never let it rest. Kill. While battling the Pishio, Ji Haowen didn't forget to direct the residual shockwaves of their fight toward the Xianyu sect disciples and the elderly, women, and children who were desperately fleeing for their lives. He truly wished to annihilate the entire Xianyu sect, leaving not a single survivor. Ji Haowen, you've gone too far. The Pishio was utterly enraged. Though it was just a creature, it would never stoop to Ji Haowen's level of mercilessly slaughtering humans. Unable to contain its fury, it roared, as a quasi-emperor, to commit such atrocities is a violation of the heavenly path. I must eliminate you, or I will never be at peace. Kill. With that, the Pishio let out a furious roar and charged at Ji Haowen with lightning speed, unleashing a torrent of powerful attacks. Their battle shattered tens of thousands of miles of space, creating countless spiderweb-like cracks in the fabric of reality. Mountains and rivers were repeatedly destroyed, reduced to a desolate wasteland. Yet, the slaughter did not cease. Blood continued to flow. The Xianyu sect was in a state of utter devastation. Out of tens of millions of lives, only a few tens of thousands remained. Countless people continued to fall, their blood staining the ground. Even the powerful kings and emperors of the Xianyu sect fought desperately, doing everything in their power to ensure the survival of more of their kin. However, the ancient Forbidden Zone was determined to wipe out the Xianyu sect completely. Thus, not a single creature relented. Instead, they grew even more frenzied in their slaughter, intent on annihilating the Xianyu sect, leaving not a single survivor. The carnage repeated itself over and over, staining countless mountains and rivers with blood. Countless lives fell, succumbing to the relentless violence. Kill, kill, kill. Countless creatures roared and screamed, engaging in fierce battles, falling one by one, yet none retreated. All were consumed by the madness of slaughter, making the scene unbearably tragic. Is my Xianyu sect doomed? I refuse to accept this. Countless members of the Xianyu sect wailed, their bodies drenched in blood, as they watched the approaching forces of various races, roaring in despair. If the Xianyu sect fell, it would mean the defeat of all humanity on the Kanglan continent. The remaining humans would suffer a fate worse than death, as they would no longer have the power to restrain the myriad races. But there was no way to change this outcome. The Xianyu sect was utterly defeated. Tens of millions of cultivators had been slaughtered, and countless kings and emperors had fallen. Humanity no longer had the strength to resist the myriad races. A dark age for humanity was imminent. Who can save humanity on the Kanglan continent? The countless human powerhouses of the Xianyu sect cried out. They were not afraid of death, but they feared that if they perished, humanity would be plunged into eternal darkness. Who can save humanity on the Kanglan continent? Who can? The human powerhouses cried out in anguish and despair, for they felt the hopelessness of their situation. They could not reverse the tide, could only watch as the myriad races slaughtered the Xianyu sect to the last man. They were filled with resentment, despair, and fury, but there was nothing they could do. The disparity in strength was simply too great. The myriad races were far stronger than the Xianyu sect. After days and nights of battle, only the last 10,000 survivors remained. Any further fighting would surely lead to their complete annihilation. Kill. Facing death, countless people resisted, fighting against the powerful creatures of the myriad races, falling in waves only to be replaced by new waves, charging forward to continue the bloody battle. Pishio, submit. In the midst of the bloodbath, Ji Haowen's cold gaze locked onto the Pishio. Open your eyes and see. The Xianyu sect's fate is sealed. Struggling further will only lead to your death. No one can save you here today, unless you submit to me. Otherwise, you will surely be destroyed. Ji Haowen, do you think I am like you? As a human, instead of protecting your own kind, you lead your people to slaughter your own brethren. The Pishio shot a look of utter disgust at Ji Haowen. Don't you feel unworthy of being human? Humph. Ji Haowen snorted coldly. A wise man submits to the times. What does it matter to kill humans? As long as I can survive, I would kill anyone. Oh. At that moment, the space around them trembled, and a figure appeared. One that seemed to suppress the heavens themselves. You? Why are you here? Chapter 175. Nine-tailed Spirit Fox. Can I come? Lin Xingyo stepped out from the void, his hands behind his back, and stood directly in front of Ji Haowen. You. Ji Haowen opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Especially when he saw Lin Xingyo standing so abruptly in front of him, his entire psyche crumbled. The mere sight of this man was terrifying. Just seeing his figure made Ji Haowen almost wet his pants. Ji Haowen, how do you want to die? Lin Xingyo didn't waste words, staring straight at Ji Haowen and said, choose for yourself. Ji Haowen trembled all over, and in front of countless shocked gazes, he literally wet himself. A foul stench emanated from him, causing everyone to turn their heads in astonishment. A mighty quasi-emperor, reduced to such a state in public. Who was this sudden figure that could terrify Ji Haowen so much? Have you decided yet? Lin Xingyo calmly looked at Ji Haowen and said, if you don't decide soon, I'll have to act. Ji Haowen tried to speak again, but the next moment, Lin Xingyo acted. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, he took a step forward, raised his hand, and slapped Ji Haowen. Smack! In the eyes of countless onlookers, the once arrogant Ji Haowen, whose head was now like a watermelon, was smashed by Lin Xingyo with a single slap. Wow! Surrounded by countless beings, all opened their mouths wide, their eyes bulging as they stared at Lin Xingyo in complete shock. Ji Haowen, a quasi-emperor, was obliterated with a single slap. How terrifying was his strength. All of you, stop. Anyone who dares to act again will die. Lin Xingyo's aura exploded, clutching Chu Yun's soul in his hand. He suddenly raised his head, his cold, piercing eyes sweeping across all the beings present. What the? Who do you think you are, shouting here? Watch me cut you down with one slash. Tangsha Emperor, recovering from his shock, disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo, tightly gripping his war blade. Without any further words, he swung his blade directly at Lin Xingyo, shouting, die, lowly human, heaven-shattering sword, come. Lin Xingyo's cold eyes darkened as he summoned the heaven-shattering sword into his hand. Facing the charging Tangsha Emperor, he slashed with a single strike, slay. Smack. Tangsha Emperor didn't even have time to react. In the blink of an eye, a flash of sword light streaked across, and in the shocked gazes of everyone, his entire body was split in half by Lin Xingyo's sword. Smack. Tangsha Emperor's body, like rotten wood, crashed to the ground. With just one sword strike, he was slain by Lin Xingyo. The scene of carnage came to a sudden halt as everyone was stunned by this development. Who else wants to try? Lin Xingyo, clad in white with a bronze mask, held the heaven-shattering sword in his left hand, his gaze like stars as he looked at the beings slaughtering the Xianyu sect. Roar! After a brief silence, the surrounding beings erupted in chaos. Who was this man? How dared he speak so boldly? Did he truly believe he could take on all of them alone? Kill! Tao Emperor was the first to erupt in fury. Having lived for so many years, he had never seen such arrogance. A mere human dared to defy them? Kill! Tao Emperor's decision was made. Roaring in anger, 9 rivers of laws surged around him, and he unleashed a thunderous bolt capable of annihilating the heavens, aimed directly at Lin Xingyo. Human, die! Tao Emperor's face was filled with savage glee, as if he could already see Lin Xingyo's demise. Of course, the surrounding beings were equally certain. After all, Tao Emperor was a demon emperor at the peak of the 9th realm, an invincible existence in the entire Kanglan continent. This mere human challenging him was doomed to be crushed in a single strike. But the next moment, the expressions on all the beings' faces froze. In the horrified gazes of everyone, Tao Emperor's head was severed by Lin Xingyo with a single sword strike. What's going on? Countless beings opened their mouths wide, their eyes bulging as they stared at the scene in complete stupefaction. What had just happened was too terrifying. A demon emperor at the 9th realm, Tao Emperor, was slain in an instant. The sky immediately manifested an omen. A torrential rain of blood fell, as if the heavens themselves were weeping. Who else? Lin Xingyo, having beheaded Tao Emperor, stood drenched in blood, his gaze cold and fierce as he took a step forward. Come and fight. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing Tao Emperor slain, the surrounding beings were all terrified, some even trembling and collapsing to the ground. The scene was too horrifying. Tao Emperor, a demon emperor at the 9th realm, was slain with a single sword strike. The remaining beings dared not act. Human, don't be arrogant. I, the 9-tailed spirit fox, will kill you. The surrounding space trembled, and soon, 9 white fox tails, as vast as the sky, swept toward Lin Xingyo. You're seeking death. Lin Xingyo's killing intent surged, his inner rage fully unleashed. Especially seeing Chu Yun's soul in his hand, his killing intent intensified. Kill! Lin Xingyo held the heaven-shattering sword in reverse grip, facing the 9 white tails of the 9-tailed spirit fox, and slashed with a single strike. Smack! The 9-tailed spirit fox's 9 tails were instantly severed by Lin Xingyo with a single slash. Then, with a mere gesture, he traversed thousands of miles of void and directly seized the 9-tailed spirit fox from the ancient Forbidden Land. Was it you? Lin Xingyo tightly gripped the 9-tailed spirit fox's snow-white neck, glaring at her alluring chest, and said coldly, "How do you want to die?" "Brother, you're hurting me." The 9-tailed spirit fox pouted, forcing out a couple of tears, looking pitifully at Lin Xingyo, and said, "You should put me down." Hmph! Lin Xingyo, his killing intent fierce, glared at the 9-tailed spirit fox and said, "Stop flirting. Tell me, how should I kill you?" "Brother, don't. You're scaring me to death. Look at me, I'm so charming and lovely. If you don't kill me, I'll do anything for you." The 9-tailed spirit fox swayed her slender waist, intentionally teasing Lin Xingyo with her long legs. "Of course, that includes warming your bed." "Shut up." Lin Xingyo tightened his grip on the 9-tailed spirit fox's neck, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at her. "I'm not interested. I just want to kill." Cough, cough, cough. The 9-tailed spirit fox coughed, her face showing extreme pain. "Brother, don't be so harsh with me. If you spare my life, I'll be yours forever." "Hmph." Lin Xingyo snorted coldly and replied, "I'm not interested, die." Chapter 176, Direct Execution. You. The 9-tailed spirit fox was stunned. She was, after all, a 9-tailed spirit fox of unparalleled beauty. What man, upon seeing her, wouldn't be mesmerized and filled with fantasies? To be blunt, with just a slight show of her charms, countless men would go mad for her. But today, the man before her was completely unmoved. And now, he was about to execute her. The nine-tailed spirit fox felt her pride deeply wounded with each passing thought. A mere human, unaffected by her beauty. This scene was the greatest insult to her, and the fact that there was a man in the entire world who could resist her charms was utterly shocking. Brother, don't be so harsh with me. What benefit is there in killing me? If you spare me now, I swear I will serve you faithfully and never harbor any disloyal thoughts. Have pity on me. The nine-tailed spirit fox pouted, her eyes brimming with tears as she pitifully gazed at Lin Xingyo, pleading, Please, please spare my life. Humph. You dare harm my woman. Today, even if the heavens themselves intervene, I will kill. With a voice filled with overwhelming killing intent, Lin Xingyo slowly raised his Jutian sword. In front of countless shocked eyes, he thrust the sword directly into the nine-tailed spirit fox's chest. Instantly, her blood and soul were devoured by the Jutian sword, leaving only a dried-up corpse that collapsed to the ground. Ah! The surrounding beings were all stunned, for the one slain was the nine-tailed spirit fox. She was a natural beauty. No man could resist her charms. Yet this man had killed her with a single strike of his sword. Those who witnessed this scene were all frozen in shock, their eyes wide. After all, such a beautiful creature. Taking her home to warm the bed would have been better than killing her like this. Alas, a legendary beauty was thus slain. All of you, listen carefully. I'm giving you a chance. Take your own lives now. Lin Xingyo tightly gripped his blood-dripping sword, his cold, piercing gaze sweeping over the countless beings staring at him. Or else, I will wipe out your entire clans. How arrogant! Who do you think you are? Dozens of ferocious demon emperors from the ancient Forbidden Zone surrounded Lin Xingyo from all directions. How dare you speak such words? Do you think there's no one in this world who can kill you? Is there? Lin Xingyo looked up, surveying the dozens of approaching demon emperors. If there is, then come. Today, I will not stop until blood flows like a river. Arrogant. Kill. The surrounding demon emperors, hearing Lin Xingyo's words, all erupted in fury. After all, they were all demon emperors. Dozens of them in total. Together, this force was enough to slaughter even immortals. Of course, they couldn't deny that. Lin Xingyo was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth their while for so many demon emperors to converge on him simultaneously. Human, you are too arrogant. With our current strength, we could pierce through the heavens. The surrounding demon emperors all spoke with extreme anger, let alone just killing you. Humph! Lin Xingyo let out a cold snort, his gaze coolly sweeping over the surrounding demon emperors. Don't believe me? Then come at me. Kill. The demon emperors around him all exploded in rage. The situation had come to this point. Who could still endure? This human was too contemptuous of them. After all, they were all demon emperors. No matter where they went, they were invincible and terrifying existences. Now, this mere human dared to look down on them like this. If they didn't kill him, where would their dignity be? Kill, kill, kill. The surrounding demon emperors all went berserk. One after another, they furiously swung their imperial weapons, their speed like lightning, charging at Lin Xingyo. Jutian sword, slay the enemies. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo let out a roar that echoed through the air. His Jutian sword lightly trembled, as if it was eager to drink blood and devour souls. Kill. Lin Xingyo soon clashed with them. Dozens of powerful demon emperors all unleashed their most ferocious attacks, aiming to annihilate Lin Xingyo in one go. But despite facing the onslaught of thousands, Lin Xingyo's strength was simply otherworldly. Good heavens! How is he so strong? So many demon emperors attacking him, yet he hasn't been killed. Could he be an immortal from the immortal realm? Countless onlookers around them all stared with wide eyes at Lin Xingyo in the midst of the bloody battle, completely stunned, because this scene was simply too shocking. A mere human, wielding just a 7-foot-long sword, was slaughtering dozens of demon emperors without them being able to retaliate. With such strength, who in the world could stand against him? Who else could possess such combat prowess, unless it was those unyielding existences from the various forbidden zones who had been in seclusion and never appeared? Otherwise, no one in this world could stand against him. Kill. Lin Xingyo was now in a frenzy, completely consumed by madness and driven by nothing but slaughter. Because these people had forced Chu Yuan to her death. Although resurrecting her wasn't difficult, but Lin Xingyo couldn't bear such a thing, as he had long considered Chu Yuan his woman. In this world, no matter who, if anyone dared to touch his woman, he would definitely go all out against them. Now, the only thing that could quell the rage in his heart was to slaughter all these scum before him. Kill. Lin Xingyo's 7-foot-long sword was almost unstoppable. After a fierce battle, he had already slain over a dozen powerful demon emperors. Human, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Dare to oppose the ancient forbidden zone, and we will hunt you down, no matter where you flee. Kill. A powerful octopus demon emperor roared in fury, his 8 thick arms swinging his weapons, charging at Lin Xingyo with unrestrained anger. Soon, the two clashed, shattering the heavens and earth. Zhutian sword, behead. In the midst of the battle, roar echoed, and in the shocked eyes of countless onlookers, Lin Xingyo raised the Zhutian sword high and slashed it down fiercely at the octopus demon emperor's head. Thud. The octopus demon emperor's head rolled to the ground, and his powerful body collapsed in the sight of everyone. Kill. Lin Xingyo didn't stop for a moment. Gripping his blood-dripping Zhutian sword, he roared in anger and slashed fiercely at a powerful chaos demon emperor. Kill. Seeing Lin Xingyo coming at him, the chaos demon emperor's expression changed instantly. He immediately took a step back, then raised his Xintian staff and fiercely struck at Lin Xingyo. Clang! Lin Xingyo's Zhutian sword clashed with the chaos demon emperor's Xintian staff, and the explosive shockwave that erupted was akin to a collision between Mars and Earth. Chapter 177. Come at me if you don't accept. Kill. Lin Xingyo was completely enraged, tightly gripping the Zhutian sword in his hand, and unleashed a lightning-fast barrage of 10,000 strikes at the Zhuyan demon emperor, shattering mountains and rivers, reducing the space to nothingness, and creating terrifying temporal and spatial turbulence that devoured countless lives. Kill. Surrounding demon emperors showed no sign of retreat. Instead, they all charged madly at Lin Xingyo. They had been deeply consumed by a relentless obsession, and now they had to kill Lin Xingyo here. Otherwise, what future would the ancient Forbidden Zone have if Lin Xingyo were allowed to live? Huff! Lin Xingyo suddenly exhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping over the screaming disciples of the immortal moon, sect amidst the temporal turbulence. Ignoring the attack from the Zhuyan demon emperor, he waved his hand, pulling all the surviving humans into his personal pocket dimension. Kill. The Zhuyan demon emperor roared in fury, his Xuanqian rod smashing down with unparalleled ferocity toward Lin Xingyo's head. Human, die. The Zhuyan demon emperor's face was filled with a grin of satisfaction, believing that his full-powered strike would undoubtedly annihilate Lin Xingyo. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyo suddenly raised his head, slowly lifting the Zhutian sword in his hand, and roared to the astonishment of countless onlookers, "Activate the 3 supreme bones. Boundless domain, arise." Crack! As soon as Lin Xingyo's voice fell, the Zhuyan demon emperor's furious strike arrived, his Xintian rod like a meteor hurtling toward Lin Xingyo's boundless domain. Then, to everyone's shock, Lin Xingyo's Zhutian sword struck out. A single sword thrust pierced the Zhuyan demon emperor's brow, instantly devouring all his essence, blood, and soul. Kill. Lin Xingyo kicked the Zhuyan demon emperor's body away, then swung his Zhutian sword, a flash of light, striking toward the black poison sky spider. Human, you're courting death? The black poison sky spider was instantly enraged. This human dared to attack him? Let him taste the true extent of its power. The black poison sky spider was resolute. It spat out a vast web of silk that covered the sky, each strand shimmering with a dazzling blue light. a clear indication of the deadly venom capable of killing even an emperor. Human, let's see how you break my heavenly spider blood venom. The black poison sky spider laughed maniacally, spewing silk endlessly at Lin Xingyo. Yet, Lin Xingyo ignored it all, charging toward the spider with incredible speed. This human is insane. He's insane. Those are the silk threads of the black poison sky spider. They're coated with the heavenly spider blood venom. Even a demon emperor would melt into a puddle of blood upon contact. This madman isn't even dodging. He's rushing straight into death. Countless creatures stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. The scene was too astonishing. A mere human, daring to ignore the venomous silk threads of the black poison sky spider? It was beyond comprehension. This human is reckless. Though invincible, he's surely doomed now. He'll perish under the venomous silk threads of the black poison sky spider. Countless creatures murmured, nearly all convinced that Lin Xingyo was finished. Wrapped in silk like a mummy, his body devoured, no one believed he could survive. Devouring God's spear, pierce? Just as everyone awaited Lin Xingyo's demise, a thunderous roar echoed, and a spear of overwhelming killing intent pierced through the silk, impaling the exultant black poison sky spider against a wall, devouring all its essence, blood, and soul. Kill! Simultaneously, Lin Xingyo erupted from the silk, his Jutian sword striking toward a completely unprepared Zhaoqi demon emperor. Clang! The Zhaoqi demon emperor barely reacted, his wolf-tooth club blocking Lin Xingyo's strike. Roaring in fury, he raised his massive hand and slammed it down toward Lin Xingyo. Shatter heaven palm break? Seeing the Zhaoqi demon emperor's palm descending, Lin Xingyo raised his left hand, channeling all the divine energy from his core, and retaliated with a furious counterattack. Bang! The collision of forces shattered the surrounding space, creating a web of cracks like shattered glass. Wolf-tooth club grind? The Zhaoqi demon emperor, having landed his strike, swung his wolf-tooth club, aiming to grind Lin Xingyo into nothing. Jutian sword kill? Facing the Zhaoqi demon emperor's club like a meat grinder, Lin Xingyo's Jutian sword trembled, then slashed forward with blinding speed. Clang! The Zhaoqi demon emperor's club struck the Jutian sword, bending the blade under the impact. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xingyo took a few steps back, then stomped his right foot hard, cracking the ground and sending shards of debris flying around him. Kill! Lin Xingyo's eyes turned blood red, his aura exploding with radiance. 9 divine halos rose behind him, bathed in the light of immortal essence. Jutian sword slay? Lin Xingyo suddenly raised his head, his Jutian sword vibrating with power. Before countless onlookers, he drew the sword and slashed with lightning speed toward the Zhaoqi demon emperor's wolf-tooth club. Wolf-tooth shatter. The Zhaoqi demon emperor reacted swiftly, raising his club to meet Lin Xingyo's strike. Hum, hum, hum. The surrounding void cracked, waves of wolf-tooth shadows like a tidal wave crashing toward Lin Xingyo. Boundless domain arise? Lin Xingyo gripped his Jutian sword tightly, stepping forward as his boundless domain expanded to a 300-meter radius, blocking all the wolf-tooth shadows. Bang, bang, bang. The Zhaoqi demon emperor's wolf-tooth shadows struck Lin Xingyo's boundless domain but failed to penetrate it. Kill. With his boundless domain holding firm, Lin Xingyo's Jutian sword struck toward the Zhaoqi demon emperor, a slash that cleaved the heavens. In an instant, the sword split the Zhaoqi demon emperor in half, blood and brain matter splattering across the ground. SSS, SSS, SSS? Before Lin Xingyo could recover, a shadow descended from the sky, and a massive mouth swallowed him whole. Human, are you not dead yet? The Xiang Snake Emperor laughed maniacally. Now that you're in my belly, I don't believe you can escape alive. The Xiang Snake Emperor's laughter echoed, for he felt incredible satisfaction. No one else had been able to kill Lin Xingyo, yet he had swallowed him in one gulp. What could be more satisfying than that? The surrounding creatures also cheered, for in a sense, Lin Xingyo was already dead. The overwhelming despair he had brought was now gone, and countless beings rejoiced. But the creatures of the ancient Forbidden Zone couldn't help but rejoice, especially the Xiang Snake Emperor, who had swallowed Lin Xingyo in one gulp. He was ecstatic, but his joy was short-lived. The next moment, his expression of satisfaction turned into one of agony. Slash. Before the surrounding creatures could react, the Xiang Snake Emperor, who had just been exultant, suddenly collapsed with a ruptured belly. Slay. Lin Xingyo's cold eyes darkened, and with a flick of his Jutian sword, he decapitated the Xiang Snake Emperor right in front of countless onlookers. Come at me if you don't accept. Chapter 178. The ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone strikes. Human, you deserve to die. Everyone, attack and kill him together. The Qianyo Demon Emperor roared, leading all the remaining demon emperors in a charge toward Lin Xingyo. Everyone, attack! Are you trying to outnumber me? Lin Xingyo said as he saw the Qianyo Demon Emperor and the others rushing toward him. Then let me show you the true extent of my power. Ancient Bloodline, activate. Perfected Ancient Saint Physique, activate. 3 Supreme Bones, activate. Golden Buddha Wall, activate. Martial Dao Heavenly Eyes, activate. Lin Xingyo let out a series of thunderous roars, and in an instant, divine radiance erupted from his body, countless rays of light surged upward, and an overwhelming killing intent swept toward the creatures of the ancient Forbidden Zone. Heaven-sundering sword, kill. Lin Xingyo charged into the fray like a tiger among sheep, his heaven-sundering sword cleaving through the air as if splitting the heavens and the earth, instantly slaying countless creatures. Kill. Lin Xingyo was completely immersed in the frenzy of battle. With his boundless realm activated, he completely ignored their attacks. His heaven-sundering sword cut a path through the chaos. Anyone who dared to stand in his way was almost instantly slain by a single strike. Good heavens! He's too strong to be able to be so invincible with just a single sword. Countless creatures were in despair. Lin Xingyo was simply too powerful. He was pushing them to the brink of collapse. Even with 1,000,000 creatures attacking, they couldn't break through Lin Xingyo's boundless realm, and many were injured by the counterattacks from his golden Buddha wall. Was he truly invincible? Was he truly unbeatable? In the midst of the bloodbath, countless creatures cried out, for Lin Xingyo was simply too powerful. No matter what they tried, they couldn't even scratch him. By this point, countless creatures were trembling in fear. The Lin Xingyo before them was simply too terrifying to be able to fight 1,000,000 creatures alone. It was a feat that seemed only possible in myths. Only the immortal beings from the various forbidden zones had left such legends on this continent. No one else could achieve such a thing. What was happening before their eyes was simply too extraordinary. Kill. Despite this, the surrounding creatures did not give up. They continued to attack Lin Xingyo with wild abandon. They couldn't afford to give up. If they couldn't kill Lin Xingyo now, then it would be Lin Xingyo who would kill them next. So, countless creatures relentlessly attacked, hoping to end him here. But how could it be that simple? After all, Lin Xingyo was now undefeated by all means. Unless an immortal being from the Forbidden Zones appeared, this was a one-sided massacre, and no one could withstand his attacks. Cease. Just as countless creatures were furiously attacking Lin Xingyo, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the void. Then, a series of cloud rings exploded, and an old man with snow-white hair and a withered frame, holding a dragon-headed staff, stepped out from the shattered cloud rings. He said, "Fellow Taoist, will you cease now?" "Are you asking me?" Lin Xingyo flicked his heaven-sundering sword, instantly beheading a demon emperor in front of him. "Fellow Taoist, cease." "Fellow Taoist, if you cease now, the ancient Forbidden Zone is willing to compensate you," the old man with the dragon-headed staff said, his gaze calm as he looked at Lin Xingyo. "Humph! Compensation? How can you compensate for what's been done? My woman is in such a state now." Lin Xingyo held Chu Yun's soul in his hand, his icy eyes fixed on the old man before him. "Do you think compensation alone is enough for me to stop?" Fellow Taoist, take a look. The old man glanced at Lin Xingyo, then waved his hand, sending a stream of milky white immortal light that landed in Lin Xingyo's palm. Instantly, the treasure holding Chu Yun's soul shattered, and before the shocked eyes of everyone, Chu Yun, who had just exploded and was left with only her soul, miraculously revived. Chu Yun. Lin Xingyo reached out and pulled Chu Yun into his arms, his eyes softening with tenderness. All the surrounding creatures were stunned. Their mouths agape, they couldn't react, for what they were witnessing was simply too shocking. Chu Yun came to her senses, her moist red lips parting as she was about to speak, but Lin Xingyo kissed her instead. Fellow Taoist, will you cease now? The old man standing in the void, with his calm, placid eyes, looked at Lin Xingyo with unwavering composure. Cease? Lin Xingyo's gaze darkened. He turned, holding Chu Yun's hand, his sharp eyes fixed on the old man standing in the void. So many have died. How do you propose to cease? Do you intend to bring them all back to life? No, I cannot do that. The old man shook his head. But I can promise you this. Within 1,000,000 years, the ancient Forbidden Zone will not kill any humans. As for what has happened here, the ancient Forbidden Zone is willing to compensate by helping the Immortal Moon sect rebuild its mountain gate and will not invade for 1,000,000 years. Is this the compensation you speak of? Lin Xingyo shook his blood-soaked sword, his fighting spirit surging as he looked at the old man standing in the void. Unless you can defeat me, I will never agree. You wish to fight me? The old man was slightly startled, a hint of surprise on his face as he looked at Lin Xingyo. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Lin Xingyo raised his heaven-sundering sword, took a step forward, and shielded Chu Yun behind him. Do you dare to fight? Very well. The old man smiled. He had been dormant for far too long. Few in the world knew his name, so it was no surprise that such a brazen individual would dare to challenge him. How audacious! How dare you! The surviving demon emperors of the ancient Forbidden Zone were enraged. The old man before them was no ordinary being. He was an immortal existence of the ancient Forbidden Zone. His cultivation had long since reached the immortal realm. For a mere human to disrespect their ancestor was unforgivable. It's fine. The old man waved his hand, his gaze fixed on Lin Xingyo as he slowly said, Young man, you are too arrogant. Your strength is not yet worthy of my action. Now, I have offered you such terms, which is already giving you great face. If you continue to cause trouble, then I will have no choice but to kill you. Oh, is that so? Lin Xingyo's brow furrowed, a look of utter disdain on his face. Then come at me. Young man, you are quite impressive. If you are willing, I can give you an opportunity. I will take you as my personal disciple in this life. The old man did not attack, but instead looked at Lin Xingyo and slowly said, What do you think of this? Hemph, I'm not interested. Lin Xingyo smirked, his eyes flicking disdainfully over the old man before he said, Because you're not worthy. The old man was finally provoked. No matter how calm one's temperament, it was impossible to endure such words from Lin Xingyo. Moreover, he was an immortal being of the ancient Forbidden Zone. To be blunt, in the immortal realm, and even across the entire Eastern Star Domain, no one dared to speak to him in such a manner. This mere human before him dared to say he was not worthy. The old man could no longer contain his anger. He slowly raised his head, gripping his dragon-headed staff tightly, and slammed it hard against the void. In an instant, a terrifying force surged toward Lin Xingyo. It was the power of death. Wherever that force passed, all life withered and died in an instant. Even the flowing water on the ground turned into stagnant death water. Chapter 179. 9 Dragons Ascending to Heaven. Colorless Domain Activate. Facing the old man's attack, Lin Xingyo immediately unleashed the power of the 3 supreme bones behind him. In an instant, the colorless domain directly blocked the old man's death energy. Hemph! The old man's expression changed, and he fixed his gaze on Lin Xingyo, saying, "Interesting. Interesting?" Lin Xingyo let out a cold smile, stomped his foot, and declared, "Then let me show you something even more interesting. Golden Buddha Wall, activate." As soon as Lin Xingyo finished speaking, the Golden Buddha Wall was summoned. The death energy that the old man had unleashed was instantly repelled by the wall.
No.
Countless living beings around them screamed in agony as the reflected death energy shot towards them. Any being that touched even a trace of it would die instantly. Interesting. The old man's cold eyes opened, and he slowly raised his right hand. With a gentle wave, a massive torrent of milky white light enveloped all the living beings, blocking the death energy. What? How is this possible? My life force has reversed in an instant, the death energy is gone, and I feel like my lifespan has increased by decades. The stunned expressions of countless beings revealed their shock. The scene before them was truly astonishing. The power of life and death. Lin Xingyo's mouth opened slightly, and his face was filled with astonishment. The old man before him was far from ordinary. He had mastered the power of life and death. Such a skill was beyond extraordinary. If not for his own breakthrough beyond the limits of mortals, reaching the celestial realm, even the colorless domain might not have been able to withstand such a divine ability. Fellow Taoist, what do you think? The old man standing in the void fixed his gaze intently on Lin Xingyo. With such abilities, do I have the qualification to be your master? Humph, you're not worthy. Lin Xingyo smirked contemptuously at the old man. To be my master, you're still a million years too early. How dare you? You lowly human. Our immortal ancestor of the ancient forbidden zone deigning to look upon you is an honor beyond measure. Countless beings from the ancient forbidden zone shouted at Lin Xingyo. Now, not only do you fail to show gratitude, but you also repeatedly speak with disrespect. Do you really think you can surpass our immortal ancestor of the ancient forbidden zone? Ancestor, there's no need to waste words on such an arrogant fool. Just kill him directly. Several demon emperors standing around bowed deeply, addressing the old man holding a dragon-headed staff. After all, this insolent wretch has killed too many of our kind in the ancient forbidden zone. Humph! The old man's expression darkened, and he showed clear displeasure. Are you trying to teach me how to act? Ancestor, we dare not. Ancestor, we dare not. The surrounding beings were all terrified. The weight of those words was too heavy for any deity to bear. No matter how powerful one might be, there was no qualification to dictate the actions of an ancestor, especially in such a situation. In an instant, the entire area fell silent. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid to speak further. The old man, however, calmly looked at Lin Xingyo and said, "Young man, I too was once arrogant. But arrogance often comes with a price. Now that you've seen my abilities, if you don't submit to me today, I can only kill you." Humph! Lin Xingyo disdainfully glanced at the old man and sneered coldly. "Old man, are you threatening me? Threatening you? You? Do you even deserve it? Do you know how terrifying our ancestor is? You, a mere ant, do you even have the right?" At Lin Xingyo's words, the surrounding emperors exploded in outrage. After all, it was unbearable to hear. A mere human dared to speak so disrespectfully about their ancestor of the ancient forbidden zone. "Young man, you've angered me." The old man standing in the void also showed signs of anger. He could no longer hold back. After all these years, being treated with such contempt by a mere human was too much to bear. If he didn't take action to punish this insolent brat, what face would he have left? Kill. The ancestor of the ancient forbidden zone planted the seed of killing intent in his heart. He raised his dragon-headed staff and, without waiting for anyone to react, swung it directly at Lin Xingyo. Clang! Seeing the old man's attack, Lin Xingyo immediately raised his heaven-slaying sword to meet the dragon-headed staff. In an instant, the staff and the sword clashed, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered the surroundings. 9 dragons ascending to heaven, activate. The old man's eyes burned with fury, and with a shake of his dragon-headed staff, 9 purple-gold divine dragons tore through the heavens and launched a devastating assault on Lin Xingyo. Colorless Domain activate. Facing the onslaught of the 9 purple-gold dragons, Lin Xingyo activated his colorless domain. His eyes widened as he shouted, "Heaven is Qian, Earth is Kuan. The 8 trigrams seal the heavens and earth. Reverse the universe, shatter the heavens, gather all Qi, open the heavenly eye, slay gods and demons, annihilate all beings. Martial Tao, heavenly eye, annihilate." As soon as Lin Xingyo finished speaking, a divine eye with overwhelming patterns opened on his forehead. It shot out a beam of light powerful enough to shatter the heavens, instantly destroying the 9 attacking purple-gold dragons. Heaven-slaying sword, kill. Without hesitation, Lin Xingyo flicked his heaven-slaying sword, which moved as fast as lightning, and unleashed a devastating strike towards the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone. Clang! Clang! In an instant, the two exchanged tens of thousands of moves, completely shattering the mountains, rivers, and even the void around them, turning it into a wasteland. Countless beings who failed to dodge were obliterated. Young man, you surprise me. I didn't expect you to have reached that realm as well. It seems I have genuine interest in a full-scale battle with you. The old man fighting in the void tightly gripped his dragon-headed staff, striking at Lin Xingyo with each swing. You'll soon witness my true power. I hope you can survive 100 moves. Kill. As the old man's voice faded during the fierce battle, his dragon-headed staff exploded, transforming into a primordial dragon that suppressed the heavens. It let out a roar and launched a ferocious attack on Lin Xingyo. Chapter 180. Bloody Battle in the Starry Sky. The ancestor is truly enraged. Human, prepare to die. Countless beings around shouted, confident that Lin Xingyo would surely meet his end, as the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone had completely lost his temper. Now, he was employing supernatural means to slay Lin Xingyo. Indeed, the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone was genuinely filled with killing intent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fully activated his dragonhead staff. Young man, submit. The ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone, as he assailed Lin Xingyo, declared, "Submit, or you shall meet your end today. My dragonhead staff was crafted from the essence of a genuine ancestral dragon. Its might is sufficient to grind you to dust." Is that so? Lin Xingyo's eyes narrowed in fury. Without flinching, he swung his heaven-slaying sword even faster toward the ancestral dragon lunging at him. Then come at me. Hmph! The ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone was thoroughly enraged. His cold, piercing gaze locked onto Lin Xingyo. With his left hand clenched into a fist and his right hand forming a claw, he joined forces with the ancestral dragon conjured by his dragonhead staff to unleash a relentless assault on Lin Xingyo. Devouring God Spear, kill. Lin Xingyo, not daring to be careless, summoned the Devouring God Spear. He launched it toward the ancestral dragon formed by the dragonhead staff, while simultaneously activating his fully matured ancient saint physique with the heaven-slaying sword in hand. He charged at the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone with everything he had. Soon, their battle carried them from the immortal moon sect all the way into the outer reaches of the starry sky, where they engaged in the most ferocious bloodbath. Kill, kill, kill. Lin Xingyo fought with complete abandon. His heaven-slaying sword struck the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone tens of thousands of times, shattering countless stars in the outer reaches of the starry sky. Yet, the bloodbath showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it grew increasingly intense. Both sides' battle fervor reached a boiling point. For 7 days and 7 nights, they battled in the outer reaches of the starry sky, causing the sun and moon to lose their brilliance, the heavens to tilt, and countless beings to tremble in fear. Young man, you truly surprise me, but it's time for all of this to end. In the midst of the bloodbath, the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone went berserk. After all, he was a survivor from the ancient era. In the darkest of times, he had been on par with the Emperor of the Wasteland. Now, He was locked in a 7-day-long stalemate with a mere human. As an immortal being who had survived the ancient era, he simply couldn't accept this outcome. Moreover, if he couldn't slay this human, what face would he have left in this world? Kill. The ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone fully activated the Tao of Life and Death, unleashing an all-out assault on Lin Xingyo. He had to kill Lin Xingyo. Otherwise, his reputation would be utterly ruined. But Lin Xingyo was simply too powerful. Although the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone had mastered the Tao of Life and Death, Lin Xingyo possessed numerous other supernatural abilities. The colorless domain, in particular, almost completely nullified the ancestor's attacks. What vexed him the most was the Golden Light Buddha Wall. That divine technique was simply too overpowered. Not only could it block his attacks, but it could also reflect them back to injure him. Young man, you've truly enraged me. The ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone went completely mad, his killing intent exploding to its peak. The ancestral dragon conjured by his dragonhead staff lunged at Lin Xingyo with full force. Kill! Lin Xingyo fearlessly charged forward, his heaven-slaying sword striking wildly at the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone, while the devouring god spear relentlessly pounded the ancestral dragon conjured by the dragonhead staff. Heaven is Qian, earth is Kuan. The 8 trigrams divide the 5 elements, reverse Qian and Kuan to break the heavens. The Tao of Life and Death swallows the world, eradicating all demons throughout eternity. Life and Death Reincarnation Seal, slay. The ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone formed seals with both hands, drawing out the power of the Tao of Life and Death, merging it with his divine soul, and then sealing the heavens and earth, reversing the order of the cosmos to create a crushing life and death reincarnation seal that descended upon Lin Xingyo. Kill. The ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone unleashed his ultimate technique, and this life and death reincarnation seal was no ordinary move. Anyone struck by it, even a celestial being, would be obliterated, unable to reincarnate for eternity. Human, can you still survive this? Countless beings in the ancient Forbidden Zone of the immortal realm smiled with glee, certain that Lin Xingyo couldn't withstand this attack from the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone. But, in the next moment, Lin Xingyo made his move. He activated the sacred battle technique, instantly boosting his combat power by dozens of times. With the heaven-slaying sword in hand, he unleashed an unstoppable onslaught toward the descending life and death reincarnation seal. Clang! Lin Xingyo leapt into the air, terrifying shockwaves rippling around him. He raised his heaven-slaying sword and struck upward at the life and death reincarnation seal pressing down on him. Young man, kneel and submit. The ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone sneered at Lin Xingyo, who was attacking the life and death reincarnation seal. With your current strength, there's no way you can break my life and death reincarnation seal, understand? Is that so? Lin Xingyo glanced at the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone. Then let me show you how I'll cut your life and death reincarnation seal apart with a single strike. Heaven-slaying sword, descend. As soon as he finished speaking, divine patterns enveloped the heavens. The heaven-slaying sword in his hand trembled, and a blade of light capable of obliterating the heavens shot out, instantly transforming into a 10,000-mile-long rainbow that struck the life and death reincarnation seal. Snap! In the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, the blade of light from Lin Xingyo's heaven-slaying sword sliced through the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone's life and death reincarnation seal in a single strike. Boom! After shattering the life and death reincarnation seal, the 10,000-mile-long blade of light sliced through a nearby star, obliterating it in an instant. Wow! Countless beings gasped in shock at the sight. That strike was simply too overwhelming. If the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone hadn't dodged, it was believed that this single strike could have killed him. Come fight! Lin Xingyo went completely berserk. His cold, piercing eyes locked onto the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone. Like a meteor chasing the moon, he raised his sword and struck at the ancestor's head. Kill! By this point, the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone had no choice but to fight to the death. After all, it was a matter of survival. Either he or Lin Xingyo had to perish, or neither would leave the battlefield unscathed. Kill. The ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone steeled his resolve once more. He reached out and seized 2 stars, hurling them at Lin Xingyo with full force. Kill. Lin Xingyo showed no signs of retreating. Instead, he accelerated toward the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone, determined to end the battle as quickly as possible. After all, the sacred battle technique had a time limit. If he couldn't slay the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone within this period, things could get complicated. Once the sacred battle technique wore off, Lin Xingyo would experience a brief period of weakness. Therefore, he had to grit his teeth and do everything in his power to slay the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone with his sword. Kill. Lin Xingyo's killing intent exploded to its peak. Clutching his heaven-slaying sword tightly, he unleashed a torrent of attacks on the 2 stars controlled by the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone, causing chaos to erupt in the Star Sea. Chapter 181. The Battle Against the Heavens. Oh my god! Are they even human? Their combat power is too incredible. The ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor actually forcibly captured 2 stars to fight a human. Countless creatures opened their eyes, their faces filled with shock, as this scene was simply too astonishing. The ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor had forcibly captured 2 stars, one wrapped in death energy and the other in life energy. Chapter 181. Battle Through the Heavens. Good heavens! Are they even human? Their combat power is too extraordinary. The ancestor of the Forbidden Ancient Lands actually forcibly captured 2 stars to fight a human. Countless creatures opened their eyes, their faces filled with astonishment, as this scene was simply too shocking. The ancestor of the Forbidden Ancient Lands had forcibly captured 2 stars, one wrapped in death energy and the other in life energy. He clashed with Lin Xingyo in the outer Xingkong, like meteoric hammers. Those who witnessed this could only be left in shock. This human is too strong. The long sword in his hand is simply invincible. The ancestor of the Forbidden Ancient Lands captured 2 stars, and any single strike could obliterate an emperor of the demon realm. Yet, this mere human, relying solely on the long sword in his hand, has fought the ancestor of the Forbidden Ancient Lands for billions of blows. Who could possibly defeat such a monstrous being? Countless creatures gasped in shock, their eyes fixed on the battle in the outer Xingkong, almost on the verge of collapse. The scene before them was simply too terrifying. It was likely that the creatures of the immortal spirit realm would never again dare to underestimate humans. White-clad Emperor. The human race in the immortal spirit realm was naturally overjoyed, as they had been oppressed for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, they could finally hold their heads high once more. White-clad Emperor. After a while, the human race finally reacted, and they all began to shout the name of the white-clad Emperor. Everyone was frantically cheering. Every eye was filled with reverence and adoration, because by this point, the battle was no longer just between Lin Xingyo and the ancestor of the Forbidden Ancient Lands. It had become a war between all of humanity and the 100 races. The ancestor of the Forbidden Ancient Lands represented the strongest power of the 100 races. Lin Xingyo represented humanity. Who was stronger would undoubtedly influence the entire layout of the immortal spirit realm. Of course, whether humanity could rise again hinged on this battle. Therefore, almost all creatures were now focused on this monumental clash. Kill. Lin Xingyo didn't think too much. All he wanted now was to slay the ancestor of the Forbidden Ancient Lands. For a dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it, and it will surely enrage. Moreover, the Forbidden Ancient Lands, in their quest to unify the Kanglan continent, not only massacred the immortal Moon sect but also almost forced Chu Yun to her death. Therefore, Lin Xingyo could not let this matter end so easily. He had to slay the ancestor of the Forbidden Ancient Lands. His purpose was clear. He wanted to tell all creatures plainly, anyone who dares to harm his people will face death. Young man, die for me. The ancestor of the Forbidden Ancient Lands, however, had completely gone mad. After fighting for so long, he still hadn't killed Lin Xingyo. It wasn't just a matter of losing face anymore. The ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands had realized the severity of the situation. If he couldn't kill Lin Xingyo, it would mean that the 100 races would never be able to hold their heads high again. Kill. The ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands no longer held back, unleashing all his power at once. His combat power instantly increased several times over. The two stars were completely devoured by the forces of life and death. Kill. With a roar that shook the heavens, the ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands sent the two stars he had captured hurtling toward Lin Xingyo like meteors. Ancient bloodline, activate. Lin Xingyo's ancient bloodline surged, and his body instantly grew to an enormous size. In just a few breaths, he towered as tall as a star, shocking everyone. The heaven-slaying sword in his hand also grew larger. Kill. With a fierce roar, Lin Xingyo tightly gripped the blazing heaven-slaying sword and swung it down toward the ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The heaven-slaying sword cleaved through the heavens, cutting across the galaxy. With a thunderous crash, it struck the stars hurled by the ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands. Crack! The heaven-slaying sword in Lin Xingyo's hand sliced through one of the stars. Before the ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands could react, Lin Xingyo swung the sword again, cutting down the other star. Crack! The other star controlled by the ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands was also cut down by Lin Xingyo. The death energy on the star instantly exploded, swallowing the void. I have a sword, named Heaven-Slaying, capable of cutting down heaven and earth. How could it not kill you? Ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands, take this sword. With a fierce glare, Lin Xingyo lowered his gaze, looking down at the ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands, who now seemed like an insignificant ant. Slowly raising his arm, he unleashed a devastating slash with the heaven-slaying sword. 10,000 dragon staff, come? Panicking, the ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands reached out and grabbed the dragon head cane that had been fighting the devouring god spear. He met Lin Xingyo's descending heaven-slaying sword with a counterattack. Clang! The heaven-slaying sword in Lin Xingyo's hand and the dragon head cane in the ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands hand collided, unleashing a devastating force that shattered hundreds of stars and nearly tore apart the entire galaxy. Ugh! The ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands finally couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying backward, exploding 6 or 7 stars behind him. Kill! Lin Xingyo quickly followed up, raising the heaven-slaying sword and slashing toward the ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands. Splat! In the shocked eyes of countless creatures, the immortal existence of the forbidden ancient lands, the ancestor himself, was coughing up blood while being relentlessly attacked by Lin Xingyo. Die! Lin Xingyo had completely gone berserk. The heaven-slaying sword in his hand unleashed tens of thousands of strikes, obliterating the ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands tens of thousands of times. Heaven-slaying sword, go! Lin Xingyo fully unleashed his power, sending the heaven-slaying sword straight into the ancestor of the forbidden ancient land's forehead. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the devouring god spear. Before anyone could react, he opened the colorless domain. He pinned the ancestor of the forbidden ancient land's body to a giant rock with a single thrust of the devouring god spear. Human, you cannot kill me. I have long since comprehended the way of life and death. Even if you destroy my body, as long as my soul remains, I can be reborn. Is that so? Lin Xingyo's cold eyes narrowed as he stirred the devouring god spear in his hand. Don't you feel something different now compared to the beginning? Huh. The ancestor of the forbidden ancient land's expression changed, and fear immediately appeared on his face. He realized that his life force was being irreversibly absorbed by the devouring god spear in Lin Xingyo's hand, while the death energy in his body was being devoured by the heaven-slaying sword. How could this be? The ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands was completely panicked. He truly felt the approach of death, and the scent of it was growing stronger. If he couldn't escape his current predicament, he would truly die. No, I can't die. Absolutely not. I am the immortal ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands. I have already mastered the way of life and death. How can I die? The ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands desperately struggled, using every possible means to resist, but his life force was still vanishing irreversibly, and the scent of death grew increasingly intense. What should I do? Am I really going to die like this? No, absolutely not. Just as the ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands was roaring in despair, with the scent of death closing in, a sudden burst of energy tore through the void. A sword that could cleave the heavens came crashing down. Sky-shattering fist break. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo abruptly turned around, clenched his fist, and met the descending sword with a powerful punch. In an instant, a fist print as large as a star directly shattered the incoming sword. Ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands, flee. As soon as Lin Xingyo's punch landed, a colossal hand reached out and grabbed the ancestor of the forbidden ancient lands, swiftly pulling him away from this void. This human is too strong. The sword in his hand is simply invincible. The ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor has forcibly captured 2 stars, and any single strike could obliterate an emperor of the demon race. Yet this mere human, with just a sword in hand, has fought the ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor for countless blows. Such a monstrous figure, who could possibly stand against him? Countless creatures gasped, their eyes fixed on the battle in the outer Xingkong, almost on the verge of collapse. The scene before them was simply too terrifying. It was likely that the creatures of the celestial spirit realm would never dare to underestimate humans again. White-robed Emperor. The human race in the celestial spirit realm was naturally overjoyed facing this scene, as they had been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, they could finally hold their heads high once more. White-robed Emperor. After a while, the human race finally reacted, and they all began to shout the name of the white-robed Emperor. Everyone was frantically shouting. Every eye was filled with reverence and admiration, because by this point, the battle was no longer just between Lin Xingyo and the ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor, but a war between all of humanity and the 100 races. The ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor represented the strongest power of the 100 races. Lin Xingyo represented humanity. Who was stronger and who was weaker would inevitably affect the entire celestial spirit realm's balance. Of course, whether humanity could finally hold their heads high also depended on this battle. Thus, almost all creatures were paying attention to this great battle. Kill. Lin Xingyo didn't think too much. At this moment, all he wanted was to kill the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone. Because a dragon has a reverse scale, touch it and you will face its wrath. Moreover, the ancient Forbidden Zone, in its quest to unify the Kanglan continent, not only massacred the immortal Moon sect but also nearly forced Chu Yun to her death. Therefore, Lin Xingyo couldn't let this matter end like this. He had to kill the ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone. The goal was clear. He wanted to plainly tell all creatures, anyone who dares to touch his people will face death. Young man, go to hell. The ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor was completely mad, as after fighting for so long, he still hadn't killed Lin Xingyo. Now, it wasn't just about losing face. It had already made the ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor realize the seriousness of the situation. If he couldn't kill Lin Xingyo, it would mean the 100 races would never be able to hold their heads high again. Kill. The ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor no longer held back, unleashing all his power. His combat power instantly increased several times. The 2 stars were completely devoured by the forces of life and death. Kill. The ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor roared, and the 2 stars he had forcibly captured came crashing down towards Lin Xingyo like meteors chasing the moon. Ancient Bloodline, activate. Lin Xingyo's ancient bloodline was boiling, and his body instantly grew countless times taller. In the shocked eyes of countless beings, within a few short breaths, he grew to the size of a star, and the heaven-slaying sword in his hand also grew larger. Kill! Lin Xingyo tightly gripped the flaming heaven-slaying sword, roaring in anger, and slashed down at the ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor with a single sword strike. Swish, swish, swish! The heaven-slaying sword cut across the heavens, slicing through the galaxy, and slammed into the stars the ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor had thrown at him. Snap! The heaven-slaying sword in Lin Xingyo's hand sliced through the star in the ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor's grasp, and before he could react, Lin Xingyo raised his sword and struck the other star. Snap! The other star controlled by the ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor was also cut down by Lin Xingyo, and the death energy on it instantly exploded, swallowing the void. I have a sword called the Heaven-Slaying Sword, capable of cutting through heaven and earth. How could it not kill you? Ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor, take this sword. Lin Xingyo's eyes narrowed, and looking down at the ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor like an ant, he slowly raised his arm and slashed down at him with a devastating blow. Dragon staff, come! The ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor was completely panicked, grabbing the dragon-headed staff that was fighting against the devouring god spear and rushing to meet Lin Xingyo's heaven-slaying sword. Snap! The heaven-slaying sword in Lin Xingyo's hand and the dragon-headed staff in the ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor's hand collided, and the resulting destructive force instantly shattered hundreds of stars, nearly breaking the entire galaxy. The ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor finally couldn't hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying, crashing through 6 or 7 stars behind him. Kill! Lin Xingyo quickly followed up, raising his heaven-slaying sword and slashing down at the ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor. In the shocked eyes of countless creatures, the immortal existence of the ancient Forbidden Zone, the ancestor himself, was coughing up blood while being slaughtered by Lin Xingyo. Die! Lin Xingyo was completely in a frenzy, slashing out 10,000 strikes with his heaven-slaying sword, obliterating the ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor tens of thousands of times. Heaven-slaying sword, go! Lin Xingyo fully unleashed his power, sending the heaven-slaying sword straight into the ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor's forehead, then reaching out and grabbing the devouring god spear. Before anyone could react, he opened the colorless domain, immobilizing the ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor's body, and thrust the spear into his chest, pinning him to a giant rock. Human, you cannot kill me. I have long since comprehended the way of life and death. Even if you destroy my body, as long as my soul remains, I can be reborn. Is that so? Lin Xingyo's cold eyes darkened as he stirred the devouring god spear in his hand and said, "Don't you feel something different now, compared to the beginning?" Huh. The ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor's expression changed, and immediately, fear appeared on his face, as he realized that his life force was being irreversibly absorbed by the devouring god spear in Lin Xingyo's hand, while the death energy in his body was being devoured by the heaven-slaying sword. How could this be? The ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor was completely panicked, as he truly felt the aura of death, and it was growing stronger. If he couldn't escape his current predicament, he would truly die. No, I can't die. Absolutely can't die. I am the immortal ancestor of the ancient Forbidden Zone. I have long since understood the way of life and death. How can I die? The ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor desperately struggled, using every possible means to stop it, but his life force was still disappearing irreversibly, and the aura of death was growing stronger. What should I do? Am I really going to die like this? No, absolutely not. Just as the ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor was roaring in desperation and the aura of death was closing in, a sword capable of cleaving the heavens suddenly sliced through the void. Crushing heaven fist break? Seeing this, Lin Xingyo suddenly turned around, clenching his fist and smashing it towards the sword slicing through the void, and in an instant, a fist print the size of a star directly blasted the sword to pieces. Ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor, go! Just as Lin Xingyo's fist print landed, a giant hand reached out and grabbed the ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor, quickly trying to leave this void. Chapter 182. Slaying the Ancestor of the Ancient Forbidden Zone. Where do you think you're going? Lin Xingyo wasn't about to let the ancestor of the Ancient Forbidden Zone escape. Gripping the Zhutian sword tightly, he slashed at the colossal hand, attempting to whisk the ancestor away. Crack! With a single strike, Lin Xingyo's Zhutian sword sliced through the colossal hand, reducing it to nothing. The ancestor of the Ancient Forbidden Zone was then firmly grasped in his hand. With a brutal squeeze, the ancestor was crushed into a bloody pulp. Lin Xingyo then seized his soul and, raising the Zhutian sword, brought it down for the final strike. Human, you may stop now. If you dare to kill the ancestor of the Ancient Forbidden Zone, you'll be courting a disaster of unimaginable proportions. Do you understand? The void trembled, and 4 towering phantoms of divine beasts appeared. Each one exuded an aura of unparalleled power, for they were the true invincible beings of the Xianling realm. Though mere shadows, their might was beyond measure. However, Lin Xingyo showed no fear. Clutching the ancestor's soul tightly, he declared, "Come, I am not afraid to fight." Arrogant. The 4 divine beast phantoms were utterly enraged. They were the most powerful beings in the Xianling realm, having lived for millions of years. Never before had anyone dared to disrespect them in such a manner. Now, a mere human dared to defy their command. Kill! The 4 phantoms erupted into a frenzy, ready to strike Lin Xingyo down. But suddenly, the void trembled once more. A bronze palace abruptly appeared before them. "You dare?" As the voice echoed, the void trembled again. In the stunned gaze of countless onlookers, a mysterious white-clad figure emerged, standing before Lin Xingyo, blocking the 4 divine beast phantoms. "Do you intend to interfere?" The 4 phantoms, who had been about to move, halted abruptly. They glared furiously at the bronze palace and the white-clad figure standing before Lin Xingyo. The Ancient Forbidden Zone massacred the Xianyue sect. Shouldn't they face such a fate? Hmph! The 4 divine beast phantoms snorted coldly, their eyes brimming with boundless Sa-yi. However, after much hesitation, they chose to hold back. A full-scale battle would undoubtedly turn the heavens and earth upside down, potentially shattering the Xianling realm. Despite their seething rage, they had no choice but to swallow their pride. Human, though the mountains may change and the rivers may flow, the Ancient Forbidden Zone will one day seek retribution for the ancestor's death. With those words, the 4 phantoms dissipated. The white-clad figure then turned its icy gaze toward Lin Xingyo, scrutinizing him for a few tense seconds before suddenly exploding and vanishing. Crack! The bronze palace, towering in the void, also tore through the space and disappeared. In an instant, the area was left with only Lin Xingyo and the Ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor. "You may depart now." Without hesitation, Lin Xingyo, under the shocked gazes of countless onlookers, used the Zhutian sword and the soul-devouring spear to strike down the Ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor. "No, you can't kill me." The screams of the Ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor echoed in Lin Xingyo's ears, but he paid no heed. He utterly annihilated him. Anyone who dared to harm his woman would face this fate. No matter who it was, even if it were the heavens themselves, Lin Xingyo would kill without hesitation. Run, quickly run. In the ruins of the Xianyue sect, the remaining creatures finally snapped out of their shock. With the Ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor slain, there was only one path before them: to flee without regard for anything else, or face certain death. How ironic. Just moments ago, the Ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestor had sought to take Lin Xingyo as his disciple, and now he had been slain by him. The humiliation was immense. Ding! The system detects that the host has slain a heaven-reaching realm descendant of the Ancient Forbidden Zone, granting the life and death reincarnation seal. Do you wish to integrate it to enhance your strength? Lin Xingyo's expression changed as he opened his eyes and gazed towards the sky. Without hesitation, he integrated the Ancient Forbidden Zone's ancestors' forbidden technique into his skill set. However, The system warned him that this inherited technique had flaws and required him to comprehend and refine it to perfection. Of course, Lin Xingyo had no intention of dealing with this now. He would gradually comprehend it later. His current task was to return to the Xianyue sect and seek justice for Chu Yun. Moreover, the Ji clan must be completely eradicated. Not a single survivor would be left. Such treacherous beings deserved severe punishment, paying with their blood. Huff. After standing still for a long moment, Lin Xingyo exhaled deeply and then flashed, appearing in the ruins of the Xianyue sect. Sadly, the creatures who had slaughtered the Xianyue sect had all fled. However, Lin Xingyo did not pursue them. Instead, he waved his hand, summoning all the Xianyue sect members who had been taken into his portable small world. In an instant, countless people began weeping and wailing. Their loved ones were almost all dead, and the Xianyue sect was in ruins. Millions of miles of territory were now nothing but ruins. Mountains and rivers had been shattered. The Xianyue sect, destroyed, countless people collapsed in despair, kneeling on the ground, tearing at their hair, their faces filled with unbearable sorrow. After all, the Xianyue sect had been a legendary sect in the Kanglan continent. To see it reduced to such a state was devastating for those who had grown up there. It was their home. We must rebuild the Xianyue sect. We cannot let it remain in ruins. We must rise from the ashes and restore its former glory. Voices of determination rose one after another. The weeping members of the Xianyue sect, in the ruins, all raised their heads with unwavering resolve. They would rebuild the Xianyue sect, restore its past glory, and ensure it did not fall. They would fortify humanity and protect the world. Chu Yun, come with me. In the ruins of the Xianyue sect, Lin Xingyo slowly raised his hand, his gentle eyes fixed on Chu Yun. Return to the Heavenly Sword sect in the Red Moon continent with me, okay? Chu Yun tried to speak several times, but no words came out. She wanted so badly to stay. After all, she had grown up in the Xianyue sect, and now that it was to be rebuilt, she felt she had to remain. But she couldn't bear to leave Lin Xingyo. Ever since their parting in the ancient Forbidden Zone, she had thought of him almost every day. Now that she had finally seen him, the decision was agonizing. Her sect or the man she loved. For Chu Yun, it was an impossible choice. Chu Yun, go ahead. The sect master of the Xianyue sect approached, patting her shoulder. Pursue your happiness bravely. Rebuilding the sect is our responsibility. You can return when you have the time. This will always be your home. Chapter 183, The Lone Intruder. The Ancient Forbidden Zone. Lin Xingyo, in the Kanglan continent, held Chu Yun's hand and looked up at the four majestic characters written in a dragon and phoenix dance. Dressed in a long white robe and gripping a blood-stained sword, he stepped forward resolutely. Who dares to trespass? By Zijuan, the guardian elder of the Haotian Gate, one of the four great gates of the ancient Forbidden Zone, glared fiercely and pointed his war halberd at Lin Xingyo, shouting, How dare you invade our ancient Forbidden Zone? You don't want to live? Before Bai Zijuan could finish, his head had already flown into the air and crashed to the ground with a thud. Trouble. Someone is forcibly Changru the ancient Forbidden Zone. Kill. The surrounding inhabitants of the ancient Forbidden Zone quickly reacted, shouting in anger and charging at Lin Xingyo with their weapons. Kill. Lin Xingyo flicked his Jutian sword, stepped forward, and with a lightning-fast slash, unleashed a dazzling sword beam that instantly annihilated all the attackers. Step. Lin Xingyo stomped the ground with his sword, shattering the Haotian Gate into pieces. Then, with a single sword in hand, he marched up the stone steps leading deeper into the ancient Forbidden Zone. He was here to kill. He was here to destroy the ancient Forbidden Zone. All for Chu Yun. Lin Xingyo intended to wipe out the ancient Forbidden Zone, to let all living beings in the Kanglan continent know the wrath they would face for harming his woman. Kill. With boundless killing intent, Lin Xingyo held Chu Yun's delicate hand and ascended the steps, his 7-foot-long sword in the other hand. Who are you? Roars of fury echoed through the ancient Forbidden Zone as countless powerful beings descended from the mountains, enraged. How dare you destroy our gate and kill our kin? They were furious, overwhelmingly furious. How many years had it been since someone dared to invade the ancient Forbidden Zone alone, with just a sword? Kill! The inhabitants of the ancient Forbidden Zone roared, charging at Lin Xingyo with overwhelming momentum. They wanted to kill Lin Xingyo, because his audacity was beyond measure, daring to invade their sacred ground alone, utterly disregarding their might. Kill! A dozen ancient demonic birds, each at the human immortal realm, swooped down, their sharp claws mere moments away from Lin Xingyo's head. But in the next instant, Lin Xingyo slowly raised his 7-foot-long sword, and before countless shocked eyes, he swung it horizontally. In an instant, a sword beam that split the heavens itself erupted, obliterating hundreds of the mighty ancient demonic birds. Step! Lin Xingyo took another step up the stone stairs, ignoring the stunned gazes around him. Behind him, Chu Yun opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. Because she understood, Lin Xingyo was doing all of this for her. Alone, with a sword, he was invading the ancient Forbidden Zone. He was poised to slay thousands of beings. All for her. For revenge. Kill! Chu Yun's own killing intent surged, as she could never forget the scene of the Supreme Elder of the Immortal Moon sect sacrificing herself to ensure their survival, choosing to perish with the inhabitants of the ancient Forbidden Zone. And there were also Yi Wanwan and countless other martyred disciples of the Immortal Moon sect. Kill! Lin Xingyo, on the other hand, was unstoppable, killing any being that dared to stand in his way. He intended to level the ancient Forbidden Zone. After all, tens of millions of lives had been lost in the Immortal Moon sect. Seeing such a horrific scene, Lin Xingyo couldn't just let it go. Moreover, for Chu Yun, he had to destroy the ancient Forbidden Zone. Otherwise, it would leave a lingering grudge in her heart, preventing her from achieving immortality in the future. That's why Lin Xingyo had brought Chu Yun away from the Immortal Moon sect, directly to the ancient Forbidden Zone. He wanted her to witness firsthand how he would level this sacred ground. Kill! Lin Xingyo pressed forward with his sword, while Chu Yun followed closely behind. Step by step, they marched up the ancient Forbidden Zone, leaving a trail of destruction. Bold intruder! How dare you attack our ancient Forbidden Zone? You are too audacious. Kill him! Roars of anger echoed through the ancient Forbidden Zone. Then, amidst countless gazes, a massive flaming saber cleaved through the sky, aiming directly at Lin Xingyo. Humph! Lin Xingyo let out a cold snort, stepping forward and swinging his sword to meet the descending saber. Clang! His Zhutian sword clashed with the saber, and a powerful shockwave erupted, leveling dozens of mountains in an instant. Kill! Lin Xingyo showed no signs of stopping. Instead of retreating, he advanced another step up the stone stairs, unleashing 10,000 sword strikes in a single moment, shattering the surrounding space. Kill! The inhabitants of the ancient Forbidden Zone were thrown into chaos. Even the ancient demonic birds in seclusion opened their eyes, releasing waves of powerful energy. The sky was covered with an overwhelming killing intent, blotting out the heavens for thousands of miles. They were furious. The ancient demonic birds of the ancient Forbidden Zone were enraged. A single human. How dare he ignore them and invade their sacred ground? If they didn't kill him, what face would the ancient Forbidden Zone have left? Kill! One by one, the powerful ancient demonic birds took to the skies, charging at Lin Xingyo with unbridled fury. Treasures, artifacts, sacred techniques, soul skills. They rained down on Lin Xingyo like a storm, engulfing tens of thousands of miles. Kill! Lin Xingyo activated his colorless domain, whisking Chu Yun into his personal pocket dimension. Then, with a burst of energy, he charged into the sky, his sword aimed at the horde of ancient demonic birds. Zhutian sword, strike down! Lin Xingyo roared, swinging his Zhutian sword horizontally. In an instant, a 10,000-mile-long sword beam shot forth, annihilating tens of thousands of ancient demonic birds. Kill! dressed in his long white robe and wearing a bronze mask, Lin Xingyo, with just his 7-foot-long sword, began a massacre in the skies above the ancient forbidden zone. In moments, countless ancient demonic birds were slain, their blood staining the entire sacred ground. Human, that's enough. If you don't stop, don't blame us for using forbidden methods to kill you. Roars of anger echoed through the ancient forbidden zone. Then, 36 beams of light shot out, locking down millions of miles of sky. Human, you still have a choice. If you retreat now, the ancient forbidden zone will no longer pursue you. Otherwise, we will use forbidden methods to end you. Humph! Lin Xingyo's cold gaze darkened, and with overwhelming killing intent, he declared, "Bring it on." Kill. The ancient forbidden zone acted without further delay. The 36 beams burst forth, converging into a colossal Baga formation that enveloped the heavens. A torrent of runic sword energies surged forth, overwhelming the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 36 immortal swords, each capable of splitting the heavens, interwove into a net, slashing toward Lin Xingyo like lightning. Jutian sword kill. Seeing the 36 immortal swords approaching, Lin Xingyo activated his perfected ancient, saint physique and ancient bloodline, gripping his Jutian sword and charging forward like lightning. Chapter 184. The Battle. Kill. 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 Lin Xingyo, like an invincible war god, wielded the Jutian sword and clashed with the 36 immortal swords set up by the ancient forbidden zone. The battle shattered millions of miles of mountains and rivers within the ancient forbidden zone. Of course, if it weren't for the protective array that formed a massive domain field, such a battle might have shattered the entire Xianling realm. Even so, the Xianling realm was violently shaken, as if the end of the world had arrived, causing countless living beings to tremble in fear. Kill. Lin Xingyo showed no sign of backing down. Instead, his attacks grew fiercer and stronger with each strike, each one causing the heavens to collapse and the land to shatter. The Jutian sword in his hand seemed to cleave the heavens and the earth itself, completely obliterating the ancient forbidden zone and cutting down countless living beings. Oh my god. I'm going insane. The white-clad emperor, he's too strong. He actually destroyed the entire ancient forbidden zone with just one sword and himself. This is too terrifying, too horrifying. That's the ancient forbidden zone, which has been invincible for millions of years in the world. Who knows? What kind of profound resources and means do they possess? Yet, they were brought down by the white-clad emperor with just one sword and himself. Could it be that the ancient forbidden zone will be erased from the Kanglan continent? No, impossible. The ancient forbidden zone is such a powerful existence, it can't be wiped out so easily. Right. The ancient forbidden zone's Jiling has not yet intervened. Once the slumbering willow tree awakens, it will certainly be able to slay the white-clad emperor. Countless beings on the Kanglan continent watched the ancient forbidden zone through the Qinkuan mirror, knowing that the forbidden zone still harbored a formidable reserve. It was a willow tree that had rooted itself in the ancient forbidden zone and lived for millions of years. Now that the ancient forbidden zone was in such dire straits, that invincible willow tree would surely step in to protect the ancient forbidden zone, and at that moment, it would undoubtedly kill this arrogant intruder who dared to wreak havoc in the ancient forbidden zone. White-clad emperor, you ignorant and arrogant fool, how dare you slaughter so mercilessly in the ancient forbidden zone? Old man, I'd like to see how you'll handle the willow god of the ancient forbidden zone when it makes its move. The old ancestor of the Ji family in the heavenly city of the Kanglan continent, with cold and sharp eyes, stared at Lin Xingyo in the Qinkuan mirror and said, "Just wait to be killed." But, the next moment, the ancient forbidden zone completely collapsed. A torrent of chaotic energy covered the entire sky, and then countless divine willow branches, covered in celestial patterns, filled the heavens. Before the crowd could react, the willow branches, covered in celestial patterns, all shot towards Lin Xingyo like lightning. Colorless domain, activate. Golden light Buddha wall, activate. Facing the overwhelming willow branches, Lin Xingyo stomped his foot and shattered a dozen giant mountains. He then activated the colorless domain and the golden light Buddha wall, and with his sword in hand, he charged towards the towering willow tree. Snap, snap, snap. As soon as Lin Xingyo took a few steps forward, the powerful willow branches arrived, all striking the golden light Buddha wall and the colorless domain with devastating force. In an instant, Lin Xingyo's body trembled. He was forced back 6 or 7 steps by the overwhelming willow branches, and dozens of mountains behind him exploded in that moment. So strong. Lin Xingyo steadied himself in midair and looked towards the colorless domain and the golden light Buddha wall. To his astonishment, the colorless domain and the golden light Buddha wall were on the verge of shattering under the relentless assault of the willow branches. Ha ha ha. The old ancestor of the Ji family in the heavenly city couldn't help but laugh, especially when he saw the colorless domain and the golden light Buddha wall beginning to crack. His expression was one of pure delight. Of course, the living beings in the ancient forbidden zone were also thrilled, as if they were about to witness the willow god kill Lin Xingyo. But, the next moment, in front of countless shocked eyes, Lin Xingyo directly activated the combat technique from his skill bar, instantly increasing his combat power tenfold. His battle blood began to boil fiercely. Kill! Lin Xingyo's eyes turned blood red, and with a shake of the Zhutian sword, he erupted with explosive force. Almost instantaneously, a series of shock waves exploded around him. Then, with the Zhutian sword in hand, he slashed towards the Jiling of the ancient forbidden zone, the willow god. Then, wielding the Zhutian sword, he charged towards the ancient forbidden zone's Jiling, the willow god. Human, stop. The ancient forbidden zone is willing to offer any compensation. The willow god of the ancient forbidden zone, trembling, transformed into an incredibly beautiful woman. She extended her hand to block Lin Xingyo's incoming sword strike and said, "Will you cease now?" No. Lin Xingyo's sword fell, and without hesitation, he raised his hand and slashed again. At this point, there was no way he would stop. He would not stop until the heavens and earth were silent. After all, this was Lin Xingyo's way of deterrence. He wanted to make it clear to all living beings that those who dared to mercilessly slaughter humanity would have to pay the price. If he backed down today, how terrible would it be if tragedies like the Xianyu sect were to happen again in the future? Kill! Lin Xingyo had no intention of wasting words. He only wanted to level the ancient forbidden zone today, to let all gods know that humanity could not be destroyed. Whoever dared to destroy it, he would slaughter them, no matter if they were from a forbidden zone or another powerful race. Human, you've angered me. The willow god of the ancient forbidden zone's cold eyes darkened, and with a snow-white hand, she struck out towards Lin Xingyo. She was truly enraged. She had wanted to end this battle, but Lin Xingyo refused to relent. This made her lose all face. After all, she had lived for millions of years. She had experienced countless calamities. She had seen countless talents rise and fall, but she had never encountered someone like Lin Xingyo, who dared to ignore her presence. He deserved to be killed. Chapter 185. The Formidable Enemy, Willow Deity. Die! Willow Deity attacked with the force to shatter the heavens and split the earth, seemingly not intending to give Lin Xingyo any chance to counterattack, aiming to kill him with a single palm strike. Shatter Heaven Fist Break. Seeing Willow Deity's palm approaching, Lin Xingyo did not dodge or evade. Instead, he clenched his fist and fiercely countered with a powerful punch aimed directly at Willow Deity's palm. Crack! Lin Xingyo's fist collided with Willow Deity's palm, and a powerful shockwave erupted from the point of impact. Die! With one strike completed, Lin Xingyo immediately launched another, even more ferocious attack. Die! Facing Lin Xingyo's onslaught, Willow Deity did not dare to slack off, engaging in a desperate battle with all her might. In no time, They exchanged thousands of blows, nearly shattering the very fabric of this part of the world. Good heavens! He's too strong. The members of the G family in the heavenly city of the Kanglan continent couldn't help but gasp in shock, especially the Grand Elder who had been extremely excited just moments ago. His face now looked as grim as it could possibly be. The strength Lin Xingyo displayed was simply too overwhelming. He was actually able to fight on par with the Ji-Ling of the ancient Forbidden Zone, Willow Deity, a feat that was nothing short of extraordinary for a mere human. For a mere human to achieve this was truly extraordinary. After all, the Willow Deity, the Ji-Ling of the ancient Forbidden Zone, was no ordinary being. Not only had she lived for countless ages, but her combat prowess was also unparalleled. She had guarded the ancient Forbidden Zone for 1,000,000 years. In those 1,000,000 years, she had slain countless powerful beings, making the ancient Forbidden Zone a sacred place for the 100 clans. Now, Lin Xingyo, a mere mortal, dared to challenge Willow Deity, and would undoubtedly be crushed by her overwhelming power. Old ancestor, what should we do now? Ji Haowen, who led the clan's forces to join the ancient Forbidden Zone in attacking the Immortal Moon sect, was killed. It's clear that the enemy doesn't intend to let this go. If they flatten the ancient Forbidden Zone, they'll surely come for our Ji family next. With his invincible form, what can we possibly do to fight him? This statement caused an uproar within the Ji family, as everyone understood that this was not an exaggeration but an imminent reality. After all, everyone knew that if Lin Xingyo were to defeat the ancient Forbidden Zone, their Ji family would be his next target. In an instant, panic spread throughout the Ji family as they faced a looming catastrophe. What are you panicking about? Recovering from the invisible pressure, the Ji family's old ancestor's cold gaze swept over the clan members. He hasn't come yet, has he? Besides, do you really believe that a mere human can defeat the guardian spirit of the ancient Forbidden Zone, Lady Willow Deity? Hearing this, the clan members calmed down a bit. However, the next moment, their eyes were all fixed nervously on the floating Kylan mirror, each hoping that Willow Deity would slay Lin Xingyo. After all, they were truly afraid. Afraid that Lin Xingyo would come for the Ji family. Human, you are quite impressive, then try this. In the ancient Forbidden Zone, as Willow Deity fought Lin Xingyo, she suddenly formed seals with her hands, summoning 36 celestial swords, which lined up menacingly behind her. Take this. Kill. As her voice fell, the 36 flying swords, arranged in the formation of the heavenly stellar great array, shot toward Lin Xingyo with deadly precision. Heaven-slaying sword, kill. Lin Xingyo's cold gaze sharpened as he shot forward, his heaven-slaying sword slashing fiercely at the nearest celestial sword. Clang! The celestial sword trembled, its body bending, before being flung away, instantly slicing a giant mountain in half. Kill! Lin Xingyo, having gained the upper hand, swiftly followed up, attacking the remaining 35 celestial swords. Clang, clang! In the sky above the ancient Forbidden Zone, Lin Xingyo's heaven-slaying sword clashed with Willow Deity's 36 celestial swords in a series of over 10,000 strikes, leaving countless beings wide-eyed in astonishment. Good heavens! What kind of divine weapon does the white-robed emperor hold in his hand, capable of clashing with the ancient Forbidden Zone's 36 celestial swords, and enduring so many blows without breaking? This is too extraordinary. The countless beings of the Kanglan continent were filled with shock, as what they were witnessing was truly beyond belief. After all, the 36 celestial swords of the ancient Forbidden Zone were from the immortal realm. Throughout history, countless powerful beings had been slain by these swords. Now, Lin Xingyo was able to clash with these 36 celestial swords, wielding only a single sword. Moreover, the one commanding the swords was none other than Willow Deity. If Lin Xingyo's sword were not strong enough, it would have long been reduced to scrap by Willow Deity's 36 celestial swords. Wait, I recall, the sword in the white-robed emperor's hand, is likely the divine pattern purple-gold sword core of the Yu-Hua divine dynasty in the Qiyu continent. The countless beings of the Kanglan continent were stunned, as the name divine pattern purple-gold sword core was legendary. This sword had a fearsome reputation on the Kanglan continent. In the past, countless lives were lost in the Dengdua for divine pattern purple gold. In the past, countless lives were lost in the fierce competition for divine pattern purple gold. The Yu-Hua dynasty eventually claimed it, but at a great cost. It was said that they used the entire nation's resources to forge it into the divine pattern purple gold sword core. However, it remained a sword core, and the Yu-Hua dynasty spent 10,000 years forging it without success. Now, after 10,000 years, the divine pattern purple gold sword core had taken form and had become such a powerful imperial weapon capable of clashing with the ancient Forbidden Zone's 36 celestial swords. Witnessing this, all the surrounding beings were filled with astonishment, as this scene was truly shocking. The divine pattern purple gold sword core, now the heaven-slaying sword in Lin Xingyo's hand, would surely make Yu Huadong of the Yu-Hua dynasty rise from the dead in anger if he knew. Kill. Meanwhile, Willow Deity was fully focused on attacking Lin Xingyo, though she couldn't help but show a hint of surprise at the heaven-slaying sword in his hand. After all, they had exchanged at least 10,000 blows. Yet Lin Xingyo's heaven-slaying sword showed no signs of damage. It could even deflect her 36 celestial swords. Seeing this, Willow Deity's expression was filled with astonishment, as no one understood the power of her 36 celestial swords better than she did. Those swords were not from the Eastern Star domain, but from the very realm of immortals itself. Logically speaking, with the 36 celestial swords, not only should they have shattered Lin Xingyo's heaven-slaying sword, but Lin Xingyo, a mere mortal, should have long been slain. Yet, the battle was evenly matched. Unable to hold back any longer, Willow Deity unleashed her full aura, and one by one, globes of divine radiance, resembling stars, rose behind her. Upon closer inspection, one could see that within those globes, countless beings were prostrating in worship. These were Willow Deity's divine faith and offerings of incense. They were the nations and stars she had protected, and the endless streams of faith and incense energy surged toward her, causing her aura to explode. She transformed into a divine goddess of the 9 heavens, rushing toward Lin Xingyo. Heaven-slaying sword, destroy the enemy. Lin Xingyo, not daring to be careless, flicked his hand, sending the heaven-slaying sword hurtling toward Willow Deity. Devour God's spear, come. As soon as he launched the heaven-slaying sword, Lin Xingyo grasped the incoming Devour God's spear, and like a meteor chasing the moon, he thrust it fiercely toward Willow Deity. Chapter 186, The Seal of Creation. Kill. Seeing Lin Xingyo's Jutian sword coming at him, Lu Xun immediately commanded 36 celestial swords to meet Lin Xingyo's Jutian sword in a fierce clash. Seal of Creation, rise. While slashing with the 36 celestial swords, Lu Xun formed seals with both hands, condensing a massive seal of creation that spanned 100,000 li of the sky, crushing down towards Lin Xingyo. White-robed Emperor, you still won't die. Countless living beings on the Kanglan continent showed excited expressions, because Lu Xun had summoned the seal of creation. That was a power Lu Xun had gathered through faith and incense, and with one strike, it was sure to kill Lin Xingyo. The watching beings didn't believe Lin Xingyo could withstand such a powerful attack from Lu Xun. Kill. Lin Xingyo, however, didn't waste any words. With a stomp of his foot, he shattered the void, and a series of shockwaves exploded around him. Gripping the Shunqi spear, he thrust it directly at the seal of creation that Lu Xun was pressing down with. Human, you're courting death. With your strength, you dare to resist Lu Xun's seal of creation? You truly don't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. Countless beings mocked Lin Xingyo, as they didn't believe he could withstand Lu Xun's seal of creation. Almost all of them couldn't help but wait eagerly to see Lin Xingyo crushed by Lu Shan's seal of creation. But the next moment, the gazes of countless beings froze, their mouths agape, their eyes wide, all utterly dumbfounded. Even Lu Shan was stunned, because the Shenqi spear in Lin Xingyo's hand had actually withstood the seal of creation that spanned the void and pressed down upon the heavens. Shenqi spear, break for me? Lin Xingyo suddenly roared, and with a shake of his spear, he unleashed an exceptionally violent attack against the seal of creation that Lu Shan had pressed down. Seal of creation crush? Recovering from her shock, Lu Shan immediately gathered all the faith and incense power into the seal of creation and, without holding back, crushed down towards Lin Xingyo. Shenqi spear, kill? Lin Xingyo's inner ferocity exploded, and the 9 rivers of laws surged around him, all the power converging onto the Shenqi spear. In an instant, the Shenqi spear erupted with the might to obliterate the heavens, unleashing a series of violent thrusts against Lu Shan's seal of creation. Clang, clang, clang. After billions of strikes with the Shenqi spear, in front of the shocked gazes of countless beings, Lin Xingyo actually shattered Lu Shan's seal of creation with one spear after another. Good heavens! His combat power is too strong. He actually shattered Lu Shan's seal of creation. How can a mere human be this powerful? Faced with Lin Xingyo's extraordinary abilities, the living beings of the Kanglan continent were left in nothing but shock. Because everyone knew how powerful Lu Shan's seal of creation was. It was gathered from the faith and incense of countless beings. If any other being encountered it, just a sliver of its residual might would kill them. But now, Lin Xingyo had shattered Lu Shan's seal of creation with just a single spear in his hand. At this moment, not just the stunned beings, even Lu Shan was shocked, because the strength Lin Xingyo displayed was far beyond her expectations. How could a mere human be this powerful? Kill! After recovering from her shock, Lu Shan immediately hurled the 9 stone spheres, resembling stars, that rose behind her, towards Lin Xingyo. Shenqi spear, kill? Lin Xingyo was undeterred, tightly gripping the Shenqi spear, and with a series of shockwaves exploding around him, he attacked the stone spheres Lu Shan had thrown at him. Soon, they clashed together. In the shocked gazes of countless beings, in the blink of an eye, they exchanged tens of thousands of moves, shattering the entire void. Countless beings were killed. Human, you are indeed strong. In the midst of the bloody battle, Lu Shan slowly spoke. But you shouldn't have provoked the ancient forbidden zone. And you shouldn't have provoked me, Lu Shan. Otherwise, you would have been invincible across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, ruling the heavens. However, today, I will surely kill you. Humph! Lin Xingyo directly retorted. What a load of bullshit. Just kill if you want to kill. You. Lu Shan was utterly enraged by Lin Xingyo. After all, she was the venerated spirit of the ancient forbidden zone. No matter where she went, she was an invincible existence. In this world, there was no being who dared to disrespect her. Yet now, not only did Lin Xingyo disrespect her, he was practically blaspheming her. Human, you deserve to die. Lu Shan completely went berserk, unleashing all her divine techniques and precious arts, launching a frenzied assault on Lin Xingyo. As the saying goes, even a clay bodhisattva has 3 points of fire. Lin Xingyo, a mere human, dared to repeatedly blaspheme and scorn her. Lu Shan had completely gone mad. In an instant, the entire void was engulfed by their powerful attacks, and the mountains and rivers below were shattered beyond repair. Millions of beings in the ancient forbidden zone were killed. Faced with this scene, the surviving beings of the Kanglan continent were left trembling in fear, because the battle between Lin Xingyo and Lu Shan was simply too terrifying. Human, it's time to end this. In the midst of the bloody battle, roars suddenly echoed, and in the gazes of countless beings, the frenzied Lu Shan launched tens of thousands of attacks at Lin Xingyo, forcing him to retreat continuously. Zhutian sword come. Shenqi spear, kill. Facing Lu Shan's torrential attacks, Lin Xingyo retreated a dozen steps, then stomped the ground with a force that shattered 100,000 li, grabbed the Zhutian sword, and counterattacked Lu Shan. Kill! Seeing Lin Xingyo coming at her, Lu Shan commanded the 36 celestial swords, wielding the 9 spinning stars around her, and fiercely attacked Lin Xingyo. Clang! Clang clang! The two quickly exchanged tens of thousands of blows, leaving countless beings awestruck, for the techniques of Lin Xingyo and Lu Shan were simply otherworldly. It was almost like a battle between immortals and demons. It nearly shattered the celestial realm, but no one could stop, because by this point, it was a fight to the death. Besides, so many beings had already died. Even the ancient forbidden zone was shattered. Kill! Lin Xingyo and Lu Shan simultaneously roared, then unleashed their most powerful attacks at each other, and the dazzling light waves exploded at their point of impact. Kill! Lin Xingyo had completely gone berserk, wielding a sword and spear, fighting Lu Shan in a frenzy that spanned the heavens and earth. Zhutian's sword cut. With his right hand, Lin Xingyo struck down with the spear, and with his left hand, the Zhutian sword, in front of the shocked gazes of countless beings, slashed at the charging Lu Shan. Clang clang! Facing Lin Xingyo's slash, Lu Shan grabbed a celestial sword and blocked Lin Xingyo's strike, then leaped forward and, like a thunderbolt, swept her sword towards Lin Xingyo's neck. Clang clang! Lin Xingyo took a step back, dodging, but Lu Shan's sword barely grazed the skin of Lin Xingyo's neck. Of course, Lin Xingyo's Zhutian sword didn't idle. It quickly pursued Lu Shan like lightning. Seeing Lin Xingyo's Zhutian sword coming at her, Lu Shan naturally retaliated with her sword. Soon, they exchanged another 100,000 blows, leaving everyone around them completely dumbfounded. Because their attacks, although they seemed calm and composed, every strike was earth-shattering, capable of cutting through the heavens and destroying the earth. If not for the powerful arrays protecting the ancient forbidden zone, with the attacks of Lin Xingyo and Lu Shan, the celestial realm would have already been shattered by them. Ancestor, do you think Lu Shan of the ancient forbidden zone can kill the white-robed emperor? In the Ji family's ancestral mansion in the heavenly city, countless people wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, gazing at Lin Xingyo engaged in a bloody battle with Lu Shan in the Qinkuan mirror. All of them were shivering with fear. The old ancestor of the Ji family opened his mouth, but he seemed somewhat numb, because he truly couldn't speak. The Lin Xingyo before his eyes was too terrifying. Now, he had already started to regret it. He shouldn't have gotten involved in the turmoil of the Immortal Moon sect, because by this point, even a fool could tell that the Lu Shan of the ancient forbidden zone couldn't kill Lin Xingyo. What should we do? The old ancestor of the Ji family felt an icy chill throughout his body, so much so that he could barely catch his breath under the pressure. Because he understood, the Ji family was done for. Even the Lu Shan of the ancient forbidden zone couldn't kill Lin Xingyo, so what hope did their Ji family have? The Ji family was utterly doomed. Originally, they were an unshakable force on the Kanglan continent, but now, just by getting involved in the Immortal Moon sect's affairs, they were likely to be slaughtered by Lin Xingyo very soon. Huff! The old ancestor of the Ji family exhaled deeply, then immediately ordered the Ji family members to evacuate the younger generation, doing their utmost to preserve the bloodline of the Ji family. In an instant, the entire Ji family was in an uproar, with countless family descendants continuously escaping through teleportation arrays, dispersing towards the eastern regions of the star domain. But soon, the Ji family fell into despair, because all the paths out of the Ji family were blocked. They had no way to escape. The Ji family's enemies were simply too numerous, and they didn't even need Lin Xingyo or the Immortal Moon sect to act. The Ji family's enemies had already blocked all their escape routes. Faced with this news, whether it was the old ancestor of the Ji family or the elders, almost all of them completely collapsed. They understood. There was now only one path before them, unless the Lu Shan of the ancient forbidden zone could kill Lin Xingyo. Otherwise, the Ji family wouldn't even need Lin Xingyo to lift a finger. Their external enemies would be enough to annihilate the entire Ji family. Kill! The old ancestor of the Ji family clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot as he stared fixedly at the bloody battle between Lin Xingyo and Lu Xun in the Qinkuan mirror, unable to help but shout. Of course. Almost all the Ji family members were shouting, because no one among them didn't wish for the Lu Xun of the ancient Forbidden Zone to kill Lin Xingyo. But, the next moment, they all stared wide-eyed at the Qinkuan mirror, utterly despairing, because the Lu Xun of the ancient Forbidden Zone had been defeated. A single sword strike from Lin Xingyo had cut her in half. Her severed body was even collected by Lin Xingyo, witnessing this scene with their own eyes. It wasn't just the Ji family. The entire Xianling realm was stunned. After all, the Lu Xun of the ancient Forbidden Zone was a being that had lived for millions of years, yet now, she was publicly slain by a mere human. The beings who witnessed this scene, without exception, they all took a deep breath, feeling an icy chill throughout their bodies, because everyone understood that the human race had truly risen, and from now on, any Forbidden Zone that dared to kill a human would have to weigh the consequences. Kill. Suddenly, the heavenly city was engulfed in smoke and fire, as countless powerful beings directly charged towards the Ji family. They all rushed towards the Ji family. Soon, the Ji family was ablaze, with countless family members being slaughtered. Blood and screams intertwined. Once a powerful force that could make others tremble, the Ji family was almost instantly annihilated, because they had lost the protection of the ancient Forbidden Zone, and their former enemies naturally couldn't hold back any longer. Thus, they surrounded and attacked, directly wiping out the entire Ji family. There was no way. The cultivation world had always been like this. Without powerful protection and strength, one would soon be killed by others. Chapter 187, Immortal Stew. The Ancient Forbidden Land. The final act concluded with the obliteration of the Forbidden Zone. The Ji family was also massacred on this day. This storm has indeed stirred up a monstrous wave. Almost everyone is discussing the legend of the White Robe Emperor, who single-handedly and with a single sword leveled the ancient Forbidden Land. Of course, the name White Robe Emperor has also been thoroughly spread in the celestial spirit realm. He is directly revered by humanity as the Invincible War Sovereign. The 100 races, however, are left gasping for breath. After all, the ancient Forbidden Land served as the sacred ground for the 100 races. Now, it has been leveled by a single human. Who wouldn't feel uneasy about that? Cluck, cluck, cluck. In the small courtyard of the ancient Forbidden Land in the East Sea, Lin Xingyo seems to have forgotten everything that happened a few days ago. Over the past few days, Lin Xingyo returned from the Kanglan continent to the small courtyard in the East Sea, bringing Chu Yun with him to teach her how to feed the chickens, never mentioning anything about the Kanglan continent or the ancient Forbidden Land again. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Lin Xingyo held a handful of rice in his hand, glancing at Chu Yun and said, "Aren't my chickens beautiful? I feed them grains every day, and I reckon in a few more months, these chickens will be ready to eat." Ah! Chu Yun was stunned, completely caught off guard by Lin Xingyo's words. You see, these chickens in front of her are no ordinary chickens. They are each a primordial phoenix. Once they grow up, they will undoubtedly become invincible beings. Yet, Lin Xingyo in front of her actually said he wants to raise them to eat. Chu Yun's mind nearly exploded. If it weren't for her low spirits over the past few days, and her inability to shake off the tragic scene from the Celestial Moon sect, just based on Lin Xingyo's words, Chu Yun would have definitely retorted. Because it's just too extravagant. Who in the world would dare to say such a thing? After all, these 6 or 7 chickens in front of them will all become incredibly powerful phoenixes in the future. Cough, cough, cough. After a while, Chu Yun finally reacted and coughed violently a few times, saying, You just said you want to raise these phoenixes to eat? Phoenixes? Lin Xingyo was startled, then suddenly laughed, looking at Chu Yun with a wince. The chickens in front of them certainly looked beautiful, but to call them phoenixes seems a bit of a stretch. All right. Lin Xingyo didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he took Chu Yun's delicate hand and said, Come, let me brew you some tea. Chu Yun nodded, her gaze filled with tender affection as she looked at Lin Xingyo, who scattered the rice in his hand to feed the chickens, then wiped his hands and sat down with Chu Yun at the stone table. Here, let me brew you some tea. Lin Xingyo picked up the kettle on the small stove, placed some enlightenment tea leaves in Chu Yun's cup, and began brewing. Huh. Chu Yun held the teacup on the stone table, slightly parted her red lips, and gently blew a breath. Her eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of melancholy. She missed Yi Guaner. They grew up together. But Yi Guaner self-destructed and died, and could no longer accompany her to drink tea. Chu Yun thought of the past. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and Lin Xingyo by her side remained silent. He gently placed the teapot down, then extended his broad arms and slowly embraced Chu Yun. Lin Xingyo understood. Chu Yun would likely find it hard to emerge from that shadow for a while, but no matter what, Lin Xingyo would be by her side. Cry, cry. Lin Xingyo tightly hugged Chu Yun, eventually patting her back and said, Cry it out, and you'll be fine. Chu Yun cried. She sobbed loudly in Lin Xingyo's arms. At the most heartbreaking moment, her snot and tears soaked Lin Xingyo's shoulder. She had been suppressing it for too long. Now, she couldn't hold back anymore. She hugged Lin Xingyo and cried loudly, because too many people died at the Celestial Moon sect. And all of this was because she fell for Ji Haowen's ruse, allowing Ji Haowen to seize the 5 elements spiritual soil and the water of life. If not, the guardian spirit of the Celestial Moon sect wouldn't have perished. The tragic events that followed wouldn't have happened, so she felt a deep sense of guilt. Even though the matter is now settled, the pain left behind will always be pain. The dead cannot be resurrected. At the same time, her heart has hardened, because through this incident, she understood that only by becoming stronger can she protect those she wants to protect. Otherwise, it's all empty talk. I want to become stronger, even stronger. Chu Yun cried for a while, suddenly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and resolutely raised her head. Because her Tao heart has become even more resolute. She understood. Only by becoming stronger can she reverse everything, just like Lin Xingyo, who with a single sword directly leveled the ancient Forbidden Land. In the world of cultivation, the weak can only be protected until they are eventually killed. To survive, there's only one way, and that's to continuously grow stronger, making others tremble and despair. Chu Yun, listen to me? Lin Xingyo smiled tenderly, turned his head, and reached out to wipe away Chu Yun's tears, saying, In the future, I will be by your side on your path. No matter what you face, as long as I'm by your side, I will never let you get hurt. Chu Yun tightly hugged Lin Xingyo's arm, nodded vigorously, and her eyes also revealed a tender gaze. She naturally believes in Lin Xingyo. However, her Tao intent remains unchanged. She must strive to become stronger. Even if Lin Xingyo will protect her, she still wants to become stronger. Cough, cough, cough. Duanda suddenly coughed a few times, walking out of the kitchen, holding 2 dishes, his face black as coal, and said with a very unpleasant expression, All right, it's time to eat. Stop hugging. It hurts me to watch. Hearing this, Chu Yun's face turned bright red. After all, she was the Luoxia fairy of the Kanglan continent. She had never hugged a man like this before. Now that Duanda pointed it out in front of everyone, she couldn't help but feel a bit shy. Fatty, what are we eating today? Lin Xingyo, however, hugged Chu Yun tightly and didn't let go. Instead, he glanced at Duanda and said, Anything new? No. Duanda's face was black as coal, and he replied angrily, Just make do with it. If you don't like it, you can go out to eat. Don't let me see you here, it makes me uncomfortable. Chu Yun pinched Lin Xingyo hard, but the latter just smiled faintly and didn't argue with Duanda anymore. He picked up his chopsticks, picked up a cuttlefish, and placed it in Chu Yun's bowl, saying, Chu Yun, cuttlefish is the best for women's health, eat it. This? Chu Yun raised her chopsticks, finally staring at the cuttlefish in her bowl in a daze, because this wasn't an ordinary cuttlefish. It was a cuttlefish with the strength of an immortal realm expert. Now, It was just picked up by Lin Xingyo's chopsticks and placed in her bowl. Seeing this, Chu Yun was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. After all, this was an expert in the immortal realm. Now, it was about to be eaten by herself. Even though Chu Yun grew up in the top-tier sect like the Celestial Moon sect, witnessing this scene was still a shock to her. Chapter 188. A Bowl of Turtle Soup. Lady Luoxia, what's wrong? Isn't this octopus delicious? I went through a lot of trouble to catch it in the East Sea and brought it home. I've been simmering it for over 3 hours to make sure it's fully tender. Duanda completely ignored Lin Xingyo's expression, narrowing his small eyes as he stared straight at Chu Yun and said, "Trust me, it's absolutely delicious." "Hey, fatty, didn't you also cook turtle soup? Go get it." Lin Xingyo glared fiercely at Duanda and said, "How can Chu Yun eat with you staring at her like that?" Duanda almost went berserk upon hearing this. Lin Xingyo was enjoying fine wine in the company of a beautiful woman. But why did he have to play the servant? Why did he have to bring the dishes over and wait on him? Duanda's anger flared up. His face turned even darker, as he had always liked Chu Yun. Yet after chasing her for so many years, he still hadn't won her heart. And now Lin Xingyo had snatched her away. Duanda was seething with anger. He really wanted to pounce on Lin Xingyo and bite him to death. But alas, Duanda angrily stomped his feet and finally turned to head towards the kitchen, while the Black Emperor, sprawled in the corner, was completely unaware, snoring loudly and occasionally exhaling divine radiance. "Chu Yun, come, have some of this octopus soup." The fatty added quite a few spiritual herbs, and since you're feeling weak, you should drink more soup to replenish yourself. Lin Xingyo ignored the departing Duanda and picked up a ladle to scoop some soup. "Ah!" Lin Xingyo opened his mouth and let out an "ah," and Chu Yun, reacting instinctively, also opened her mouth and let out an "ah," before realizing what she was doing and blushing furiously. "Good girl, come, drink the soup." Lin Xingyo gazed at Chu Yun and gently fed her the soup with the ladle, then continued to feed her a few more spoonfuls tenderly. Duanda, who had just brought the turtle soup from the kitchen, saw the scene of them feeding each other and his face turned so black it could almost drip ink. It was too infuriating. Chu Yun was his goddess, and that despicable Lin Xingyo was flaunting their affection right in front of him, which was even more painful than killing him. Clang! Duanda walked over and slammed the turtle soup onto the table, then glared at Lin Xingyo with a dark face, fuming but not speaking. "Chu Yun here. The fatty's turtle soup is here. Let me serve you a bowl." Lin Xingyo smiled faintly, quickly picked up Chu Yun's bowl, and ladled some soup into it, while Chu Yun, her head lowered, twirled her spoon in the bowl a few times before sipping the soup. "Fatty, your turtle soup is really fragrant. Come, serve yourself a bowl." Duanda pursed his lips. His heart was burning with anger. What did he mean by, "your turtle soup is really fragrant"? It sounded like he was calling him a turtle. If it weren't for Lin Xingyo being too strong, Duanda would have already flipped the table in anger. It was just too infuriating. "Chu Yun, come. Have a turtle egg. This is a celestial king's egg. It's packed with essence. It's an excellent tonic for you." Lin Xingyo completely ignored Duanda's expression and picked out a turtle egg from the soup bowl, signaling Chu Yun to open her mouth and eat the egg. Although a bit shy, Chu Yun opened her red lips and bit the egg Lin Xingyo had picked up, casting a coquettish glance at him before gently taking a bite. Lululu. Duanda's eyes widened as he stared at Chu Yun, completely stunned. The sight of her eating the egg was so mesmerizing that it seemed to capture his very soul. Of course, Lin Xingyo was also momentarily entranced, as Chu Yun was simply too beautiful. With her Lu Yifei-like celestial aura and her bewitching eyes, gazing at him with such tenderness, Lin Xingyo was also captivated. "Why are you staring at me?" Chu Yun was slightly startled and furrowed her brows, her tender eyes gazing at Lin Xingyo pitifully. Then, she opened her red lips and asked, "Is there something on my face?" No. Lin Xingyo was taken aback, then quickly recovered. "It's just that you're so beautiful. I was completely mesmerized by your beauty. You're so annoying." Chu Yun lowered her head, her face turning crimson. Then she glanced at Lin Xingyo as if unintentionally. There's someone else here, you know? Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xingyo coughed a few times, immediately realizing his lapse in decorum, and straightened up, glancing at Duanda. Fatty, your turtle soup is really fragrant. You should cook it more often. Oh, right. Lin Xingyo suddenly slapped his forehead. Shirhan and the others in the Phoenix Ancestral Ground should be coming out soon, right? Yes, it's about time. Duanda's expression changed, and he quickly replied, but there have been quite a few strong figures heading towards the Phoenix Ancestral Ground recently, as if they're planning to ambush those coming out. Ambush? Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo's brows furrowed, and his face immediately turned cold, as he understood what Duanda meant. It must be those shameless scoundrels. Unable to enter the Phoenix Ancestral Ground themselves to obtain resources, they've resorted to taking advantage of the situation. They're deliberately waiting outside the Phoenix Ancestral Ground. As soon as any living beings emerge, they'll surround them, kill them, and seize their fortunes. Lin Xingyo despised such tactics, but it also piqued his interest as he wanted to join in the fun. He could go and rob those shameless celestial kings and emperors. Lin Xingyo made up his mind and immediately started discussing the plan with Duanda. Upon hearing this, Duanda instantly became energized, as this kind of sneak attack and hijacking was something he and the Black Emperor loved to do. Finally, they woke up the Black Emperor. The two of them and the dog happily started discussing their plan, and the more they talked, the more excited they got, leaving even Chu Yun stunned, as the two humans and the dog were actually plotting to hijack and blackmail celestial kings and emperors. If anyone else heard this, their jaws would drop in shock. After all, they were planning to rob celestial kings and emperors in this immortal realm, apart from these three oddballs. No one else would dare to do such a thing. Chapter 189, Departure. Human, it's time for us to leave. While Lin Xingyo and his companions were plotting how to rob the immortal kings and emperors, the devouring beast in the phoenix nest spoke to Su Shirhan. There's nothing of value left in the phoenix nest now. Yes. Su Shirhan nodded firmly, exhaled deeply, and suddenly opened her eyes, saying, "Let's go home." Upon hearing Su Shirhan's words, the others, including Tao Tai, naturally followed behind her and left the phoenix nest. However, they understood. Leaving the phoenix nest and returning home from the Phoenix Ancestral Land would not be easy, as they knew countless powerful enemies were waiting outside. These enemies were eagerly watching for them to emerge, as they were living beings who had survived the phoenix nest. They must have obtained many treasures of the Phoenix clan, so there were undoubtedly countless powerful beings waiting outside, ready to seize those treasures the moment they appeared. Thinking of this, Tao Tai and the others felt their spirits sink, as they were invincible among their peers. But they knew very well, defeating the immortal kings and emperors outside was absolutely impossible with their current strength. So what could they do? They had to leave. Otherwise, they would be sealed in the Phoenix Ancestral Land for 500 years, unable to leave until the next 500 years. Himph, himph. The devouring beast snorted coldly. He naturally understood this as well. However, he was more concerned about whether he could leave the phoenix nest. Moreover, he knew that there were many native inhabitants in the Phoenix Ancestral Land who were likely blocking the exit of the phoenix nest. If they left now, they might encounter an ambush from these natives. Clang, clang, clang. Su Shirhan remained silent, walking rapidly toward the exit. She just wanted to leave the phoenix nest and return home as soon as possible. As for the dangers outside, she was not afraid at all, because she believed that the white-clothed divine master would protect her. Human, we've reached the exit of the phoenix nest. After a while, the devouring beast and Su Shirhan arrived at the exit of the phoenix nest. The devouring beast's eyes narrowed as he looked at Su Shirhan and said, "Are you sure you can take me out of this phoenix nest?" Of course. Su Shirhan didn't say much. After speaking, she handed a dragon bone to the devouring beast and said, "Just hold this, and you can leave." Really? The devouring beast's face showed some surprise, as he didn't quite believe Su Shirhan. After all, She had only given him a dragon bone. If it were that easy to leave, then why had he been trapped here for so long without being able to leave? After all, he had many dragon bones of his own. Let's go. Su Shirhan didn't pay any attention to his doubts. She stepped forward, leading Taodai and the others toward the exit. Soon, they reached the entrance. Although the devouring beast had doubts in his heart, he still followed Su Shirhan toward the exit. In an instant, waves of light surged toward the devouring beast. The dragon bone in front of the devouring beast vibrated, and instantly, waves of rules formed a huge shield, enveloping the devouring beast. Quick, go! As soon as Su Shirhan's voice fell, the dragon bone in front of the devouring beast suddenly ignited, as if burning to help the devouring beast escape the powerful rules. Roar! The devouring beast immediately realized this and quickly accelerated, but the obstructing rules were very strong, and every step he took required a heavy price. However, with the dragon bone, he was finally able to move forward. After 4 or 5 steps, the dragon bone was completely burned. Go! Su Shirhan didn't hesitate at all. She raised her hand and sent another dragon bone toward the devouring beast. When the dragon bone appeared in front of the devouring beast, it immediately burned fiercely, and the intense flames turned into a powerful force, helping the devouring beast break through the rules in front of him. Roar! The devouring beast immediately roared and exerted all his strength to move toward the exit of the phoenix nest. Step by step, he finally reached the end of the exit. Roar! But as soon as the devouring beast stepped out of the phoenix nest, the dragon bone in front of him burned out. Go! Seeing this, Su Shirhan had no choice but to send out the last dragon bone. Although she was very heartbroken, she had to sacrifice 3 dragon bones for the devouring beast. Roar! The devouring beast emerged. With the burning dragon bone, he stepped out of the exit of the phoenix nest. Roar, roar, roar. The devouring beast couldn't help but roar excitedly, because from this moment on, he was finally free. No longer trapped in the phoenix nest. Chapter 190. The Stone of Beating Gods. Ha 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 ha. This is too exhilarating. The era of the devouring beasts is about to dawn, and all the creatures outside prepare to be devoured by me. The devouring beast was ecstatic at this moment, for from now on, the sky was vast for the birds to fly, and the sea was wide for the fish to swim. Nothing could restrain him anymore. The entire world was his. Ha 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 ha. The devouring beast grew even more elated as he thought about it, opening his bloodthirsty mouth filled with fangs and laughing wildly. But, in the next instant, a smooth, mirror-like stone suddenly shot out from the void. Thwack! In the midst of his unrestrained laughter, the devouring beast's forehead was struck, and his entire body was instantly flipped over, crashing violently to the ground. Immediately after, a group of powerful creatures surrounded him. It's a young devouring beast. This one, I'll take it. The surrounding powerful creatures closed in, and one of them, an eagle man with cold, piercing eyes and wings on his back, tightly gripped the stone of beating gods in his hand. He glanced at the devouring beast, which was wailing on the ground, and said, "This young devouring beast is mine." An ancient dragon turtle, powerful and imposing, glared at the eagle man with dissatisfaction and said, "Why should this devouring beast belong to you? Why can't it belong to us?" Why? The eagle man shrugged, casually glancing at the ancient dragon turtle and the others with an air of arrogance. "Because I am stronger than all of you. If you don't believe me, you can come and fight." How dare you? The devouring beast, witnessing all this, was nearly driven mad with fury. Just moments ago, he had been rejoicing in his freedom from the phoenix nest. But in the next instant, he was struck on the head with the stone of beating gods, forming a large bump. What made him even more furious was that a group of creatures was now fighting over him. Damn, damn, damn. The devouring beast was completely enraged. Did these mere ants truly think he was a weak, easily bullied trash? A bunch of scum. How dare they so brazenly claim to divide him among themselves? Didn't they know how powerful he, the devouring beast, was? Kill! The devouring beast roared in fury, unleashing his powerful aura without waiting for Su Shihan and the others to act. He launched an exceptionally violent attack on the Eagle Man, who had injured him with the Stone of Beating Gods. But, in the next moment, the Eagle Man struck. In full view of the crowd, he swung his hand and hurled the Stone of Beating Gods at the devouring beast. In an instant, the stone transformed into a streak of light and slammed into the devouring beast's head with a loud thud. Thwack! The devouring beast, with a prominent bump on his head, was once again knocked flying by the Stone of Beating Gods in the Eagle Man's hand. Roar! The devouring beast was completely enraged. He was destined to soar through the 9 heavens and dominate the 10 directions. Yet now he was being suppressed by a mere ant. Roar! How could the devouring beast endure this? He roared in fury, and with a shake of his body, a ring of black mist spread out. Birdman, go to hell! The devouring beast bellowed in anger, his 4 limbs propelling him forward in a violent rush toward the Eagle Man. Stone of Beating Gods, strike! The Eagle Man spread his wings and soared into the sky, then dove down and struck the devouring beast's forehead with the Stone of Beating Gods. Thwack! Before the devouring beast could even let out a scream, his body was once again flipped over by the Eagle Man's Stone of Beating Gods. Damn! The devouring beast struggled to his feet, but before he could finish his curse, the Eagle Man's Stone of Beating Gods struck again. Devouring beast, submit to me. The Eagle Man attacked the devouring beast relentlessly while laughing wildly. I'll give you a chance to become my mount. I'll treat you well in the future, or else I'll smash your head with the Stone of Beating Gods. Human, why aren't you acting? The devouring beast was on the verge of breaking down, for the Stone of Beating Gods was simply too powerful. It was nearly invincible. Each strike hit his forehead, almost smashing his skull. Now, he could only hope that Su Shihan would act. But Su Shihan remained motionless, observing the scene intently. Seeing this, the devouring beast couldn't help but feel impatient, for he was Su Shihan's battle beast. Now that he was being bullied like this, shouldn't Su Shihan at least step in to help? Kill! Su Shihan wasn't idle. She was carefully observing. After all, the Eagle Man possessed the Stone of Beating Gods. That was an extraordinary artifact. Even Su Shihan dared not act rashly, for being struck by the Stone of Beating Gods would surely result in a large bump on her head. That would be a great loss of face. However, the opportunity finally presented itself. At the moment the Eagle Man hurled the Stone of Beating Gods, Su Shihan had carefully observed that it took a few seconds for the stone to return to the Eagle Man's hand. Taking advantage of this, Su Shihan drew her sword and struck at the Eagle Man with lightning speed. Human, you dare? The Eagle Man's words had barely left his mouth when a large head flew into the air, spraying blood that splattered onto the surrounding creatures. The once dominant Eagle Man was instantly killed by Su Shihan with a single sword strike. Stone of Beating Gods, come. Ignoring the shocked gazes around her, Su Shihan reached out and forcibly seized the Stone of Beating Gods, then turned her gaze to the bruised and swollen devouring beast. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Before Su Shihan could speak, the Stone of Beating Gods in her hand began to wail, Vile human, release me quickly. I, the Stone of Beating Gods, have just regained my freedom. You absolutely cannot imprison me again. Su Shihan's eyebrows raised, and a look of excitement spread across her face. She knew that she had struck gold this time. The Stone of Beating Gods was born from the creation of heaven and earth. Possessing it was undoubtedly possessing a great killing move. No matter how powerful the enemy, a single strike with the Stone of Beating Gods would surely leave a large bump on their forehead. Roar! The devouring beast, bruised and swollen, approached, glaring at the Stone of Beating Gods in Su Shihan's hand, and was about to devour it. For he had been utterly humiliated just now. A proud devouring beast had been reduced to such a state by the Eagle Man using the stone of beating gods. How could the devouring beast swallow this insult? So, he howled and was about to devour the stone of beating gods. Seeing this, Su Shirhan naturally wouldn't agree, for the stone of beating gods was an extraordinary treasure, and she absolutely wouldn't let the devouring beast eat it. Human, you actually dared to kill the Feather King. You are truly audacious. Now, I give you a chance. Hand over the stone of beating gods, or we will swarm you and surely kill you. The surrounding powerful creatures, finally reacting from their shock, all glared menacingly at Su Shirhan. Humph! Su Shirhan snorted coldly, her sharp eyes sweeping around. Then she shook her blood-stained sword and prepared to leave, completely disregarding the creatures around her. The surrounding divine beasts all erupted in fury, each releasing a powerful aura. They directly blocked Su Shirhan's path. They naturally didn't want to let Su Shirhan go. After all, not only had Su Shirhan taken the Feather King's stone of beating gods, but more importantly, she had emerged from the phoenix nest, suggesting she must possess the phoenix bone and the phoenix's relics. If she didn't hand them over, how could the surrounding creatures let her leave so easily? Human, if you want to leave, you must hand over all the treasures on your body. A white tiger with overwhelming aura arrogantly blocked Su Shirhan's path, saying, "Otherwise, you will never leave here alive today." Chapter 191. Breaking Out. Is that so? Su Shirhan's gaze darkened, and the killing intent radiating from her body exploded instantly. She had known all along. There would be a major battle as soon as they left the phoenix nest. Of course, leaving the phoenix ancestral land would lead to an even more terrifying battle, where even the intervention of the white-robed emperor might be necessary to survive. But here, it wasn't necessary, because she believed that with her 7-foot-long sword in hand, she should be able to break out of this place. After all, with her current strength, anyone who dared to block her path here would simply be cut down. Human, how arrogant you are. Do you know who I am? The white tiger roared in fury. How dare you speak to me like this, truly unaware of the immensity of the heavens and earth? You're courting death. Courting death. Are you ready? Su Shirhan's cold eyes darkened, and without wasting words on the white tiger, she brandished her long sword, its movements as swift as lightning, slashing directly at the white tiger. Roar! The white tiger immediately went berserk. This mere human dared to attack him. Who was he? He was the descendant of the Western divine beast, the white tiger, with unparalleled bloodline, destined to inherit the throne of the Tiger King in the future. Now, a mere human dared to be so bold, truly deserving of death. Tiger roar, shake the heavens, kill. The white tiger opened its blood-stained maw and unleashed a furious roar at Su Shirhan, who was charging towards it. In an instant, the heavens and earth split apart, and an endless wave of tiger roar sound waves, like a tornado, swept towards Su Shirhan. The Tiger King. This move, tiger roar shake the heavens, is truly powerful. That mere human probably won't be able to withstand even a single strike and will be instantly killed by the Tiger King's roar. All the surrounding creatures, with their bloodthirsty and ferocious expressions, turned their gaze towards Su Shirhan, as if they were about to witness her being shattered by the white tiger's roar. Phoenix dance, 9 heavens, arise. But just as countless eyes were waiting for Su Shirhan to be slain, a sudden roar erupted from her, and then a phoenix with flames soaring into the sky spread its wings and charged towards the white tiger's tiger roar shake the heavens. Clang! Su Shirhan's phoenix dance, 9 heavens clashed fiercely with the white tiger's tiger roar shake the heavens, instantly shattering an area of dozens of miles. Wow! All the surrounding creatures widened their eyes and gaped in shock, as the scene before them was simply too astonishing. A mere human could actually wield such a powerful technique. No need to say, she must have obtained an extraordinary phoenix bone from the phoenix nest. Kill! Before the white tiger's voice had even faded, the ancient dragon turtle and the black-striped python charged towards Su Shirhan, as they all had their eyes on her. The technique Su Shirhan had just displayed had shocked them, and they were certain that she must have obtained powerful phoenix bones from the phoenix nest, so they all rushed towards her. They wanted to kill her and take the treasure. Humph! Facing their attack, Su Shirhan showed no fear, gripping her long sword tightly and unleashing a fierce strike at the white tiger and the others. Kill, kill, kill! The surrounding creatures, finally reacting, also roared and charged towards Su Shirhan at lightning speed. After all, they weren't fools. The white tiger and the others could understand. The sky-splitting moth and the others, who were watching, could also figure it out, so they all rushed towards Su Shirhan. They wanted to seize the phoenix wood in Su Shirhan's hands. Roar! The Taodai and the golden-haired Howl, who were observing from the outskirts, immediately surrounded Su Shirhan upon seeing this situation. The devouring beast also went berserk. It opened its fanged maw and lunged forward, swallowing up a dozen powerful creatures in one go. Howl! Suddenly, a series of howls from jackals echoed, and then jackals began to appear from all directions, rushing forward like a tidal wave. A dark, overwhelming mass filled the sky and covered the earth. They all charged forward without regard for their lives, and soon, thousands of creatures were killed by the jackals. Go! Realizing the situation was becoming critical, Su Shirhan immediately disengaged from the white tiger and the black-striped python, unfurled her phoenix wings, and made a swift dash for freedom. Howl! The jackals surrounding them wouldn't let Su Shirhan and the others leave so easily, and they all roared and blocked their path, spitting out dazzling beams of light. Damn! The golden-haired Howl panicked. Because he knew that these jackals were all natives of the phoenix habitat, having lived here for countless years, which was why they had such a large number. However, this wasn't the reason for the golden-haired Howl's panic. The real issue was that he realized a very serious problem. If the jackals had such a large number, then who could guarantee that there weren't other powerful creatures in this phoenix habitat? After all, this place had existed since ancient times. It opened every 500 years. With so much time passing, many creatures must have ended up living here as natives, and they would undoubtedly be hostile to intruders like themselves. If all the natives came out to attack, then they would surely be doomed. Go! While the golden-haired Howl was still thinking, the Taotai in the midst of the bloodbath let out a roar and shouted at the golden-haired Howl. Golden-haired Howl, you fool! What are you still thinking about? If you don't leave with us now, you're dead. Go! The golden-haired Howl snapped out of it and immediately pushed forward with the Taotai, while the devouring beast behind them opened its maw and devoured the jackals and creatures attacking them. However, soon its belly began to swell. After all, it was still just a cub. Having swallowed over 1,000 jackals and creatures, its stomach couldn't take it anymore. Damn! Dead, dead, dead. We're doomed. The ancient dragon turtle, who had been attacking Su Shirhan just moments ago, was on the verge of tears at this moment, because he was in such a miserable state. Although he was also a powerful figure, with his cultivation at the late inscription stage, facing such a large number of jackals, he was overwhelmed and quickly found himself surrounded by hundreds of jackals. His turtle shell was torn apart, blood covered his entire body, and soon he let out a miserable scream, his eyes torn out by the jackals, and eventually, the strong and mighty ancient dragon turtle was devoured by the frenzied jackals. Of course, he wasn't the only one to meet a tragic end. The black-striped python was also killed by the jackals like ants gnawing at an elephant, while Su Shirhan and the others managed to push their way out. Go! Having broken out, Su Shirhan and the others dared not stay for even a moment. They pushed forward with all their strength. After all, the number of jackals in this area was simply too large. Although they weren't afraid of the jackals attacking them, with such a large number, if they were truly surrounded, even someone as strong as Su Shirhan wouldn't be able to break out. Human, head east. The devouring beast roared and quickly ran towards the east. There are the fewest jackals in that direction. If we keep running east, we should be able to shake off these jackals. All right. Su Shirhan responded and led the Taodai and the others towards the east. Although there were still some jackals attacking them along the way, they couldn't block their path, and they were easily killed. Human, wait for me. Just as Su Shirhan and the others shot out 1,000 meters, the white tiger, who had just fought with Su Shirhan, quickly caught up, hoping that Su Shirhan and the others would take him along. However, Su Shirhan completely ignored him. In this phoenix habitat, saving this tiger would be like making a deal with the devil, and bringing him along would be a huge burden. Because behind the white tiger, there was a dark mass of at least 1,000 jackals chasing after him. If Su Shirhan and the others turned back to save him, they would undoubtedly be caught in the jackal's encirclement again. Thus, Su Shirhan and the others did not stop for even a moment, all of them putting in their utmost effort to charge forward. Human, you? Seeing this, the white tiger's eyes revealed a look of despair. But before he could vent his dissatisfaction towards Su Shirhan and the others, a dozen frenzied jackals pounced on him, their mouths spewing dazzling beams of light. In an instant, they knocked the white tiger down. His massive body crashed to the ground, and the dozen jackals that pounced on him began a frenzied assault. Oh whoa! The white tiger was utterly terrified, because the number of jackals was simply too overwhelming. Even as a divine beast of ancient times, facing the onslaught of over 1,000 jackals, the mighty white tiger's eyes were filled with despair. Awoo. The jackals surrounding him didn't care whether the white tiger was afraid or not. They were all frenzied, swarming and attacking with relentless ferocity, engulfing the white tiger in a storm of attacks. Awoo. The white tiger struggled desperately, unleashing his powerful attacks to kill the jackals pouncing on him. But even as the king of beasts, a pack of nearly insane jackals eventually brought him down. One by one, they tore into his mighty body, and in an instant, they devoured the powerful white tiger completely. Awoo. The jackals around them did not let up on Su Shirhan and the others. Instead, relying on their keen sense of smell, they relentlessly pursued them, as if they were unwilling to let any prey escape. Damn! These jackals are completely mad. They've chased us for over 10,000 miles and still haven't given up, relentlessly pursuing us from behind. The golden-haired Howl, his eyes bloodshot and his face showing signs of exhaustion, followed Su Shirhan and the others as they flew forward. It wasn't just him who was exhausted. Su Shirhan and the others were also exhausted, but they had no choice but to keep fleeing, pushing themselves to escape the phoenix habitat as quickly as possible. Otherwise, they would be killed by the jackals chasing them. Chapter 192. Blocked. Hey, look! The fleeing Taudai suddenly raised its head and shouted loudly, "The exit is right ahead!" The exit? Upon hearing this, the golden-haired Howl immediately perked up, as they had finally reached the exit. Now, as long as they could escape from the phoenix abode, they should be able to break free from the encirclement of the jackals. Let's go. Su Shirhan glanced back and noticed that the relentless jackals had slightly widened the distance between them. Thus, she shot towards the exit at full speed. However, there was still some distance to cover. Although their speed was fast, the jackals behind them were not slow either. It seemed they knew there was an exit, so the jackals increased their speed as well. This is bad. The golden-haired Howl suddenly cried out during their rapid advance, causing their steps to halt abruptly, their eyes revealing a look of fear. They had discovered that the exit was blocked by a group of powerful beings. It was a pack of mighty ancient bull demons. Not only were the ancient bull demons present, but there were also many other powerful races surrounding them. What made the golden-haired Howl's eyes widen in horror was that they were not the only ones trying to escape through the exit of the phoenix abode. Many powerful beings were also rushing towards the exit, but none of them could break through. The ancient bull demons and bloodthirsty monkeys had completely blocked the exit. No matter who it was, anyone daring to charge towards the exit would be mercilessly slaughtered. As a result, the ground was already littered with the dismembered bodies of fleeing creatures, their blood staining the earth red. Human, what should we do? Seeing this, the devouring beast couldn't help but turn its gaze towards Su Shirhan, and so did Taudai and the golden-haired Howl. Let's go break through. After a moment of silence, Su Shihan tightly gripped the Tai Chu sword in her hand, her cold eyes narrowing as a fierce killing intent emerged. Anyone who dares to block my path will die. Kill. Upon hearing Su Shihan's words, Taodai and the others immediately felt their killing intent surge. As long as Su Shihan was with them, they feared nothing, no matter what lay ahead. Kill. 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 Su Shihan brandished her sword and advanced, while Taodai and the others roared behind her, following closely without any hesitation. Who dares to come forward? At the exit of the Phoenix abode, a group of powerful beings saw Su Shihan and her companions charging towards them. They immediately blocked their path and shouted angrily, "Be smart and hand over all your treasures, or you'll never get out of here. Get out of the way." Su Shihan, however, narrowed her cold eyes and declared, "Anyone who dares to block my path will die." Huh. The surrounding ancient bull demons were momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted with fury. "Human, you are too arrogant. Do you know how powerful we are? A mere human dares to speak to us like this. You're too bold." The ancient bull demons around them glared at Su Shihan with murderous intent. "Humph. You're just a bunch of ugly monsters. I'll give you a chance." Taotai coldly glared at the ancient bull demons blocking their way, their killing intent overwhelming. "Move aside, or I'll slaughter you all." Huh. The thousands of ancient bull demons surrounding them were completely enraged by Taoye's words. You know, the ancient bull demons were a powerful race in the Phoenix abode, and no creature had ever dared to speak to them like this. Taodai not only spoke to them this way, but also with such arrogance. It was too brazen. Kill. The ancient bull demons went berserk. Each powerful ancient bull demon snorted with rage, waving their weapons furiously, and without waiting for a response from Taodai and the others, they charged forward. Kill. Su Shihan didn't waste any words. She drew the Tai Chu sword and slashed horizontally at the frenzied ancient bull demons. Hum. 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 With a single slash, a crescent-shaped silver glow shot out and cut across the ancient bull demons. Roar! The ancient bull demons went wild, furiously swinging their clubs, meeting Su Shihan's sword glow head-on. In an instant, waves of energy collided with Su Shihan's sword glow, exploding at the point of impact under the watchful eyes of countless beings. Primordial bone activate. Su Shihan's roar echoed, and suddenly a pair of phoenix wings burst forth from her back, engulfing a dozen ancient bull demons who couldn't dodge in flames. In the blink of an eye, the dozen ancient bull demons were reduced to ashes. Kill. After slaying the dozen ancient bull demons, Su Shihan quickly charged into the encirclement of the ancient bull demons, unleashing a massacre like a tiger among sheep, cutting down one after another. Human, you're seeking death? Among the ancient bull demons, a particularly powerful one with a string of skulls around its neck roared at Su Shihan, swinging its trident towards her head with all its might. Clang! Clang! The ancient bull demon king's strike was powerful, and the trident hit Su Shihan by surprise, forcing her to stagger back 6 or 7 steps. Human, you're not much, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Let me see how I can crush you with a single blow. Seeing Su Shihan retreat a few steps, the ancient bull demon king intensified its attacks, unleashing a torrential assault on her. He was determined to annihilate Su Shihan. After all, he was the future king of the ancient bull demons. If he couldn't even kill a mere human, what right would he have to lead the ancient bull demons? Kill. The ancient bull demon king's killing intent surged, and his attacks grew stronger with each strike, momentarily overwhelming Su Shihan. Tai Chu sword kill. Su Shihan went berserk. She knew that this ancient bull demon's strength had already reached the formation stage, a full realm higher than her own. However, he relied solely on brute strength and hadn't fully utilized his formation stage abilities. Under such circumstances, Su Shihan gritted her teeth and began to counterattack. In an instant, the Tai Chu sword in her hand unleashed its full power, turning the tide of battle. With a swift series of sword strikes, She forced the ancient bull demon king to retreat step by step. Huh. The ancient bull demon king's expression froze. After all, he was a formation stage expert, a full realm stronger than Su Shirhan in terms of strength and speed. Yet, she had managed to overwhelm him. This scene shocked not only the ancient bull demons, but also the bloodthirsty monkeys and others. Chapter 193. Slaughtering all around. This human is so strong. Surrounding creatures, having finally reacted, all spoke with bloodthirsty eyes. To be able to fight the ancient bull to a standstill with just the strength of the inscription realm. His power is truly extraordinary. Kill. Hearing these words, the ancient bull's heart exploded with rage. He immediately realized that if he couldn't kill Su Yunshan, this insignificant human, today, his reputation would be utterly ruined. After all, he was a formation realm expert, yet he was being suppressed by a mere inscription realm human cultivator. Where would he put his face in the future? Kill. The ancient bull completely lost control. The force behind his trident increased several-fold, and his attacks became much more ferocious than before. The ancient bull's face showed a mocking expression, confident that Su Shirhan would be defeated and killed. But in the next moment, the excitement that should have been on the ancient bull's face vanished, replaced by a look of shock in his eyes. He was still being suppressed by Su Shirhan. His trident was completely ineffective, as Su Shirhan's sword techniques were too powerful, completely overwhelming him. Roar! The ancient bull went berserk. As a strength-based demon cultivator, he was now being outmatched by a mere human woman in the inscription realm, despite his own strength in the formation realm. The ancient bull was absolutely furious. Kill! The ancient bull channeled all the spiritual energy in his body. Instantly, arrays of killing formations appeared around him, and his aura exploded. His strength increased by tens of times. The trident in his hand was engulfed in raging flames, and his attacks became tens of times more ferocious. Human, you shall die. The ancient bull's eyes shot out two beams of fire, and his trident, now wildly raging, slashed towards Su Shirhan. Heaven is Qian, earth is Kuan, Yin-Yang 8 trigrams seal the heavens and earth. Reverse the universe to break the void. Shatter the void and condense the sword, Thunder Strike. Slay gods and demons with a single strike, Thunder Sword style. Slash. Facing the ancient bull's furious attack, Su Shirhan, in a passive position, immediately activated her mind and unleashed the Thunder Sword style. In an instant, the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams sealed the heavens, and the universe reversed. A thunderous sword that could split the heavens pierced through the 8 trigram formation in the void and slashed down at the raging ancient bull. Bull charge break. Seeing Su Shirhan's thunder sword coming, the ancient bull immediately used the bull charge, a sacred technique of the ancient bull clan. In an instant, a massive azure bull with overwhelming divine patterns charged into the sky, colliding with Su Shirhan's descending sword. Crack! Su Shirhan's thunder sword, which had split the heavens, collided with the ancient bull's bull charge. A dazzling light exploded at the point of impact, and Su Shirhan's thunder sword, astonishingly, broke through the ancient bull's bull charge and continued to slash toward him. Trident break. Seeing this, the ancient bull stomped his foot, cracking the ground, and raised his trident, slamming it against Su Shirhan's thunder sword. Clang, clang. The ancient bull's trident smashed Su Shirhan's thunder sword into pieces. His face filled with glee, he thrust his trident towards Su Shirhan with all his might. Human, you can die now. The ancient bull's face was twisted with a cruel and bloodthirsty smile, as if this strike would surely kill Su Shirhan. The surrounding creatures also believed Su Shirhan was doomed. But in the next moment, Su Shirhan's Tai Chu sword exploded, releasing a sky-covering sword aura that shot toward the ancient bull and the surrounding creatures. In an instant, countless ancient bulls were blasted away, spitting blood as they fell to the ground, dead. Kill. Su Shirhan then fully extended her phoenix wings and, gripping the Tai Chu sword tightly, instantly condensed her energy into the sword. She slashed toward the exit. In an instant, a crescent-shaped sword aura flashed, slicing through hundreds of powerful creatures. A woo, a woo, a woo. Just as Su Shirhan struck, the pack of wolves chasing them finally arrived. Black as a tidal wave, they surged forward. F***CK. The surrounding creatures instantly panicked, too busy dealing with the sudden attack to focus on breaking through. In an instant, chaos erupted within a few miles. Go! Su Shirhan's cold eyes narrowed. She slashed through a dozen ancient bulls, then, holding the blood-dripping Tai Chu sword, she dashed toward the exit of the Phoenix Sanctuary at lightning speed. Stop her! The bloodthirsty ape and other powerful creatures locked their eyes on Su Shirhan. Seeing her attempt to escape the Phoenix Sanctuary, they all launched their strongest attacks, determined not to let her leave. Whether it was to avenge the ancient bull or to kill Su Shirhan, the surrounding creatures went mad, unleashing all-out attacks to prevent her escape. After all, even fools could tell that Su Shirhan's incredible strength must have come from powerful bones and techniques she obtained in the Phoenix Sanctuary. They were unwilling to let her leave, determined to stop her at all costs. Phoenix Dance of Nine Heavens Kill. Su Shirhan unleashed the Phoenix technique, Phoenix Dance of Nine Heavens. In an instant, the overwhelming aura of a phoenix exploded, obliterating hundreds of powerful creatures. A majestic phoenix soared into the sky, then dove down with devastating force, crushing countless creatures into dust. Charge, get out! Holding the blood-stained sword, Su Shirhan, with wings spread, shot forward, using the Phoenix Dance of Nine Heavens to carve a path toward the exit of the Phoenix Sanctuary. Slaughter, blood, screams, all intertwined as Su Shirhan advanced. Countless creatures blocking her path were slain, and the ground leading to the exit was stained red with blood. It was brutal, terrifying, horrifying. Countless lives were lost in the slaughter, yet the killing only intensified. The exit of the Phoenix Sanctuary had become a living hell. Get out! The surrounding creatures roared, as by now, it wasn't just Su Shirhan's group trying to break through. Other creatures seeking to leave the Phoenix Sanctuary also joined the charge, knowing that if they didn't escape now, they would be trapped here for 500 years. However, the native bloodthirsty apes and other creatures were fiercely blocking their way, and the three sides clashed in a massive slaughter. Death, death. The exit of the Phoenix Sanctuary had become a place of death, filled with blood, brains, and mutilated bodies. Go! Su Shirhan, holding the Tai Chu sword, finally pushed through to the exit of the Phoenix Sanctuary with Tao Tai and the others. With a horizontal slash, she destroyed the final barrier set by the ancient bull and the others. Go, let's get out! Shaking the blood-stained sword, Su Shirhan, with phoenix wings spread, shot like lightning toward the exit of the Phoenix Sanctuary. Human, where do you think you're going? At that moment, a furious roar echoed, followed by a massive golden palm engulfed in flames, slamming down towards Su Shirhan. Chirp! Su Shirhan had completely gone berserk, and the killing intent within her erupted in an instant. Without hesitation, she triggered the ancestral phoenix mark. In the blink of an eye, a colossal ancestral phoenix capable of crushing the heavens burst forth from her body. It let out a resounding cry at the descending golden palm and launched a ferocious attack. Crack! Su Shirhan's most powerful strike directly shattered the descending golden palm. The ensuing powerful shockwave then swept her and her companions far away. Chapter 194, A Bit of a Slap in the Face. Thud. Before the golden horned beast could even react, it was already dazed and slammed heavily onto the ground, instantly creating a deep crater. Ouch, my! The golden horned beast let out a painful scream. Its face contorted in agony as it wailed. It hurts so much. Humph. Before it could say anything else, a shadow suddenly loomed overhead. In its pain, the golden horned beast looked up to see an exceptionally powerful golden lion glaring down at it with eyes wide in fury. Huh, a golden lion? What a big braised lion's head. Smells delicious. The golden horned beast swallowed hard, staring at the golden lion in front of it and said, "Master Black would definitely love this." Humph. Upon hearing this, the golden lion's eyes widened in fury and its killing intent exploded. This insignificant creature, what did it just say? A big braised lion's head? Does it want to eat me? How dare you? The golden lion was completely enraged, its eyes filled with murderous intent as it glared at the golden-horned beast and said, "Hand over all the treasures you obtained in the Phoenix Sanctuary, or I'll devour you in one bite." Pfft. The golden-horned beast was instantly furious. This was no longer the Phoenix Sanctuary. This was the ancestral land of the Phoenix. The golden lion in front of it might be strong, but outside the Phoenix Sanctuary, only Master Black and the white-robed emperor could act. A mere immortal king-level golden lion dared to threaten it like this? Humph. The golden-horned beast couldn't help but sneer, a playful smirk even forming on its lips as it felt certain the golden lion was doomed. Master Black and the others would soon strike it down, turn it into a braised lion's head, and devour it in big mouthfuls. But the golden-horned beast's expression quickly froze, as the scene it had anticipated didn't unfold. Not only did it not see Master Black or the white-robed emperor, but it was met with the mocking gazes of those around it. Oh no! The golden-horned beast immediately panicked, realizing its mistake. Its expression changed instantly as it forced a smile and looked at the golden lion, saying, "My lord, I was disrespectful earlier. Please, you're a great being, don't lower yourself to my level." Humph! The golden lion arrogantly raised its head and then looked down at the golden-horned beast, saying, "I'll give you one last chance. Hand over all the phoenix bone you obtained in the Phoenix Sanctuary. I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I'll kill you." "My lord, but I have nothing." The golden-horned beast immediately put on a pitiful expression, looking at the golden lion with puppy eyes and said, "Please, just let me go like a fart. Let me go." Humph. The golden lion, of course, didn't believe it. It extended its paw and pressed down on the golden-horned beast's head, its eyes filled with murderous intent as it said, "Don't try to play tricks. Hand over the items now, or I'll crush your head with one claw." "You dare?" Seeing that playing the weakling wasn't working, the golden-horned beast steeled its resolve and said, "Listen up, golden lion. I am a disciple of Emperor Black, and the invincible white-robed emperor is my master's brother. If you dare harm me, they will never let you off." Humph. The golden lion's heart skipped a beat, nearly causing it to collapse in fear. The name Emperor Black wasn't that terrifying, but the white-robed emperor, that was a different story. Upon hearing those 4 words, the golden lion's heart nearly faltered, and it almost wet itself in fear. But then it thought again. It suddenly became furious, and the pressure on the golden-horned beast's head increased, causing it to scream in pain. "You little wretch, you're trying to scare me?" The golden lion stomped heavily on the golden-horned beast a few times and said, "A Paisho that just escaped from the Phoenix Sanctuary said the same thing, but it turned out to be lying. It didn't even know the white-robed emperor, and because of that, I became a laughingstock. Now you dare use the same trick on me?" Humph. The golden lion's eyes widened in fury, its killing intent radiating as it said, "Listen up, you little wretch. Anyone who mentions the white-robed emperor to me will die, understand?" The golden-horned beast was completely dumbfounded, as it hadn't expected this outcome at all. "You little wretch, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over all the phoenix bone on you, or I'll send you on your way." The golden lion glared at the golden-horned beast, its aura exploding as it said with overwhelming killing intent, "Don't test my patience anymore. I'll give you to your damn uncle." The golden-horned beast roared and pulled out its trident, unleashing a furious attack on the golden lion. "You're courting death." The golden lion was completely enraged. This insignificant creature dared to attack it? Die! With a single thought, the golden lion struck down heavily at the golden-horned beast. It was clear. The golden lion truly intended to kill the golden-horned beast. After all, it was a powerful immortal king, and this mere sigil-level creature had repeatedly shown it disrespect. The golden lion definitely wanted to kill it. I'm dead. The golden horned beast's spirit shattered in fear. Seeing no way out, it braced itself for the inevitable. But the next moment, the attack it had expected never came. To its shock, it saw a black dog's paw firmly grasp the golden lion's descending claw. Woohoo! The golden horned beast immediately hugged Master Black's leg and cried, as it was overwhelmed with emotion. It had thought it was doomed, but Master Black had saved it. Instantly, its expression lit up with joy. Humph! The golden horned beast glared at the golden lion and said, "You fool! I told you earlier. I am a disciple of Emperor Black. The white-robed emperor is my master's brother. You didn't believe me, and now you know how powerful I am, huh?" Humph! The golden horned beast looked at the golden lion with an expression of utmost smugness and said again, "Golden lion, tell me, how should I prepare you?" "Get lost, you useless disciple. When did I ever take you as a disciple? With that cowardly look of yours, you're not even worthy. Go over there and start the fire. It's time to braise the lion's head." Master Black, however, wasn't pleased. It gave the golden horned beast a hard kick in the rear and said, "Scram!" Chapter 195. Arrogance. "Black Lord, please don't be angry. I'll leave right away." Golden Horn dared not argue and quickly walked away with a fawning expression. Meanwhile, Black Emperor turned his attention to the golden lion, saying, "You, golden lion, have a pretty good head. You'll make a fine braised lion's head." "Ah!" The golden lion's expression froze, and its large eyes stared at Black Emperor, opening its mouth several times, but unable to utter a word. "Black Emperor, please have mercy. Spare my life." After a while, the golden lion finally managed to react, glaring at Black Emperor with bloodshot eyes as it pleaded, "I was blind and didn't recognize that the golden horn was your disciple. I am willing to apologize and make amends. Please spare my life." Black Emperor felt a headache coming on. Why was this golden lion so cowardly? After all, it was a mighty immortal king, revered as a deity wherever it went. Where did the arrogance go when it was bullying the golden horn earlier? What abilities do you have? Black Emperor impatiently glared at the golden lion and asked, "Do you have a solid background?" The golden lion was completely baffled upon hearing this, as it had no idea what Black Emperor meant. "Forget it." Black Emperor shook his head and bluntly said, "If you don't have any special skills, I can't take you as a servant. And if your family isn't wealthy, kidnapping you won't yield anything. It's better to just throw you into the pot and cook you." "Wait, no. Black Lord, please don't cook me. I have abilities. I can swallow an entire city with one bite, and my family is very wealthy because I am the king of the Golden Lion clan." Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion immediately understood Black Emperor's intentions and hurriedly revealed its abilities and background. "Oh!" Black Emperor narrowed his sharp eyes and looked the Golden Lion up and down, asking, "Do you have any immortal elixirs? Or rare treasures like the 8 treasures chicken?" The Golden Lion was dumbfounded, as it had never expected Black Emperor to ask for immortal elixirs and rare treasures right off the bat. Damn! This black dog in front of me is simply a bandit. Not even an immortal emperor might have immortal elixirs and 8 treasures chicken, let alone a mere immortal king like myself. The Golden Lion was on the verge of breaking down, as Black Emperor was simply too much of a bandit. Golden Lion, do you not have any of the things I mentioned?" Black Emperor didn't care what the Golden Lion was thinking. He pursed his lips and looked at it, saying, "If you don't have these things, then I can only throw you into the pot and cook you." The Golden Lion was utterly frantic. Yet, it didn't dare be disrespectful to Black Emperor, as the latter's ability to block its attack earlier made it clear that it was nothing more than an ant before Black Emperor. So, it could only look at Black Emperor with a pleading expression, saying, "I'll give you 10 divine medicines in exchange for my life. Is that acceptable?" "No." Black Emperor shook his head and patted the Golden Lion's head with a black paw, saying, "To spare your life, you'll need at least 30 divine medicines. Otherwise, I'll just cook you." "I can't believe this. The golden lion felt like dying. What kind of creature was this black dog? It was demanding 30 divine medicines right off the bat. Were divine medicines just cabbages? Too greedy. Too much of a bandit. The golden lion felt its head buzzing, and if it weren't for its inferior strength, it would have loved to fight this bandit black dog. Because this black dog was simply too bullying. Black Emperor raised his dog eyes and stared fixedly at the golden lion, saying, "You're unwilling?" "I." The golden lion didn't dare say that, as it knew that doing so would mean trouble. After all, Black Emperor had already set up the pot. If it dared to say no, who knew if this black dog would throw it into that big black pot? Black dog, don't push it too far. 30 divine medicines are no ordinary items. Before the golden lion could speak, Fire Rhino Emperor, who had been watching from the side, stepped forward and said, "Demanding 30 divine medicines for the golden lion's life is too much, isn't it?" Black Emperor glared at Fire Rhino Emperor with his dog eyes, turning his head and casually looking at him, saying, "Little Rhino, do you have an issue?" Little Rhino? Upon hearing this, Fire Rhino Emperor immediately exploded. He, Fire Rhino Emperor, was no ordinary being. In the immortal realm, he was a supreme overlord and a demon emperor, with a cultivation level of the 5th stage of the immortal emperor realm. Wherever he went, he was revered by others. Now, this black dog, he admitted, had some skills, but to be called Fire Rhino Emperor in such a manner, it completely shattered his dignity. "Black dog, you're being insolent. Do you know how powerful I, Fire Rhino Emperor, am? You, a mere mongrel, dare to address me in such a manner. You're too bold." Fire Rhino Emperor's eyes darkened, and he roared in anger. "I'll give you one chance. Kneel down and apologize to me right now, or I'll slap you to death." "Slap me to death? You? Train for another 100,000 years. Black Emperor disdainfully glanced at Fire Rhino Emperor and mocked, "With your current cultivation, you don't have that ability." Roar. Fire Rhino Emperor was completely enraged. 5 streams of laws surged around him, and the 5-colored divine rings behind him exploded. A dominating aura soared to the heavens. Wow! All the surrounding creatures were instantly shocked upon seeing Fire Rhino Emperor's dominating aura. After all, this was a demon emperor at the 5th stage. No matter where he went, he was a supreme existence. Ha ha ha. The golden lion laughed. Tears even came out as it laughed. It was simply too happy, as there was now a 5th stage demon emperor standing up for it. This black dog was surely done for. Chapter 196, A Mishap in the Gutter. "Big black dog, you dared to bully me. You dared to bully me. Now, I want to see how you're going to die." The golden lion raised his eyebrows, his eyes filled with mockery as he watched the expression on Black Emperor's face, which was nothing but mockery. He was certain that Black Emperor was doomed. After all, Black Emperor had just offended a 5th-tier demon emperor. How could this mutt possibly be stronger than a 5th-tier blazing rhinoceros emperor? All the surrounding creatures thought the same thing. Except for the golden horns who were standing by the black cauldron, almost everyone believed that Black Emperor was finished. But then, in the next moment, Black Emperor walked straight toward the blazing rhinoceros emperor. In front of everyone's astonished gaze, he raised his massive black paw and slapped the blazing rhinoceros emperor. "Big black dog, how dare you?" The blazing rhinoceros emperor was completely enraged. He opened his blood-red maw and roared furiously, spitting out a Zijin gourd. "Big black dog, I'll call your name. Do you dare to answer?" "Answer your grandpa?" Black Emperor pouted, completely ignoring the blazing rhinoceros emperor. His charging black paw slammed down on the blazing rhinoceros emperor with full force. Zijin gourd, open. Seeing this, the blazing rhinoceros emperor was momentarily stunned. This big black dog wasn't playing by the rules. Shouldn't he be announcing his name and then getting sucked into the Zijin gourd? Why wasn't he doing that? The blazing rhinoceros emperor didn't have time to ponder this, as Black Emperor's paw was already coming down. He quickly activated the Zijin gourd to block the attack. Oh, not good. Black Emperor's eyes widened. The claw that was striking toward the Zijin gourd suddenly accelerated, and its power exploded several times over. It slammed into the Zijin gourd with full force. But in the next instant, before Black Emperor could react, his entire body shook, and he was suddenly locked by an inexplicable force. In front of everyone's shocked gaze, he was sucked into the blazing Rhinoceros Emperor's Zijin gourd. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the Golden Lion, who had just been bullied by Black Emperor, burst into laughter. The sight was simply too satisfying. All the surrounding creatures also burst into laughter, except for Su Shirhan and the others, who remained unmoved. They believed that the blazing Rhinoceros Emperor's Zijin gourd couldn't contain Black Emperor. But the blazing Rhinoceros Emperor didn't think so. His Zijin gourd was born of primordial chaos and was a divine treasure of immense power. No matter how strong a being was, once it was sucked into the Zijin gourd, it would never escape. Let alone a mere mutt. There was no way it could escape from his Zijin gourd. Humph! The Golden Lion snorted coldly. His gaze suddenly turned toward Su Shirhan and the others, his eyes filled with a savage and bloodthirsty glint. Golden Horn, you better scurry over here and die. What are you waiting for? The Golden Lion sneered, his eyes filled with disdain as he glared at Golden Horn. You insolent mutt, you dared to disrespect me earlier. Now watch as I make you pay for your insolence. Tisi. Golden Horn looked at the Golden Lion as if he were an idiot, completely ignoring him. It was as if Black Emperor being sucked into the Zijin gourd didn't concern him at all. He didn't seem to care about the Golden Lion in the slightest. Seeing this, the Golden Lion couldn't hold back his anger. After all, he was a heavenly king of the immortal realm, while Golden Horn was only at the marked realm. How dare Golden Horn look down on him like this? The Golden Lion couldn't understand where Golden Horn and the others got their confidence from. Didn't they see that the supposedly powerful mutt had just been captured by the blazing Rhinoceros Emperor? What gave Golden Horn the audacity to act this way? Humph! The Golden Lion snorted coldly and strode toward Golden Horn with an air of arrogance. Golden Horn, you insignificant ant. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, huh? Golden Horn pouted, completely ignoring the Golden Lion. He was absolutely certain that the blazing Rhinoceros Emperor's Zijin gourd couldn't contain Black Emperor. After all, Black Emperor was a 9th-tier demon emperor. There was no way he could be trapped by a mere Zijin gourd. Besides, even if the blazing Rhinoceros Emperor's Zijin gourd managed to trap Black Emperor, they still had the invincible white-clad Emperor. Once he appeared, he would crush all these scum without a second thought. That's why Golden Horn completely ignored the Golden Lion's threats. Seeing this, the Golden Lion was truly enraged. His inner fury exploded, and his cold, sharp eyes locked onto Golden Horn. Golden Horn, you've really pissed me off. Now, I'm going to devour you all in one bite. With that, the Golden Lion stopped wasting words. He opened his blood-red maw and lunged toward Golden Horn, ready to devour him. Just as Golden Horn and the others were about to be swallowed, a spatula suddenly shot out and slammed into the Golden Lion's head. In the next moment, in front of everyone's shocked gaze, Duanda appeared. Duanda reached out and grabbed the Golden Lion's mane, and in the stunned eyes of everyone present, he instantly killed the Golden Lion, cleaned him up, and threw him into the bubbling black cauldron to be stewed. Wow! The once bustling scene was now frozen in shock. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who was this guy? He had just thrown the Golden Lion into a cauldron and stewed him. This was too outrageous. Didn't he know that the Golden Lion was the king of the Golden Lion clan? He's crazy, absolutely crazy. This human must be insane to have stewed the Golden Lion. He's really in big trouble now. He's offended the entire Golden Lion clan. All the surrounding creatures were stunned, especially when they saw Duanda cooking the Golden Lion in a big pot. The atmosphere was so tense that no one could breathe. Everyone knew that the Golden Lion clan was an incredibly powerful force in the immortal realm, and they had an ancient, immortal Lion King. Though he was old, he had once been invincible in the immortal realm. Legend had it that he had even devoured an immortal from the lower realms. Now that Duanda had stewed one of his descendants, how could the immortal Lion King of the Golden Lion clan possibly let him off? Human, you're too bold. You dare to stew the Golden Lion. The blazing rhinoceros emperor glared at Duanda, his steps heavy with killing intent. Do you know the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? Duanda pouted, completely unconcerned. He didn't care about the Golden Lion, and even the blazing rhinoceros emperor in front of him could be stewed if necessary. He looked at the blazing rhinoceros emperor and said, I advise you not to meddle. Release my friend Black Emperor immediately, or I'll throw you into this black cauldron and stew you as well. What? The blazing rhinoceros emperor was momentarily stunned, but then he erupted in fury. What did this human just say? He dared to threaten to throw him into the cauldron and cook him. How audacious. Did this insignificant ant even know what kind of terrifying existence he was? Could this rusty pot even hold a fifth-tier demon emperor like himself? Moreover, to say such things in front of him was a blatant disrespect. This human must be killed. If he wasn't, what face would he have left in the immortal realm? Human, you're too arrogant. To dare say such words, I must commend your courage. But do you know what your fate will be? The blazing rhinoceros emperor suppressed the raging fury in his heart and fixed his cold, sharp gaze on Duanda. I will make you experience utter despair. Chapter 197. Reversal. TCH, you think you can take me on? Duanda looked disdainfully at the Fire Rhino Emperor and sneered, Don't dream. The one who will feel despair is definitely not me. But you ignorant and overconfident fool. How dare you? The attendants of the Fire Rhino Emperor roared in fury. How dare you, a mere human, show disrespect to our Fire Rhino Emperor? Do you know what kind of powerful being you've provoked? You just saw how that arrogant black dog was effortlessly captured by our mighty Fire Rhino Emperor. Do you want to end up the same way? Surrounding creatures all looked at Duanda with ridicule and mockery. Almost all of them thought Duanda had gone mad to dare speak to the Fire Rhino Emperor in such a manner. Isn't that just asking for death? After all, the Fire Rhino Emperor is so powerful. To challenge his might with such insignificance is truly the act of an ignorant fool. Human, I'll give you a chance. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I might consider sparing your miserable life. The Fire Rhino Emperor arrogantly raised his head and looked down at Duanda, saying, Otherwise, I will surely slay you. You are not worthy. Duanda glanced at the Fire Rhino Emperor, his eyes filled with mockery. Want me to kneel? Unless you're dead, you'll never have that chance. Humph! The Fire Rhino Emperor was infuriated. One was more arrogant than the next. That dog had already made him furious, and now this Duanda was making him want to spit blood. Very well. The Fire Rhino Emperor calmed down slightly, then laughed bitterly. It seems you want to experience the power of my Zijin gourd. Human, what is your name? The Fire Rhino Emperor spat out the Zijin gourd, his cold eyes fixed on Duanda. Call out your name, and I'll take you in. Answer you? You wish? Duanda was itching to slap the Fire Rhino Emperor. Because he wasn't stupid. Even a pig would know that answering would mean being sucked into the Zijin gourd. So why would he tell his name and let the Fire Rhino Emperor capture him? You. The Fire Rhino Emperor was furious, realizing this human was too cunning. He had seen through the trick at once. But the Fire Rhino Emperor didn't give up. Instead, he looked at Duanda and said, Even without your name, I can capture you. Human, wait to be turned into sludge by my Zijin gourd. Tisi. Duanda glanced at the Fire Rhino Emperor, his disdain even more pronounced. Humph! Seeing this, the Fire Rhino Emperor completely lost his temper. He activated the Zijin gourd to capture Duanda. But the next moment, in the expectant gazes of countless creatures, the Zijin gourd that had just swallowed the Black Emperor suddenly malfunctioned. What's going on? The Fire Rhino Emperor's heart sank. He immediately tried to activate the Zijin gourd again to capture Duanda. But the Fire Rhino Emperor was dumbfounded. The Zijin gourd malfunctioned again. What's happening? Zijin gourd, capture him. Facing this situation, the Fire Rhino Emperor was on the verge of madness, roaring, "Capture him! Capture him! Capture him!" The Fire Rhino Emperor was completely dumbfounded. His Zijin gourd had completely malfunctioned. He had been waiting for it to capture Duanda. But now, this scene was utterly embarrassing. Countless eyes were on him. He looked like a fool, shouting at the Zijin gourd in front of everyone, yet it had malfunctioned. This was utterly humiliating, leaving him at a loss and utterly embarrassed. His reputation as the Fire Rhino Emperor was ruined. Kill! The Fire Rhino Emperor completely lost his temper. After all, he was a demon emperor of the 5th level. Without the Zijin gourd, he still had ways to kill Duanda. So he roared and launched a fierce attack on Duanda. Smack! Just as countless creatures expected to see the Fire Rhino Emperor slay Duanda, a huge black paw suddenly appeared and pinned the mighty Fire Rhino Emperor to the ground. Little Rhino, your Zijin gourd is quite good. It's mine now. As for you, do you have any other extraordinary treasures? If not, you'll go into my big black pot. Before the Fire Rhino Emperor could even lift his head after being pinned down, a voice entered his ears. You? How did you get out? Finally regaining his senses, the Fire Rhino Emperor looked up at the Black Emperor, his eyes filled with disbelief and fury. You were captured by my Zijin gourd. How could you escape? This is impossible. Humph! The Black Emperor pressed down on the Fire Rhino Emperor's head and coldly laughed. It's only because your cultivation is too shallow. The Zijin gourd may be a divine treasure, but in the hands of a mortal like you, it can only suppress demon emperors of the 6th level. For someone like me, a demon emperor of the 9th level, your cultivation is far from enough to suppress me. What? The Fire Rhino Emperor was utterly devastated. This black dog in front of him was actually a demon emperor of the 9th level. What had he done just now? That was like pulling a tiger's whiskers. I'm doomed. The Fire Rhino Emperor's mood plummeted to the bottom, his eyes filled with despair. He knew he had kicked a steel plate. A demon emperor of the 9th level. He had provoked one. That was certainly a death sentence. What should I do? The Fire Rhino Emperor knew that if he couldn't escape now, this black dog would surely cook him. But escaping? The Fire Rhino Emperor knew it wouldn't be easy, as this black dog clearly had a bandit nature. Just now, the Golden Lion had to offer 30 divine herbs to save its life. Now it was his turn, and the price would surely be exorbitant. But even so, there was no other choice. After all, he couldn't die like this. To die, he had to die with dignity. If he were thrown into that big black pot and cooked, that would be the most undignified death. Little Rhino, what do you say? Do you have any other extraordinary treasures in your possession? The Black Emperor stomped heavily on the Fire Rhino Emperor a few times, then fixed him with a stern gaze. If not, you'll be stewed and eaten. Yes, yes, yes. The Fire Rhino Emperor's expression changed, and he immediately spoke with utmost flattery. As long as you spare my life. I have divine materials for crafting, like star sand. Star sand? The Black Emperor, seeing the bag of star sand the Fire Rhino Emperor summoned, pouted. Just this bag won't be enough to save your life. Black Lord, don't be hasty. I also have a piece of dragon-veined black gold. If you spare my life, I'll give you this dragon-veined black gold as well. After saying this, the Fire Rhino Emperor directly summoned a piece of dragon-veined black gold and, with a face full of obsequious smiles, looked at the Black Emperor, asking, Is that enough now? Chapter 198. I'm here. No way. Black Emperor raised his head and said, You're a demon emperor at the 5th level of a mortal emperor realm. Although these things are valuable, they're not worth your life, are they? Puffed, puffed, puffed. The Fire Rhino Emperor was seething inside. This dog was too much of a bandit. He had already pushed things to this point. How could he argue against it? At this moment, the Fire Rhino Emperor truly regretted it. If he had known Black Emperor was a sovereign at the 9th level, he would never have offended him just to curry favor with the Golden Lion. What now? This bandit dog clearly intended to extort him. Unless he handed over something satisfactory, he wouldn't let him go. But he really didn't have any more treasures he could offer. Black Lord, please have mercy. I was blind to have offended you earlier. Please, just let me go. After a moment of silence, the Fire Rhino Emperor pleaded with a miserable expression. I really don't have anything else of value to offer. Oh. Black Emperor glanced casually at the Fire Rhino Emperor and said, well then, I won't make things difficult for you. If you want to live, just hand over your rhino horn for me to make soup. Ah. The Fire Rhino Emperor felt a chill down below and nearly went berserk. Black Lord, you can't do this. I still have dozens of wives waiting for me to feed. If you take that away, how will they survive? Black Lord, please have mercy. Just spare me this once. After regaining his composure, the Fire Rhino Emperor pleaded pitifully, when I return, I'll set up a Changsung Pawei in your honor and have my dozens of wives offer incense to you daily. Black Emperor opened his mouth several times, but couldn't find the words. He had dug himself into a hole by mentioning that earlier. Now it was really hard to back out gracefully. Ahem. Black Emperor coughed awkwardly a few times, then looked at the Fire Rhino Emperor and said, forget it. Since you don't have anything of value, just jump into the pot directly. Black Emperor, it's been years, yet you still haven't changed your ways. Just as the Fire Rhino Emperor was on the verge of breaking down, the nine-headed snake Xiang Lu stepped out and said coldly, you're still as ruthless as ever, pushing people to their limits. It's you. Nine-headed worm? Black Emperor looked up and recognized the nine-headed snake Xiang Lu. It's a pity I didn't eat you back then. Hmph. Hearing this, the nine-headed snake Xiang Lu was instantly enraged. He had nearly been eaten by Black Emperor back then, and he would never forget that humiliation. That's why he couldn't help but step forward. Just like the Fire Rhino Emperor, he had been robbed by Black Emperor in the past and almost thrown into this black cauldron to be cooked. Back then, Emperor of Heaven and Emperor Wuxia had suppressed him, but now there was only this big black dog. The nine-headed snake Xiang Lu didn't believe Black Emperor could suppress him today. Hmph. The nine-headed snake Xiang Lu sneered inwardly, his cold eyes fixed on Black Emperor, his mind already set on killing. No matter what, he had to slay this dog today to wash away the humiliation of the past. Black Emperor, it's good that you remember what happened back then. Now, you'll pay for it. The nine-headed snake Xiang Lu walked straight over, his killing intent palpable as he stood in front of Black Emperor and said, today, I'll cook you in this black cauldron to cleanse my past shame. Is that so? Black Emperor raised his head slightly, his gaze meeting the nine-headed snake Xiang Lu's as he said calmly, it seems you think you're quite powerful now, enough to crush me. Of course. The nine-headed snake Xiang Lu looked down at Black Emperor proudly and said, I might as well tell you now. My cultivation has reached the half-step immortal realm, and I'm on the verge of stepping into the immortal realm. So, in terms of strength, I can completely crush you, understand? Oh. Black Emperor pretended to be alarmed and said, only half-step immortal realm? You're scaring me. I thought you'd reached the Saint realm. So, it's just half-step immortal realm? Then I'm relieved. It seems today I'll definitely get to eat you. What? What did this dog just say? Has he reached the immortal realm? But earlier, didn't he say he was only at the 9th level of immortal emperor realm? All the surrounding beings were stunned. Black Emperor's words were too shocking. The nine-headed snake Xiang Lu was at the half-step immortal realm. That was a realm capable of ascending to the immortal domain. Yet this dog dared to speak so boldly, unless he had also reached the half-step immortal realm. Otherwise, what gave him the right to say such things? After all, provoking the nine-headed snake Xiang Lu was practically asking for death. Black Emperor, you're as arrogant as ever. The nine-headed snake Xiang Lu frowned, his face filled with displeasure. He had come to kill Black Emperor, and now Black Emperor's words had completely enraged him. Is that so? Black Emperor glanced at the nine-headed snake Xiang Lu and said, but I think you're still as stupid as before. What? The nine-headed snake Xiang Lu exploded. Hearing Black Emperor call him stupid, the anger that had been suppressed for years burst out. After all these years of holding on to the humiliation, he finally encountered this despicable dog, and instead of showing fear, he dared to be so arrogant. Didn't he know things were no longer the same as before? Humph, humph. The nine-headed snake Xiang Lu sneered, his eyes fixed on Black Emperor as he said with a malicious smile, I don't know what gives you the audacity to be so arrogant, but today, I, the nine-headed snake Lord Xiang Lu, will definitely slay you. Oh! Black Emperor looked at the nine-headed snake Xiang Lu with amusement and said, Then come. Let's see what kind of skills you've got. Kill. The nine-headed snake Xiang Lu didn't waste any more words. He roared and revealed his true form, his 9 heads like thunderbolts, charging at Black Emperor. Big Black Dog, I don't believe you can defeat the 9-headed snake Lord Xiang Lu. With his half-step immortal realm strength, I don't believe he can't slay you. Big Black Dog, prepare to die. The Fire Rhino Emperor glared hatefully at Black Emperor, his killing intent fully revealed. He was certain the 9-headed snake Xiang Lu would slay Black Emperor, given the vast difference in their realms. But the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock as a flying sword sliced through the void. Where the sword light passed, the void shattered. The earth collapsed. With a single strike, 8 of the 9-headed snake Xiang Lu's heads were severed. Then, amidst the trembling of the void, Lin Xingyo appeared before the 9-headed snake Xiang Lu, wearing a bronze mask and a long white robe. The White Robe Emperor. The sight caused a huge commotion, and in an instant, many creatures were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. The rest quickly followed suit and knelt down. What's going on? The White Robe Emperor, how did he get here? And with one strike, he cut off 8 of the 9-headed snake Xiang Lu's heads. All the surrounding beings were horrified, their eyes wide with fear, their limbs trembling as if they were about to wet themselves. The White Robe Emperor was too intimidating. Almost all the creatures in the Xianling realm feared encountering him, for he was simply too terrifying, too frightening. With just one sword, he had leveled the ancient Forbidden Land. Facing such a figure, no one could remain unafraid, especially since he had just arrived and with a single strike, cut off 8 heads of a half-step immortal realm being. The White Robe Emperor, you dare to harm me? The 9-headed snake Xiang Lu glared at Lin Xingyo with bloodshot eyes, his voice hoarse with rage as he shouted, The Serpent Valley in the Xianling continent will never let you off. Chapter 199, Stewing the 9-Headed Snake. Bothersome. With a swift motion, Lin Xingyo drew his sword and slashed lightning fast, leaving the 9-headed snake Shangliu no time to react. In an instant, the last of its heads was sent flying into the sky, and its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. I'm dead. Shangliu's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Lin Xingyo in disbelief. He had just manifested his true form. Originally, he had intended to kill Huang He, but now he had been slain by Lin Xingyo instead. Moreover, an inexplicable force of rules had locked him in place, preventing any escape. His life force and soul energy were being drained by the Zhutian sword in Lin Xingyo's hand. The scent of death was closing in. Shangliu understood. This time, he was truly about to die. Completely immobilized by the rules of the Zhutian sword, there would be no chance of rebirth. If not for this overwhelming force of rules, with his cultivation at the half-step ascension realm, he could have regenerated as long as his soul remained intact. But now, his life force was irreversibly fading. No, I can't die. I'm the 9-headed snake Shangliu. My cultivation has already reached the half-step ascension realm. I was so close to ascending to the immortal domain. How can I die like this? Shangliu's fading soul roared in desperation, but it was all in vain. His form dissipated, and his soul was extinguished. Clang! As soon as Shangliu perished, Lin Xingyo, standing before countless onlookers, also began to dissipate. The Zhutian sword in his hand trembled, transforming into a brilliant streak of light that shot into the heavens. Wow! The surrounding beings, who had finally snapped out of their shock, couldn't help but inhale sharply. because almost everyone understood. The Lin Xingyo who had just slain the nine-headed snake Shangliu was not his true form, but merely a clone. A clone? The surrounding beings, having recovered from their stupor, all widened their eyes and gaped in utter disbelief. The scene that had just unfolded was simply too astonishing. The White Emperor was too powerful, a mere clone. With just a sword barely a foot long, he had slain the half-step Ascension Realm nine-headed snake Shangliu. How strong must he be in his true form? The surrounding beings shuddered at the thought, for all of them understood. Lin Xingyo was far beyond them, not just by a small margin. Ha ha! Black Emperor couldn't help but burst into laughter, for he was simply overjoyed. The nine-headed snake that had eluded his grasp in the past now had finally been slain, especially considering how smug he had been just moments ago. And now, he lay dead on the ground. Seeing this, Black Emperor couldn't contain his excitement and quickly picked up the severed limbs of the nine-headed snake Shangliu, washed them, and threw them directly into the large black cauldron, all while countless beings watched in horror. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, he turned to a powerful flame phoenix Luo and said, "Little bird, you look pretty good. Why don't you join the pot? I'll make a nice dragon phoenix stew." "Screw you." The flame phoenix Luo almost stumbled in anger. Black Emperor's words were too insulting. Although she wasn't a true phoenix, she was the offspring of a flame phoenix and a Qingfeng Luo, so her bloodline was still extraordinary. Moreover, if she could break through her shackles and reach the Ascension Realm, she had the potential to transform into a flame phoenix. Besides, she was already at the Ascension Realm, stronger than the nine-headed snake Shangliu. This damnable black dog in front of her actually wanted to throw her into the pot and stew her, if not for the awe-inspiring presence of the White Emperor. Just for saying that, the flame phoenix Luo would have already lost her temper. The surrounding beings all shrank their necks and scattered in panic, for compared to the White Emperor, they feared the troublesome Black Emperor even more. After all, he was always ready to start a cooking session at the drop of a hat. Huh, gone, they're all gone. Realizing the fleeing crowd, Black Emperor immediately howled and, together with Duanda, began blocking the paths of some powerful beings, capturing them and demanding extortion. Those who couldn't produce anything of value were directly thrown into the large black cauldron to be stewed. Chapter 200, Immortal. Delicious, truly delicious. After a satisfying feast at the Phoenix Ancestral Grounds, Black Emperor rubbed his round belly and said, swallowing the ethereal forms of divine beasts one by one, "All right, we've eaten our fill. Time to go home." Su Shirhan and the others naturally had no objections. After all, this gluttonous banquet had filled them with surging vitality. They were on the verge of breaking through. Thus, they were eager to return home as well. Soon they tidied up. The gluttonous beast carried Black Emperor's black cauldron, and the group set off from the Phoenix Ancestral Grounds towards the Lost City. They traveled unhindered, only reaching the ancient forbidden area of the Lost City as dusk approached. "Lin Xingyo, we're back." At the entrance of the small courtyard in the ancient forbidden area, Duanda strode in with a swagger, his hands behind his back, proudly pushing open the courtyard gate. You're back?" Lin Xingyo, seated in a rattan chair and holding by sheer, stood up, looking at Su Shirhan who had returned with Duanda and the others. "Shirhan, you're back? Your master has already prepared hot water for you. You've been through a lot on this journey, so hurry up and take a bath to freshen up." Su Shirhan's eyebrows furrowed, and her face instantly showed extreme displeasure, her expression towards Lin Xingyo reaching its limit. Behind her, the devouring beast froze, its eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, instinctively taking several large steps back, as it couldn't help but tremble with fear. After all, it was a primordial divine beast. It was more sensitive to the powerful aura emanating from Lin Xingyo than even Su Shirhan, who had been reborn as the ruthless empress. Moreover, the devouring beast clan's greatest ability was to seek fortune and avoid calamity. They were naturally tens of thousands of times more sensitive to powerful beings than other creatures. That's why the devouring beast was terrified upon seeing Lin Xingyo. This little beast has a good shape, but that big mouth is quite ugly. As the devouring beast was still reeling from Lin Xingyo's aura, the latter's gaze fell directly on it, saying, "Did you catch this as food?" Food? Su Shihan glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Don't speak nonsense if you don't understand. Do you know how terrifying he is? He's a devouring beast. Treat him with respect in the future, or else he might swallow you whole. Don't blame me for not warning you. Oh, this little guy is so powerful. Then we must treat him well in the future. Lin Xingyo's gaze fell on the devouring beast, stroking by sheer white fur as he smiled at the beast. Come, little one, come in. I'm Shirhan's master. If I say anything inappropriate in the future, don't get angry and eat me, all right? Upon hearing this, the devouring beast nearly collapsed in fear. What kind of joke was this? The terrifying being standing before him now, with his insignificant strength, eating him would be suicide. Moreover, just looking at this residence, it was clearly the dwelling of an immortal. Even before stepping into the courtyard, he could already feel the surging spiritual energy, his bloodline becoming incredibly active as if undergoing a transformation. My goodness! This isn't just an ordinary courtyard. This is clearly a celestial mansion. No, this is an entire world, an immortal realm. No wonder Su Shihan and the others are all so extraordinary. Being disciples of an immortal would naturally make them like this. The devouring beast was truly stunned, because the small courtyard before him was simply too vast and unfathomable. As for Su Shihan and the others, they couldn't sense those deeper aspects. They only felt peace and comfort upon returning here, with all worries and chaotic emotions settling down. Higher levels of existence were beyond their current perception, as they hadn't yet reached that realm. Little one, come in. Lin Xingyo, on the other hand, smiled warmly, showing his white teeth as he looked at the devouring beast. If you're hungry, I can prepare some meat for you. How about that? The devouring beast didn't dare to delay, nodding vigorously, as the reward from an immortal would certainly not be ordinary, so he was extremely excited to step into the courtyard. But the next moment, the devouring beast's expression froze, as upon entering the courtyard, he clearly felt the shackles of his breakthrough loosening. It seemed as if he was about to break through immediately. The devouring beast was dumbfounded by this scene. The courtyard was simply too terrifying, giving him such a sensation. This immortal is raising chickens and planting crops in the courtyard. No, wait, those are enlightenment tea trees. Dragon immortality herbs. Those vegetables aren't ordinary either. They're all spiritual medicines and sacred fruits. My goodness! The devouring beast stared blankly at everything before him, his mouth wide open, his eyes bulging in complete astonishment. Those chickens seem unusual. After a while, snapping out of his shock, the devouring beast's eyes widened as he looked at the few chickens pecking at the ground in the courtyard. Suddenly, one of them lifted its head and glanced at him. Buzz! At that moment, the devouring beast's mind nearly exploded, his body's hair standing on end. Meow! Fortunately, at that moment, Bashir let out a meow, and the chickens that had been glaring at the devouring beast returned to pecking at the grains on the ground. Otherwise, the devouring beast would have been forced to kneel under the terrifying pressure emanating from the chickens. My goodness! The devouring beast was completely shocked. What kind of chickens were these? They could emit such powerful pressure, almost causing his Dao heart to collapse. Wait. Those aren't ordinary chickens. Those are ancestral phoenixes, powerful and overwhelmingly mighty ancestral phoenixes. The devouring beast was utterly panicked, his strong limbs also weakening at this moment. Because he realized, the chickens pecking in front of him weren't ordinary chickens. They were overwhelmingly mighty ancestral phoenixes. And the fish in the pond weren't common fish either. They were peerlessly unmatched ancestral dragons. The devouring beast was going insane. He was completely overwhelmed, as the scene before him was simply too shocking. Although the devouring beast clan was powerful, they were still inferior to the ancestral phoenixes and ancestral dragons. That's why the phoenixes and dragons were the 5 overlords of the primordial era. Fan, is this Shirhan? As the devouring beast was still in shock, Chu Yun, who had heard the commotion, came out of the room, smiling slightly as she looked at Su Shirhan and asked Lin Xingyo. Yes, that's right. This is my disciple Su Shirhan and her group of divine beast friends. Lin Xingyo, seeing Chu Yun come out, immediately took her hand and introduced them. Imogen. Seeing Lin Xingyo hold Chu Yun's hand, and then seeing Chu Yun's otherworldly beauty, Su Shirhan's expression instantly froze. Surprise, shock, heartache, loss. A myriad of complex emotions filled her heart, making her feel unnatural. What's wrong with me? After reacting, Su Shirhan was once again stunned, as she could clearly feel that seeing Lin Xingyo and Chu Yun's intimate appearance made her feel extremely uncomfortable, as if a sharp knife had pierced her heart. Her heart was bleeding. Her fingers couldn't help but tremble slightly, her body also shaking without rhythm. She was in pain. As if her heart had been hollowed out, her soul seemed to scatter at that moment. Clang, clang, clang. After a while, Su Shirhan suddenly lost her balance, instinctively staggering backward several steps. Fortunately, Lin Xingyo quickly reached out to steady her, or she would have fallen to the ground. Why? Su Shirhan widened her eyes, staring blankly at Lin Xingyo, completely stunned, because she felt an unbearable pain in her heart. Especially when she saw Chu Yun gazing at Lin Xingyo with eyes full of tender affection, her heart ached as if being sliced by a knife. Humph! Su Shirhan suddenly furrowed her brows, a cold killing intent surging within her, because she realized everything was due to her ridiculous affection for Lin Xingyo, which almost caused her Dao heart to collapse at this moment. Ridiculous emotions. Cut them off. Su Shirhan's gaze darkened, and she abruptly stood up, pushing Lin Xingyo away as she walked off. She understood. She needed to sever these emotional ties, cut off this ridiculous attachment, and fully embark on her previous life's path of the Wuqingda doll to achieve immortality. The reason she, the ruthless empress, was now affected by this trace of emotion was undoubtedly due to her current low cultivation level. Once her realm improved, she could naturally sever this ridiculous attachment. From now on, she would tread the path of the great Tao of emptiness. With this thought, Su Shirhan felt much more relaxed, though her gaze once again fell on Lin Xingyo and Chu Yun. Humph! My useless master. You do have some skills after all, managing to win the affection of such a beautiful woman. It makes me look at you a bit more favorably. At least you're not constantly embarrassing me. Su Shirhan's heart was in turmoil, yet she couldn't help but glare fiercely at Lin Xingyo, her expression flashing with a hint of jealousy towards Chu Yun's beauty. Chu Yun, please don't mind. My disciple has always been this cold, but her heart is not bad. Lin Xingyo, however, didn't pay much attention to Su Shirhan's expression. Instead, he looked apologetically at Chu Yun, speaking softly. Once you get to know each other better, things will improve. Humph! Seeing this scene and hearing Lin Xingyo's words, Su Shirhan's face turned unreadable. However, Chu Yun merely hugged Lin Xingyo's arm, her expression exceptionally tender as she whispered into his ear, "It's all right. She's still just a child. I'll get along well with her in the future." Chapter 201. Teaching the Disciples. Dawn broke. A misty rain began to fall, and the courtyard, usually bustling with activity, was now eerily quiet. However, Lin Xingyo still rose early. Although he couldn't practice his sword in the small courtyard due to the weather, the larger courtyard was still available. So, as usual, Lin Xingyo gripped his wooden sword and began to move through his routines in the courtyard. One strike after another. Within half an hour, Lin Xingyo had swung his wooden sword 5,000 times, and a fine layer of sweat had begun to form on his forehead. "Xingyo, you're sweating." Chu Yun, who had been accompanying Lin Xingyo in the courtyard, immediately pulled out a white handkerchief and walked over to him. She gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "You should take a break before continuing." "No, I'm done for today." Lin Xingyo smiled softly and gently held Chu Yun's hand, his eyes filled with affection. I usually practice 5,000 sword strikes every day and then head to the vegetable field to work, but since it's raining today, I won't go there. Instead, how about I teach you how to play the flute today? Teach me to play the flute? Chu Yun stared at Lin Xingyo in surprise, momentarily lost in thought. After all, she had already reached the 3rd level of the Immortal King realm by mastering the flute. Of course, Chu Yun acknowledged that Lin Xingyo was highly skilled, but when it came to flute playing, she didn't believe he could surpass her. Humph! Su Shihan, who was also present, shot a sharp glare at Lin Xingyo, her face full of displeasure. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo merely smiled and asked Su Shihan, "Shihan, would you like to learn with us?" "What? You want me to learn from you?" Su Shihan found the idea somewhat amusing. A few months ago, she had indeed lost in a musical duel, but when it came to flute playing, she was supremely confident that she wouldn't lose to Lin Xingyo. In her memory, Lin Xingyo had never even played the flute. Now, this so-called trash dared to make such a claim. All right, then let's see how you embarrass yourself, Su Shihan thought to herself, then spoke out loud. "You're so confident you can teach me to play the flute. Let me tell you, I'm very good at it." "Oh." Lin Xingyo's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Shihan, I've never heard you play the flute. Since you say you're quite skilled, would you play a piece for me to hear?" Su Shihan raised an eyebrow, her gaze filled with pride as she said, "If you want to see my skills, then I'll show you." Su Shihan was extremely confident in her flute playing and was eager to start, especially since she had lost in a musical duel a few months ago. This was her chance to reclaim her honor. Humph, humph. Su Shihan let out a couple of cold snorts, her beautiful eyes first glancing at Lin Xingyo, and then at Chu Yun. In her mind, she sneered, "Flute playing. Let these mere mortals witness what true flute playing is like." "Shihan, here?" Lin Xingyo didn't pay any further attention to her attitude. He simply handed her a bamboo flute and said, "The flute is yours. Start whenever you're ready." Humph. Su Shihan snorted coldly, glanced at Lin Xingyo, and then took the flute he offered. She placed her delicate fingers on the flute holes, took a deep breath, and began to play. Woo-woo. Su Shihan's flute music flowed out softly and melodiously, like a gentle spring breeze and light rain. It immediately created an ethereal atmosphere. Both Lin Xingyo and Chu Yun nodded slightly in appreciation. Su Shihan's flute playing was indeed very good. It was soothing and pleasant to listen to. It was like experiencing the 9 layers of ice and fire. Clearly, she had a deep understanding of the flute, but there were still many flaws, especially in her technique. After a while, Su Shihan finished playing. She bit her red lips, exhaled slowly, and looked at Lin Xingyo and Chu Yun with an air of pride, asking, "How is my flute playing?" "Your flute playing is passable, but you're too focused on technique, sacrificing essence for form. It's hard to reach the highest levels of mastery this way." "What?" Su Shihan's face, which had been filled with pride, instantly turned furious. Her eyes flashed with killing intent as she thought, "This good-for-nothing dares to say I'm not good at playing the flute? Does he, a mere nobody, even understand what it means to play the flute?" "Shihan, let me play a tune for you." Lin Xingyo didn't notice Su Shihan's expression. Instead, he took the flute back and began to play. In an instant, a gentle, invisible sound wave spread out like flowing water. "This flute sound?" Chu Yun's eyes widened in shock. "It's like a divine melody descending from the heavens, resonating with the great Tao and drifting on the wind." Su Shihan was stunned. She stared at Lin Xingyo in disbelief. His unconventional techniques and mastery created an image of Tao-infused flying cranes that seemed to dance with the sound waves. The flute had entered the realm of the Tao. Just by listening to this flute music, she felt her entire body tremble. Her internal Tao principles solidified, her insights deepened, and her aura surged. In an instant, she seemed to enter a profound state of enlightenment. It was as if she were riding on sacred melodies, traveling through the galaxy and overlooking the universe. When the song ended, Lin Xingyo looked at Su Shihan and Chu Yun, who were both closing their beautiful eyes, seemingly savoring and contemplating the experience. After a long time, Chu-yun finally came back to her senses. She slowly opened her eyes, her expression filled with astonishment. Just listening to Lin Xingyo's flute playing had significantly deepened her understanding of the flute. She even felt that she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Lin Xingyo's performance had completely enlightened her, and fragments of musical Tao principles had begun to form within her. Well, Lin Xingyo held the flute in his hand and looked at Su Shirhan and Chu-yun, asking, "How was my flute playing?" "Humph." Su Shirhan bit her red lips, her heart filled with a mix of shock and disdain. In flute playing, she had to admit defeat. But in the face of her absolute power as the ruthless emperor, she believed that Lin Xingyo would be no match for her, and even a single note from her could end his life. "All right, I now understand your flute-playing skills. Let's start with the basics, technique and fingerwork. You must focus entirely and feel the emotional changes in the music, allowing your melodies to be filled with your own feelings. Now begin. Don't even think about slacking off." Lin Xingyo stretched and then lay down on a rattan chair, smiling at Su Shirhan and Chu-yun. "I'll be watching you." Su Shirhan was so angry that her whole body trembled. However, she didn't argue. She just glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo and began to play the flute, thinking, "I'll play until you're dead." Chapter 202. The Martial God Temple. After sitting in the courtyard of the ancient Forbidden Land for a long time, Lin Xingyo exhaled deeply, unable to resist throwing the idol book in his hand to the ground. He then rubbed his slightly swollen temples and lifted Bai Shi'er from his embrace, gently stroking her white fur. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but sigh again. It had been quite some time since they arrived at the forbidden lands of the East Sea. He was starting to miss home. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as your own doghouse. It had been nearly a month since they came to the forbidden lands of the East Sea, and Su Shirhan's inscription ritual at the Phoenix Ancestral Land had already concluded. It was time to return to the Piao Miao Peak of the Heavenly Sword Sect. However, the continuous sign-in task at the Martial God Temple had yet to be completed. It was quite strange that no one in the forbidden lands of the East Sea seemed to know where the Martial God Temple was located. Faced with this outcome, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but wonder if the system had made a mistake. Perhaps there was no Martial God Temple in the forbidden lands of the East Sea. But if he didn't complete the sign-in, the task would remain unfinished, and naturally, there would be no way to improve further. Moreover, this damnable system had the Martial God Temple sign-in task already on a countdown. According to its rules, if he couldn't find the Martial God Temple and complete the sign-in within the specified time, the system would directly eliminate the host. What a rip-off. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but slap his forehead, his mood instantly souring. After all, the red warning for the Martial God Temple sign-in task had already lit up. He had to complete it within 3 days. Otherwise, the system would directly eliminate him. "Master, I have news." Just as Lin Xingyo was feeling a headache, Qiongqi, who had been missing for several days, returned. He was shouting loudly that he had news. News? Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel excited. After all, even the great Emperor Jinwu and others had been searching, yet no one had any leads. He hadn't expected Qiongqi to have any news. Of course, if Qiongqi could handle this matter for him, Lin Xingyo certainly wouldn't be stingy. As long as the information was accurate, he definitely wouldn't shortchange Qiongqi. "Master, follow me." Qiongqi approached and spoke to Lin Xingyo. This time, "I really found some information." "All right, let's go." Lin Xingyo replied and then exchanged a few words with Chu-yun, who was playing the flute, before following Qiongqi out the door. Su Shirhan and Chu-yun watched Lin Xingyo's distant figure. Although they were puzzled, they didn't ask much. After all, they didn't feel it was appropriate to pry into Lin Xingyo's affairs. Especially Su Shirhan. What she wanted most now was to break through the inscription realm and enter the formation realm. She wanted to leave the forbidden lands of the East Sea and return to the Qiyu continent to settle accounts with her father at the Su family for the bone and blood extraction. Clop, clop, clop. Lin Xingyo and Qiongqi, left the courtyard of the ancient Forbidden Land quickly. Before long, they arrived in the eastern district of the Lost City, walking along the street in the misty rain towards the city center. Soon, they reached a courtyard. The courtyard wasn't luxurious. In fact, it looked a bit run down. There was no way around it, as this area of the Lost City was quite impoverished. It was the old district of the Lost City. Naturally, the inhabitants here were extremely diverse, with almost every kind of creature present. Humans, ancient demonic birds, ancient beings, primordial beasts, creatures that flew in the sky, walked on the ground, or swam in the sea could all be found here. There were also some streetwalker fox spirits and snake maidens, occasionally calling out to passers-by. Lin Xingyo didn't pay much attention to these, following Qiongqi into the rundown courtyard. The courtyard was really dilapidated. Broken tables, broken chairs, broken water jars. All kinds of broken furniture were scattered everywhere. However, there were many small, delicate carvings scattered around the courtyard, each one appearing quite perfect and exquisite. "Lord He, are you home?" Qiongqi led Lin Xingyo into the courtyard and immediately shouted, "I've brought my master over. If you're home, I'll come in." "Come in." As soon as Qiongqi's voice fell, an extremely old voice came from one of the rooms in the courtyard. "The door isn't locked?" "Master, let's go." Qiongqi glanced back at Lin Xingyo and walked straight towards the room, while Lin Xingyo frowned but didn't say anything, following behind. Step by step. About 10 steps later, Lin Xingyo followed Qiongqi to a somewhat old wooden door, which wasn't tightly closed. Qiongqi pushed it open easily. "Lord He, we're coming in." Qiongqi called out and led Lin Xingyo into the dark and damp room. As soon as they stepped inside, the broken windows started creaking, but no one paid attention to these details and walked straight ahead. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Lin Xingyo and Qiongqi took a few steps and rounded a screen, they saw an old man lying on the bed, his face pale, covered with a ragged quilt. The old man coughed while lifting his lifeless eyes to look at them. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but frown, as this scene was somewhat unexpected. After all, the old man in front of him looked like he didn't have much time left. Could such a person really know the location of the martial god temple? "Lord He, this is my master. He wants to ask you about the martial god temple in the forbidden lands of the East Sea." Qiongqi stood by the bed, respectfully addressing the old man. "Rest assured, as long as the information you provide is accurate, my master definitely won't shortchange you in terms of payment." Chapter 203. This old man is a bit of a scammer. The Martial God Palace. The old man lying on the bed in the house slightly raised his head, coughing violently as he spoke. "In the forbidden territories of the East Sea, apart from me, He-jin, I'm afraid no one else knows about the Martial God Palace. But if you want me to tell you, it'll cost you at least 50 divine herbs and 100 drops of Demon Emperor's essence. Otherwise, I absolutely won't divulge this information." "What?" Lin Xingyo was stunned. This old man really had the audacity to ask for such a price. 50 divine herbs and 100 drops of Demon Emperor's essence. Did he think he was buying vegetables? Opening his mouth and demanding 50 divine herbs and 100 drops of Demon Emperor's essence for just the information about the Martial God Palace. This was simply a shameless demand. Are you joking?" Qiongqi widened his eyes, staring at the barely breathing He-jin on the bed. 50 divine herbs and 100 drops of Demon Emperor's essence. With those conditions, I'm afraid even the 4 forbidden zones of the Xianling realm couldn't afford it. Asterisk cough, 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 asterisk. He-jin on the bed became a bit agitated. 50 divine herbs and 100 drops of Demon Emperor's essence may be a sky-high price for others, but for the invincible white-clad emperor, isn't that just a drop in the bucket? Huh. Lin Xingyo's eyes darkened, and a surge of killing intent instantly rose on his face. His cold, piercing gaze locked onto the frail old man before him. After a few seconds of staring, he turned his head to look at Qiongqi, who had an innocent expression. After all, Lin Xingyo being the white-clad emperor wasn't something Qiongqi had told the old man on the bed. So how did he know? After all, Even Su Shiwan didn't know Lin Xingyo's identity as the white-clad emperor. White-clad emperor, what do you say? The barely breathing He-jin on the bed didn't care about Lin Xingyo's reaction. His dim, deathly eyes stared directly at Lin Xingyo as he spoke, 50 divine herbs and 100 drops of demon emperor's essence. Isn't that a fair price to learn about the martial god palace? Huh. Lin Xingyo was stunned by these words. The old man's statement contained far too much information, leaving Lin Xingyo momentarily speechless. Telepathy? After a brief silence, Lin Xingyo suddenly raised his head and began to carefully examine the frail old man before him. This was too shocking for Lin Xingyo. The seemingly dying old man seemed to know everything. This made Lin Xingyo consider the possibility that the old man possessed the divine skill of telepathy. However, Lin Xingyo was puzzled. He was now a cultivator of the immortal realm, with cultivation that had already reached the pinnacle of invincibility in the world. Even if this old man could use telepathy, it was unlikely he could see through all of Lin Xingyo's secrets with just a glance, given Lin Xingyo's current level. White-clad emperor, 50 divine herbs, and 100 drops of demon emperor's essence. Take it or leave it. The barely breathing He-jin on the bed raised his head, coughing as he spoke to Lin Xingyo. If you're unwilling to make the trade, then I'll have to take the secret of the martial god palace to the underworld with me. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Lin Xingyo stared at the old man for a long time, then exhaled deeply. His gaze locked onto the old man as he asked, "Who exactly are you? Does it matter?" The old man's expression shifted, and his gaze darkened, making him appear even more aged. "No matter who I am, it doesn't interfere with our transaction, does it?" Huh. Lin Xingyo realized he had lost his composure. The old man was right. They were just making a deal. Other matters didn't affect their transaction. All right. Here are 50 divine herbs and 100 drops of demon emperor's essence. I've given you everything. Now, please tell me everything about the martial god palace. As soon as Lin Xingyo finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a spatial pouch along with a jade bottle filled with divine essence appeared before him. Good. The old man took the items but let out a heavy sigh. He looked at Lin Xingyo and said, "The martial god palace is located in the East Sea's divine burial ground. However, that place is now a wasteland. The once unified martial god palace that ruled the East Sea has long disappeared into the annals of history, leaving only ruins behind." Oh. Lin Xingyo looked at the old man, his eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. He could tell that this old man likely had some connection to the martial god palace. After all, his tone was filled with too much melancholy. Moreover, Lin Xingyo noticed a crucial piece of information in the old man's words. The martial god palace had once ruled the entire East Sea. But for some reason, the martial god palace had vanished. It had disappeared from everyone's memories. No one knew even a shred of information about it. Faced with this reality, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but look again at the barely breathing He-jin on the bed. This involved far too many questions. It even touched upon the possibility of a civilization's collapse. If the martial god palace had once unified the East Sea, it must have been an incredibly powerful force. Therefore, it was inconceivable that no one knew anything about its whereabouts. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Lin Xingyo stood there for a while, his gaze once again falling on the old man. Suddenly, he couldn't help but exhale deeply. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying the situation became. Especially this seemingly frail old man, He-jin. Lin Xingyo felt that this old man was far from simple. Old man, it seems you don't have much time left. Living like this is just suffering. How about I help you and send you on your way? After a brief silence, Lin Xingyo continued, speaking to the barely breathing He-jin on the bed. That way, you can suffer less. He-jin was completely stunned. His dim, deathly eyes stared at Lin Xingyo, his mouth opening several times as if to say something but unable to utter a word. Brilliant! Chonchi's expression immediately lit up with a smile when he heard this. After all, the old man had just demanded 50 divine herbs and 100 drops of Demon Emperor's essence from Lin Xingyo. If they killed the old man now, they could get those items back. Xiongqi didn't think Lin Xingyo was in the wrong at all. Instead, he enthusiastically praised the decision, feeling that it was absolutely the right move. This infuriated Lin Xingyo, who immediately kicked Xiongqi. Lin Xingyo wasn't doing this for the 50 divine herbs and 100 drops of Demon Emperor's essence. He wanted to test the old man's reaction, in order to gain some useful information. But Xiongqi's foolishness ruined it all. In the end, Lin Xingyo could only exchange a few polite words before leaving the dilapidated courtyard. Lin Xingyo set off alone toward the East Sea's divine burial ground. Of course, Lin Xingyo wasn't without a backup plan regarding the old man. No matter how one looked at it, this old man was far from ordinary. Lin Xingyo believed the old man must have many secrets. Therefore, as he left the lost city, he specifically instructed the Taodai Emperor and the Baizhe Emperor to keep an eye on the old man and find a way to uncover all his secrets. As for his current state, Lin Xingyo understood that the old man would likely recover soon. After all, 50 divine herbs and 100 drops of Demon Emperor's essence were enough for him to live another lifetime. Chapter 204. The Land of the Fallen Gods. The Land of the Fallen Gods. Lin Xingyo, clad in a long white robe and with his hands clasped behind his back, stood before a weathered stone tablet at the eastern edge of the Land of the Fallen Gods. After a long while, he exhaled deeply. This was his second visit to the Land of the Fallen Gods. The first time was when he accompanied the great emperor of true martial to this place. Back then, he hadn't paid much attention to the moss-covered, nearly eroded stone tablet before him. However, thinking about that previous visit still sent a shiver down his spine. On one hand, it was the mysterious figure from the immortal mansion. On the other, it was this very land of the fallen gods. Lin Xingyo had an uneasy feeling that this place was far from simple. What was buried here wasn't just the remains of gods and demons, but also the history of several eras, especially everything from the primordial era. It was as if the entire primordial era had been buried here, which is why so many things had become unsolvable mysteries. The martial god temple, for instance, must have been deliberately hidden. Even the inhabitants of the lost city, including the great emperor of true martial who had lived for countless ages, were unaware of its location. This alone made Lin Xingyo suspect that both the forbidden zones of the Eastern Sea and the immortal realm were under the control of an unseen hand, one that had firmly grasped not just the immortal realm, but the entire Eastern Star domain. The truth behind all this was likely far more complicated than it seemed. As for He Jin, he probably knew something. This man must be kept under control, preferably kept close to Lin Xingyo himself. After pondering for a while, Lin Xingyo exhaled deeply once more, massaged his slightly throbbing temples, and then stepped into the land of the fallen gods. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Xingyo quickly entered the sacred cemetery of the land of the fallen gods. Around the cemetery were snow-white maple trees, their petals dancing in the wind, formed from the spiritual energy of deceased gods and demons. Of course, one could also see powerful beings roaming the cemetery from time to time. They had come to pay their respects. Lin Xingyo didn't pay them much attention. He walked straight toward the area He Jin had mentioned. He had come to check in. Right now, nothing was more important than checking in, so he walked directly toward the depths of the sacred cemetery. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A chilly wind blew past, and the petals of the snow-white maple trees danced in the air, falling onto Lin Xingyo's shoulders before drifting to the ground. Lin Xingyo moved quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had covered over 10 miles. However, the sacred cemetery was vast, and even Lin Xingyo took half an hour to reach his destination. Upon arrival, he found that the location of the martial god temple was a valley surrounded by mountains. Around the valley were towering peaks that pierced the clouds, covered in lush greenery. In the valley itself, a large river flowed through. However, there were no palaces, pavilions, or terraces in the valley. It was barren and desolate. If not for He Jin's mention of this being the location of the martial god temple, Lin Xingyo wouldn't have believed it. Check in. After surveying the area, Lin Xingyo stood firm and directly called out to check in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for completing the Martial God Temple check-in task. The next task is to check in at the summit of the Forbidden City in the Qin Kingdom of the Crimson Moon continent. The following rewards will be given for this check-in task. Obtained. Primordial Star River Ancient Formation Map. Obtained. Heavenly Tao Divine Seed. Obtained. Martial God Temple. Obtained. Dual Cultivation Cross Sword Technique. Upon hearing the mechanical voice of the system in his mind, Lin Xingyo's eyes lit up. These rewards sounded quite impressive, especially the Heavenly Tao Divine Seed and the Martial God Temple. Martial God Temple. After a moment of silence, Lin Xingyo opened the Martial God Temple. Instantly, an interface appeared before him, similar to a guild system setup, displaying numerous names along with their cultivation levels and residences. Of particular interest to Lin Xingyo was the loyalty attribute column. Almost everyone's loyalty to the Martial God Temple was at 100%, but their loyalty to him, the Temple Master Lin Xingyo, was 0. Lin Xingyo exhaled deeply, closed the Martial God Temple interface, and then examined the Heavenly Tao Divine Seed and the Dual Cultivation Cross Sword Technique. He also looked at the Primordial Star River Ancient Formation Map provided by the system, murmuring to himself, "This Primordial Star River Ancient Formation Map is quite good. Now that Shirhan has broken through to the Inscription Realm, her next step should be to break through to the Formation Realm. If I give her this Primordial Star River Ancient Formation Map, she'll definitely like it." Having made up his mind, Lin Xingyo immediately summoned the Primordial Star River Ancient Formation Map, held it in his hand, and examined it carefully. He found that it was indeed quite remarkable. If Su Shirhan could inscribe this formation map into her body at the Formation Realm, her strength would surely be unmatched in that realm. Excellent! Lin Xingyo suddenly raised his head, his face filled with excitement. After all, being able to help Su Shirhan made him very happy. Finally, after standing still for a moment, he vanished in a flash. Chapter 205. A bit arrogant. I'm back. After returning from the Divine Tomb Garden to the ancient courtyard, Lin Xingyo stood at the door for a moment before finally pushing it open and entering the courtyard. Shirhan, I'm back? Lin Xingyo called out a few times as he entered the courtyard, but the place was eerily quiet, with no response. Apart from Bashir sleeping soundly on the windowsill, only a few chickens he had raised were wandering around the courtyard. What's going on? Lin Xingyo frowned in confusion and walked directly to the windowsill, picking up Bashir in his arms. He stroked her white fur and asked, "Little lazy cat, where is everyone in the courtyard?" Meow. Bashir lazily stretched her head and opened her big eyes, informing Lin Xingyo that Su Shirhan had left. Not long ago, people from the Su family in the Qin Kingdom of the Crimson Moon continent had found Su Shirhan. They spoke to her about something, and eventually, she left with them alone. Everyone in the courtyard had gone to see her off. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo's expression darkened. After all, he had no good impression of the Su family from the Qin Kingdom, especially Su Shirhan's father and brother. Even now, whenever he thought of them, a murderous intent would unconsciously flash in his eyes. Lin Xingyo stroked Bashir's fur, exhaling deeply. The killing intent toward the Su father and son only grew stronger in his heart. All right. Holding Bashir, Lin Xingyo muttered to himself, "It's time for this matter to come to an end. Since Shirhan has already gone back first, I'll take Chu Yun and the others there soon." With that decision, Lin Xingyo began tidying up the courtyard. Soon, he had everything packed. As for the chickens and a few fish in the courtyard, he entrusted them to the great emperor of martial arts. After giving some instructions, they waited for Chu Yun and the others to return. Then, they set off from the lost city of the East Sea toward the capital of the Qin Kingdom in the Crimson Moon continent. They flew for over a month. Finally, at the end of the month, they arrived in Hamping City, the capital of the Qin Kingdom. As soon as they entered the city, Lin Xingyo felt a bit out of place. After spending so much time in the lost city, where he had seen all sorts of strange creatures, suddenly seeing only humans made him feel a bit disoriented. However, Xiongqi, with its bull-like eyes, was wide open, staring at the bustling inns around them, unable to blink. The aromas wafting from the inns were simply too enticing. They walked and stopped along the way. Eventually, they entered an inn near the Su family's residence. The inn was large and imposing, but its business was surprisingly cold. Even though the streets were bustling with people, the inn had very few patrons. The staff were also quite lazy, sitting around chatting in groups. When Lin Xingyo and the others entered, they weren't warmly greeted. Instead, the staff had worried expressions on their faces. It was clear to anyone that they were facing some trouble. "Waiter, what's the situation?" As they entered the inn, Duanda frowned and spoke with evident displeasure to the staff. "Can't you see guests have arrived? Why aren't you greeting them properly? Guests, our inn is closed today. Please go elsewhere." A plump shopkeeper, looking like the owner, walked over with a worried expression and said to Lin Xingyo and the others, "I'm really sorry. Closed." Hearing this, not only did Duanda look puzzled, but even Lin Xingyo's face showed confusion. After all, it was the dinner time, and inns usually wouldn't choose to close at this hour. After all, businesses were meant to make money. Why would such a large inn choose to close during peak hours? There must be something wrong. "Boss, could you make an exception? Look, we've already come in. How about serving us a few dishes so we can eat and drink our fill first?" Lin Xingyo frowned, looking at the plump shopkeeper in front of him. Besides, it doesn't make sense to refuse guests when you're open for business. Sigh. The shopkeeper couldn't help but sigh deeply, then looked at Lin Xingyo and said, "Since you're so understanding, please come in. Consider this our inn's last business deal." "Boss, what's going on?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but frown and ask, "It sounds like your inn is struggling to stay afloat?" Sigh. The shopkeeper, with a bitter expression, looked at Lin Xingyo and said, "Guests, you're from out of town, right?" "Yes." Lin Xingyo nodded. The shopkeeper beside him couldn't help but sigh again. "I can tell you're from out of town. You probably don't know the situation in Homping City, otherwise, you wouldn't have come to my Zue Xianlu." "Oh." Hearing this, Lin Xingyo understood that Zue Xianlu must be facing some trouble. Otherwise, the atmosphere in the inn wouldn't be like this. Of course, Lin Xingyo didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs. After all, these were mundane matters, and it wasn't his place to get involved. So, after a few words, he didn't ask further. They found a seat by the window. Under the shopkeeper's guidance, they all sat down. Of course, Qiongqi and the others had already changed their forms. Otherwise, with their divine beast status, just entering Homping City would have caused a commotion. After all, humans revered divine beasts. Many families and nations even used Qiongqi as a totem, especially the powerful dragon clan, which was the royal totem. Therefore, the status of divine beasts was always above humans. If Qiongqi revealed its true form in the human world, people would immediately bow down and worship. "Boss, bring us a few pounds of beef and a few jugs of good wine." Duanda rubbed his round belly and looked at the frowning shopkeeper, saying, "My stomach is almost empty." "All right." Hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately forced a smile and said, "Please wait here, guests. I'll have the staff prepare it for you." "Good, hurry." Duanda waved his hand. "I'm really hungry after such a long journey." "All right, I'll go now." After the shopkeeper left, Duanda and the others had just started chatting when a group of people suddenly entered the inn from outside. They were armed with swords and knives, looking fierce and intimidating. Among the group, a burly man with a long and wide scar on his face glared around. His gaze suddenly stopped on Chu Yun's face, and it was clear he felt a moment of admiration. However, he didn't linger for long. Instead, he walked directly toward the shopkeeper of Zue Xianlu. In the next moment, he slapped the shopkeeper across the face. Smack! With a slap, the shopkeeper covered his face and, out of instinct, staggered back several steps. "Xinwanshan, you're quite bold, huh?" The scarred man grabbed the shopkeeper by the collar and, with a menacing look, glared down at him. "You dare treat my words as if they're just wind. Did I allow you to open Zue Xianlu? Zhang Sichuan, what do you want to do?" Xinwanshan was trembling with fear. Don't you dare cause trouble here. This is the Emperor's city. There are laws here. Pfft. Zhang Sichuan raised an eyebrow and, with a mouthful of yellow teeth, looked at Shen Wanshan. You blind dog. Do you know who your grandpa Zhang Sichuan is? Talking about the law to me. You dog, if you want to live, hand over your daughter to me. Otherwise, I'll burn down your Zue Xianlu today and let you know the consequences of offending me, Zhang Sichuan. Zhang Sichuan finished speaking and then slapped Shen Wanshan across the face several times, instantly knocking him dizzy and causing 2 of his front teeth to fall out. You dog, do you know the consequences now? After delivering a few slaps, Zhang Sichuan spat disdainfully at Shen Wanshan and said with utter contempt, To think that I would even consider taking your daughter as my concubine. That's a blessing your family could only dream of for generations. You ungrateful dog, not only do you not show gratitude, but you even dare to resist. You're truly asking for death. Chapter 206, Show of Force. Stop. Just as Zhang Sichuan was about to slap Shen Wanshan a few more times, he suddenly felt his hand being grabbed. Huh. Zhang Sichuan turned his head, his furious eyes glaring at Lin Xingyo as he bellowed. Who do you think you are, you dog, daring to interfere in my business? Do you even know who I am? Let me give you a piece of advice. Release my hand right now, or you can forget about leaving this Zue Xianlu alive. Is that so? Lin Xingyo narrowed his cold eyes and looked Zhang Sichuan up and down, saying, It seems you're quite powerful in Hamping City. What do you think? Listen here, you dog. I, Zhang Sichuan, may not be able to cover the sky with one hand in Hamping City, but if you dare to offend me, you won't survive. Do you understand? Zhang Sichuan arrogantly looked down at Lin Xingyo and said, Be smart and release my hand immediately, or I'll cut you up and feed you to the dogs. Oh! Lin Xingyo smirked. It seems you are indeed quite powerful. It makes me want to see what extraordinary means you have. You're courting death. Zhang Sichuan was completely enraged. In Hamping City, although he couldn't cover the sky with one hand, dealing with a couple of ordinary civilians was as easy as flipping his palm. After all, he was a member of the Wanlong gang. In Hamping City, no one dared to stop him from walking sideways. The Wanlong gang was a sect of cultivators. Even the king of Qin was wary of them, let alone a few ordinary folks. So when Zhang Sichuan saw Lin Xingyo threatening him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He then turned his gaze towards his subordinates and roared, What are you all standing there for? Come and kill him for me. Zhang Sichuan was truly furious. These subordinates of his were all useless. Couldn't they see that this arrogant man had grabbed his hand? Seeing such a situation, these useless subordinates didn't even know to surround and attack him. Zhang Sichuan became angrier the more he thought about it. However, as his subordinates finally reacted and drew their weapons, shouting as they charged towards Lin Xingyo, the next moment, a figure flashed, and they all collapsed. What's going on? Seeing this, Zhang Sichuan felt his legs go weak, almost wetting himself, because Lin Xingyo's speed was simply too fast. He didn't even have time to react. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down all his dozen or so subordinates. This can't be good. After a while, Zhang Sichuan finally snapped out of his shock, his eyes falling on Lin Xingyo as he immediately knelt down. Even if he was stupid, he knew he had messed up. He had provoked someone he shouldn't have. So he immediately prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing to Lin Xingyo and pleading, Master, just now I was blind and offended you. Please, treat me as a blind and ignorant beast and let me go. Let you go? Lin Xingyo looked at Zhang Sichuan, remaining silent for a moment before laughing coldly. Just now, weren't you going to kill me? Now you're so cowardly? Master, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. Zhang Sichuan twisted his face, speaking humbly to Lin Xingyo. I will never dare to offend you again in the future. In the future? Lin Xingyo's gaze darkened as he looked at Zhang Sichuan and said, Unfortunately, I don't want to give you a chance for the future. You're such a scoundrel that I want to kill you now. You can't kill me. Zhang Sichuan was stunned, then became extremely agitated, because I am a member of the Wanlong gang. If you kill me, The Wanlong gang will never let you off. Is that so? Lin Xingyo was amused by this statement, his eyes filled with nothing but disdain, while Zhang Sichuan continued to threaten. I know you're very powerful, but no matter how powerful you are, you can't be stronger than the Wanlong gang. If you offend the Wanlong gang, I'm not just scaring you right now. No matter who you are, you won't escape death, because the Wanlong gang is a sect of cultivators, and killing a mere rogue cultivator like you is as easy as flipping their hand. Do you understand? Oh. Lin Xingyo looked down at Zhang Sichuan and said indifferently, the Wanlong gang, so powerful. Perhaps I should take a closer look? You're courting death? Zhang Sichuan arrogantly glanced at Lin Xingyo and sneered, with your insignificant strength, in front of the Wanlong gang, you're nothing but an ant. Any expert from the Wanlong gang could kill you. Is that so? Lin Xingyo smiled coldly, then I'll give you one chance. Go and call the leader of the Wanlong gang here, or I'll kill all of you. Call the leader? You're not worthy. Zhang Sichuan looked at Lin Xingyo with extreme disdain and mocked, killing an ant like you. Any cultivator from the Wanlong gang could do it. Lin Xingyo was furious. As the saying goes, even a clay bodhisattva has 3 points of fire. Let alone Lin Xingyo, who was brimming with killing intent. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang Sichuan was human, he would have already killed him with a single thought. He wouldn't have given him the chance to strut around like this. Of course, Lin Xingyo also wanted to meet the leader of the Wanlong gang. After all, killing Zhang Sichuan was not as good as directly killing the leader of the Wanlong gang. Brother Lin, I want to thank you for today's matter. Seeing this, Shun Wanshan swallowed hard and walked over to Lin Xingyo, reminding him, you shouldn't provoke the leader of the Wanlong gang, because he is a cultivator at the sovereign level, and ordinary people can't defeat him. Mr. Shun, don't be afraid. Lin Xingyo said to Shun Wanshan, don't say he's a sovereign-level cultivator in this city. Even if he's stronger, I can still deal with him. What big words. As Lin Xingyo's words fell, a roar came from outside Zuexian Lu. Looking up, a burly man with a pair of battle axes in his hands walked in. Hall Master Xing, why are you here? Seeing the man, Zhang Sichuan immediately jumped up from the ground, his face smiling like a chrysanthemum as he greeted him, then pointed viciously at Lin Xingyo and said, Hall Master Xing, you must stand up for me. This bastard not only hit me but also dared to disrespect our leader. You must deal with him. Get out of the way. You coward, you've disgraced the Wanlong gang. Xing Zhantian walked in and pushed Zhang Sichuan aside with a single palm, saying, from now on, don't go around saying you're from the Wanlong gang. With the way you acted just now, the Wanlong gang can't afford to lose face like that. Hall Master Xing, don't be angry. Let me explain. Zhang Sichuan grabbed a long sword from one of his subordinates, glaring fiercely at Lin Xingyo, then spoke obsequiously to Xing Zhantian. This guy's move just now was indeed extraordinary, taking down all my dozen subordinates in one go, which is why I was scared. Now that Hall Master Xing is here, watch me cut him down with one sword. Chapter 207, The 10,000 Dragon Gang. Good. Zhang Sichuan, that's more like it. That's the spirit of the 10,000 Dragon Gang. Go! Xing Zhantian slammed his hand heavily on Zhang Sichuan's shoulder and said, I'll give you a chance now. Go and cut him down. When we return, I'll make sure the gang leader rewards you handsomely. Ah! Zhang Sichuan froze, his eyes wide as he looked at Lin Xingyo, too terrified to move. Because he was only at the bloodlifting realm, the display Lin Xingyo had just shown. Even a fool could tell. The opponent was definitely not at the bloodlifting realm. So Zhang Sichuan could only talk big, but when it came to actually picking up a knife to attack Lin Xingyo, he didn't dare. Useless. Xing Zhantian gave Zhang Sichuan a disdainful glance, and then strode menacingly toward Lin Xingyo. Fellow Taoist, you've overstepped your boundaries today. Homping City is our territory. To act so recklessly on our turf, do you know the price you'll pay? Xing Zhantian gripped 2 battle axes in his hands, his cold, piercing eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo as he said, I'll give you one chance now. Kneel down and apologize to me, and I'll pretend I didn't hear what you said earlier. Otherwise, I'll make sure you're beheaded today. Elder Xing, please calm down. This Qin brother is new here and doesn't know the might of the 10,000 Dragon Gang, so there were some mistakes in his words. I hope you, as a noble person, can overlook his minor faults and forgive him this time. Shun Wanshan, his face throbbing with pain, forced a subservient smile as he gritted his teeth. While addressing Xing Zhantian, he frantically gestured to Lin Xingyo, signaling, Brother Qin, quickly, apologize to the Hall Master, and this matter can be resolved. Apologize. Lin Xingyo smirked and glanced around at the surrounding gazes, saying, Sorry, I don't do that. You. Shen Wanshan opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Around him, everyone was looking at Lin Xingyo as if he were a fool. Damn, this guy's really an idiot. Can't he see that Boss Shan is trying to help him? Doesn't he realize what kind of tragic fate awaits him after offending the 10,000 Dragon Gang? The crowd around couldn't hold back. Everyone started berating Lin Xingyo, thinking he was incredibly arrogant and ignorant. After all, the 10,000 Dragon Gang was a major force in Homping City. Not to mention ordinary civilians, even the high-ranking officials and nobles dared not easily offend the 10,000 Dragon Gang. Now, although Lin Xingyo seemed to have some skills, being so young, how much could he really achieve? How could he possibly stand up to the mighty 10,000 Dragon Gang? Alas! The crowd around couldn't help but sigh, thinking Lin Xingyo had really gotten himself into big trouble. It seemed likely that Xing Zhantian would kill him here soon. Qin, you're really arrogant. Xing Zhantian's eyes darkened with fury, and he raised his pair of battle axes, staring at Lin Xingyo as he said, Looks like I need to teach you a lesson to make you understand your place. Come. Lin Xingyo curled his finger in a taunting gesture, looking at Xing Zhan with a playful smirk. In fact, I'm curious to know just how much I weigh in terms of strength. You're seeking death. Seeing Lin Xingyo's mocking expression, Xing Zhantian's anger exploded, and he roared, raising his battle axes and slashing down at Lin Xingyo with two powerful strikes. Humph! Zhang Sichuan couldn't help but sneer, his expression full of disdain, as he didn't believe Lin Xingyo could defeat Xing Zhantian. After all, Xing Zhantian was the leader of the Wind Hall, one of the four main halls of the 10,000 Dragon Gang: Wind, Fire, Thunder, and Lightning. His cultivation had reached the peak of the formation arrangement realm. Not only in Homping City, but even across the entire Qin Kingdom, he could be considered a top-tier expert. Although Lin Xingyo seemed somewhat capable, he was still very young. No matter how strong he was, could he possibly be stronger than Xing Zhantian? So almost everyone present thought Lin Xingyo was doomed. Especially Shun Wanshan, who was completely stunned, feeling endless guilt, thinking he had brought this misfortune upon Lin Xingyo. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyo moved, stepping forward directly. In front of countless shocked eyes, he slowly extended his slender hand, pressing it firmly against Xing Zhantian's face, and then, amidst countless astonished gazes, he abruptly slammed Xing Zhantian to the ground. Zhang Sichuan, I'll give you a chance now. Lin Xingyo then lifted his foot and stepped on Xing Zhantian's face, saying, Go and call your gang leader here to see me. Otherwise, you can start preparing his funeral. You're asking for it? Zhang Sichuan shrank his neck, stumbled back a few steps, and after realizing his loss of composure, immediately hardened his gaze and shouted at Lin Xingyo, I advise you to release our Hall Master Xing immediately, or none of you will survive. Bothersome. Lin Xingyo stomped heavily on Xing Zhantian's face with his foot, then waved his hand, causing Zhang Sichuan, who had been incessantly shouting, to explode into a shower of blood and brain matter. The gruesome scene left countless people trembling with fear, their legs turning to jelly as they collapsed to the ground. You, come here. Lin Xingyo's face was cold as he pointed to a trembling 10,000 Dragon Gang member who was cowering on the ground, saying, I'll give you a chance to live. Go and call your gang leader here. Otherwise, Zhang Sichuan's fate will be yours. Yes, yes, yes. The terrified gang member, seeing this scene, didn't dare to waste any time. He scrambled to his feet and crawled away, pushing through the crowd. Qin brother, you'd better leave quickly. Shin Wanshan swallowed hard, looking at Lin Xingyo with deep anxiety. The gang leader of the 10,000 Dragon Gang, Shi Wanqiu, is no ordinary man. Now that you've offended him, if you don't leave quickly, you might not survive when he arrives. Shin Wanshan, you're wise, knowing the might of our gang leader. But do you think he can escape? Hearing this, Xing Zhantian immediately burst into a fierce laugh. In this homping city, when our gang leader Shi Wanqiu wants to kill someone, even if they're the emperor himself, they won't be able to leave this city alive. The crowd around didn't think Xing Zhantian was exaggerating. Instead, they enthusiastically praised him. As for Lin Xingyo, almost no one in the crowd believed in him. Everyone thought he was courting death by daring to offend Shi Wanqiu of the 10,000 Dragon Gang. That was sheer madness. When Shi Wanqiu arrives, he will undoubtedly use the most brutal methods to kill Lin Xingyo. Chapter 208. The Pretentious Shi Wanqiu. Mr. Shun, go and prepare a few dishes and some fine wine for us. Lin Xingyo, on the other hand, pouted and completely ignored the surrounding gazes, instead addressing Shan Wanshan. As for what's happening now, don't worry, even if the sky were to collapse, I'd hold it up for you. What the? Upon hearing this, Xing Zhantian immediately began to taunt Lin Xingyo. Pretend all you want, but just wait until our clan leader Shi arrives. Let's see how you keep up this act then. Shut up. Lin Xingyo raised his foot and stomped directly onto Xing Zhantian's mouth. Don't even mention your clan leader Shi being at the sovereign realm. Even if he were at the celestial king realm, he'd still have to kneel before me, understand? Pretend. Keep pretending. Xing Zhantian disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo, his eyes filled with nothing but contempt. A celestial king would kneel before you? Don't bite off more than you can chew. You damn dog, do you even know how powerful a celestial king is? How dare you blaspheme? You're truly courting death. Xing Zhantian disdainfully glared at Lin Xingyo, then mocked him with extreme contempt. Besides, at your age, you're barely in your 20s. Even if you're extraordinarily talented, do you really think you could become a celestial? Lin Xingyo was almost amused by the absurdity of it all. Xing Zhantian's words were indeed a bit of a slap in the face, as he was indeed only in his 20s. But the thing was, he had already become a celestial, and he was undefeated in the world. However, Lin Xingyo didn't say this out loud, as no one would believe him anyway. The surrounding crowd agreed with Xing Zhantian, thinking that Lin Xingyo was only about 20 years old. Even if he were extraordinarily talented, how strong could he possibly be? Could he really be stronger than Shi Wanqiu, who had been cultivating for over 1,000 years? The crowd absolutely refused to believe that Lin Xingyo could be stronger than Shi Wanqiu. Hey, who is this guy? Just as the crowd was disdainfully looking at Lin Xingyo, a furious shout came from the entrance of the Zue Xianlu. Following that, Shi Wanqiu, the leader of the Wanlong clan, stormed in with his subordinates, radiating an aura of murderous intent. Who dares to speak such arrogant words? Humph! Lin Xingyo let out a cold snort, his gaze calmly falling upon Shi Wanqiu, the leader of the Wanlong clan. The words were mine. Do you have a problem with that? What the? Upon hearing this, Shi Wanqiu's face darkened, and the fury within him exploded. Who was he? He was Shi Wanqiu, the leader of the Wanlong clan, a cultivator at the sovereign realm, considered a top-tier expert in the Qin kingdom. He had lived for over 1,000 years. Throughout the Qin kingdom, he had never encountered anyone like Lin Xingyo, who dared to disrespect him in such a manner. The more Shi Wanqiu thought about it, the angrier he became, feeling increasingly humiliated, especially since he had just been patrolling outside, basking in the admiration of countless people. Now, some random punk had the audacity to disrespect him. It was unforgivable. Young man, you're quite bold. Shi Wanqiu suppressed the rage in his heart and glared menacingly at Lin Xingyo. In my Wanlong clan's territory, you dare to speak to me, Shi Wanqiu, in such a manner. Do you know what kind of miserable fate awaits you? A miserable fate? Lin Xingyo smirked coldly. I'd like to see what kind of extraordinary powers you possess, To oppress the common people here, allow your subordinates to bully the weak, and still dare to speak to me so arrogantly. Very well, very well. Upon hearing this, Shirwancho's eyes turned ice cold, and his killing intent erupted completely. The overwhelming aura pressed down on everyone, forcing them to retreat. Then, he clenched his hand, and a terrifying ghost-headed blade appeared in his grasp. Brother Qing, be careful. Shirwancho's ghost-headed blade is no ordinary weapon. It's a superior treasure capable of killing invisibly. Seeing Shirwancho brandish the ghost-headed blade, Shun Wanshan's eyes filled with utter fear. You absolutely cannot let him cut you with that blade. If it touches you, it will drain your essence and blood, and even devour your soul. Oh! Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo's face showed a hint of interest, as the ghost-headed blade reminded him of his own Juentian sword, both being weapons capable of absorbing essence and souls. However, Lin Xingyo was confident. No matter how powerful Shirwancho's ghost-headed blade was, it couldn't compare to his Juentian sword, which had already evolved into a celestial artifact. Qingzi, did you hear what Shen Wanshan said? Hearing Shen Wanshan's words, Shirwancho's eyes immediately revealed an arrogant expression. Now, I'll give you one last chance. If you kneel down and submit to me, I might consider sparing your pathetic life. Otherwise, I'll make sure you become a ghost under my blade. Oh, since you're so confident, why don't we have a little contest to see if I can become a ghost under your blade? Shirwancho's expression changed, and his face instantly turned vicious, as he felt that Lin Xingyo was simply seeking death. After all, everyone in the Qin kingdom knew. Shirwancho was not only at the sovereign realm, but also wielded a near-invincible ghost-headed blade. Moreover, most people couldn't withstand the blade's malevolent aura. This insignificant ant dared to provoke him repeatedly. Fine. He would send this insolent brat to his grave with his ghost-headed blade. Die! With his mind made up, Shirwancho stomped heavily on the ground, causing the floor to crack. His gaze locked onto Lin Xingyo, and gripping his ghost-headed blade tightly, he swung it toward Lin Xingyo with a deadly strike. You bastard! Aren't you dead yet? Seeing this, Xing Zhantian viciously glared at Lin Xingyo, while the surrounding crowd looked at him as if he were already a dead man, anticipating the moment when Shirwancho would cut Lin Xingyo down. Brother Qing, be careful. Xin Wanshan screamed in terror. Dodge quickly. Don't let him hit you. Chapter 209. Kill directly. Himph. Lin Xingyo let out a cold laugh, stepping forward with a stride, catching the astonished gazes of countless onlookers. Slowly raising his hand, he extended 2 fingers, which effortlessly caught the lightning-fast slash of Shirwancho's blade, saying, "Trifling skills, daring to show off before an expert. You're courting death." With that, Lin Xingyo seized Shirwancho's blade and, before anyone could react, slapped him with hundreds of forceful slaps across the face. Smack, smack, smack. Taken by surprise, Shirwancho's face swelled up from the blows. Lin Xingyo then grabbed a handful of his hair, shoved him to the ground, and stepped on his face, asking, "Shi Bangzhu, did you enjoy my slaps?" "Aye." Shirwancho glared at Lin Xingyo with bloodshot eyes, trying to say something but unable to utter a word. He understood. This man in front of him was no ordinary person, as evidenced by that single move. He was far inferior to Lin Xingyo. It seemed that Lin Xingyo could kill him with just a flick of his finger. Shirwancho knew. This time, he had truly kicked a steel plate. The opponent's strength was likely unfathomable. What now? Shirwancho stared at Lin Xingyo, feeling his head about to explode. He simply couldn't understand. How could such a powerful being emerge from the weak Qin kingdom? "Sir, I'm sorry. I was blind and dared to offend you. I truly deserve death." After some time, Shirwancho finally managed to gather his wits and forced a cringing smile, fawning over Lin Xingyo with obsequious flattery. "Please, give me a chance to repent and let me go." "Let you go?" Lin Xingyo let out a cold laugh. "Given your actions, do you think I would let you go today? Besides, you yourself said that offending me deserves death. How can I not send you on your way? Sir, no. I was just blabbering earlier. Please spare my life. I, Sir Wancho, swear to the heavens that I will reform and never again allow my subordinates to bully the weak or harm the common people. Do you think I'd believe you? Lin Xingyo sneered. To stop a dog from eating shit, you have to kill it. Otherwise, it will eventually go back to it, you know? Sir, I dare not. Sure Wancho, disregarding all dignity, desperately kowtowed. I will truly reform and start anew, never again committing evil or harming the common people of the Qin Kingdom. Forget it. Lin Xingyo shook his head. I already gave you a chance earlier, but you didn't cherish it. Now, you should just go on your way. Sir, you can't kill me. Sure Wancho was extremely agitated. If you kill me, you'll be in big trouble. I am the nephew of Elder Sher Wentian of the outer sect of the Taichu Sacred Land. If you kill me, my uncle will definitely not let you off. Oh. Lin Xingyo sneered coldly. So, you have a powerful uncle, do you? Of course. Sure Wancho proudly replied. That's why I dare to act so recklessly in the Qin Kingdom. It's all because my uncle is backing me. I advise you to let this matter go today. Let's consider this a case of no discord, no concord, where we become friends and part ways without holding any grudges. Otherwise, if my uncle takes action, there will be no corner of the world where you can hide. Oh, is that so? Lin Xingyo's gaze fell coldly on Sher Wancho. It seems you have a lot of confidence in your uncle. Humph. At this, Sher Wancho couldn't help but let out a cold snort. After all, who in the Chiwe continent didn't know about the Taichu Sacred Land? This mere ant dared to speak to him like this. Wasn't the name of the Taichu Sacred Land enough to deter him? Humph, humph. Sher Wancho couldn't help but let out a series of cold snorts, feeling that Lin Xingyo was too arrogant. Did he really think he was invincible in the world? Defeating him? Did he really think he could take on the entire Taichu Sacred Land? You dog, think carefully. If you let me go now, it's not too late. Otherwise, this matter won't end. Sher Wancho sneered at Lin Xingyo. When I tell my uncle about this, you won't be able to escape death, no matter where you run. Is that so? Lin Xingyo sized up Sher Wancho. Then I'll kill you first and wait for your uncle from the Taichu Sacred Land to come. Then I'll see what makes him so formidable that you dare to act so recklessly here. Huh. Sher Wancho was stunned for a moment, then exploded in anger. He was truly furious. This mere ant was outrageously arrogant. Of course, he admitted that Lin Xingyo had some skills. But those skills? In front of his uncle, they were insignificant. His uncle was an outer sect elder of the Taichu Sacred Land, whose cultivation had long reached the heavenly god realm. This mere ant? In front of his heavenly god realm uncle, he would be at the mercy of his uncle's will. Moreover, his uncle had the entire Taichu Sacred Land as a backing. Could this mere ant possibly stand against the Taichu Sacred Land? Humph. Thinking of this, Sher Wancho's face instantly showed a vicious cold smile, as he decided that no matter what, he would not let Lin Xingyo off. He would definitely tell everything to his uncle. Then he would have this arrogant and ignorant fellow killed, to vent his anger. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyo moved. In front of the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, he slowly raised the ghost-headed blade in his hand and stabbed it directly into Sher Wancho's head, instantly splattering blood and brain matter all over the ground. Wow! Seeing this, the surrounding crowd gasped in shock, with everyone wide-eyed and gaping, frozen in shock. Lin Xingyo was too fast. There was no time to react. He had directly stabbed through Sher Wancho's head with a single strike, not to mention the surrounding crowd. Even Shan Wanshan was so scared that his legs went weak, and he plopped down onto the ground, almost fainting. It's over. After some time, Shan Wanshan finally came to his senses, his face turning ashen. He felt that everything was over. They had truly gotten themselves into a huge mess. Lin Xingyo had killed Sher Wancho. That meant offending Sher Wancho's uncle, offending the entire Taichu Sacred Land. Brother Qing, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. After a moment of silence, Shen Wanshan immediately spoke excitedly to Lin Xingyo. Shi Wanshou, you can't kill him. Now that you've killed him, you've offended his uncle and the entire Taichu sacred land. So what? Lin Xingyo gripped the ghost-headed blade tightly, his gaze falling on Shi Wanshou's corpse, now reduced to a skeleton by the blade. Anyone who dares to seek revenge for him will be killed without mercy. You. Shen Wanshan opened his mouth, but after a long while, he couldn't think of anything to say, eventually remaining silent. So what? Xing Zhantian, on the other hand, let out a cold laugh, as he believed that Lin Xingyo was definitely doomed. After all, Shi Wanshou was the nephew of Elder Shi Wentian of the Taichu Sacred Land's outer sect, and Xing Zhantian knew that Shi Wentian treated Shi Wanshou as if he were his own son, which was why Shi Wanshou had been able to act so recklessly in the Qin Kingdom for so many years. Now that Lin Xingyo had killed Shi Wanshou, how could Shi Wentian let it go? Humph. Xing Zhantian let out a couple of cold snorts, his eyes showing a look of someone gazing at a dead man as he glanced at Lin Xingyo. For in his mind, Lin Xingyo was already a dead man. After all, no matter how strong Lin Xingyo was, could he possibly stand against the entire Taichu sacred land on his own? Unless he was the white-clothed emperor. Otherwise, he believed Lin Xingyo would definitely not live to see the first day of the new year. You dog, you dare to kill Shi Wanshou? Xing Zhantian thought of this and glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo, saying, Now, just wait for your death. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing this, almost unanimously began to condemn Lin Xingyo, each one feeling that he was definitely doomed this time. Even if an immortal emperor were to intervene, there would be no saving his life. You dog, I advise you to prepare your own coffin while you still can. Xing Zhantian snarled, Better yet, bury yourself now to avoid the agony of being left alive when Shi Wentian arrives. Humph. Lin Xingyo let out a cold snort and said, I don't know what will happen to me later, but now, you're the one who's going to die. Chapter 210. A Life Taken with a Swift Slash. You dare kill me? Xing Zhantian disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo, taunting, Kill. If you have the guts, go ahead. I'll be waiting for you in the underworld. All right. Lin Xingyo's cold eyes darkened as he swiftly drew his blade, beheading Xing Zhantian in front of the shocked gazes of countless onlookers. Instantly, blood sprayed across the ground. Another one killed? The usually bustling scene fell into a stunned silence, everyone frozen in shock. Too terrifying. Just moments ago, Shi Wanshou was killed. Now, Xing Zhantian has met the same fate. Lin Xingyo has now irrevocably antagonized both the Wanlong Gang and the Taichu Sacred Land. His future is undoubtedly fraught with peril. It's over. Completely over. Shen Wanshan of the drunken immortal pavilion slumped to the ground, staring blankly at Lin Xingyo, utterly dumbfounded. His heart was ice-cold. For him, this scene marked the absolute end. The drunken immortal pavilion could no longer operate. To survive. As an ordinary commoner, his only option now was to leave Homping City and find a place where no one knew him. He would have to start anew, living under a new identity. Otherwise, his entire family would be doomed. After all, they had now angered beings they should never have crossed, immortals. Mr. Shun, don't be afraid. Everything is under control. No matter how big the trouble, no one will dare to harm you as long as I'm here. Alas, alas. Shen Wanshan sighed, his face ashen, and said, The drunken immortal pavilion is beyond saving now. I'll set it on fire and leave Homping City with my family. Mr. Shen, trust me. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo patted Shen Wanshan's shoulder and said, Keep running the drunken immortal pavilion. With just a word from me, no one in the Xianling realm will dare to trouble you. Alas, alas. Shen Wanshan weakly shook his head and said, I'm getting old now. I should have retired to the countryside long ago. So, I appreciate your kindness, Brother Lin. But as for the drunken immortal pavilion, if you don't mind, I'll gift it to you. This? Lin Xingyo was stunned, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Shen Wanshan had made up his mind, and no words from him could change that. Sigh. If he was afraid, Then he would temporarily take over the drunken immortal pavilion. Once he had cleared all obstacles, he would return it to him. Besides, he needed to secretly help Su Shirhan. The drunken immortal pavilion was a perfect hideout, and it suited his needs. However, such a large business couldn't leave Shan Wanshan empty-handed. He would ensure Shan Wanshan received every penny he was owed. Lin Xingyo made up his mind. He discussed the matter with Shan Wanshan, and after settling the financials, he officially took over the drunken immortal pavilion. However, what troubled Lin Xingyo was that none of the staff were willing to stay. The once bustling and now only had Lin Xingyo and his group left. Lin Xingyo sighed. He knew the drunken immortal pavilion could no longer operate. After some discussion, they decided to convert the inn into an art gallery. Thus, the drunken immortal pavilion had a new lease on life. Of course, the place needed to be renovated to resemble an art gallery. Fortunately, Lin Xingyo had the funds. With money in hand, the drunken immortal pavilion underwent a complete transformation. From an inn, it became an art gallery. Eager to start, Lin Xingyo immediately painted several landscape paintings and hung them in the main hall. The art gallery was officially open for business. Chapter 211. The Su Residence. The next morning at dawn, the Su residence. Su Shirhan awoke. Just as she woke up, several maids immediately came forward to attend to her. Of course, the Su family is one of the 4 great families in the Qin Kingdom, and her father, Su Dingfang, is the southern king of the Qin Kingdom, who has always held the military and political power of the kingdom in his hands. His cultivation has also reached the level of sacred sacrifice. Apart from the current national teacher of the Qin Kingdom, Yuan Tiangang, almost no one can rival him. Miss, the king is returning today, after leading his troops back to the capital. The old steward just told us to inform you. After the maids by Su Shirhan's side finished helping her dress and do her hair, they immediately bowed and said to her, "The king will be receiving you shortly." Humph! Su Shirhan inwardly snorted coldly. Of course, she was waiting for Su Dingfang to see her, and it would be best if her younger brother could appear as well. That way, she could deal with them both at once. Indeed, Su Shirhan had returned home with the intention of killing her father and brother. A few months ago, when the old steward of the Su family found her and persuaded her to return to the Su family, she didn't even think twice. She immediately agreed to go home. Because she wanted to settle accounts from 3 years ago. She was determined to dig out the 2 spiritual bones that had been taken from her body and implanted into her brother, right in front of Su Dingfang. Let them know that daring to steal her spiritual bones and bloodline would make them pay a heavy price. Kill! Su Shirhan's killing intent exploded, and her snow-white hands clenched tightly one by one, her eyes revealing a gaze of hatred. She, Su Shirhan, was naturally gifted, yet her own father and brother had dug out her spiritual bones and stolen her bloodline, almost turning her into a useless wretch who couldn't cultivate. Now she had returned as a queen. If she couldn't kill her father and brother in the face of such a blood feud, it would leave a regret in her heart. In the future, it would become an obstacle to her path of cultivation and could hinder her from achieving immortality. Therefore, she must personally settle this matter now. Kill her father. Kill her brother. To solidify her path of the unfeeling Tao, she must sever all emotions with her sword, ensuring she can eventually transcend and achieve immortality through the great Tao of the unfeeling Supreme. Miss, are you ready? The king will return to the mansion after attending the morning court. Everyone is already waiting outside the Su residence. If you're done with your makeup. Outside Su Shirhan's door, the old steward Su Chuanqi stood respectfully and called out, "Please follow me to the gate to welcome the master's return." Creak. Su Shirhan didn't waste any words and directly pushed open the door. Then, she coldly walked out of the room, barely even glancing at Su Chuanqi, and walked straight past him. Seeing this, Su Chuanqi didn't get angry. Instead, he forced a smile, walking respectfully behind Su Shirhan, quickly following her. Of course, Su Chuanqi wasn't always this respectful to everyone. It was only because of Su Shirhan's current identity that he had to act this way. After all, Su Shirhan was now the divine maiden of the ancient Forbidden Zone, the disciple of the White Emperor. So, even if Su Chuanqi had the guts of a tiger, he wouldn't dare to show the slightest disrespect to Su Shirhan. Because these two identities, either one was enough to terrify people. That's why Su Dingfang had spared no effort to send Su Chuanqi to the forbidden area of the East Sea to find Su Shirhan, hoping to persuade Su Shirhan to return to the Su family. To be honest, Su Chuanqi hadn't expected Su Shirhan to return with him. After all, he had also been a witness to the incident 3 years ago. Although he hadn't participated, he knew that Su Shirhan harbored hatred towards Su Dingfang. So, he thought that even if he met Su Shirhan, she wouldn't return with him. But the matter turned out to be unexpectedly smooth. Almost without much persuasion, Su Shirhan agreed, and they traveled together from the lost city back to the Su family. Su Chuanqi actually found it somewhat unreal, but Su Shirhan had indeed returned with him. And over the past few days, there had been no abnormalities. It seemed as if she had already forgotten the events of 3 years ago. As Su Chuanqi thought about these things while following Su Shirhan, he couldn't help but exhale deeply, because this was a crucial moment for Su Dingfang. If they could truly reconcile as father and daughter, then all the schemes Su Dingfang had been plotting over the years would have a better chance of succeeding. Tap, tap, tap. Su Shirhan, on the other hand, completely ignored Su Chuanqi. Instead, she walked through one courtyard after another. Soon, she arrived at the main gate of the Su residence. Oh dear. Look, who is this? Isn't this the pitiful wretch from back then? I thought she was long dead. When Su Shirhan reached the main gate of the Su family, a woman with a domineering air immediately looked at Su Shirhan. The woman disdainfully glared at Su Shirhan and continued, I didn't expect her to still be alive. She's really tough. Having lost 2 spiritual bones and still not dying, truly extraordinary. Slap. As soon as the woman finished speaking, Su Shirhan walked over and slapped her. Bitch, you dare to hit me? After a moment of shock, the woman, covering her stinging cheek, looked at Su Shirhan in disbelief. Hit you? Su Shirhan's cold eyes darkened, and with a murderous aura, she looked at the woman, whose eyes were filled with fury, and said, If you dare to be disrespectful to me again, I dare to kill you, believe it or not. What? At this remark, everyone around, including the Su family members, was struck like lightning, all shocked to the core. You, the woman facing Su Shirhan, covering her stinging cheek, tried to say something several times, but the words just wouldn't come out. The others who had regained their senses were all stunned. The empress of the Su family, Shangguan Wanyun, a woman whom no one in the Su family dared to provoke, had just been slapped by this discarded woman of the Su family, and she even dared to threaten to kill her. This was simply earth-shattering. Su Shirhan, are you crazy? After a while, Su Yunyan finally managed to react, her emotions extremely agitated as she looked at Su Shirhan and said, Do you know who you are? How dare you hit your stepmother? Su Yunyan, can't she be hit? Su Shirhan's gaze fell on Su Yunyan and said, If you don't agree, you can come and fight me. Su Shirhan, you're too arrogant. Su Yunyan's face flushed red, and her anger erupted as she said, Since you want to fight, then let me show you my strength. Let this outcast know that even if you've returned to the Su family, you're still a nobody. Don't think you can rise to become a phoenix. Humph. Su Shirhan snorted coldly, gripping the Tai Chu sword in her hand, and with sharp eyes, looked at Su Yunyan and said, Come, fight. I guarantee I'll kill you with one sword strike. Su Yunyan was completely enraged. She was a disciple of the Tai Chu sacred ground. Her status far surpassed that of Su Shirhan, who was merely a disciple of the Tianjian sect. Furthermore, Su Shirhan was a Fei Wu, who had been deprived of her spiritual bones and bloodline. Yet, she dared to challenge her to a sword fight. Fine. Su Yunyan's murderous intent exploded, and the anger in her eyes seemed ready to burst out. Kill. Su Yunyin was completely mad, glaring fiercely at Su Shihan, and with a flash of lightning, she drew her sword and charged at Su Shihan. She wanted to kill Su Shihan. As an inner door disciple of Tai Chu Sung Di, her cultivation had already reached the inscription mirror level. Among the younger generation of the Su family, only Su Ningyun had surpassed her in terms of cultivation. Now, as a former waste, Su Shihan dared to provoke her like this. Su Yunyin didn't want to waste another word. She just wanted to kill Su Shihan with one sword strike. Stop! Seeing this, Su Chuanqi immediately stepped forward and blocked Su Yunyin's sword with a single move, saying, "Second miss, the king will be back soon. Do you want him to see this scene of sisters killing each other?" Humph! Su Yunyin snorted coldly, glaring at Su Chuanqi without yielding as she said, "Are you saying that this matter is just going to be swept under the rug?" "Second miss, please listen to me," Su Chuanqi said, meeting Su Yunyin's gaze. "The master will handle this matter himself when he returns. Now, step back." "Su Shihan, just you wait." Su Yunyin, not daring to defy Su Chuanqi, shot a venomous glare at Su Shihan and said, "One day, I will kill you." "Su Yunyin, do you really think you'll get the chance?" Before anyone could react, Su Shihan's Tai Chu sword shot out like a bolt of lightning. Su Yunyin, barely managing to react, tried to block the attack, but Su Shihan was too fast. With a single strike, she pierced through Su Yunyin's throat. In the stunned gazes of everyone present, the head of the previously domineering Su Yunyin flew into the air, and her headless body crashed to the ground. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing this, everyone around instinctively stumbled backward several steps, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at Su Shihan in disbelief. Too unexpected, too fast. No one had expected the usually domineering and arrogant Su Yunyin to be so swiftly and brutally killed by Su Shihan with just one sword strike. Thud. Witnessing Su Yunyin's death, Shangguan Wanyun felt her vision darken, her limbs go limp, and she collapsed to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. Guards, guards. After a moment, Lu Qingyao, finally regaining her senses, looked at Su Shihan with bloodshot eyes, her emotions in turmoil as she shouted, "Arrest this madwoman immediately." "Hold on." Su Chuanqi immediately stepped forward, stopping the approaching guards of the Su family, and said, "Take second Mrs. Body away. The master will handle this matter when he returns. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Miss Shihan will be the first to die by my hand." Chapter 212. Reunion with the Father. Su Chuanqi, what did you say? Finally reacting from her grief, Lu Qingyao lunged at Su Shihan with a hoarse scream, then shrieked at Su Chuanqi, "Didn't you just see? This crazy woman dared to kill my eunuch. Shouldn't she be executed on the spot?" "Fourth madam, your daughter struck first, and Miss Shihan retaliated. Your daughter was killed in her own folly. If you have any objections, you can wait for the prince to return to address them," Su Chuanqi said, not only not siding against Su Shihan but even ordering 2 guards to restrain Lu Qingyao. Anyone with half a brain could see now. Su Chuanqi was clearly favoring Su Shihan. "Su Chuanqi, how dare you?" Lu Qingyao was utterly enraged, shouting, "In this Su household, who is the master? Who is the servant? And who gave you the audacity to treat me like this?" "Fourth madam, this is the prince's command. If you have any grievances, wait for the prince to return. You can discuss it with him," Su Chuanqi retorted without flinching. What? The entire Su family was stunned by this revelation, as it was completely unexpected. Everyone knew that Su Dingfang disliked Su Shihan. Otherwise, 3 years ago, Su Dingfang wouldn't have dug out Su Shihan's spiritual bones, stolen her bloodline, and transferred it to Su Xiaotian. But now, this scene. It left the entire Su family in shock, as it was clear that Su Dingfang treated Su Shihan very differently. Even if she killed them, it seemed Su Dingfang wouldn't hold it against her. After all, Su Yunyin was the perfect example, and everyone in the Su family understood. To be in the Su family, one had to be valuable. Otherwise, they would be discarded like trash. Su Shihan was like that back then. After having her spiritual bones and bloodline stolen by Su Dingfang, she lived worse than an animal. If she hadn't been taken away by the Heavenly Sword Sect, she would have died long ago. Of course, 3 years ago, Su Shirhan vividly remembered all these events, especially the bullying and humiliation by Su Yunyin and the others. She had never forgotten. So just now, without hesitation, she killed Su Yunyin with a single sword strike. Because Su Shirhan could never forget. 3 years ago, the scene of her spiritual bones being dug out, her bloodline stolen, and living like a dog in the Su family, especially the times Su Yunyin made her drink swill and eat leftovers. Su Shirhan's mind was forever etched with the images of Su Yunyin humiliating her, especially that one time over a pair of shoes. Su Yunyin falsely accused her of stealing them, then called a group to beat her up, and finally burned all her clothes and shoes, leaving her barefoot in the freezing winter, wearing tattered clothes like a beggar, spending the night outside the Su family's streets. Su Shirhan's cold face twitched slightly, her blood-dripping sword trembling in her hand as she turned her icy gaze toward Lu Qingyao and Shangguan Wanyun. She understood. All the humiliation and suffering she endured back then was orchestrated by these two women, all because of her mother's low status and her death during childbirth, allowing them to torment her without restraint. Humph! Su Shirhan couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle in her heart. Now that she had returned as a queen, how could she not repay these people for the suffering they had inflicted on her? She would make them experience the despair and humiliation she felt back then. Su Chuanqi, don't you dare use the prince to scare us. This matter must be resolved now. This crazy woman killed Yunyin. There's no way we'll let her live. Men, arrest this woman. If she resists, kill her on the spot. Finally reacting from her shock, Shangguan Wanyun, extremely agitated, glared at Su Chuanqi and shouted at the household guards behind her. In the Su family, I am the mistress. Don't you know who your master is? The surrounding guards all looked at each other, completely dumbfounded. The situation was tricky to handle, and they didn't know whose orders to follow, so they all stood frozen in place. Humph! Shangguan Wanyun's cold gaze deepened, her entire being on the verge of exploding. After all, she was the main wife of the Su household, and now no one was listening to her. She couldn't bear it. She almost wanted to kill everyone right there. Su Chuanqi, you lowly servant, very good indeed. Shangguan Wanyun glared at Su Chuanqi. Now that the prince is not here, are you trying to step on my head? Madam, you exaggerate. In the Su family, I have never stepped on anyone's head. I merely follow the prince's orders. The prince ordered me to take good care of Miss Shirhan, so I will do my utmost to ensure her safety in the Su household, making sure no one disrespects her in the slightest. Su Chuanqi, you're using a chicken feather as an imperial decree. Hearing this, Shangguan Wanyun disdainfully glanced at Su Chuanqi and sneered at Su Shirhan. What value could such a worthless person possibly have to the Su family? Humph! Su Chuanqi let out a cold laugh. He did not speak, because he dared not reveal Su Shirhan's true identity, although many in the cultivation world knew Su Shirhan's identity. In this mortal world, almost no one knew. After all, cultivators rarely discuss such matters in the mortal realm, because the cultivation world and the mortal world are two separate worlds. Cultivators generally look down on mortals, and mortals rarely have the opportunity to learn much about the cultivation world. What they know is mostly from storytellers and tea houses. As for major events in the cultivation world, they rarely reach the mortal realm. Of course, as the Duke of the South in the Kingdom of Qin, the Su family's head, Su Dingfang, is a saint sacrifice realm cultivator, so the household knows some things. But deeper matters are unknown. After all, people like Shangguan Wanyun don't care about such things. They only care about the Su household and Su Dingfang. So until now, they still think Su Shirhan is just a useless person. Now that Su Shirhan has returned to the Su family, they believe she must be here to contest their inheritance. So they all harbor deep hostility toward her. Su Chuanqi, what are you humping about? Hearing Su Chuanqi's cold laugh, Shangguan Wanyun's face turned even uglier. Wasn't what I said correct? Su Chuanqi's expression grew even colder. He really didn't want to waste another word with Shangguan Wanyun and the others, as he understood that they were all too focused on their own little plots, with narrow-minded perspectives. Su Chuanqi, what kind of attitude is that? Seeing that Su Chuanqi ignored her, Shangguan Wanyun became even angrier. Didn't you hear what I just said? What's all the commotion about? Shangguan Wanyun was in the middle of aggressively questioning Su Chuanqi when suddenly a thunderous roar erupted. Looking up, she saw Su Dingfang riding a flame lion, leading a few squads of soldiers with overwhelming killing intent, heading straight toward them. Your Highness, the prince has returned. Greetings to the prince on his return to the manor. The surrounding Su family members, finally reacting, immediately knelt on the ground, paying their respects to Su Dingfang. Buzz. Su Shihan, on the other hand, not only did not kneel but also stared fixedly at Su Dingfang, her Tai Chu sword trembling unconsciously in her hand. Su Shihan's killing intent exploded. It seemed to take her back to the moment 3 years ago when Su Dingfang cruelly cut open her back, digging out her spiritual bones and stealing her bloodline. Kill. Su Shihan could barely contain herself, her blood-dripping sword shaking, her chest heaving violently, her breathing becoming heavy. She really couldn't hold back any longer. She wanted to strike with a single sword, sending this cruel and heartless father straight to hell, making him pay a heavy price for what he had done back then. But, finally, Su Shihan gritted her teeth and forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart. After all, her current cultivation was still low, and she did not yet have the ability to kill Su Dingfang, who was at the saint's sacrifice realm. If she acted rashly, it was likely that Su Dingfang would strike her down first. However, Su Shihan had no intention of letting Su Dingfang off the hook, because several months ago, she had already sent a plea for help back to the ancient Forbidden Zone, hoping that the Qingfeng Empress of the ancient Forbidden Zone would come to her aid. Humph. Su Shihan stared coldly at Su Dingfang, her stunningly beautiful face, which could take one's breath away, now as cold as the icy depths of an ancient glacier, radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. My heartless father, you will live for a few more days. When my master arrives, I will personally send you to hell and make you pay for your cruelty towards me. Chapter 213. Almost Acting.
Alas.
Lin Xingyo, clad in a long white robe, couldn't help but slap the windowsill as he stood by the window, letting out a heavy sigh. He understood Su Shihan's suffering. In that fleeting moment, he had thought Su Shihan would unsheath her sword and kill Su Dingfang, but she ultimately restrained herself. She didn't act against Su Dingfang. Lin Xingyo felt both relieved and disappointed because he had witnessed all the hardships Su Shihan had endured over the past 3 years. He would never forget. 3 years ago, when he accompanied his master to the Su residence, he saw Su Shihan barefoot, clad in tattered clothes, shivering in a corner from the cold. If it weren't for his lack of cultivation at the time, he would have torn Su Dingfang to pieces long ago. Huff. After a moment of silence, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but sigh again. He then reached into his robe and stroked Bai Shi's long fur, gazing at Su Shihan standing in front of the Su residence without uttering a word. Shihan, my dear daughter. As Lin Xingyo looked at Su Shihan, Su Dingfang, riding the flame-rampaging lion, dismounted and walked towards Su Shihan with a hearty laugh. Father has missed you so much. Humph. Su Shihan's killing intent intensified, her grip on her sword tightening, and her expression growing colder. She knew Su Dingfang was shameless, but she hadn't expected him to be this shameless. And he had the audacity to say such things. Su Shihan felt a wave of nausea, recalling how Su Dingfang had abandoned her 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Su Dingfang had taken her spiritual bones and bloodline, though he hadn't immediately taken her life. Yet, he had never cared about her survival. Su Shihan understood very well. Su Dingfang was a very cold-hearted man, but as long as you had value to him, he would pretend to be incredibly affectionate. Su Chuanqi, look, my daughter has really grown up. Not only is she graceful and elegant, but she also has a bit of my former charm. Su Dingfang said, completely unfazed by Su Shihan's disdainful expression as he walked toward her with a broad smile. Your Highness, you must uphold justice for us. This wretch just killed our Yinner. You must avenge our Yinner. Ah! Su Dingfang's expression froze, his smile vanishing as a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Lu Qingyao, who was kneeling on the ground weeping, immediately shot a venomous glance at Su Shihan. Clearly, she was both excited and elated, because she had seen the killing intent in Su Dingfang's eyes, and she believed that the man who had always doted on Su Yunyan would undoubtedly strike and kill Su Shihan immediately. Wretch, I don't believe you'll escape death. Lu Qingyao glared viciously at Su Shihan, as if already witnessing Su Dingfang's strike that would end Su Shihan's life. Naturally, Shangguan Wanyun and the others also looked at Su Shihan as if she were already dead, anticipating Su Dingfang's imminent attack. But, the next moment, the expressions on Shangguan Wanyun and the others' faces all froze, especially Lu Qingyao, who was waiting for Su Dingfang to strike, her mind in turmoil. Lu Qingyao spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, in full view of everyone, her body collapsed forward and she fell to the ground. She was utterly devastated. She couldn't understand at all why Su Dingfang, who had always doted on Su Yunyan, would be completely unbothered by Su Shihan's killing of Su Yunyan. Instead, he praised Su Shihan for doing the right thing. Is this even human? After a while, Lin Xingyo, who had recovered from his shock, couldn't help but reevaluate Su Dingfang, finding that this man was truly extraordinary to be able to go this far. At the same time, Lin Xingyo felt a chill run down his spine, because the man before him could be described as a demon, or perhaps a tyrant. To be able to remain so composed in the face of his beloved daughter's death, Lin Xingyo felt both a sense of coldness and a trembling in his heart. He understood. As the prince of the southern protectorate of the Qin kingdom, Su Dingfang's scheming and depth of mind were extraordinary. To be able to act in such a way, didn't this man feel exhausted living like this? Humph! Su Shihan, on the other hand, felt her killing intent intensify. She understood that Su Dingfang was weighing interests. In his eyes, there was no longer any trace of family affection. Only value. Whoever had more value to him, he loved. Even if the former was killed by the latter, he wouldn't care, even if the one killed was his beloved daughter. Well, my good father. Su Shihan's cold eyes erupted with overwhelming killing intent, truly heartless. So I won't have any hesitation in killing you. My good father, just wait. As soon as my master arrives, I guarantee I will kill you immediately. Su Shihan understood. Her father hadn't changed at all. In his heart, he only loved himself. And of course, he loved his brother Su Xiaotian. As for his daughters, Su Dingfang had always used them when he could, and discarded them when he couldn't. Of course, Su Dingfang was treating her this way now solely because of her identity as the divine maiden of the ancient Forbidden Zone and her connection to the White Robe Emperor. Otherwise, he would have turned against her long ago. Shihan, come back to the residence. Su Dingfang, completely disregarding others, stepped forward and took Su Shihan's hand, leading her into the Su residence with an expression of utmost affection. Huff! Lin Xingyo, standing by the window of the drunken pavilion, clenched his teeth and forced down the killing intent in his heart, because he understood that this was Su Shihan's karma, and it was something only she could resolve. Only by doing so could Su Shihan avoid any regrets in her heart in the future. Shadow Moon, return? Among the countless onlookers outside the Su residence, a few figures watched as Su Dingfang and Su Shihan entered the residence, their distant figures gradually disappearing. Finally, they turned and left, saying, "Report all of this to the Emperor." Chapter 214. The Imperial Decree of Marriage. Your Majesty. In the Imperial Palace of the Great Qin Empire, the current national teacher, Yuan Tiangang, along with several ministers, stood respectfully behind Emperor Wang Qi of Qin. They spoke with righteous indignation. Su Dingfang's treacherous intentions are now obvious to all. He has brought his daughter, Su Shihan, back to the Su family to intimidate the cultivators of the realm. If he were to rise in rebellion, no cultivator would dare to stand with us. Humph! Emperor Wang Qi couldn't help but let out a cold snort. He didn't need Yuan Tiangong's reminder, for as soon as the shadow guards of the Great Qin Empire reported the events at the Su residence, Emperor Wang Qi understood Su Dingfang's intentions. National teacher, Su Dingfang's daughter, Su Shihan, is of marriageable age, isn't she? After a moment of silence, Emperor Wang Qi suddenly turned around and looked at Yuan Tiangang and the others, saying, "If I were to decree a marriage for Su Shihan in front of the entire court tomorrow, do you think Su Dingfang would refuse?" This? Everyone present was stunned. They naturally understood what Emperor Wang Qi meant, but to whom would Su Shihan be betrothed? Yuan Tiangang and the others all looked at Emperor Wang Qi. The crown princess has been unwell recently and may not live much longer. Emperor Wang Qi's eyes darkened as he gazed coldly at Yuan Tiangang and the others, asking, "Do you think Su Dingfang would agree if I decreed his daughter to marry the crown prince?" This? Yuan Tiangang and the others shivered involuntarily. They understood Emperor Wang Qi's intentions. If Su Shihan were to be betrothed as the crown princess, the current situation would be reversed. Everything would move in a direction favorable to them. However, the crown princess was perfectly fine and even pregnant. Emperor Wang Qi's words. How could Yuan Tiangang and the others not understand? Emperor Wang Qi was willing to sacrifice the crown princess to turn the tide. But would the crown prince agree? And Mengyu, the Marquis of Wuping, the crown princess's father, would he agree? Yuan Tiangang and the others looked at Emperor Wang Qi, feeling their bodies tremble slightly. A cold chill ran through them, and they felt as if their bodies were about to freeze. Gao Gonggong go. The crown princess is unwell and has suddenly passed away. Go and convey the decree to the Marquis of Wuping, Mengyu. Emperor Wang Qi clenched his teeth, tightened his grip, and turned to the eunuch beside him, saying, "Make sure the Marquis of Wuping comes to the palace to see me." "Yes, your majesty." Gao Gonggong, not daring to utter a word out of place, promptly bowed and departed. Observing this, Yuan Tiangang and the others felt a chill run down their spines, for they all understood that this was the art of imperial strategy. Emperor Wang Qi was in a contest with Su Dingfang. If Emperor Wang Qi lost, Su Dingfang would rise in rebellion at any moment. If Emperor Wang Qi won, Su Dingfang would undoubtedly be exterminated along with his entire clan. The situation had reached a point of no return, with no one willing to back down unless one side perished in this struggle. However, Yuan Tiangang and the others were all awed by Emperor Wang Qi's ruthlessness and tactics. Yet, no one thought Emperor Wang Qi was wrong. After all, if sacrificing the crown princess, or even the entire Ming family, could preserve the Great Qin Empire, then so be it. Esteemed ministers, Su Dingfang has harbored treacherous intentions for a long time. In the future, I will rely on all of you to help me eliminate this traitor. Emperor Wang Qi's gaze darkened as he swept his eyes over Yuan Tiangang and the others, saying, "I hope we can unite as one to ensure the eternal prosperity of the Great Qin Empire. We pledge our lives to serve your majesty." Hearing Emperor Wang Qi's words, Yuan Tiangang and the others dared not hesitate and immediately knelt down to show their loyalty, saying, "We will stand with your majesty and will never harbor any disloyal thoughts." Good. Emperor Wang Qi's eyebrows shot up, and he let out a loud laugh, saying, "With loyal ministers and generals like you, how can Su Dingfang not be eradicated?" Chapter 215. The Change of Face. A day flew by swiftly. A clash of power. It was unfolding silently, and everyone could feel the heavy atmosphere, especially the princes and nobles of the Great Qin Empire. They could feel the shift in the atmosphere of the entire empire after Su Dingfang's triumphant return from his victorious campaign against the Qi kingdom. Almost everyone could sense it. The storm is coming soon. The common people in the city also became unusually uneasy, but all of this had no impact on Lin Xingyo and his group at the Tingyu Tower. Early in the morning, Lin Xingyo got up and, as usual, began practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. As for the drunken immortal pavilion, it had now transformed into an art studio. Its name had also been changed to Tingyu Tower. However, after the disturbance caused by the Wanlong gang, the Tingyu Tower had become very quiet. There were hardly any customers coming in. Moreover, Lin Xingyo was not a renowned painter. He had no reputation at all. Although his paintings were excellent and full of artistic conception, how could anyone in the capital of the Qin Kingdom be interested in buying his paintings? Therefore, the Tingyu Tower had very few customers, and it was very quiet. But Lin Xingyo didn't care at all. According to him, those who are willing will come. If someone likes them, they can buy them. If no one likes them, hanging them there is also good. So Lin Xingyo didn't care about business at all. After all, he wasn't here to sell paintings. This was just a way to experience life. So he almost every day would practice swordsmanship, and when he had time, he would accompany Chu Yun in playing the flute and the qin. If inspiration struck, he would also paint a couple of pieces in the main hall of the Tingyu Tower. It was a very carefree life. However, compared to Lin Xingyo, Black Emperor and the others were even more carefree, because they practically spent all day in the imperial palace of the Great Qin Empire. One man, one dog, and a Cheongqi. All of them were lounging in the imperial kitchen of the Qin Kingdom. It was said that they ate delicacies every day. Lin Xingyo was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He really wanted to join them and experience the emperor's daily life, especially to see what the 3,000 beauties of the Qin Empire's harem looked like. After all, he had indulged in such fantasies quite a bit before. However, with Chu Yun by his side, although Lin Xingyo had this curiosity, he didn't dare to leave Chu Yun alone and run off to the palace with Black Emperor and the others. Huff! After swinging his sword 5,000 times, Lin Xingyo exhaled deeply and then sheathed his wooden sword into the ground. Before Lin Xingyo could even reach up to wipe the sweat from his forehead, Chu Yun, holding a handkerchief, walked over directly, her eyes filled with tenderness as she gently wiped away the fine sweat from his forehead. Chu Yun. Lin Xingyo reached out and cupped Chu Yun's face, his eyes unconsciously revealing tenderness. Because he was really starting to like Chu Yun. What a wonderful woman. So beautiful. So gentle. If it were in his previous life, a woman as beautiful as Chu Yun, he wouldn't even have the fortune to enjoy her. Even just looking at her might have earned him a look of disdain. Chu Yun gazed at Lin Xingyo, bit her red lips lightly, and then slightly raised her head, revealing a shy expression. Chu Yun. Lin Xingyo swallowed, looking at the charming and shy Chu Yun, and was just about to lean down to kiss her, when suddenly two calls came from the outer hall of the Tingyu Tower. Helpless, Lin Xingyo quickly rushed to the outer hall, only to see that there were two guests there. Although they had deliberately dressed up, Lin Xingyo could immediately tell that they were two women, and their cultivation was not low. Both had reached the 9th level of the Immortal King realm, just a step away from breaking through to the Quasi-Emperor level. Seeing this situation, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but scrutinize them closely, because this was neither the Lost City nor the Eternal Divine Dynasty. In this mortal world, encountering two such figures was rare. Naturally, Lin Xingyo would be interested in them. So he stepped forward and said, "Ladies, do you see any paintings you like? If you like any, I can give each of you one for free." Free? The two immortal kings, who had been looking around, were instantly stunned when they heard Lin Xingyo's words. Because the paintings hanging on the walls of the Tingyu Tower were no ordinary works. Each one contained traces of the Tao flowing within them. The paintings were imbued with the essence of the Tao. They could aid in cultivation. Such treasures were actually being offered for free. This mere mortal. Did he know how incredibly valuable these paintings would be if they fell into the hands of cultivators? Yes, free. Lin Xingyo smiled slightly and said to the two women in front of him, "If you don't mind my crude painting skills, any of these paintings that you like, I will give one to each of you without fail." You painted these? Hearing this, the two women's faces immediately showed shock, and they simply couldn't believe that such masterpieces were created by Lin Xingyo. You? Just you? After a while, the two women, recovering from their shock, looked Lin Xingyo up and down, their eyes showing disbelief. They were the head and deputy head of the human hall of the martial god hall, the heaven, earth, and human halls. The elder sister was named Yun Ruai. The younger sister was named Yun Ruashi. This time, they had come to look for the leader of the martial god hall, because a few days ago, they had received a message from the great sacrificial master of the martial god hall, telling them that they could find the leader here. So they had traveled thousands of miles from the western region to come here. But after searching for a few days, they found no clues. Bored, they had wandered into the Tingyu Tower. But after looking Lin Xingyo up and down countless times, they couldn't see anything special about him. How could such an ordinary person possibly have created the masterpieces on the walls? You don't believe me? Lin Xingyo pouted, becoming a bit serious. All right then, let me paint one for you. Paint one? Seeing this, Yun Ruai and the others stared at Lin Xingyo in astonishment, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. Meow. At this moment, Bashir lazily stretched out her 4 legs and slowly walked out from the inner hall. Little lazy cat, come here. Lin Xingyo crouched down, directly picked up Bashir, and then smiled, looking at Yun Ruai and the others. What kind of work do you ladies like? I can paint one for you right now. Ah. Seeing Lin Xingyo holding Bashir in his arms, Yun Ruai and the others were instantly dumbfounded, because they couldn't see through Lin Xingyo's depth. But Bashir, they could immediately tell, was no ordinary cat. That was a white tiger at the Immortal King level, with extremely powerful strength. But now she was this person's pet. Then this person in front of them, needless to say, must have incredible cultivation. Forgive us, senior. We are sorry. After a while, Yun Ruai finally managed to react and immediately changed her attitude 180 degrees, bowing to Lin Xingyo. We didn't mean to offend you earlier. Please forgive us for our ignorance. Ah. Lin Xingyo stroked Bashir's fur, of course, understanding that Bashir's appearance had already exposed his identity to these 2 women. But this didn't matter. After all, Lin Xingyo hadn't planned to hide anything. So after a few polite words, he told them not to be so formal, and finally, he gave each of them a painting. Seeing them leave, Lin Xingyo held Bashir and glanced at the Su residence, but still didn't see Su Shihan's figure. However, Lin Xingyo wasn't worried at all. After all, he knew that Su Shihan was a cultivation fanatic. At this time, she must be practicing in the Su residence, and as for any other dangers, Lin Xingyo was even less concerned. With his current cultivation, not to mention the Su family, even the entire Qin kingdom was under his control. If anyone dared to harm Su Shihan, a single killing intent from him would be enough to obliterate all danger. Sister. That person just now was incredibly strong. Could he be the hall master we're looking for? As Bai Ruashi left Tingyu Tower, she couldn't help but glance back at Lin Xingyo, who was standing in front of the tower, her expression grave. We need to report this information first. Yun Ruai looked back at Lin Xingyo, her tone cautious. Whether he is or isn't, we'll have to wait for the great sacrificial master and the others to arrive to know for sure. Sister, Yun Ruashi replied, don't you feel that this whole situation is a bit absurd? Our martial god hall has been without a hall master since the disappearance of Du Gu Haowen. Now, the great sacrificial master suddenly announces that the hall master of the martial god hall has appeared. He is said to be in Homping City of the Qin Kingdom. I don't know why, but I feel this is all too strange. Yun Ruashi looked at Yun Ruai and asked, could this be some kind of conspiracy? Chapter 216. Not selling, just giving away. Tingyu Tower. What a beautiful name. Before Lin Xingyo could turn around with Bashir in his arms in front of Tingyu Tower, a man dressed in a long robe, holding a folding fan, and looking quite handsome, stood still in front of Lin Xingyo's painting studio. This man was none other than Du Gu Haowen, a student of the Heavenly Sword Palace. He looked up at the 3 characters of Tingyu Tower and couldn't help but express his genuine admiration. Please come inside. Seeing a potential customer, Lin Xingyo's face lit up with a smile and said, there are many paintings and calligraphy works inside. If you find something you like, you can take it away for some silver. Oh! A Upon hearing this, Dugu Haowen's face immediately showed interest, and he said, "This is interesting. Master, we have important matters to attend to, and we are in a hurry." The sword attendant behind Dugu Haowen, who was holding a simple, ancient long sword, quickly stepped forward to remind him when he saw Dugu Haowen about to enter Tingyu Tower with Lin Xingyo. "Maybe we can come back another time?" It's fine. Dugu Haowen smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, "How can we miss such an elegant place when we encounter it?" But, the sword attendant was anxious because their mission was to meet with the king of Qin, and if they wasted time here, it could lead to serious consequences. However, Dugu Haowen didn't seem to care at all and ignored the attendant's advice. He stepped into the reception hall with Lin Xingyo, his eyes scanning the paintings on the walls, which immediately widened in astonishment. Although he was only at the peak of the sacred sacrifice realm, he could still sense the profound Tao principles in Lin Xingyo's works. What he saw before him were not just mere paintings, but the purest forms of the Tao itself. Dugu Haowen, who had initially been indifferent and lazy, suddenly changed his demeanor. His eyes no longer held any sloth. Instead, they were filled with excitement and reverence as he carefully examined the paintings one by one, exclaiming in admiration. It was clear that he had been deeply impressed by Lin Xingyo's works, and Lin Xingyo, holding by sheer, couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He understood that although he wasn't yet considered a master, under the relentless training of the system, his current works should be enough to make a living in Hanping City of the Qin Kingdom. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Your paintings have reached the realm of the Tao. The brushstrokes are delicate and elegant. The composition is spacious and clear, and the style is refined and graceful. The figures are also portrayed with elegance and grace. Truly divine works." After a long time admiring the paintings in the reception hall, Dugu Haowen, his expression excited, continued to praise the works hanging on the walls. "They are comparable to the works of a saint of painting." A saint of painting? Lin Xingyo almost face-bombed. These works were all done spontaneously, and to say they were comparable to the works of a saint seemed exaggerated. The saint of painting, Wu Daofeng, was a legendary figure who had reached the level of a great emperor by painting his way into the Tao. His fame echoed through the ages in the celestial spirit realm. Lin Xingyo had some self-awareness and knew that his paintings hadn't reached that level yet. However, he still enjoyed the praise and couldn't help but feel grateful to the system. Without its relentless training, he wouldn't have been able to reach this level. Well, after a while, Lin Xingyo came to his senses and smiled at Dugu Haowen, saying, "Brother, if you don't mind, you can choose a painting as a gift from me." Dugu Haowen was momentarily stunned, then quickly recovered and said, "Thank you for your generosity. In return, I shall gift you something as a symbol of our connection." With that, Dugu Haowen summoned a jade brush with flowing runes in his hand and looked at Lin Xingyo, saying, "Brother, this jade brush once belonged to the saint of painting, Wu Daofeng. After his passing, it changed hands several times before eventually falling into my possession. However, I have never been able to reach the highest level in the art of painting. Today, we are destined to meet. I will give you this jade brush as a token of our connection." After saying this, Dugu Haowen directly handed the jade brush to Lin Xingyo. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo hesitated for a moment, but eventually took the brush, examining it briefly before placing it casually on the drawing table. For others, this might be an invaluable treasure, but for Lin Xingyo, it was just an ordinary item. After all, the writing instruments provided by the system were 100 times better than this brush, so he placed it casually on the table. Seeing this, Dugu Haowen's face immediately showed dissatisfaction. After all, he had given away the jade brush of the saint of painting, and no matter what, Lin Xingyo should have treated it with utmost respect, not just casually tossing it onto the table. This was the jade brush of the saint of painting, after all. Who wouldn't treat it with reverence? Lin Xingyo's behavior was simply disrespectful. Dugu Haowen's dissatisfaction grew even more, and he even regretted giving the brush to Lin Xingyo, as it seemed like Lin Xingyo was desecrating a sacred object. However, in the next instant, Dugu Haowen's expression froze. and his gaze immediately fell upon the writing implements on Lin Xingyo's desk. At first glance, he was utterly astonished. What divine artifacts were these? The Tao patterns intertwined, divine light flowed. Even just a simple bamboo brush made Du Gu Haowen clearly perceive that it was the embodiment of the Tao's origin, and every stroke it made revealed the essence of the Tao. Clang, clang, clang. After a long time of observation, Du Gu Haowen felt his mind unsteady and immediately took several steps back. If Lin Xingyo hadn't caught him, he would have fallen to the ground. What he saw was too terrifying. The more he looked, the more he felt that every item here was unfathomably profound, especially the items on the drawing table. Du Gu Haowen felt that place was the place where the Tao of heaven and earth was manifested. Any single item taken out would be worth a fortune, especially the writing instruments on Lin Xingyo's table, which were undoubtedly imperial artifacts that countless people would fight over. Especially that bamboo brush. Du Gu Haowen understood that with a single stroke, it could determine life and death, fix fate, and even control the cycle of reincarnation. It was an extraordinary imperial artifact. No wonder this person didn't care for the jade brush he had given him earlier, as the two were incomparable. His jade brush was simply too inferior to be noticed. "Forgive me, Senior." After a while, Du Gu Haowen finally managed to regain his composure and immediately bowed to Lin Xingyo, saying, "I was truly rude earlier, Senior." "It's fine." Lin Xingyo smiled slightly, took down a finished painting of a sunset over mountains and rivers, rolled it up, and handed it to Du Gu Haowen, saying, "I noticed you seem to like this painting of a sunset over mountains and rivers. Since you like it, I'll give it to you." "Thank you for your generosity, Senior." Du Gu Haowen knelt on the ground, his expression filled with excitement and reverence, saying, "I will never forget the kindness of your gift today, Senior. I will often study your divine works and strive to comprehend the Tao within them." Don't take it too seriously." Seeing this, Lin Xingyo felt a bit of a headache and couldn't help but remind Du Gu Haowen, "Just let things be natural, don't get too obsessed, and don't go astray, understand?" Du Gu Haowen was momentarily stunned and didn't react immediately. When he did, his face showed excitement. "Heaven! Senior is guiding me. He is indeed a senior expert, instantly seeing through my bottleneck. He is telling me to let go of attachments and go with the flow in order to break through my current realm. Senior, truly a peerless expert." Chapter 217, Sisters of the Past. Su Shihanyan let out a deep breath in the Su household, then suddenly opened her eyes, raised her hand to conclude her meditation, and suppressed the spiritual energy within her body, channeling it into her upper dantian. In an instant, the 12 dongtans surrounding her body dissipated. She was about to break through again. Su Shihan clearly felt that in a few more days, she should be able to break through to the formation arrangement realm. The progress had been incredibly fast. Just a few months ago, she was nothing more than a good-for-nothing, yet now, she had grown from a nobody to a powerhouse at the Mingwenjing. Su Shihanyan felt it was all like a dream. One moment she was a worthless nobody. Now, she had transformed into a triumphant return, with her cultivation and destiny undergoing a dramatic change. Formation realm? Su Shihanyan stood up and muttered softly, her thoughts drifting to Lin Xingyo's figure. She wondered if her former master, whom she teasingly called worthless, possessed any powerful killing formations. After all, these days, Lin Xingyo had repeatedly surprised her with his resources for cultivation, so she couldn't help but think of him. Whatever. Su Shihanyan sighed, forcing herself to set aside thoughts of Lin Xingyo. After all, she was still a few days away from breaking through, so she wasn't in a hurry to find him. The most important thing now was to avenge her father and brother. She needed to settle this karma. Only then could she focus entirely on her cultivation without any distractions, or else problems would arise sooner or later. Creak. As Su Shihanyan was thinking, the door suddenly opened, and 6 or 7 pretty maids entered, carrying basins of water and clothes. "Miss, the prince has ordered us to take good care of you. If you need anything, just let us know, and we'll do our best to provide it within the Su household." The maid surrounded Su Shihanyan, helping her dress and chattering away. Su Shihanyan ignored them. She quickly put on her clothes and, without any hesitation, walked out of the room. She was going to pay her respects to her mother. Of course, this was something Su Shihanyan had been doing regularly, almost every day, offering incense at her mother's memorial tablet. Tap, tap, tap. After a while, Su Shihanyan, dressed in a white hanfu, walked out of her room. She followed the path in front of her door, heading towards the Su family's temple to offer incense to her mother. Of course, along the way, she encountered many members of the Su family. Unlike yesterday, when they had looked down on her, they now treated her with excessive flattery. The Su household had always been like this. Everything was based on status and strength. Here, you couldn't feel any genuine affection. All you got was respect proportionate to your identity and power. Su Shihanyan didn't care about this. After all, in her world, the Su family wouldn't last much longer. Once she killed Su Dingfang, she believed the entire Su family would collapse, and the people in front of her had nothing to do with her. After all, back then, among these people, almost none had ever given her a bun or a coat. As she walked, Su Shihanyan couldn't help but exhale deeply, suppressing her emotions. The Su family hadn't just treated her poorly. Almost all the daughters of the Su family had suffered. Unless they were born with innate blessings or their mothers had power, life in the Su family was worse than that of a slave. The Su family had no sense of justice. Everything here depended on oneself. Su Dingfang was extremely biased against women. He treated his daughters carelessly, which was why Su Shihanyan had ended up in such a miserable state back then. Of course, Su Shihanyan remembered another sister who shared her fate. Her name was Su Yunling. Her fate was just as bitter. She had suffered endless bullying in the Su household since childhood. When she left the Su household, Su Shihanyan could never forget the desperate look in Su Yunling's eyes as she wished to leave with her. But back then, Su Dingfang hadn't allowed her to take Su Yunling with her. 3 years had passed. She didn't know if Su Yunling was still in the Su household. Thinking about these past events, Su Shihanyan couldn't help but clench her fists. To be honest, she couldn't wait any longer. If it weren't for her current limitations, she would have killed Su Dingfang immediately. Miss, we've arrived at the temple. As Su Shihanyan thought and walked, she soon arrived at the Su family's temple. The place was filled with incense smoke, and rows of memorial tablets stood tall. The main hall was dedicated to the ancestors of the Su family, while Su Shihanyan's mother's tablet was placed in the side hall. Of course, Su Shihanyan's mother's tablet was new. It hadn't been there before. It had been placed there recently by Su Dingfang's order. Su Shihanyan didn't care about this. After all, in her eyes, Su Dingfang was already a dead man. So, she lit 3 sticks of incense, knelt before her mother's tablet, and kowtowed 3 times. After kneeling for a while, she stood up and left. Tap, tap, tap. Su Shihanyan walked out of the temple, following the flagstone path. Her mood was heavy. As she walked through the Su household, every step brought back memories of her childhood. But in her memories, there were no happy moments. Almost all were memories of suffering. She vaguely remembered 2 thin figures enduring the cold stares and bullying of everyone in the Su household. They ate leftovers, drank slops, lived in doghouses, wore tattered clothes. Thinking about this, tears involuntarily streamed down Su Shihanyan's cheeks. She realized she must have been incredibly resilient to have endured such a life for over a decade without dying. Su Shihanyan recalled many painful memories, and her tears had already soaked her collar. Her footsteps trembled slightly, and her breathing became increasingly rapid. The memories became clearer and clearer, especially in the Su household. Almost every place she passed reminded her of a painful memory. Kill. Su Shihan's stunning, breathtaking face was as cold as ancient ice, radiating an icy killing intent. Her killing intent was overwhelming. The more she remembered, the more determined she became to kill Su Dingfang, as he didn't deserve to be her father. Ouch, I'm sorry. As Su Shihanyan was thinking, a figure suddenly dashed in from outside, colliding with her and then falling to the ground. The person on the ground, ignoring their own pain, quickly crawled and, not daring to lift their head, apologized to Su Shihanyan. Please, don't hit me. Su Yunling, you're asking for it. How dare you steal from the kitchen again? Before Su Shihan could react, Lu Quanqing, the Su family's head steward, stormed in with a group of henchmen. Lu Quanqing. Su Shihanyan certainly recognized him. Back when she was in a pitiful state, he had bullied her more than once. Now, since she couldn't kill Su Dingshan, she would kill this dog to vent her anger. Miss Su Shihanyan, why are you here? When Lu Quanqing saw Su Shihanyan, he was momentarily stunned, then quickly looked at the ground where Su Yunling lay. He was furious. Not only had Su Yunling stolen things, but now she had also offended a noble of the Su household. This was going to be the end of him. Humph. Lu Quanqing inwardly sneered, immediately signaling to the few servants behind him to take Su Yunling away. Of course, Lu Quanqing wouldn't let Su Yunling off the hook. Now that she had caused such a big trouble, he would make sure she paid. He would beat her to within an inch of her life. Su Yunling, seeing someone coming to grab her, immediately let out a scream, ignoring her dirty hands as she crawled behind Su Shihanyan, tightly hugging her leg, trembling uncontrollably. Su Yunling, how dare you? How dare you dirty Miss Su Shihanyan's clothes? It seems you don't want to live anymore. Lu Quanqing was utterly enraged, especially seeing Su Yunling trembling and clinging to Su Shihanyan. His entire head was about to explode. Yesterday, he had witnessed Su Shihanyan's ruthlessness. She had killed the second young lady of the Su family, Su Yunyun, without hesitation. Now, Su Yunling was clinging to Su Shihanyan, dirtying her clothes. If this angered her, how could he survive? Damn it, what are you all standing around for? Don't you see this crazy woman has dirted Miss Su Shihanyan's clothes? Lu Quanqing glared at Su Yunling with deep disdain, then turned to the few servants beside him, shouting furiously, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and seize her. Beat her to death on the spot. Lu Quanqing was furious. Why were these servants so clueless? Didn't they see Su Yunling had dirted Su Shihanyan's clothes? What if Su Shihanyan got angry? What then? Stop. Coming back to her senses from her sorrow, Su Shihanyan immediately shouted to stop all those who had surrounded her. Who dares to be rude to my sister? Sister? Su Yunling? Just her? A crazy woman? Lu Quanqing was dumbfounded. After a long while, he finally reacted and forced a smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum, towards Su Shihanyan. Miss Su Shihanyan, you must be mistaken. She's just a crazy woman. How could she be worthy of being your sister? No mistake. Su Shihanyan's cold gaze darkened, her killing intent radiating as she firmly said to Lu Quanqing, She is my sister. We relied on each other and lived together for over 10 years. If she's not worthy, are you? Realizing his mistake, Lu Quanqing immediately bowed and apologized to Su Shihanyan. Miss Su Shihanyan, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Humph. Su Shihanyan snorted coldly, her murderous gaze fixed on Lu Quanqing. Then you can pay for your mistake with your life. Miss Su Shihanyan, you want to kill me? Lu Quanqing reacted, staring at Su Shihanyan in disbelief. What kind of person was she? He hadn't offended her just now, and he had been trying his best to protect her. Why did she want to kill him? Miss Su Shihanyan, you can't kill me. I didn't offend you just now, and I was even helping you deal with this crazy woman. Lu Quanqing spoke excitedly. How could you kill someone so loyal to you? Noisy. Su Shihanyan didn't waste any more words. She condensed a sword aura and slashed at Lu Quanqing with a single strike. Die. Lu Quanqing's eyes widened in shock. Everything happened too suddenly, leaving him completely unprepared. This hateful woman. She didn't even give him a chance to say more. Now, she was slashing at him with a single strike. Thud. Lu Quanqing had no chance to resist. He was instantly pierced through the forehead by Su Shihanyan's sword and pinned to the wall, blood flowing from his wound. Murder. After a brief silence, the surroundings erupted in chaos, and everyone screamed, looking at Su Shihanyan with utter fear. She was too terrifying. She killed without hesitation. She didn't give you any time to react at all. This woman was too horrifying. Everyone around was terrified, many collapsing to the ground, too scared to move. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Seeing Su Shihanyan kill, Su Yunling, who had been holding onto her, immediately lost her sanity. She tore at her messy hair, screaming, "No, no, don't kill me. I don't want to die. I want to wait for my sister to come and get me." Linger. Hearing this, Su Shihanyan couldn't hold back her tears. She understood that even though Su Yunling was now mentally unstable, she still remembered her. Linger, don't be afraid. Su Shihanyan gritted her teeth, holding back her sorrow, and reached out to hug Su Yunling. "Come, sister. I'll take you home now. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, sister will kill him." "No, no. You're not my sister. I won't go with you. I'll wait for my sister to come and get me." Su Yunling shook her head frantically, her body shrinking back. "My sister is called Su Shihanyan." Linger. Su Shihanyan couldn't hold back anymore. She stepped forward and tightly embraced Su Yunling, bursting into heart-wrenching sobs. What was a ruthless empress? What was the Tao of indifference? Su Shihanyan threw it all away, tightly hugging Su Yunling. Tears streamed down her face like burning candles. Her heart ached deeply. It felt like being cut by a knife, pain so intense it made her whole body tremble. In this moment, Su Shihanyan completely lost control of her emotions. She held onto Su Yunling tightly, sobbing without stopping. Chapter 218. Calculations on all sides. Night has fallen. The sky is covered with dark clouds, like a black pot inverted over the heavens, shrouding the entire world in darkness. Smash! Upon returning home from court, Su Dingfang, the head of the Su family, shattered a fine Nanmu table in front of him with a single slap. The group of generals standing around all lowered their heads, none daring to speak. "Your Highness, please calm down." Su Chuanqi swallowed hard and cautiously stepped forward, saying, "You already refused in court, didn't you?" "Humph." Su Dingfang snorted coldly and continued, "Refusing? What good does it do? Will Emperor Qi of Qin give up so easily? Moreover, the palace master of Tianjin Palace, Dugu Haowen, has arrived in the capital. Now Emperor Qi has 5 divine sacrifice realm cultivators, and their strength is almost on par with ours. Your Highness, don't we still have our young lady?" Su Chuanqi quickly stepped forward with a suggestion. "As long as we don't agree to marry her off to the crown prince, we have her as a great support. Then, won't we be able to destroy Emperor Qi of Qin?" "Humph." Su Dingfang couldn't help but let out a heavy snort at these words, for he understood Su Chuanqi's meaning. Su Shihan's status was extraordinary now, and as long as she was in the Su family, he could control the situation. "Chuanqi, you're right." After a moment of silence, Su Dingfang said, "We must make good use of this chess piece now. We absolutely cannot let Emperor Qi of Qin take her away." "Yes, yes, yes." Su Chuanqi immediately stepped forward with a smile. "If that's the case, why doesn't your Highness hold a welcoming banquet for our young lady in the mansion? Invite all the noble lords, officials, and ministers of Qin to Su Manor to give Shihan a grand welcome." "A welcoming banquet?" Su Dingfang's expression changed, and he immediately understood. He knew what Su Chuanqi meant. This was about leveraging power. To fully showcase Su Shihan and make those wavering or daring to oppose the Su family realize. The Su family is not only powerful in Qin, but also invincible in the cultivation world. After all, Su Shihan is backed by the ancient Forbidden Zone and the white-robed emperor. Such formidable might, if used well, could surely intimidate many. Then, achieving his grand plans would be no difficult task. "Good." Su Dingfang's gaze darkened as he turned to look at Su Chuanqi. "Go and arrange it now." "Yes, your Highness." Su Chuanqi bowed respectfully and then left immediately. The surrounding generals still dared not speak, but Su Dingfang furrowed his brows and began pacing uneasily. He understood. His opponent, Wang Qi, was no ordinary man. Achieving great things would not be as easy as he imagined. Now, he must be absolutely correct with every step he took. One wrong move and all his years of planning would be for naught. Su Shihan. Su Dingfang couldn't help but murmur her name, for he knew everything hinged on her. But he had no way to control Su Shihan now. In an instant, his brows knitted tighter and tighter as he desperately calculated how to completely bind Su Shihan to his cause. Of course, Su Dingfang was well aware that appealing to her emotions to make her help him was impossible. Everything now had to be thought of differently, finding a way to break through Su Shihan's defenses. Chapter 219. The Flame of the Martial God Temple. Sister, how is it? While Su Dingfang pondered over his thoughts, Yun Ruashi in Hanping City was pacing back and forth anxiously, asking, Great Priest, is there any news? They were the head and deputy head of the human hall of the Martial God Temple. 3 days ago, they suddenly received a spiritual message from the Great Priest of the Martial God Temple, informing them that the Martial God Temple now had a temple master, and he was right here in Hanping City. This caused them to travel thousands of miles from the western regions, only to find that after several days of searching, they had no useful information. They were utterly puzzled. The Martial God Temple had been dormant for several centuries. Apart from the occasional mention of the temple master, no one had visited it regularly. If it weren't for the generations passing down its legacy, the Martial God Temple might have disappeared into the annals of history long ago. Ruashi, don't be anxious. Yun Ruai frowned, her face filled with a solemn expression, and said, Now that the temple master of the Martial God Temple has appeared, this is a monumental event for our temple. Everything must wait for the arrival of the Great Priest, understand? After saying this, Yun Ruai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, the Martial God Temple was practically defunct. That fateful battle, although it left behind some remnants, the possibility of restoring its former glory was undoubtedly impossible. Of course, Yun Ruai and the others had no idea what had happened back then. Why was the Martial God Temple, which their ancestors claimed to be almost invincible, wiped out overnight? Now, no one even mentions those 3 words, except for them, the so-called remnants, who have been waiting in desperation. The Martial God Temple has already been buried in history. No one knows. When will the golden sign of the Martial God Temple rise again? Generations have passed, and too many have perished in the wait. Yun Ruai and the others don't even know which generation of remnants they belong to. From the moment they were born, their ancestors told them stories about the Martial God Temple, sowing this flame in the hearts of every individual. Up to now, no one knows how many years have passed. Countless people have despaired, and now, the Great Priest, after observing the stars, claimed that the destined one had appeared. The temple master of the Martial God Temple has been born. He will lead all living beings in the Eastern Star region to find the light and rebuild the Martial God Temple, restoring its former glory. Alas, Yun Ruai couldn't help but sigh when she thought of this, as it all seemed rather absurd. After all, rebuilding the Martial God Temple and restoring its former glory is no easy feat. Not to mention, the Martial God Temple is practically defunct. Even if it weren't, it's impossible to regain its former glory now, as the immortal spirit realm has already been shattered, with the best region ascending to become the celestial realm. Even if the entire Eastern Star region were to unite now, could they stand against the celestial realm? Could they fight against the even more powerful Hongming world? Yun Ruai understood. It's impossible. Not to mention the Hongming world, they couldn't even defeat the celestial realm, because the gap between the realms is too vast. Now, there are hardly any immortals in the immortal spirit realm, while in the celestial realm, immortals roam the streets. If a real battle were to break out, what could the immortal spirit realm use to fight the celestial realm? What could they use to restore the Martial God Temple to its former power, capable of battling the heavens? It's in decline. It's inevitably in decline. Even if there's a temple master of the Martial God Temple, what can he do? Can he defy the heavens? Yun Ruai simply couldn't believe it. Sister, what's wrong with you? Yun Ruashi, with her big round eyes, pouted and looked at Yun Ruai, asking, why do you look so pensive? What are you thinking about? It's nothing. Yun Ruai was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained her composure and said, everything will have to wait for the great priest to arrive. Chapter 220, Seeing a Doctor. The torrential rain poured down in sheets. The thunderclaps were deafening, shaking the heavens and earth. The continuous lightning tore at the sky, as if trying to split the darkness apart and bring light back to the world. But after a fleeting glimmer, the endless darkness swallowed everything once more. Beyond the window, only the sound of rain and the unyielding roars of thunder could be heard. What a heavy rain! Su Chuanqi, accompanied by 2 imperial physicians, quickly made his way towards Su Shihan's room. He had followed Su Shihan's instructions and gone to the Imperial Medical Academy late at night to bring 2 imperial physicians to treat Su Yunling. Su Chuanqi held no hope for Su Yunling, as she suffered from a severe case of madness. Treating such a condition was beyond the capabilities of even the most skilled imperial physicians, let alone ordinary doctors. However, since Su Shihan had given the order, Su Chuanqi dared not neglect it. Moreover, Su Shihan had killed Lu Quanqing today for Su Yunling's sake. So, upon receiving Su Shihan's command, Su Chuanqi immediately went to the Imperial Medical Academy to fetch the 2 imperial physicians. Tat tat tat. Su Chuanqi moved quickly and soon arrived at Su Shihan's door, bringing the 2 imperial physicians inside. The room was in disarray, as Su Shihan and the others were chasing after Su Yunling. Seeing this, Su Chuanqi frowned immediately. Miss Shihan, I've brought the imperial physicians for you. Why don't you let them examine Miss Yunshan's condition? Although Su Chuanqi said this, he held no hope, knowing that Su Yunling's condition was incurable, having suffered from madness for 2 years. Yunling, don't run. Su Shihan glanced at the imperial physicians entering the room, then grabbed Su Yunling's hand and said, come, listen to your sister. Let the imperial physicians take a look, okay? No, I'm scared. Su Yunling looked fearfully at Su Chuanqi, then trembled as she gazed at the 2 imperial physicians entering the room. Please, don't hit me. I won't ever steal again. Yunshan, don't be afraid. Seeing this, Su Shihan's heart broke. She knew that Su Yunling must have endured countless inhuman torments, otherwise, she wouldn't have lost her mind. Su Dingfang, you deserve to die. Su Shihan clenched her teeth, and a murderous intent flared in her eyes. She blamed Su Dingfang for everything. After all, Su Yunling was his daughter. Just because she had no value, she was reduced to this state. If it weren't for Lin Xingyo taking her away back then, Su Shihan knew she might have suffered the same fate. The Su family, in Su Shihan's eyes, had no good people. Everyone lived for their own interests, and whenever they felt uncomfortable, they would bully the weak. There was no humanity here. Everyone's eyes were filled with schemes and self-interest, exposing the darkest side of human nature. The weak lived in suffering. Miss Yunshan, don't be afraid. The person who bullied you has been killed. No one in this mansion will dare to bully you anymore. Su Chuanqi stepped forward, forcing a smile as he flattered Su Yunling. If anyone dares to bully you again, I'll kill them for you. You, don't come near. You're a bad person. Seeing Su Chuanqi approach, Su Yunling immediately hid behind Su Shihan, trembling in fear. You're one of the bad people who bullied me. Su Chuanqi was left speechless. His face was slapped so quickly, as his own words came back to haunt him. Of course, Su Chuanqi had never liked Su Yunling, as she had no value to him. Like Su Shihan, she was the result of Su Dingfang's momentary passion with a maidservant in the mansion. Therefore, both her identity and her background were lowly and insignificant. Compared to the noble birth of Lu Qingyao and others, they were destined to be labeled as low-born from birth. Moreover, Su Dingfang didn't care about them, making them the most vulnerable targets for bullying in the mansion. The main reason for all this, of course, was the instigation of noble ladies like Shangguan Wanyun and Lu Qingyao, who had ordered some people in the mansion to deliberately make things difficult for them. That's why Su Yunling and others lived such miserable lives in the mansion. Humph. Hearing Su Yunling's words, Su Shirhan immediately turned her gaze towards Su Chuanqi with a murderous aura, as she too had been bullied by him 3 years ago. Ahem. Seeing Su Shirhan's gaze, Su Chuanqi quickly changed the subject. Miss Shirhan, I apologize for the past. Now, let's let the imperial physicians examine Miss Yunshan's condition first. Su Shirhan remained silent, glaring at Su Chuanqi with sharp eyes. Then, after comforting Su Yunling a few words, she allowed the 2 imperial physicians brought by Su Chuanqi to examine Su Yunling. Su Yunling was very scared. Seeing the 2 imperial physicians approach, she tightly clutched Su Shirhan's hand and kept trembling as she stepped back. In the end, Su Shirhan had to forcibly hold Su Yunling still, allowing the imperial physicians to examine and take her pulse. After taking her pulse, the 2 imperial physicians both shook their heads helplessly. They were unable to do anything for Su Yunling's condition and could only prescribe some calming and stabilizing medicine for her. Su Shirhan understood that Su Yunling suffered from madness, and such a condition was incurable. At best, they could prescribe some calming medicine to make her condition slightly better. Unless they could find a legendary healer like Huang Loxi, it was impossible for her to return to her former self. Helpless, Su Shirhan could only take the prescription and have the maids in the mansion go fetch the medicine. Finally, she sent everyone out of the room. Chapter 221. Trouble at the Door. The next day, dawn broke. The darkness receded. Radiant sunlight rose from the east, golden rays piercing through the dark clouds. Brilliant and dazzling, it shone down from the sky. Lin Xingyo of the Tingyu building stretched his arms lazily. He thrust his wooden sword into the ground, wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, and stepped into the guest hall. The door to the guest hall had already been opened. It was opened by Chu Yun. While Lin Xingyo was practicing his sword, she had opened the door and left with a basket to buy vegetables. Currently, only the 2 of them lived in the Tingyu building. Their days passed by in ease and comfort. Of course, Chu Yun was also very happy. She had always longed for such a life, spending her days with Lin Xingyo, rising with the sun and resting with the moon. No bloodshed, no intrigue. Every day, they would play the qin, blow the flute, and when they had nothing to do, they would paint and cook together. Chu Yun felt that such a life was perfect. If they could have a pair of children to accompany them, what more could they ask for as they grew old together? Lin Xingyo stood in front of the Tingyu building, stretched his arms, and massaged his slightly swollen temples. His gaze then turned toward the direction of the Su residence. The Su residence. The gates were wide open, with people coming and going. Su Dingfang rode out on a fiery lion, surrounded by over 100 soldiers escorting him as he departed. Lin Xingyo knew he was going to court, but this show of grandeur was quite impressive, leading 100 soldiers in a grand procession to the palace. Himph, what a show-off. Seeing Su Dingfang leave, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but let out a cold snort. If it weren't for the fact that this matter needed to be resolved by Su Shirhan herself, Lin Xingyo would have already been tempted to draw his sword and behead that scoundrel Su Dingfang. Uncle, that's him. As Lin Xingyo was still feeling irritated about Su Dingfang's departure, a group of people with fierce expressions approached him. Among them was a scruffy-looking Taoist with a goatee, wearing a robe and holding a whisk. His gaze was filled with murderous intent as he stared at Lin Xingyo and spoke. Kid, is it you who killed my nephew Shirwancho? Yes, so what? Lin Xingyo narrowed his clear eyes and looked the scruffy old Taoist up and down. Do you have a problem with that? What? Upon hearing this, the scruffy Taoist was utterly infuriated. Having lived for so long, he had seen arrogant people before, but never someone as brazen as this. Who was he? He was Shirwintian, an elder of the outer sect of the Taichu sacred land, whose cultivation had long since broken through to the god realm. Not to mention this insignificant ant before him. Even if he were to appear in the royal palace of the Qin kingdom, the Emperor Wang Qi wouldn't dare speak to him like this. Himph, how arrogant. The members of the Wanlong gang who had surrounded them couldn't help but sneer with disdain and malice at Lin Xingyo. What kind of person was this? His attitude was far too arrogant. Now, Elder Shi Wentian of the outer sect of the Taichu Sacred Land had come to seek justice for the death of Shi Wanqiu. And this insignificant ant dared to speak such words. Wasn't this simply courting death? Ha ha ha. The members of the Wanlong gang surrounding them all couldn't help but laugh coldly, as they were absolutely certain that Lin Xingyo was doomed. Even a deity couldn't save him. To speak so recklessly. Did he think he was the White Robe Emperor? With just his measly strength. To offend Shi Wentian like this, with his power, he would surely be killed today. Kid, you're quite bold. Shi Wentian glared at Lin Xingyo with fury, his voice filled with murderous intent. To dare speak to me like this, it seems that if I don't kill you today, you'll be rebelling against the heavens tomorrow. Humph! Lin Xingyo's cold eyes darkened, and he stared at Shi Wentian with a murderous gaze. Since you're so confident, then come at me. Let me see just how much weight you carry as an outer sect elder of the Taichu Sacred Land, to allow your nephew to run rampant here. You're courting death? Upon hearing this, Shi Wentian's eyes immediately darkened. With a wave of his hand, his whisk shot toward Lin Xingyo like lightning. Let me see what kind of skills you have to be so arrogant. Hold on. Just as Shi Wentian was about to reach Lin Xingyo, a thunderous roar echoed, and in the eyes of countless onlookers, Du Gu Haowen, the master of the Heavenly Sword Palace, appeared with a sword in hand, blocking Shi Wentian with a furious shout. Shi Wentian, you dare to disrespect the senior? Du Gu Haowen, is that you? After clashing with Du Gu Haowen, Shi Wentian retreated 6 or 7 steps, then stared at Du Gu Haowen with murderous intent. You want to meddle in this? Do you know what kind of enmity I have with him? Shi Wentian, listen to me. This is not a place where you can cause trouble, understand? Du Gu Haowen tightly gripped his sword, standing in front of Lin Xingyo and glaring at Shi Wentian. If you know what's good for you, get lost now. Humph! Upon hearing this, Shi Wentian was completely enraged. He acknowledged that Du Gu Haowen had some strength, but compared to him, there was still a significant gap in their realms. Moreover, in the face of the Taichu Sacred Land, this insignificant ant was utterly insignificant. Now, this ant dared to scold and command him like this. Faced with this situation, Shi Wentian was utterly infuriated. Du Gu Haowen, out of respect for your position as the master of the Heavenly Sword Palace, I'll give you a chance to live. Step aside from my path immediately. After a moment of silence, Shi Wentian continued, his voice filled with uncontrollable rage. Otherwise, not only will I kill you, but I'll also destroy your Heavenly Sword Palace, understand? Chapter 222. Pretending to be cool and courting death. Is that so? Lin Xingyo let out a cold laugh, his frosty gaze fixed on Shi Wentian as he spoke. It seems you're quite formidable, just relying on your heavenly god realm cultivation to be so arrogant. Humph! Shi Wentian was truly incensed this time. Even a fool could tell. Lin Xingyo's disdain for him. Was the heavenly god realm really so low? A saint sacrifice realm cultivator could be the leader of a sect. Moreover, he, Shi Wentian, was an outer elder of the primordial sacred land and had a very powerful daughter. So, even if he were a sovereign realm cultivator, as long as he was from the primordial sacred land, he could still walk sideways. This mere ant before him dared to show disdain for him. Kill! Shi Wentian made up his mind. If he couldn't kill Lin Xingyo now, not only would his own face be lost, but the face of the primordial sacred land would be utterly disgraced, and even his daughter would be humiliated. He had to kill Lin Xingyo. Neither the face of the primordial sacred land nor his own face could be lost. So Shi Wentian shouted, his voice thunderous, and charged at Lin Xingyo like a bolt of lightning. Shi Wentian, how dare you? Du Gu Haowen roared in anger, gripping his long sword tightly and charging at Shi Wentian, shouting, how dare you be disrespectful to the senior? I, Du Gu Haowen, swear to fight you to the death. Du Gu Haowen, you're courting death? Shi Wentian's eyes narrowed in anger, and with a flash of lightning, he swept his whisk horizontally towards Duga Haowen, saying, "Now that you're just a Saint's Sacrifice Realm cultivator, you dare to fight me. It seems you don't want to live anymore." "Who said I'm in the Saint's Sacrifice Realm?" Duga Haowen swung his long sword and replied, "Sorry, I broke through last night. I've now reached the Heavenly God Realm, so of course, I have the strength to fight you." Humph. Upon hearing this, Sherwintian couldn't help but let out a cold snort, looking at Dugu Haowen with utter disdain. "Even so, you can't be stronger than me. I've been in the Heavenly God Realm for 1,000 years, now at the peak of the Heavenly God Realm, and killing you would still be as easy as flipping my hand. Is that so?" Dugu Haowen sneered coldly. "Then let's see who's stronger. 5 elements thunder slash. Fine." Facing Dugu Haowen's 5 elements thunder slash, Sherwintian, holding his whisk, immediately swept it horizontally to meet Dugu Haowen's attack. In an instant, Sherwintian's whisk exploded like a mass of white hair, shooting towards Dugu Haowen at lightning speed. Heaven is Qian, Earth is Kuan, Yin-Yang 8 trigrams divide the 5 elements. Qian-Kuan reversal breaks the firmament, Thunder Sword Rain cuts heaven and earth. 1 slash breaks the firmament, 2 slashes break the heavens, Thunder Sword Rain slash. Facing Sherwintian's whisk attack, Duga Haowen immediately formed seals with his left hand, using the Heaven Sword Palace's Thunder Sword Rain slash. In an instant, the 8 trigrams sealed the heavens, Qian-Kuan reversed, and a torrential storm of thunder and sword rain shot toward Sherwintian like lightning. Clang, clang, clang. Dugu Haowen's attacks directly clashed with Sherwintian's, shattering hundreds of meters of the void in an instant. Of course, if not for the powerful domains suppressing them, just their single clash could have caused far more destruction, possibly even blowing up the entire Homping City, given their Heavenly God Realm strength. Kill. After one attack, Sherwintian did not retreat, but charged again like lightning. "Sherwintian, take another one from me." Dugu Haowen didn't waste words, his long sword trembling as he stepped on the ground, cracking it, and tightly gripping his sword. He charged at Sherwintian. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged hundreds of moves, but Dugu Haowen was clearly no match for Sherwintian, as one had just broken through to the Heavenly God Realm while the other had been there for 1,000 years. Moreover, there was a 2 minor realm gap in strength. After 1,000 moves, Dugu Haowen slipped up and was sent flying by Sherwintian's whisk. If not for Lin Xingyo quickly stepping forward to support him, Sherwintian's attack would have likely seriously injured Dugu Haowen. "Thank you, Senior." Dugu Haowen, now steady with Lin Xingyo's support, immediately bowed to express his gratitude, as he understood that if not for Lin Xingyo helping him deflect Sherwintian's attack, the blow he had just taken would have been enough to seriously injure him. Of course, his gratitude to Lin Xingyo was not just for this, as he had broken through overnight entirely due to the mountain and river sunset painting Lin Xingyo had given him. If not for that painting helping him comprehend the Tao, he wouldn't have broken through so quickly. That's why he came to thank Lin Xingyo early in the morning, only to encounter Sherwintian looking for trouble with Lin Xingyo. Seeing Sherwintian disrespect Lin Xingyo, Dugu Haowen, who has always been clear about gratitude and grudges, naturally, he had to step in for Lin Xingyo. He couldn't let someone like Sherwintian disrespect Lin Xingyo, so Dugu Haowen drew his sword and fought Sherwintian. However, it was shameful. His strength was still too weak. He couldn't defeat Sherwintian at all. It seems he needs to work harder on his cultivation in the future, or else he'll be embarrassing Lin Xingyo. "Dugu Haowen, you'd better not be in a hurry to thank me." Sherwintian disdainfully glanced at Dugu Haowen, looking at him with an arrogant expression. "Do you dare to fight me again?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Dugu Haowen's eyes narrowed with killing intent as he glared at Sherwintian and shouted, "Come and fight." "Forget it." Lin Xingyo stopped Dugu Haowen, stepped forward, and walked towards Sherwintian, flicking his sleeve. "A mere ant. Let me handle him." "You? Just you? Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Dugu Haowen couldn't even defeat our uncle, and you, an unknown nobody, dare to say such things." The surrounding members of the 10,000 Dragons gang all looked at Lin Xingyo with disdain, mocking him, truly ignorant of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. The surrounding crowd also looked at Lin Xingyo with disdain. Having just witnessed Shi Wentian's strength, no one believed Lin Xingyo could defeat the heavenly god realm Shi Wentian. Shi Wentian, is it? At this moment, Chu Yun, carrying a basket of vegetables, stepped out from the crowd, her gaze icy as she looked at Shi Wentian. To kill a mongrel like you, my man doesn't even need to lift a finger. I can kill you? Huh. Shi Wentian's gaze first darkened, then immediately lit up, as the Chu Yun before him was simply too beautiful, too ethereal. She was even more beautiful than the leader of the primordial sacred land, so his eyes almost popped out staring at her. Fairy. Shi Wentian licked his dry lips, his small eyes narrowing as he stared at Chu Yun's figure, then at her round, plump hips and high, snow-white chest. He was utterly captivated. Shi Wentian was most skilled in the art of seduction and dual cultivation. So for women, especially someone like Chu Yun who was like a celestial maiden, he simply couldn't control himself. The flames of desire in his heart burned ferociously, and he couldn't wait to take Chu Yun and make her his cultivation furnace. Of course, the surrounding crowd was also stunned by Chu Yun's beauty, as both her aura and appearance were simply too exquisite. Chapter 223. No one can save you. Shi Wentian, you're being impudent. Chu Yun naturally felt Shi Wentian's brazen gaze and, with a cold, disdainful look, she glared at him, saying, Shi Wentian, how dare you disrespect me? You truly deserve to die. Humph. Upon hearing this, Shi Wentian immediately snapped back to reality and said to Chu Yun, Woman, I'm giving you a chance. If you submit to me, I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I will kill all of you. Humph. Chu Yun disdainfully glanced at Shi Wentian and said, You? Do you even know what it means to be overconfident? How dare you? The surrounding members of the Dragon Gang exploded in outrage. This woman was extremely impudent. Didn't she know that being noticed by Shi Wentian was a blessing for several lifetimes? Ignorant woman. To speak such words in front of Shi Wentian, she truly didn't know her place. Woman, do you know who our Master Shi is? How dare you speak such words? He is an outer court elder of the Tai Chu sacred land. Even the current emperor must kneel before him. Now that he's giving you such an opportunity, you don't know how to cherish it and dare to call our Master Shi overconfident. After a while, the members of the Dragon Gang finally reacted and all looked at Chu Yun, shouting arrogantly, It seems you want our Master Shi to show you how powerful he is. Come here and kneel before me. Shi Wentian arrogantly pointed at Chu Yun and commanded harshly, I'll give you one more chance to become my slave. Otherwise, I will kill you on the spot. Done speaking, Chu Yun stepped forward, her cold eyes fixed on Shi Wentian, and said, Do you have any last words? Humph. Shi Wentian snorted coldly, his face twisted with a cruel smile as he said arrogantly, I, Shi Wentian, may not be able to cover the sky with one hand here, but crushing you few ants is as easy as flipping my palm. So, cherish the opportunity one give you, or you might die without knowing why. Oh! Lin Xingyo was furious. Shi Wentian dared to be disrespectful to Chu Yun. After a moment of silence, Lin Xingyo, laughing in anger, said, I'm new here and didn't know you were so powerful. Shall we get to know each other? What the? Shi Wentian almost laughed at Lin Xingyo's words. His expression was full of mockery as he said, You lowly creature. It seems you don't want to cherish the opportunity one gave you. No choice, I'll have to kill you all. Kill. Shi Wentian roared, and with a speed like lightning, he swung his whisk toward Lin Xingyo's face. It was clear. Shi Wentian truly intended to kill Lin Xingyo. Humph, humph. The surrounding members of the Dragon Gang all looked at Lin Xingyo and his companions as if they were already dead, saying, You insignificant ants dared to be so arrogant. We don't believe you can survive this. Countless onlookers around them almost all felt that Lin Xingyo and his group were doomed. Some even couldn't help but laugh at Lin Xingyo and his group for seeking death, daring to disrespect Shi Wentian, who was at the celestial god realm. Almost everyone was waiting to see Lin Xingyo and his group be killed by Shi Wentian. But the next moment, the bustling scene froze, and one by one, everyone was stunned, petrified. What's going on? Why is Shi Wentian's head flying? Those who couldn't react all stared at Shi Wentian's flying head in a daze. Because it happened too fast. No one saw what happened. Shi Wentian's head just flew off, and his body, spurting with blood, collapsed to the ground. Even his soul was captured. Shi Wentian, how should I destroy you? Lin Xingyo tightly held Shi Wentian's soul in his hand, his cold eyes staring at him as he said, "You can choose a way to die." Ah! After a while, Shi Wentian finally reacted, his eyes wide with horror. He realized he had made a grave mistake, offending an existence so powerful that he was killed with a single strike. Now, the tragic part was, his soul was under the control of someone else, and with just a thought, he could be destroyed. Shi Wentian knew he was doomed. "Forgive me, Senior. I shouldn't have offended you." Shi Wentian snapped back to reality and immediately begged Lin Xingyo, "Please, spare my lowly life." "Do you think that's possible?" Lin Xingyo coldly said, "Do you know why I didn't destroy your soul immediately? Because killing you was too quick. Now, I want you to experience the pain of death. Senior, I really know I was wrong. Please spare my lowly life. I won't dare to do it again." Shi Wentian was on the verge of tears. He didn't want to die. As an outer court elder of the Taichu sacred land, and with a cultivation level at the celestial god realm, this was the time for him to enjoy life. If he died like this, he wouldn't want that. So, he almost begged. But how could Lin Xingyo possibly let him go? With a thought, a ball of true fire appeared in his palm and instantly engulfed Shi Wentian. "Ah, Senior, spare me. I really know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please, give me a chance to redeem myself." Shi Wentian was completely terrified. He knew if Lin Xingyo destroyed his soul, he would truly die. So, he struggled and screamed desperately, hoping Lin Xingyo would spare his life. "Senior." Dugu Haowen, who had finally reacted, looked at Lin Xingyo with wide eyes, several times opening his mouth to say something but unable to utter a word. Because he was shocked. This was truly a master. With a single strike, he killed Shi Wentian, and now his soul was captured and being refined. What an incredible skill. Wow. Those who reacted around them all gasped, instinctively taking several steps back, some even collapsing to the ground, fainting due to the shock. The scene was too terrifying. Shi Wentian was at the celestial god realm. Lin Xingyo's move was so fast that no one saw it, and now he was refining Shi Wentian's soul. With such incredible skills, even a fool would know that Lin Xingyo was not someone they could afford to offend. But just now, they all offended him. Now, what could be their fate? So, some were scared to death, and those who weren't were all scared senseless. Stop! At this moment, a sharp cry rang out, and in the eyes of countless people, a woman in feather garments, with a veil covering her face and a graceful figure, descended like a celestial fairy, stepping on petals, landing in front of Lin Xingyo. "Daughter, save me." Seeing the woman, Shi Wentian immediately cried out, because it was his daughter, the spirit void empress of the Taichu sacred land. He believed he was now definitely saved, because his daughter's cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, one of the 4 protectors of the Taichu sacred land. Now that she had appeared, would this aunt dare to kill him? That would be seeking death. You want to save him? Lin Xingyo, however, curled his lips and looked at Shi Lingyun with cold, sharp eyes saying, "If so, I advise you now, you'd better not interfere, or you'll end up with the same fate as him." "How dare you?" Shi Wentian's eyes widened in fury as he shouted at Lin Xingyo, "You lowly creature, do you know who you're speaking to? Do you know what level my daughter has reached? How dare you speak to her like that? You're seeking death." Noisy. Lin Xingyo's gaze calmly fell upon Shi Wentian, whom he held in his grasp, and he said, Now you may proceed on your journey. Go. You dare. Shi Wentian not only wasn't afraid, but he also became even more belligerent because he didn't believe Lin Xingyo would dare to kill him in front of Shi Lingyun. But the next moment, before anyone could react, Lin Xingyo directly clenched his hand. Pop! Shi Wentian was instantly crushed by Lin Xingyo, and his soul fragments immediately ignited, vanishing from this world in the blink of an eye. Shi Wentian was completely dead. He was directly crushed in front of his daughter, the Empress of Spirit Void. His soul was instantly turned to ashes. You! Shi Lingyun was furious. She was one of the 4 protectors of the Taichu Sacred Land, with a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of the Emperor Realm, not to mention in the Xianling Realm. Even in the entire Eastern Star Domain, no one would dare to kill Shi Wentian in front of her. Now, Lin Xingyo had done it. How could Shi Lingyun endure this? Even though she had only come as a Dao incarnation, she unhesitatingly attacked Lin Xingyo. The Empress of Spirit Void has made a move. Countless gazes around Lin Xingyo turned towards him, almost all of them certain. Lin Xingyo was doomed. No one could save him. This time, it wasn't Shi Wentian who made a move, but his daughter, the Empress of Spirit Void. Just Lin Xingyo. Could he withstand it? Die! Countless members of the Dragon Gang all looked at Lin Xingyo, as they were certain he would be instantly killed by Shi Lingyun with a single palm strike. But the next moment, Lin Xingyo moved. In front of countless shocked gazes, he slightly raised his right hand and swept it towards Shi Lingyun. Smack! In the horrified eyes of everyone around, Shi Lingyun, who was at the 3rd stage of the Emperor Realm, was directly blasted apart by Lin Xingyo with a single strike. What? Those who reacted around, almost all stumbled back a few steps, then all collapsed to the ground with a thud. Their eyes widened as they were petrified. Many wanted to say something, but their heads were buzzing, and not a single word came out. It was too terrifying. Just a casual wave from Lin Xingyo had obliterated the Empress of Spirit Void, who was at the 3rd stage of the Emperor Realm. What kind of monstrous cultivation level did he have? Son, Senior, you? Dugo Haowen tried to speak several times, but couldn't utter a word, because like everyone else present, he was utterly shocked by Lin Xingyo's incredible skills. Human, the murder of my father is an unforgivable crime. I am only here as a Dao incarnation today. When I emerge from my closed-door cultivation, I will surely slay you. Humph! Lin Xingyo merely let out a cold humph, his gaze turning towards the members of the Dragon Gang standing in front of the Tingyu Tower. Why are you still here? Lin Xingyo glared at them and shouted, Do you all want to die? Ah! Run! 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 The members of the Dragon Gang, who had finally snapped out of their shock, instantly regretted not having been born with 2 more legs, scrambling and fleeing as fast as they could. It was too terrifying. In their minds, Lin Xingyo had become a god of death. Now that he told them to leave, how could they dare to stay? After all, he had just obliterated the Dao incarnation of the Empress of Spirit Void with a single strike. They, as mere ants, all understood. If Lin Xingyo wanted to kill them, it would just be a flick of the wrist. So, everyone present scrambled and fled. Son, Senior, you truly are a peerless expert. After a while, Dugo Haowen finally regained his senses and immediately plastered a smile on his face, bowing deeply to Lin Xingyo with utmost sincerity. To have reached such a terrifying level of cultivation is truly invincible in the world. Huh. Lin Xingyo merely exhaled, not responding to Dugo Haowen's flattery, his gaze instead turning towards the direction of the Su residence. Shirhan, what are you doing? Chapter 224. Rising Killing Intent. Sister. In the Su household, Su Yunling gazed at Su Shirhan with a fearful expression, her voice trembling as she asked, Are you really Sister Shirhan? Yes, it's me, sister. Su Shirhan spoke while extending her arms, wanting to embrace Su Yunling. Linger, don't be afraid. Let sister hold you. No, no. However, at the sight of Su Shirhan's movement, Su Yunling, driven by instinct, instinctively backed away, her body trembling as she cried out in terror, You? Don't come closer. You're not my sister. I didn't steal anything. Please, don't hit me. Yunling, I am your sister. Su Shihan, heartbroken, approached Su Yunling, saying, believe in sister. I will definitely protect you. No, you're not Sister Shihan. You're a bad person. Don't come near me. I didn't steal anything. Please, don't hit me. Miss, her condition won't improve in a short time. You can't rush things. Everything must be done gradually. Only by her accepting you can she slowly stop resisting your closeness. Su Chuanqi, what have you done to her all these years? Hearing this, Su Shihan immediately turned to Su Chuanqi with a murderous glare, shouting, why has she become like this? Miss, this has nothing to do with me. Yunling's current state is all due to Lu Quanqing, Su Chuanqi hastily explained, frightened by her words. Humph. Su Shihan couldn't help but let out a cold snort. How could she not understand the situation now? Su Chuanqi and the others were trying to pin everything on Lu Quanqing, a dead man. But how could he, Su Chuanqi, be innocent? Above all, Shangguan Wanyun and Lu Qingyao were the most despicable. If it weren't for their orders, even Lu Quanqing wouldn't dare. Seeing Yunling reduced to such a state, Su Shihan's killing intent exploded. She truly wished she could immediately draw her sword and slaughter Su Chuanqi and the others. Especially Su Dingfang. He was unworthy of being a father, such a cold-blooded and heartless man. Su Shihan was nearly unable to restrain herself. She really wanted to kill them all, and then burn this place of sorrow to the ground. But her current cultivation was too low. She could only wait for the arrival of the Green Phoenix Empress to be able to cut down the heartless Su Dingfang with a single sword strike. Of course, there were also the likes of Su Chuanqi and Shangguan Wanyun before her, for these monstrous devils deserve to die. Miss, the prince has asked me to inform you that in 7 days, a banquet will be held in the Su household in your honor. You can invite your master to attend, so that everyone in the Great Qin Empire knows how noble your status is. Humph. Su Shihan sneered without responding. She naturally understood the intentions behind Su Dingfang's words. However, if they wanted to use her influence, then she would ensure they got what they wanted. But Su Dingfang had chosen 7 days from now. Well, then she would send him to his grave on that day. She would announce his crimes before the whole world and then execute him. That would be quite fitting. Humph. Su Shihan let out 2 cold snorts. Her breathtakingly beautiful face, like eternal ice, radiated a bone-chilling killing intent as she said, my dear father, prepare yourself for the afterlife in 7 days. Chapter 225, The Beauty Trap. Bang! In the imperial palace of the Great Qin Empire, Emperor Qin Huangqi slammed his hand forcefully on the table, his anger evident as he said, that Su Dingfang dares to openly defy my edict. And now he even tries to use his daughter's influence to pressure me. What does he think he's doing? Is he trying to rebel? Your Majesty, please calm down. Mengyu knelt on the ground, his hatred for Su Dingfang evident as he said, Su Dingfang's intentions are now common knowledge. If your Majesty does not eliminate him soon, he will surely rise in rebellion. Meng Ho, you speak wisely. Several ministers also knelt down, urging Emperor Qin Huangqi. Su Dingfang's rebellious intentions are now known to all. Your Majesty must make a decision quickly and not allow Su Dingfang to seize the advantage and threaten our Great Qin Empire. Humph! Emperor Qin Huangqi slammed the table again in anger, declaring, I swear to kill this traitor. Your Majesty, please calm down. Seeing the situation, Yuan Tiangang immediately knelt down and advised, to eliminate Su Dingfang, this traitor, we cannot act in haste. After all, Su Dingfang commands a large army and has many powerful cultivators supporting him. If we act rashly, it could result in mutual destruction. Emperor Qin Huangqi's eyes darkened with anger as he glared at Yuan Tiangang. What do you mean by this, Yuan Tiangang? Are you suggesting that I should allow Su Dingfang to kill me? Your Majesty, I dare not. Yuan Tiangang knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to Emperor Qin Huangqi, but our strength is currently unequal to Su Dingfang's. Without a clever strategy, we cannot afford to act first against him. He has just returned victorious from a war against the Qi Kingdom. If we cannot eliminate him in one decisive strike, it will only give Su Dingfang an excuse to rise in rebellion. This, Emperor Qin Huangqi clenched his fists, his cold gaze falling upon Yuan Tiangang. But I cannot allow him to continue like this. Your Majesty, do not be hasty. Seeing the situation, Du Gu Haowen stepped forward and respectfully proposed, I have an idea that requires only one person to eliminate Su Dingfang. Oh! Hearing this, Emperor Qin Huangqi's face lit up with hope. Haowen, quickly tell me. Your Majesty, I have recently made the acquaintance of a highly skilled individual in the capital. If your Majesty can persuade this master to intervene, not only will Su Dingfang be eliminated, but even the Taichu Sung Di, which has long held us in check, will no longer dare to show your Majesty any disrespect. Haowen, go into detail. Emperor Qin Huangqi's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this, as the information was incredibly uplifting. Du Gu Haowen, standing before the throne, did not delay and immediately revealed everything about Lin Xingyo. In an instant, the entire hall of ministers was stunned. Such a figure exists in the capital of Qin. Not just the ministers, even Emperor Qin Huangqi was shocked. A single strike to obliterate the Dao avatar of the Empress Lingxiu. If such a person exists in the capital of Qin, his cultivation must have reached the level of an immortal emperor. Immortal emperor. If the Qin Empire could be under his protection, not only would they no longer fear Su Dingfang, but even the Taichu Sung Di would no longer pose a threat. They would no longer need to pay annual tributes to the Taichu Sung Di. Huff. Emperor Qin Huangqi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down before speaking. Haowen, are you confident in persuading him to act on our behalf? Your Majesty, I cannot. Du Gu Haowen replied to Emperor Qin Huangqi, but I have a plan. If your Majesty approves, I guarantee that this great master will never ignore the affairs of the Qin Empire. Oh! Emperor Qin Huangqi's excitement was hard to contain, his eyes eager to hear Du Gu Haowen's plan. Your Majesty, I have observed that this great master has a passion for calligraphy and painting. If your Majesty could send the princess to befriend him, Du Gu Haowen, not wanting to beat around the bush, directly stated, and let them develop feelings for each other, leading to a union. Would he then ignore the affairs of our great Qin Empire? Yenner. Emperor Qin Huangqi was stunned, his expression freezing. Everyone in the great Qin Empire knew how much he cherished his eldest princess. Of course, Princess Wang Yin was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also known for her gentle and elegant demeanor. She was a renowned master of calligraphy and painting in the Qin Empire. Her knowledge was also exceptionally profound. Now, Du Gu Haowen's plan. It truly put Emperor Qin Huangqi in a difficult position. After all, marrying Princess Wang Yin to an old immortal emperor, Emperor Qin Huangqi felt a pang of reluctance. After all, Wang Yin was his most beloved daughter, and he was completely torn. He was conflicted. Your Majesty, for the sake of the Qin Empire, for the sake of the common people who would be spared from war. Seeing Emperor Qin Huangqi's expression, Du Gu Haowen couldn't help but urge, this plan of mine is the best solution. Haowen, let me think about this. Emperor Qin Huangqi gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, a decision must be made quickly. Du Gu Haowen was anxious. That great master is staying at the Tingyu Tower near Su's residence. If Su Dingfang gets to him first, it will be too late for regrets. This matter. I'll ask Yenner. Emperor Qin Huangqi frowned and replied, Father, I am willing. At that moment, a gentle voice echoed through the hall. All eyes turned to see Princess Wang Yin, dressed in royal attire, slowly approaching with a few maids. As long as it helps our Qin Empire. As long as it helps Father eliminate the traitor Su Dingfang, I am willing to do anything for Father. Daughter. Emperor Qin Huangqi, no longer the commanding presence of a ruler, revealed a tender gaze. Father truly does not want to marry you to an old man, but for the sake of the Qin Empire, I must sacrifice your happiness. Father, as a princess of the royal family, Princess Wang Yin spoke resolutely. This is what is expected of me. The princess's sense of duty. We will all pledge our lives to serve the Qin Empire. Chapter 226. Seeking a Beating. Zheng Zheng. In the listening rain pavilion, Lin Xingyo sat on the ground, his hands gently strumming the qin. The melodious notes seemed to come from the heavens, enchanting the ears. As the piece came to an end, he began another. Chu Yun accompanied him with her xiao, creating a harmonious blend of qin and xiao, enhancing the beauty of the music. Chu Yun. Lin Xingyo suddenly pressed the strings of the qin, his gaze soft as he smiled gently. Here, your xiao should be more gentle, and the melody will flow more smoothly. Oh! Chu Yun understood immediately, gently holding the xiao, her red lips barely touching the bamboo instrument as she began to play softly. Lin Xingyo immediately began to play the qin in accompaniment. Listening Rain Pavilion? As Lin Xingyo and Chu Yun played their instruments in harmony, a carriage stopped outside the Listening Rain Pavilion. The curtain was lifted, and Wang Yin, dressed in simple attire, stepped out, accompanied by two palace maids. She stood at the entrance of the pavilion and said, "The name is quite elegant. Let's go in and take a look," she said after a moment, stepping forward. "I want to meet the owner of this Listening Rain Pavilion." "Miss, with your status, why would you need to visit a mere shop owner? Let me go in and inform him," one of the palace maids said, her tone disdainful. "If he dares not to come out to greet you, we can kill him without hesitation." Enough. Wang Yan's cold gaze swept over the two maids behind her, her voice sharp. "You are not to reveal my identity, or you will be punished without mercy, understood?" "Yes, we dare not." The two maids trembled, frightened by Wang Yan's anger. "We will not make the same mistake again." Ah! Wang Yin sighed softly, feeling helpless in the face of her current situation. As a princess of the royal family, she knew that marriage was an inevitable fate. Moreover, this time her father was using a beauty trap. Of course, Wang Yin was confident in her own charms. After all, she was naturally beautiful, with looks that could captivate nations. As the eldest princess of the Qin Empire, she had never lacked for admiration. Any man who saw her would be instantly smitten. Wang Yin believed that if she showed even a hint of interest in Lin Xingyo, he would be quick to fall at her feet. After all, there were countless men in the Qin Empire who dreamed of even a single word with her. She was confident she could quickly win Lin Xingyo over and make him obedient to her will. Tap, tap, tap. As Wang Yin thought this, she stepped into the Listening Rain Pavilion. Once inside, she couldn't help but glance at the paintings on the walls, and her expression immediately showed confusion. The paintings on the walls of the Listening Rain Pavilion, in her eyes, they were crude and unrefined, lacking any rhythm or artistry. They were neither the northern style nor the southern style, just random scribbles. Of course, Wang Yin was only an ordinary person and could not see the profound realms of harmony and unity with heaven that flowed within the paintings. To her, these paintings were simply ordinary, especially since she was a master of calligraphy. She found Lin Xingyo's work crude and unpalatable. "Is there anyone in the Listening Rain Pavilion?" The two palace maids who followed Wang Yin frowned, noticing the cold and unwelcoming atmosphere of the pavilion. They called out impatiently, clearly showing their disdain. After all, they were palace maids from the royal court, and their experiences were far different from ordinary people. Their airs were much higher, accustomed to being surrounded by sycophants wherever they went. The cold reception they were receiving now made them feel uncomfortable. "Sister." Just as Wang Yin and her maids were feeling dissatisfied, a figure suddenly ran into the Listening Rain Pavilion. Dressed in red, with two braids in her hair and a long whip in her hand, she dashed in quickly. "Seventh Princess?" The two palace maids behind Wang Yin immediately bowed, but Wang Yin quickly coughed twice to remind them not to kneel. The seventh princess of the Qin Empire, Wang Xian, was unconcerned and walked straight up to Wang Yin. She playfully reached out and hugged Wang Yan's arm. "Sister, why are you here?" Wang Xian blinked her eyes, looking up at Wang Yin with a mischievous smile. "Are you here to buy paintings?" "I." Wang Yin opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words. After all, she was the eldest princess of the Qin Empire. How could she admit she was here to seduce a man? That would be too embarrassing. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Yin was about to explain when she suddenly saw Lin Xingyo carrying Bai Shi'er as he stepped out from the inner chamber. Lin Xingyo stepped out, and seeing the women standing in the outer hall, his eyes lit up. The women were all quite beautiful, especially the girl in red. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. Not only was she very pretty, but her figure was also curvaceous and sexy, with long, ivory-white legs that made his blood boil. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be a passionate and lively person. So Lin Xingyo couldn't help but look at Wang Xian a few more times. What are you staring at, you filthy pervert? Disgusting! Wang Xian shot Lin Xingyo a disdainful glare, her lips pouting in irritation. She had seen men like him before. All of them were obsessed with her beauty. None of them were any good. Xiner, don't be rude. Wang Yan's expression changed, and she looked at Lin Xingyo with a strange emotion in her eyes, studying him for a long time. It was clear that she was feeling something, as Lin Xingyo was indeed very handsome. Sister, what's wrong with you? Don't tell me you're attracted to this pervert? Wang Xian held Wang Yan's arm and looked Lin Xingyo up and down. Don't be fooled by his looks. I tell you, men like him are all heartless and not a single one is good. Lin Xingyo's expression became uncomfortable. What were these women here for? From the beginning, he hadn't said much. What was happening now? Lin Xingyo was speechless. If it weren't for the fact that guests were to be treated with respect, he would have already kicked these women out. Pervert, what are you looking at? If you look again, I'll gouge out your eyes. Wang Xian pouted her lips, glaring at Lin Xingyo angrily. Is that so? Lin Xingyo's brow furrowed, his expression clearly showing his displeasure. Have you finished? If you have, you can leave now. Lin Xingyo was genuinely angry. The initial attraction he felt for Wang Xian had completely vanished. After all, no one would be happy hearing such words. Her attitude was too high, looking down on him as if he were beneath her. Lin Xingyo was not pleased with this, so he directly issued a dismissal. Wang Xian was taken aback, her face turning sour as she processed what had just happened. Who was she? She was the 7th princess of the Qin Empire, a notorious little devil in the capital. Not even the sons of noble families dared to speak to her like this, let alone a mere commoner like Lin Xingyo. Now, this commoner had the audacity to speak to her so disrespectfully. The more Wang Xian thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling humiliated. Without hesitation, she swung her whip at Lin Xingyo. It was clear she was furious. She wanted to whip Lin Xingyo a few times to vent her anger, but with Lin Xingyo's cultivation, how could she possibly hit him? Therefore, he sidestepped and easily dodged her strike. Smack! Just as Lin Xingyo dodged Wang Xian's whip, it directly shattered a long table behind him into pieces with a single lash, scattering the items on the table all over the floor. Crash! Everything shattered into pieces. You filthy pervert, I'm going to beat you. And you dare to dodge? Looks like you don't want to live anymore. Wang Xian, having missed her target, immediately exploded in anger. Do you know who I am? You actually dared not to stand still and let me hit you. Lin Xingyo let out a cold snort, genuinely annoyed by Wang Xian. This woman was too unreasonable. Did she expect him to just stand there and let her hit him? You filthy pervert, what are you snorting about? I'll whip you again, and if you dare to dodge this time. Wang Xian put her hands on her hips, pouted her lips, and said angrily, I'll burn down your listening rain pavilion. As soon as she finished speaking, she was really furious. She was the 7th princess of the Qin Empire, a notorious little devil known to everyone. In the capital of the Qin Empire, whenever she wanted to hit someone, no one had ever dared to dodge, until now. This mere commoner actually dared to dodge. She was too angry. She had to teach him a lesson and make him understand the dire consequences of provoking her. Wang Xian. Filthy pervert, stand still. Wang Xian's eyes locked onto Lin Xingyo. I'm going to whip you now. If you dare to dodge, the consequences will be severe, understand? As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her whip at Lin Xingyo. The two palace maids behind Wang Yin all looked at Lin Xingyo with a mocking gaze. They didn't believe Lin Xingyo would dare to dodge again. They thought this time, Lin Xingyo would definitely be whipped and sent flying by Wang Xian's whip, ending up either dead or severely injured. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyo moved. Lin Xingyo sidestepped and dodged Wang Xian's strike, then suddenly appeared in front of her. In front of everyone's shocked gaze, he raised his hand and slapped Wang Xian across the face.
Smack!
Wang Xian was struck by Lin Xingyo's slap, her eyes widening in shock, then staring blankly at him in disbelief. Who was she? She was the seventh princess of the Qin Empire, a well-known little devil who was feared by everyone and everything. It had always been her bullying others. But now, Lin Xingyo had slapped her in front of so many people. In an instant, the rage within Wang Xian exploded. A mere commoner dared to hit her. Humph! Humph! Wang Xian let out two cold snorts, her breathtakingly beautiful face now as cold as the depths of an eternal glacier, radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. You dog, I'll give you one chance right now. Kneel before me and commit suicide to atone for your sins. Otherwise, I'll exterminate your entire clan. Is that so? Lin Xingyo smirked, his gaze calm as he looked at Wang Xian, who was clutching her face. It seems that slap wasn't enough. Looks like you want me to give you a few more. How dare you? You dog, do you know who I am? You actually speak to me like this. Looks like you really don't want to live anymore. Wang Xian was completely enraged. This commoner had slapped her, and still didn't realize the magnitude of the disaster he had caused. Not only that, but he dared to speak to her like this. It seemed she had to reveal her identity. Let's see if he doesn't piss his pants in fear. Chapter 227. Arrogance to the extreme. You dog, let me tell you, I am the seventh princess of the great Qin Empire. Before Wang Xian could finish uttering the word princess, Wang Yin, who had just recovered from her shock, immediately pulled her sister back. Sir, I am truly sorry. My sister has always been temperamental. If she has offended you, please forgive her. Once we return home, I will inform our father to discipline her properly. Lin Xingyo responded with a nod and gently stroked Bai Shier's fur, saying, since you know she has a bad temper, keep her at home and don't let her out. If she keeps acting like this, wanting to fight and kill at every turn, she might end up losing her life one day. So, keep her home and teach her well. You dog, how dare you? Recovering from her initial shock, Wang Xian covered her stinging cheek and glared at Lin Xingyo with intense emotion. What did you just say? Do you think I'm a dog? Disobedient and should be locked at home. You're driving me mad. Slap. Before Wang Xian could finish her words, Lin Xingyo, standing right in front of her, slapped her again, leaving her face swollen. Little girl, don't think no one dares to teach you a lesson. If you dare speak to me like that again, don't blame me for slapping you again. Ah. Wang Xian clutched her stinging cheeks on both sides, her eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, filled with a hatred that seemed to want to devour him. She had never, in her entire life, been slapped in public by anyone, let alone twice. Wang Xian was utterly infuriated. The two maids, witnessing this, gaped in astonishment, their mouths wide open. Who was this man? He was too bold. To slap the seventh princess of the empire in public, not once but twice. This was practically courting death. Madman, a complete madman. His guts are too big. To bully the seventh princess like this, with her spoiled and willful nature, he's as good as dead. The two maids looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were already a dead man, as though they could already see the fate of Wang Xian killing him. Sir, I am truly sorry. My sister has been spoiled since childhood, which is why she has repeatedly been disrespectful to you. On behalf of my sister, I apologize to you. Once we return, I will have our father discipline her strictly, ensuring she no longer behaves so arrogantly. After speaking, Wang Yin, in front of the shocked eyes of many, turned to Wang Xian with an unusually stern gaze and scolded, "Wang Xian, you have offended the sir. Apologize to him at once." Ah! At this moment, not only was Wang Xian stunned, but even the two maids standing nearby were completely dumbfounded. They had no idea why this was happening. Wang Yin, however, knew the situation was dire. After all, the man before them was the immortal emperor. Just recently, he had annihilated the avatar of the Spirit Void Empress from the Tai Chu Sung Di. Moreover, she had come to seduce Lin Xingyo. But before she could even make Lin Xingyo fall at her feet, Wang Xian had disrupted the entire situation. If she didn't act now, everything would be ruined. This was a matter of the fate of the great Qin Empire, and she couldn't let it fall apart. "Sister, what are you saying?" After a while, Wang Xian finally recovered from her shock, her eyes blazing with anger as she looked at Wang Yin. "Didn't you see how this dog treated me just now?" "Shut up." Wang Yan's cold gaze darkened, suppressing her anger as she turned to glare at Wang Xian. "It was all your fault. If you dare disrespect the sir again, father will not let you off lightly. You might never step out of the house again." "What?" Wang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape as she stared at Wang Yin in complete astonishment. What was happening now? Her usually doting sister was scolding her for this man, completely disregarding their sisterly bond? What was so special about this man? He was just good-looking. Humph! Wang Xian snorted in anger, her furious eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, as though she wanted to scratch his face off. She was certain it was Lin Xingyo's face that had swayed her sister, making her side with him and scold her like this. Her sister was so shallow. She had always told her to go out more, to see more men in the world. If she did, she wouldn't be like this. "You dog, do you think just because you're handsome and my sister likes you, I'm afraid of you? Today, I'm going to tear your face apart, so you know being handsome doesn't make you invincible." Determined, Wang Xian broke free from Wang Yan's grip, spread her hands, and lunged at Lin Xingyo's face, trying to claw at it. "Let me tear your face apart." Slap! Before Wang Xian could get close, Lin Xingyo, standing in front of her, slowly raised his hand and, in front of the shocked gazes of many, slapped her again. This time, it was a heavy blow. Lin Xingyo's slap sent Wang Xian reeling, staggering back until she fell to the ground. Clutching her stinging face, she looked up at Lin Xingyo in complete disbelief. She had been hit again? Was this dog going to rebel? She was the 7th princess of the great Qin Empire, and this mere ant had dared to slap her not once, but twice. As the saying goes, even a clay bodhisattva has 3 points of fire. Let alone her, the 7th princess of the great Qin Empire. Lin Xingyo had dared to treat her like this repeatedly. Wang Xian was utterly enraged. Her eyes seemed about to burst into flames. The two maids were completely terrified by Lin Xingyo's actions, which were far too bold. In this capital, there was no one else who would dare do such a thing. But since he had, not even the heavens could save him. After all, everyone in the great Qin Empire knew. The 7th princess of the empire was a demoness. Anyone who offended her would not end well. Just a couple of days ago, 2 young noblemen had nearly been driven mad by her. Now, Lin Xingyo had dared to slap her in public, not once but twice. Given her spoiled and willful nature, there was no way she would let Lin Xingyo off. The two maids of Wang Yin were certain Lin Xingyo was as good as dead. Chapter 228. Even the princess isn't off limits. Princess Qi, was that enjoyable? Lin Xingyo smirked, his cold, piercing gaze fixed on Wang Xian, who had fallen to the ground. "Should I give you a couple more?" "What?" The already stunned crowd was now completely dumbfounded. They couldn't understand. How did Lin Xingyo know Wang Xian's identity? But for Lin Xingyo, it was clear as day the moment they stepped into the Tingyu Tower. After all, his cultivation was so high that he had heard their conversation as soon as they entered. "What do you mean?" Wang Xian was utterly furious upon hearing this. How could this insignificant creature possibly know who she was? Yet, why did he have the audacity to repeatedly slap her? Didn't he know the gravity of his actions? You vile creature, you know my identity. After a moment of regaining her senses, Wang Xian glared at Lin Xingyo with eyes wide with fury. Who gave you the guts to treat me like this? Wang Xian, behave yourself. Wang Yan's expression changed, and she quickly pulled Wang Xian back. Quick, apologize to the gentleman. Otherwise, father will not let you off easily. Wang Yan was in complete disarray. Her composure was shattered. She realized that Wang Xian had completely ruined everything. What now? Wang Yan's mind raced, desperately searching for a way to salvage the situation. But Lin Xingyo merely smirked and said, Princess Chong, don't bother thinking about it anymore. Let's just call it even today. I won't hold it against you. Go. Wang Yan opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. The two palace maids beside Wang Yan were stunned. Lin Xingyo was far too bold. He knew their identities, yet he still dared to speak to them like this. Are you insane? After a while, the two maids finally managed to react, looking up at Lin Xingyo with anger and excitement. You know we're princesses, yet you still speak to us like this. Do you not want to live? Are princesses really that great? Are they above all restraint? Lin Xingyo's gaze fell on the two maids. If you don't know when to stop, don't blame me for being ruthless. You. The maids were completely dumbfounded, their eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo in utter disbelief. You? How dare you? Wang Xian, her emotions running high, pointed at Lin Xingyo. Clearly, you have no idea who I am to treat us like this. You're dead. Princess Qi, it seems you didn't enjoy it enough earlier. Should I give you a few more to help you relive that delightful sensation? Lin Xingyo grinned, showing his pearly whites as he looked at Wang Xian. You? How dare you? Wang Xian was so furious that her whole body trembled. Knowing my identity, yet you still dare to be so disrespectful. I'll kill you. How dare you? Just as Wang Xian was about to lash out at Lin Xingyo again, a stern shout interrupted her. Turning her head, she saw the furious face of Emperor Qin, Wang Qi, leading a group of people into the room. Father, why is he here? Wang Xian was first stunned, then overjoyed. She quickly forced out a few tears, covering her swollen cheek as she pitifully approached Emperor Qin. She was thrilled. Her father, Wang Qi, had arrived. He was not only a heavenly deity cultivator, but also had always doted on her, which was why she dared to act recklessly in the capital. Now that her father, accompanied by several Saint Sacrifice Realm experts, had come, what chance did this scoundrel who had wronged her have? Humph. Wang Xian inwardly sneered, casting a venomous glance at Lin Xingyo. In her mind, he was already as good as dead. Father, you must uphold justice for me. This vile creature, he hit me. Look at how swollen my face is. Wang Xian, her mindset, immediately blocked Emperor Qin's path, rubbing her eyes and sobbing, How am I supposed to face people like this? Move aside. Emperor Qin glared at Wang Xian and pushed her away forcefully, then sternly reprimanded her. You wretch! I'll deal with you back in the palace. With that, Emperor Qin immediately put on a fawning smile, bowing deeply to Lin Xingyo in front of everyone's astonished gaze. Sir, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not disciplining my daughter properly, causing her to offend you. I deserve death. Father, what is he doing? Wang Xian, finally regaining her senses, looked at Emperor Qin in disbelief as he respectfully bowed to Lin Xingyo. She couldn't comprehend. Why would her usually mighty and domineering father bow to someone like Lin Xingyo? What right did this mere commoner have? Father, are you mad? Wang Xian stared at Emperor Qin in utter shock, her eyes wide. The two maids were equally stunned. Who was Emperor Qin? He was the ruler of the Great Qin Empire. He was the very sky of the Great Qin Empire. Who could possibly deserve such respect from the Emperor of the Great Qin Empire? And yet, here he was, bowing so humbly to a man who had just struck the seventh princess. The scene was so shocking that the maids felt their heads might explode. It was simply too incredible. Emperor Qin, the ruler of the great Qin Empire, was now bowing so humbly to a commoner. Even Wang Xian felt her mind was about to shatter. "Father, what are you doing?" After finally coming to her senses, Wang Xian, her eyes wide with fury, demanded of Emperor Qin, "With your noble status, why are you bowing to such a lowly person? Father, are you mad?" "Shut up." Emperor Qin was so furious that his lungs felt about to burst. "Don't you dare disobey me? Now, come over here and apologize to the gentleman." "Me? Apologize to him?" Wang Xian cried in grievance. "Why should I? He was so disrespectful. He slapped me 3 times. Why should I apologize to him? Never. I'd rather die." Emperor Qin suppressed his anger, his cold gaze fixed on Wang Xian. "Do you dare defy my order? Xianer, quickly, listen to your father. Apologize to the gentleman." Wang Yin, realizing the situation, quickly approached the sobbing Wang Xian, taking her hand. "Don't make your father angry." Chapter 229. Be my maid. Sister. Wang Xian's inner frustration was about to explode. Just moments ago, she had been eagerly anticipating Emperor Qin Wang Qi helping her deal with Lin Xingyo. But now, this was the scene unfolding before her. As the 7th princess of the great Qin Empire, she, who had always been arrogant and willful, how could she accept such a reality? Wang Xian suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of grievance, feeling that the 2 people closest to her no longer loved her, especially her father, Emperor Wang Qi, who had always doted on her. He had changed. He no longer loved her. Wang Xian suddenly squatted down in frustration, covering her head and crying uncontrollably. Seeing this, Emperor Qin Wang Qi also felt uneasy. What could he do? Before him stood a great emperor. Angering him would result in the entire Qin Empire being wiped out without even needing Su Dingfang to rebel. Therefore, upon sensing the situation turning sour in the Qinkuan realm, Emperor Qin Wang Qi immediately brought along Du Gu Haowen and the others to rush over. He couldn't help but sigh. Man proposes, but God disposes. A perfectly laid plan had been ruined by his spoiled and willful daughter. Now, they needed a perfect resolution, or else the great Qin Empire would be courting disaster. "Sir, I'm sorry. It's all because I have a troublesome daughter. Please, considering her young age." Emperor Qin Wang Qi twisted his face into a flattering expression, trying his best to appease Lin Xingyo. "Please forgive her this once." All right. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, casually glanced at Wang Xian squatting on the ground, and a teasing expression flashed across his face. "From now on, your daughter will be under my care. I guarantee she won't be so spoiled and willful anymore." This, Emperor Qin Wang Qi was stunned, completely caught off guard. Du Gu Haowen, however, reacted quickly and immediately pulled Wang Xian, saying, "Princess, hurry and pay your respects to your master." "Master? Him?" Wang Xian disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo, her heart filled with resistance. "What makes him qualified to be my master? A commoner like him? No way. I'd rather die than do that." "You insolent girl, what are you saying?" Emperor Qin Wang Qi was so angry that his whole body trembled. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Do you know how many people dream of being accepted by the imperial teacher? And you, with such an opportunity, don't know how to cherish it. You're driving me crazy. Imperial teacher's lineage?" Wang Xian was shocked, her teary eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, stunned. "What? The lineage of the imperial teacher? Could it be that this man is an immortal emperor? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, why would my father treat him with such respect? Oh my! An immortal emperor? An immortal emperor? What incredible luck! I have to be able to enter the lineage of an immortal emperor. Great! This is too good." Wang Xian snapped out of her shock and immediately knelt before Lin Xingyo with great excitement. "Master, please accept me as your disciple." Ahem. Lin Xingyo felt a toothache. He had only casually mentioned it earlier, with no intention of taking a disciple at all. But these people were too good at seizing the opportunity, creating such a scene. Now, it was truly difficult to back out. Lin Xingyo cleared his throat and, looking at the gazes around him, moistened his throat and slowly said, "Taking you as a disciple is out of the question. Your talent is too poor, but being my maid is just about acceptable." "What? Maid?" Wang Xian was stunned, then infuriated. What kind of person was this? How dare he say such things? Was she, the seventh princess of the great Qin Empire, the feared and hated demoness of the capital, supposed to serve as his maid? What was he thinking? This was too humiliating. "Princess, don't you hurry to thank him." Dugu Haowen immediately gave Emperor Qin Wang Qi a knowing look and reminded Wang Xian, "Princess, being a maid under the senior service is a blessing from your past life. You must take good care of the senior's daily needs, understand?" "Yes, yes." Upon hearing this, Emperor Qin Wang Qi immediately caught on, emphasizing the words daily needs heavily. "Take good care of the sir's daily needs. We're all counting on you." "I won't." Wang Xian pursed her lips, showing clear disdain, as she had no intention of serving Lin Xingyo as a maid. Let whoever wants to do it, do it. She wasn't going to. It was too humiliating, utterly humiliating. Being the seventh princess of the great Qin Empire and serving as someone's maid. How could she live with herself if word got out? No, absolutely not. "Xin'er, listen to me." Seeing this, Wang Yin gave Lin Xingyo a resentful glance and then whispered something to Wang Xian. Immediately, Wang Xian's face turned red, and she shyly glanced at Lin Xingyo a few times, opening her mouth several times but unable to speak. It was clear she had compromised. Just moments ago, she had been unwilling, but after Wang Yan's words, she became indecisive. Finally, after stealing a few glances at Lin Xingyo, she blushed and agreed. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo felt a headache. What they had said naturally couldn't escape his notice, as he was a cultivator of the immortal realm. So, Wang Yan's little scheme couldn't possibly escape his notice. However, Lin Xingyo didn't reveal it. After all, the Tingyu Tower was indeed short of a few maids to handle chores. Having the seventh princess of the great Qin Empire come here to wash his smelly socks, cooking meals from time to time, cleaning all day long. Lin Xingyo thought it would be quite nice, so after some discussion, they decided to keep Wang Xian. "From now on, you'll be the maid of the Tingyu Tower. All the cleaning here will be your responsibility, understand?" As the crowd dispersed, Lin Xingyo, carrying Bai Shir, walked towards the inner hall of the Tingyu Tower, speaking to Wang Xian who followed behind. "Remember, no slacking off. I'll be watching you." "I understand. I dare not." Wang Xian pursed her lips, following behind Lin Xingyo, playfully raising her hand as if to kick him. "I'll be good from now on." Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, completely ignoring Wang Xian's little actions. "Being good is good. I have high hopes for you." Humph. Hearing this, Wang Xian couldn't help but snort coldly, as she had no intention of letting Lin Xingyo off the hook. Not to mention those 3 slaps. Just the fact that he had humiliated her by making her a maid. She had no plans to let Lin Xingyo off. There was plenty of time, and she could play with him slowly. How dare he humiliate the demoness? The days ahead would definitely not be peaceful, and he would soon know what it meant to be in deep water and scorching fire, suffering unbearably. Ha ha. Chapter 230. Something terrible has happened. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. In Hamping City, General Su Dingfang of the patrol battalion stood proudly on the command platform, overseeing the training of his hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Suddenly, a shout rang out, and Su Dingfang turned his head to see Su Chuanqi rushing over in a panic. "Su Chuanqi, what's the matter?" Su Dingfang asked with a hint of dissatisfaction as he glanced at Su Chuanqi, who was approaching. "Why are you so flustered?" "Your Highness, something major has happened." Su Chuanqi looked around nervously and said, "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's discuss this in the camp." Su Dingfang nodded, though he was slightly annoyed. He knew Su Chuanqi was not an impulsive person. If he was this panicked, the matter must be serious. So, without further delay, he instructed his adjutant and led Su Chuanqi back to his command tent. "Your Highness, this is really bad." As soon as they entered the command tent, Su Chuanqi immediately reported, "Just now, King Qin Wang Qi met with someone. It's said that this person is extraordinary. He even killed the Tao incarnation of the Spirit Void Empress with a single strike. Many speculate that his cultivation must be at least at the level of an immortal emperor." What? Su Dingfang was shocked upon hearing this. An immortal emperor was an existence of unimaginable power. To think that such a being had appeared in the insignificant Qin kingdom, and even worse, had connections with King Qin Wang Qi. This news left Su Dingfang in disbelief and demanded that Su Chuanqi explain further. Su Chuanqi, of course, did not dare to delay. He recounted everything he knew about Lin Xingyo over the past few days. Upon hearing this, Su Dingfang reprimanded Su Chuanqi harshly, accusing him of being irresponsible. The capital of the Great Qin Empire had experienced such a significant event, yet they didn't even know who the person was. And with the incident happening right under their noses, as Su Dingfang's advisor, Su Chuanqi had completely overlooked it. Su Dingfang was furious, blaming Su Chuanqi for his negligence. After a severe scolding, he ordered Su Chuanqi to do whatever it took to win over Lin Xingyo. No matter what, they could not allow Lin Xingyo to help King Qin Wang Qi, because if the latter had the support of an immortal emperor, their situation would be disastrous. After all, an immortal emperor was the supreme being of the immortal realm, with power that was nearly unmatched. If King Qin Wang Qi gained the backing of an immortal emperor, Su Dingfang's downfall would be imminent. "Your Highness, what should we do now?" Su Chuanqi, despite being scolded, couldn't help but ask Su Dingfang, "How can we ensure that this immortal emperor doesn't assist King Qin Wang Qi?" "Let me think." Su Dingfang raised his hand and said, "Now that we know about this, it's not the worst scenario. Give me some time to consider, and perhaps I can come up with a solution." Su Chuanqi dared not interrupt, his eyes fixed on Su Dingfang as he paced back and forth in the command tent. Suddenly, Su Dingfang turned sharply and said to Su Chuanqi, "Su Chuanqi, I have an idea." "Your Highness, please tell me," Su Chuanqi replied. "I'll handle it immediately." "Here's what we'll do," Su Dingfang began. "First, send someone to the primordial sacred land to gather information. After all, the person from the Listening Rain Tower has made an enemy of the primordial sacred land, so their reaction is crucial for us." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Secondly, have Su Shirhan visit the Listening Rain Tower, and you must accompany her personally. Make sure to reveal Su Shirhan's identity to them, letting them understand that interfering in our affairs with the Great Qin Empire will have severe consequences." "Yes, Your Highness." Su Chuanqi immediately bowed and said, "I'll handle this right away and ensure it's done properly." Go ahead." Su Dingfang patted Su Chuanqi on the shoulder and said, "Be flexible and adapt to the situation. Don't mess this up, as we're dealing with an immortal emperor, understand?" "Your Highness, rest assured," Su Chuanqi knelt down and replied, "I'll handle this perfectly without any mistakes." "Good. I trust you with this. Go now." Su Dingfang helped Su Chuanqi up and said, "Make sure everything goes smoothly without any surprises." With that, the two did not waste any more words. After Su Dingfang sent Su Chuanqi away, he returned to the command platform, gazing down at the hundreds of thousands of troops below. The grip on his sword tightened as he realized there was no turning back. He understood that he could only move forward relentlessly until the day he seized the throne of the Great Qin Empire. Only then could he rest. Otherwise, his sword would never stop, and only by pressing forward relentlessly could he achieve everything he desired. Clop, clop, clop. Meanwhile, Su Chuanqi did not dare to delay. He mounted a tall warhorse and galloped back to the Su residence. The Su residence was as it always was, with everyone going about their daily routines, seemingly unaware of the changing situation. Clang! As Su Chuanqi dismounted and glanced at the Listening Rain Tower, he instructed the stable boy briefly before heading straight into the Su residence. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Su Chuanqi's steps were quick, and he quickly passed through several courtyards before arriving at the large courtyard where Su Shirhan lived. Linger, come, eat. Don't be afraid. Sister will feed you. Inside the courtyard, Su Shirhan was holding a bowl of rice, looking at the mentally impaired Su Yunling, who was muttering, come eat. As Su Yunling took a bite, she suddenly saw Su Chuanqi enter and immediately shrank into a corner, trembling all over as she stammered, Don't hit me. I didn't steal food. Sister was feeding me. Don't hit me. Su Chuanqi, who allowed you to come in? Su Shirhan, seeing this, was instantly enraged. Didn't I tell you? I don't welcome you here, so don't come to my place again, or I'll kill you. Chapter 231. The Unlucky One. Miss, I'm sorry. Su Chuanqi was momentarily stunned before quickly explaining, I forgot about the matter. I was in such a hurry. It's because I heard that a supremely powerful immortal emperor has arrived in Hanping City of our great Qin Empire. I was eager to inform you of this news to see if you could take Miss Yunling there to seek treatment. Perhaps this esteemed immortal emperor could cure Miss Yunling's illness. Oh! Upon hearing this, Su Shirhan stepped forward to embrace the panicked Su Yunling, then turned her gaze back to Su Chuanqi with a questioning look. Is that really so? Miss, of course it is. Su Chuanqi cleared his throat without changing his expression and replied, I wouldn't dare deceive you now. If you think it's convenient, why don't we go there now? If that person can cure Miss Yunling's illness, it would also allow you sisters to reunite sooner. All right. Su Shirhan glanced at Su Yunling and said, I'll go with you now. Su Chuanqi was naturally overjoyed upon hearing this. After all, with Su Shirhan's status, just a visit to the Tingyu Tower would suffice, and then he could reveal her identity. Su Chuanqi believed, no matter who was staying in the Tingyu Tower, even if it were an immortal emperor, they would have to weigh the situation carefully, given Su Shirhan's background. After all, she was the divine maiden of the ancient Forbidden Zone and the disciple of the white-robed emperor. In the immortal realm, who would dare not give her face? Su Chuanqi felt reassured in his heart and did not urge Su Shirhan to hurry. Instead, he patiently accompanied her. Soon, Su Shirhan finished feeding Su Yunling. Then after some grooming, she took Su Yunling with her and left the Su mansion, following Su Chuanqi toward the Tingyu Tower. Tingyu Tower. The entrance was bustling with activity, with people coming and going. Of course, there were also many vendors on the streets, selling spirit jade artifacts and rare treasures. They simply found a spot, set up a stall, and started hawking their wares. However, those in the know were aware that there were hardly any genuine items on those stalls. Almost everything was fake, meant to deceive. Yet, Lin Xingyo was quite interested and would browse these stalls almost every day afternoon. Whenever he saw something he liked, he would usually buy 1 or 2 items, quickly becoming a cash cow in the eyes of these vendors. Huh, why are you here? As they approached from the Su mansion, Su Shirhan accompanying Su Chuanqi, she spotted Lin Xingyo squatting in front of a small stall. Clearly, her expression changed abruptly. It was evident that Su Shirhan was somewhat shocked. However, her expression quickly turned cold, showing a hint of disgust toward Lin Xingyo. Su Shirhan was angry. Why didn't Lin Xingyo come to the Su mansion to find her? Su Shirhan felt uncomfortable. She believed that Lin Xingyo no longer loved her as before, especially after being with Chu Yun. He must have gradually forgotten her. Huh, Shirhan? Seeing Su Shirhan, Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, then quickly smiled and stepped forward to take Su Shirhan's hand, placing a jade bracelet in her palm. Come, help me take a look at this bracelet. Isn't it beautiful? Do you think Chu Yun would like it? Vulgar. Su Shirhan was furious upon seeing this. She had expected Lin Xingyo to produce some rare treasure, but instead, he only took out a jade bracelet. And it was a fake jade bracelet at that. Although it was pretty, such a flashy thing was simply beneath her notice. She was the ruthless empress, after all. Naturally, she disdained such things. Moreover, it was meant for another woman, so Su Shirhan was utterly infuriated. No, it's not vulgar. Ignoring Su Shirhan's expression, Lin Xingyo gently patted her head and smiled softly. Shirhan, do you want to take a look? If there's anything you like, I'll buy it for you. Okay? Humph! Su Shihan snorted coldly, her eyes filled with nothing but disdain. These items were beneath her, whether considering her status as the ruthless empress or as the young lady of the Su family. Her eyes showed nothing but disdain. Miss, let's go to the Tingyu Tower first. Su Chuanqi disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo, his face showing clear contempt and disdain. He naturally recognized Lin Xingyo. 3 years ago, he had personally witnessed Lin Xingyo take Su Shihan away. Naturally, he was fully aware of Lin Xingyo's lowly status, as he was the Grand Steward of the Su Mansion. There were some things others didn't know, but he, Su Chuanqi, was well aware, especially of Lin Xingyo's uselessness. After all, he had made further inquiries about the situation when bringing Su Shihan back. Let's go. Su Shihan led Su Yunling, casually glanced at Lin Xingyo, and moved toward the Tingyu Tower. Shihan, why are you going to the Tingyu Tower? Seeing this, Lin Xingyo frowned and immediately followed from behind Su Shihan. There's nothing interesting there. What does a good-for-nothing like you understand? Su Chuanqi shot Lin Xingyo and Yanwu glance and barked. This doesn't concern you. Get lost. Once we're done here, you might get a bowl of rice as a reward at the Wangfu. Lin Xingyo's brows furrowed, and his expression turned unpleasant. This Su Chuanqi was just like 3 years ago, still showing that condescending attitude, looking down on people. He must still resent the slap he received from his master back then, which was why he was speaking to him like this now. Using the opportunity to humiliate him, it seemed he needed to teach him a lesson. Let him know that he was no longer the same person he used to be. Any disrespect now would come with a heavy price. Humph! Su Chuanqi ignored Lin Xingyo's unpleasant expression, glaring at him fiercely before striding forward to lead the way for Su Shihan. Of course. Su Chuanqi disliked Lin Xingyo. 3 years ago, they had a dispute, and Lin Xingyo's master had publicly slapped him in the face. At that time, he had lost all face. So he had always harbored a grudge, which was why he had no good expression for Lin Xingyo now. Clop, clop, clop. After glaring fiercely at Lin Xingyo, Su Chuanqi turned his head and kept walking forward. He walked quickly. In a flash, he reached the entrance of the Tingyu Tower. Then with a flattering smile, he spoke a few words to Su Shihan before pushing open the half-open, half-closed door of the Tingyu Tower. Smack! Su Chuanqi had no time to react, and a basket of white powder was suddenly dumped on his head, instantly turning him into a white figure. His eyes and nose were indistinguishable. Ha, ha, ha. As all eyes turned to Su Chuanqi, Wang Xian behind the door burst into laughter, unable to straighten up. Serves you right for bullying me? Now you're unlucky, huh? Who are you? Su Chuanqi rubbed his eyes and angrily cursed. How dare you be so bold as to dump a basket of white powder on me? You dog, you don't want to live anymore. Huh. Wang Xian's expression froze, then her eyes turned to Lin Xingyo behind Su Shihan, and she opened her mouth but remained speechless. Dog, come here. Su Chuanqi, driven by instinct, arrogantly commanded. I'll give you one chance. Come here and accept your death, or else I'll make you pay later. Su Chuanqi, what are you barking about? After reacting, Wang Xian placed her hands on her hips, glaring angrily at Su Chuanqi. Open your dog eyes and see who I am. 7th Princess, how could it be you? Su Chuanqi, upon hearing the voice and realizing it sounded familiar, immediately struggled to open his eyes and looked forward. In an instant, he was so frightened that he knelt down and began kowtowing frantically, saying, Your servant did not recognize your highness, the 7th princess. Just now, your servant spoke out of turn and deserves death. Fine, then die. Wang Xian pursed her lips and said to Su Chuanqi, Now I'm here, waiting to see it happen. Chapter 232. Unbelievable. Su Chuanqi tried to speak several times but couldn't utter a word, for he knew he was in deep trouble, having encountered someone he shouldn't have crossed. Now, he had offended her. This was going to be big trouble. Because everyone knew that the 7th princess of the Great Qin Empire was a little devil, most skilled at tormenting people and playing pranks. Whoever got on her bad side would truly have a miserable time. Humph, why haven't you died yet? Wang Xian, hands on her hips and pouting, looked at Su Chuanqi with great displeasure. Do you need me to help you? Your Highness, your servant was wrong. Please spare me this once. Su Chuanqi dared not argue back and immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing frantically to Wang Xian, begging for mercy. I will never dare again in the future. Boring. Wang Xian pouted, looking utterly uninterested as she glanced at Su Chuanqi, her face instantly contorting into an expression of displeasure. It's so boring. All right. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo pouted, feeling a headache coming on as he looked at Wang Xian. Go back to the backyard and clean up, or else you'll get your bottom smacked again. Humph. Wang Xian snorted coldly, turning her head away in a huff. Just you wait. Next time, I'll dump a whole load of white powder on you. Humph. Wait a minute. Seeing Wang Xian about to leave, Lin Xingyo immediately raised his hand and called out to her, Don't rush off. Clean up all this white powder on the ground, or else you won't get any dinner tonight. You. Wang Xian pouted, stomping her foot, though despite her unhappiness, she still picked up a broom and walked over, beginning to sweep right in front of the door, under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers. What's going on? Seeing this, Su Chuanqi's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening here? The seventh princess of the great Qin Empire, a figure feared by both people and ghosts, was actually obeying orders so obediently. This scene shocked not only Su Chuanqi but also the crowd of onlookers who had gathered, for what they were witnessing was simply too astonishing. What's the deal with this? Su Shirhan opened her mouth, looking at Lin Xingyo. Why is she so obedient to you? Well, how should I put it? Lin Xingyo smiled faintly. I live a rather secluded life here, so I took her in as a maidservant. What? Su Chuanqi disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo, mocking him. Are you going to keep bragging? Do you even know who she is? Just you. Taking her as a maidservant. You're really good at blowing your own horn. Hearing this, not only Su Chuanqi, but even Su Shirhan and the others found it hard to believe, for Wang Xian was notorious as a little devil. Almost everyone was afraid of her, because she was so good at tormenting people and playing pranks. Many had suffered at her hands. What's more, she was born under extraordinary circumstances. It was said that when she was born, a giant fireball appeared. It directly burned down the Zhaohua Hall of the Qin Royal Palace and killed quite a few people. Although Emperor Wang Qi of Qin had strictly sealed off this news, the people of Hanping City had always been whispering about it behind closed doors. In fact, some people even called her a monster behind her back, which is how the nickname Little Devil came about. In truth, Wang Xian lived a very lonely life. Whether inside the palace or outside, she had very few friends. Of course, people also didn't want to play with her. Although Emperor Wang Qi of Qin doted on her greatly, her childhood was destined to be lonely, so to attract attention, playing pranks and tormenting people became her daily pastime. Naturally, her personality was also quite unruly. Almost no one could control her. After all, her father was the king of Qin, so almost everyone in Hanping City of Qin would go out of their way to avoid her. Now, Lin Xingyo claimed that Wang Xian had been taken in as his maidservant, and everyone around found it hard to believe, all thinking Lin Xingyo was just showing off and